All right, you been drinking? Okay, okay. You want some help up? Here, man. Here, bro.
Fuck.
You be all right?
Yeah,
All right, cool, man. Sorry, guys. You guys catch that? Just be a good Samaritan.
Fuck, don't talk to strangers on the street, bro.
I know. I was just
Bro.
thinking, imagine
Oh,
that was a
Fuck,
setup,
fuck.
bro. Fuck.
The fuck's wrong with you, bro?
Nah, there's like literally no one here, bro. He was drunk off his ass. He like ate shit off his fucking bike. So I'm like, bro, you good,
Nice.
dude? What the fuck? Are you good, man? We fucking lit. He was just laying there for like 5 minutes. I'm like, bro, dude, get your ass up off the ground. Oh,
Not my
no.
problem. Keep on going, buddy. I've seen millions of that shit every day. Fuck that. Nah, but yo, trust me, listen, I
He's
might
good.
sound like
He's
an
good.
asshole, but listen, after all these years, bro, fuck that.
You're an asshole, Brian.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
you.
be an asshole for the rest of my life. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, he's back out. He's back out there. Yeah, there we go. Look at him. Watch him crash again. He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
See, not my problems. That's the shit. I don't want this.
He's
I
gonna
walk
get
the
good,
other
dude.
way. Bro, you don't understand. See, the thing is, I don't like putting ripples out in the fucking thing. I don't do ripples anymore. I don't send out waves anywhere. I try to avoid fucking making any fucking waves anymore.
God damn, nigga.
Fuck all that shit. Only sound waves. Only music. Fuck everybody.
Bro, you tight tonight, my guy. Who hurt you, bro?
What?
I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a joke.
well, we got Stella in the room. Stella, welcome to
Stella.
the 24/7 Flat Earth room.
I grew up on Stella Avenue. What's up, Stella? How are you?
Unmute your mic and say hello to the room.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
It's usually the polite thing you do when you come into someone's house, yeah?
I told this chick on the street today, I was like, yeah, I like your fit. Literally ignored me. Stella, that was probably you, wasn't it? It's crazy, bro. Sometimes it'd be like that. We got Dubs in here. Dubs, you want to talk to him? We got Price of Adam as well, man. What is the price of Adam? What is the cost, sir?
He's not cheap.
It's too much,
Oh.
man.
Oh shit. Well shit, we got bread, we'll pay.
Nah, it's not that much. About 350.
350? Oh, cool, man. That's
So
the
I
going
would say you
rate.
don't stand by my motto. $10 is $10.
$10
You
a good
guys
in the right town.
You guys are cheap. Y'all a cheap date.
It's a $1.380, right?
380? What the fuck?
A $1.380.
A long walk in the park is amazing, guys. You don't even know how good it is. Underestimate that. Don't ever
Are we
fucking
getting our peace
underestimate
pipes out?
that.
Are we fucking everybody hold hands, guys.
Hey, look at the price of crypto, guy. What's going on there?
Fuck
Fuck, the price of
crypto.
gas went up today in Canada, man. Sucks.
Well,
Fuck
Bitcoin
the
pumping.
dollars.
so I'm saying that's so you just hold on for crypto, yeah.
Fuck, we were down to
Yeah,
a $1.33 a liter. Now we went back up to a $1.50 a liter.
That doesn't matter to me because you're holding on crypto. See, that's you hedge
It
against
matters to
inflation.
everything right
Man,
now, though,
fuck
Vlad,
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying. You hedge against inflation using crypto, bro. What's up?
Sure,
Oh,
but
fuck all that. I'm trying to know what stars are.
yeah,
What is
man.
a star?
Fuck all
I'm
that.
looking at how stars right now. I'm like, what is that?
Well, you want
Buddy,
space stories?
Buddy, yeah, he wants. This guy wants space stories right now.
I love
bro.
space
I don't
stories,
want
man. Who's got the
fucking
space
shit,
stories?
But for real though, how do we all live here in this place and don't nobody know
Amazing.
shit?
The answer is God,
it.
and that's it. Like that's fuck all that. God, and that's it.
All
It's
right.
that easy in the end. It's
So
that
where
easy.
are they? Like, are they
Oh yeah,
here or are
God.
they somewhere else?
Yeah, God.
All right. I mean, I could rock
Yeah,
with that. You're probably
that's
right.
it. Got it. Well, I mean, what else is it, bro? There's no,
Well, well, then
let
why?
it
Why are some
all
stars
just
better
up
than
to the
others?
fucking Almighty, man. You know, once I realized I should just let it all go to the Almighty and just fucking let Him guide me, everything was positive after that.
Oh, shit. I
And
have
I'm not
so
talking about
many
religious shit. I'm not religious shit. I'm talking about just straight up like I just
I feel you, man.
even if the bad shit was coming at me, I just said, okay, fuck it. I just take it as it is. And then one step at a time, just problem solving. And trust me, I don't know if God helps me. It's crazy. I don't know how else to say it.
But he ain't tell you what stars are, though, bro. I'm still got
Doesn't
questions.
matter. No, he told me exactly what it is. It doesn't fucking matter. That's what it is.
That doesn't mean that's not what it is or
Yes,
where it is.
exactly. It doesn't fucking matter what it is.
I mean, you're
It
probably
just
right. But I
doesn't
want to
matter.
know.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Yeah.
Bro, we know it's measured flat. That's it. So, like, I mean, there's no other point
Yeah,
off of
okay, but
that.
no, there is
Looking
after
up in the
that. It's like,
sky, it doesn't fucking
nah,
matter.
I think I agree
Well,
with you. But I would say it like
no, it
after
doesn't
it's
matter.
flat, then it's like, okay, so
Just extra
what's the
words.
point of being here? What are we doing here?
God. Ask God.
That's not the answer, bro. Because
That's
you're
the
over here like,
answer. God's gonna tell you, bro.
listen, because you're over here like, no, crypto. And I'm like, fuck crypto.
Yeah, God
That's
told
not
me
what we're here
fucking
to
crypto.
do.
Trust me, God was telling me crypto.
Nah,
Fuck me,
bro.
God
God was
told
showing me
me.
crypto.
Well, you know what?
God fucking told me crypto so many fucking
Wait, here,
times.
Mayor, do you believe in dinosaurs? Yes or no?
No,
No.
Dinosaurs.
no,
Fuck is
fake
that? Like the
You
thing
know
on kids'
the
pajamas?
big like spooky like
lizards.
lizard looking like or you know they jump around like the
No,
T-Rex with their
fake.
hands
What
out.
You
the
mean dragons,
Fake.
right?
Is
Dragons.
that a bunny?
No, I mean like it's like a bunny, but it's like a reptilian bunny, and it's like very cute. It's like a
Bro, who hurt
T-Rex.
you? Who hurt
Cutesy
you?
and demure.
Do you know about these things? These dinosaurs? Do you believe in them?
Yeah,
Bro,
dragons,
bro.
man. There's
Yeah.
stories about them.
Oh, you think the dinosaurs were real?
Bro.
Did you know
Oh my
there's actually a
gosh,
blind dinosaur?
a blindosaur, a blindosaurus
Oh,
rex.
no, a blind dinosaur.
Yeah, a blindosaurus rex.
No,
Dude, you're gay.
I know.
He knows.
That's good.
Or she or it.
It was actually the Digithinkosaurus.
Wait, it's a she her, everybody. Wait, that's a she her? There's no fucking way. Is that how you identify?
What the hell's a she/her?
Wait,
fuck
don't
is
get me
that?
started, bro. I get confused with these things, man. I'm 100%. How do you say? I never followed this stuff, so I get confused. You know what I mean? When I clicked on this person's profile just to double check, and it says she her, I'm like, wait, what? She her? Hold on. Right away, pause.
You want me to
Right?
she her? I don't even know
No,
her.
what the fuck? Hey, no offense to you or whatever you want to be, man. It is what it is.
Alphabet
You
soup
can,
looking ass.
hey, listen, you can identify as a dog if you want. I don't care. It's all
Maybe
good.
they identify as a dinosaur.
Hey, big lizard person.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey, are you a big lizard person? Ride 5?
pause, big
Yeah.
lizard, pause.
Nah,
It's
see,
all relative, right?
it's all relative. It's all relative.
Wait, you know what like the scalies?
Do you
What?
dress up
What?
like that?
It's like a furry, but like for scales.
Oh, so you do that
Bro.
shit, eh? You're nasty.
How do you even know that?
No, I have a scale suit.
Ew.
Gay.
It's a T-Rex
All right,
scale
bro. Give
suit.
me, is Earth a
Can I ask you a
globe,
question?
bro? What the fuck?
Like, how do you like dress up in this stuff and like walk around in it, man? Like,
AJ's
They
curious
don't.
now.
They
AJ really wants to
fucking-
know.
I mean, the
AJ,
T-Rex was
like,
bipedal.
seriously,
Surely
like-
you know that, right? So that actually
You'll
directly
never do
moves
that,
onto the
AJ.
human form.
Come on.
Like-
man.
how
I
you
mean, the
feel
T-Rex
like-
is bipedal, so it actually works out quite well. What do you mean?
Oh my
You just
God.
put your hands like close to your like chest, and you have your little fingies out.
more in the
Yeah.
fact that what possesses you to dress up like that and walk around in public, man.
Well, I mean, you don't wear your scale suit in public. It's like a very special occasion.
Oh yeah, when do you do it?
Usually within the intimacy of your partner.
Bro, why are we?
Mm.
This is a
Oh, it's a sexual thing now. Okay, we don't have to go
dumpster
there.
fire. Bro, we just want to know
Right.
if you think the Earth is a globe or moving. Do you think the Earth is moving?
It's a glober, bro. Obviously.
Yeah, but Are you in a
It's a
building
I'm not
right
seeing a
now?
lot of movement, honestly.
Ma'am, are you in a building right now?
No.
Are you outside of a building?
Well, I'm outside. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a building nearby?
No.
All right. So you're on the ground, or you're on the ground?
No, I'm standing.
Okay. So let's flash into a grocery store for a moment, and we've
Okay.
got some groceries. We're gonna go to the register. We're gonna go to the cashier.
hmm
We're gonna set our groceries down, and this is not a self checkout. There's a cashier. So we've got bread, bananas, and a protein bar, and they go down on the conveyor belt. Do they move towards the register?
I think they do.
Okay. So is it the bread, the banana, and the protein bar? Do they move themselves, or is it the thing that they're on that's moving?
No, I think the thing that they're on is moving.
Cool, cool. So let's flash back to where you're at right now.
Okay.
You're the bread or the banana, pause, or the protein bar. Are you moving?
In my own inertial reference frame, no.
Got him, boys. Wait, what do you mean inertial reference frame? Where did you get any of that?
I mean, the Earth is moving, but I'm not moving relative to the Earth.
It's
Well, I'm not
all
asking if
relative,
you're
brother.
walking in place. I'm
It's
not
all
asking if you're
relative.
walking. We know you're not moving, so I'm not asking if you're walking in place or anything like that, or like if you're moving or like taking steps.
No, I mean,
You're
like,
staying.
motion is relative to the reference frame. If it's from the reference frame of the Earth, no.
Cool,
But if
cool.
it's from
So,
a reference frame of an observer on Mars, yeah.
okay, we'll address that shortly. But where are you getting information that the Earth is moving? Where is that coming from? You've heard that somewhere, or you like detected this outside?
I think the geocentric models just don't have the same predictive capability, and so I
That's
tend not to believe in
not
them.
what I asked you. I appreciate that answer, but it's not what I'm asking. So I can rephrase, or
Okay.
you could just
Try
answer.
again. Also, hi, Wanderer.
So in terms of, you said the Earth is moving. So like, did you
You
detect
guys
this
butt buddies?
outside somewhere, or were you just?
Well, I
heard
think
this?
it's empirically true in virtue of the physical model having the most predictive power.
Wrong.
Okay, you're still not answering the question, really. Is
I
this
think
something
I
you
am.
detected outside? I'll just ask that.
No, I mean it's from observations,
You
namely
heard
of the heavens. Yeah.
You've heard this.
No, I mean I've seen the evidence directly.
So how do you know the Earth, that the Earth is moving? What's the evidence for that?
I mean the issue is that the geocentric models just fall apart to model all of the.
We haven't presented you anything. I'm just simply
Okay.
addressing the things you're saying.
I was
You
just
said
explaining to you what I'd seen.
I don't. This is the first time we spoke, as far as I'm aware. So I appreciate it.
Well, I didn't learn from you, but I know you're a great teacher. I know people come to you.
No, they don't.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. No, but just if you could focus, like, and not bring up random stuff that I've not.
So I won't talk about dinosaurs.
Thanks. So but you said the Earth is moving, so I'm just wondering, like, where are you getting this from? Like, how do we know this? How can I
From
know this?
from the measurements of other what do you call it? What do you call the bodies of the things that are in the sky?
But that's not
Those
the
things
Earth isn't
are
like those.
The other. I'm sorry, I'm really tired.
It's not another.
So that's
it's not
observing those
another.
things to me.
The observations of
We're talking about, like, what is it that about your experience of reality that says to you, hey, the
celestial bodies, my man.
Earth is definitely in motion. Not, well, we could sort of interpret that or get an idea that maybe the
it is
ground
interpretation.
moving.
I mean, it ultimately comes from the position of other stellar bodies relative to the Earth, and the fact that the geocentric model just can't predict those outcomes. It falls apart.
What's wrong with you, man? No, wrong.
For you to
But, I mean, if you're asking, like, where I trust the measurements, yeah. Listen, I've used a telescope before. I've done a little bit, but I'm not validating all that myself. I have trust in the systems. You're right.
Amazing. Wrong.
Okay, what do you want, Pookie?
It's just really weird for you to bring up random things that people have never said.
Wait, what's random? Wait, hold on. What did I say that was random?
Yeah, the geocentric model just fall apart. Like we've never.
Oh, you forgot. You have
presented
like amnesia. Okay.
No, I've literally never once said geocentric model. Like,
But you
that's not
asked
part
me,
of my
why do I find this to be compelling? And I told you that I find it
You're just saying,
compelling
well, I
because
don't want
it fits the
another idea
data.
that I heard randomly somewhere else. Like,
No, I mean, you
okay.
asked me for my reasoning, and I gave you my reasoning. It sounds like now you're multing.
It's shit reasoning
No.
though. So it doesn't matter.
It
It could be
doesn't-
a reasoning.
Well,
but
if it's
doesn't
shit
mean
reasoning, then you can poke a hole in it. But like, it sounds like it's just multing.
No, bro.
No,
It
it's
just
just shit
doesn't go
reasoning.
behind. It doesn't go behind the thing you're saying. You're just saying.
Wait, what thing
Why
did I
did
say
this-
that? Wait, what?
Okay, I'm about
You're
to say.
coping too hard. She, her.
I am coping. I am coping.
You're a massive
God.
cope. You fucking cope so hard.
My cope levels are very high. Yes,
You said-
Insane.
This one thing
insane
is
levels of
true,
copium.
but I
Yeah.
think it's true.
You drink from the
because
fountains
this
of
other
coke.
thing is
I
not
do. I drink
true.
from all the fountains of cope. What's up?
Guys,
Yeah.
guys. You said I think this one thing is true because this other thing is not true. It's kind of silly. It doesn't support the thing that you're saying.
Oh yeah,
Why
I mean,
don't
I think that sure.
model, therefore, the thing.
Well,
you're
no, I
saying
mean,
is
like in
true.
a no, I mean the in a non-geocentric model, the Earth isn't the center of reference, right? And that's why I think that
Whoa.
it's relevant to look at an observer that's outside of the Earth.
Which is not. See, this is part of the issue
what?
because it works in your mind.
You know, I mean, like
right?
if
But
your
we're
coordinate
actually-
system is based on Earth, then Earth would never move. That's true.
No, it's just that you don't go
That's-
out.
that's
You
a
can't
perspective
leave
you've never had.
reality. You actually can't leave Earth and go to like other places. This
Well,
is the
you
place.
believe that, yeah?
Well, you haven't done it either, dude. It's not possible to
It's
like
a,
go outside.
yeah, it's a
and then
perspective. It's a,
But I think you could like kill yourself right now. Evidently, you haven't done that, but I think it's a
That's not
possibility,
going
right?
to Mars, dude. Even if you,
the
that's
perspective.
not
Yeah.
going to Mars. That the thing you just said. I don't even know why you would bring up deleting yourself. That has nothing to do with anything.
I mean, evidently you haven't.
You got to
but you
remember.
could.
You have to remember the things you just said. You could go to Mars.
You're talking
and
about
see
perspective that you
could.
don't have.
Well, deleting yourself
could.
isn't accomplishing that. I don't
No,
even
but it's
know
something
why
you could
bring
do that you
stuff
haven't
up.
yet
You
done.
guys
It doesn't
are
seem like the fact
guys
that you haven't done it
are
yet is any like doesn't speak to it not being possible.
No, it's not a yet thing. That's not a look. Can you?
No, it is
go
yet. I'm going to
to a
send you to
rainbow?
Mars. I'm going to send you to Mars next Tuesday.
No, hold on. Can you go to a rainbow?
Probably not.
Okay, so is that like a yet thing? Like you can't do it yet, or is it you like?
I
you
don't
just-
know what it
that's-
mean to be at the rainbow, given it's like an optical
Exactly.
phenomenon in a
There
distance.
You
Like,
go. Wow, it's finally
Yeah.
clicking.
Right, so
What if Mars
because
is
we're
but
like
talking about
ultimately,
things
I find Mars to be an actual planet. That's the difference.
well, Earth isn't a planet. But what if Mars is like
Wait,
that?
what do you mean by planet?
and do.
When you say
There
Earth's
is
not a
only
planet,
one
what does that even
definition.
mean?
Earth's
There
not
is
a
only
planet.
one definition of a planet, yeah. So there's no use in asking it what it actually means. You should know the definition if you're claiming something is a planet.
Ooh, that's a good point there, AJ.
Yeah.
But this is what
Ground
happened
doesn't
earlier.
qualify.
Other-
Doesn't meet the criteria of either classical or modern definition of planet.
Got him. Facts. There's no other either. There's ground here.
I mean, I think there is a decent because, like, my understanding of planet is one that encompasses Earth. So clearly, we have a difference of definition.
Well,
No,
hold
but you
on.
don't experience that. Talking about what you experience in reality, things you can go out, observe, test, and measure in reality, not from perspectives that you can never achieve.
Okay. All right. So, how are we getting to dinosaurs? I think we got
being on Mars.
distracted.
Like being on Mars. It's like giving you the perspective of being on a rainbow, which is in a location or a place that you can go to.
Wait, but I think you could actually stand on Mars. No.
No, I'm saying Mars. So this is going to sound a little bit out of pocket, but I would say Mars is closer to a rainbow than like Earth.
Do you think you could stand on Mars or no?
No, I don't think it's a place or a location like a rainbow.
You think it's like an optical illusion?
I'm not saying the Mars is a rainbow. Just saying
Wait, do you think it's an optical illusion?
I'm not
You
saying
don't
that.
know what it is.
I
But
just don't think
do you
it's
know what it
ground.
is?
Yeah.
I don't think it's ground.
Do you know
I
what
don't
it
think
is?
it's dirt or rock.
No.
I don't think it's what you're thinking.
Wait, can I
it
ask
is.
him? Do you know what it is?
Nobody fucking
No,
knows.
no one, literally no one knows, has ever known.
Wait,
or
but if you
can
don't know, then why are you confidently saying it?
No, you're the one confidently saying
No,
it's
but you're
rock.
confidently telling me that I can't stand on Mars, but you just admit you don't know anything about what
Yeah,
Mars
because
is.
you
not
can't
that.
go
I
to
know
Mars
it's not
How
that.
do you know that Mars is not something you can stand on if you
No,
don't even
we
know what
can
it
talk about
is?
We can talk about
because
that.
you can't go there.
You don't know
How
what
How
it
does
is
he know
either,
that when he
because
doesn't even know what
just-
it is?
no, but
You
realize
can't
you're
go
How can he
there.
say
saying
that?
it's a rock, but you don't know either.
Yeah.
We're in the same boat.
Stupid.
No, but he's telling me that you can't stand on Mars. But when I ask him, "Do you know what
Yeah,
Mars is?"
well,
He says,
okay,
"No, I
okay,
don't."
go to Mars. Okay, prove to me that you can stand on Mars.
But
Go.
here's the reverse is also true, where you don't know what it is, but you're saying that you can
No, I do.
stand
But I
on.
do know what it is. That's the key
Well,
difference.
go stand on Mars right now and show me a picture. Go stand
You
on Mars
don't
right
know
now and
what
go
it
show me a
is.
picture. Please,
No.
go.
You
No, I
don't
think
know
Mars
what
is a
it is.
planet. I think that's a hot take
Yeah,
here.
well,
No,
go
no.
there.
Hold on. The best thing you can offer is
Dumb
the
bitch.
same regurgitation of the story that we're
Wait, is your
very
definition of
familiar with.
planet
Why are
something that you
cutting me
can
off?
stand on?
I'm
Why are you cutting me off?
Wait, like if it's a
Sorry. This is very important. The only thing you can offer is a regurgitation of the story that we probably know better than you.
I have a question. If there was a planet that was really, really far away,
can you
is it
address
no
what I
longer a
said?
planet because you can't stand on it?
Can you address what I said? This is actually the question of the issue.
Yeah, I can address what you said. You said that you know the story better than I do. I don't know about that.
Okay.
Because you know the star is so good.
But
Yeah.
that wasn't the main point of what I was saying.
What was the main point?
Star.
Repeat it.
Is that's the only thing you can offer is the story that we were all told that we're very familiar with. That's
No,
not
but I mean, I
knowledge
find the
or
evidence
an
very
unknowing
compelling.
or how you achieved this
No, I
knowledge.
mean it's not just a narrative. I think the evidence is compelling.
Then give us the other part, the evidence part, where you know that Mars is a location, like some place you can quote stand on. Silence.
Can I ask one question? Can I get one
definition of a planet is.
clarification?
I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I get a clarification?
Sure.
You think we can stand on Earth, right? Just making sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's other ground or places like the Earth in the sky. So there's no dirt up
That's
there.
crazy to think that.
There's a lot of trees here and water and grass and things like that. That stuff does not exist above your head.
What does that mean?
It's crazy to think that.
What do you?
Oh my God.
Okay. I speak pretty clear English to the layman. That's
What do you think
my
it's like a
goal.
fucking LCD like Thunderdome? Like what do you think it is?
Where did you even get that from, guys? Notice how he's just bringing up random. Somebody
Yeah.
scarred him. Which one? I don't know which one of you scarred
Yeah.
him, because he's
It was
bringing
me.
up these random things that I've never even implied.
I'm asking
So
you,
I
what do you think
said-
it is?
I'll say
Oh my
it again very
God.
clearly. The Earth has a lot of things
Sad.
like trees and grass and water and dirt, and that stuff doesn't exist above your head. You're like, so there's an LCD screen? That those two things don't even go together, bro. Like,
Yeah, but you said it. Well, you said
what
it's
are
not something you can stand on,
talking
right?
about?
Like, I don't think there's grass on Mars either.
Oh my
Correct.
Or
It's not
dirt.
something you can
We
stand
don't
on.
know.
It's not something you can
Wait,
stand
do you think
on.
there's grass
It's
on
not
Mars or
something-
no?
Hold on.
No,
It's
my
not something you can
God.
stand on. It's not something you can somewhere you can go. It's not something you can verify. You have no idea.
So
You can't
okay,
go
can I
there
ask?
because you cannot go there and stand on it because it is a violation of natural laws. Very simple.
Which one? Which law?
You realize there were and ors between
I'll
each
give you
thing I
this.
said.
If there is grass on Mars, it's red, and the weed is
Sorry,
probably
which
orange.
law is it a violation of? I'm sorry, I forgot. I
Second
didn't hear.
law.
The second law. Which one?
That'd be
Who's
gas
second law?
laws and thermodynamics laws in particular, irreversible changes.
Wait, how does what? What
Yeah,
do those laws say, and how is that incompatible with Mars? I'm sorry.
Okay, gas laws for a start.
Which one?
You're violating. So gas pressure.
You mean the ideal gas laws?
What do we require for pressure?
This is
Oh shit! He's gotta Google it. Damn, bro.
volume, temperature,
Something to press upon.
volume and temperature.
No.
There's
Yep.
two. So how do we obtain volume when gas expands infinitely in all directions? CB just helped you out.
Volume of what?
Exactly. Now
I mean, you
you're
just
getting
find
it.
the outer contour of the. If there is no, hold on, there is no. If it's just in a vacuum, there is no pressure.
There's
We're
no
not
vacuum.
in outer space, dude. We're not in outer space.
Well, I mean, in this case, the outward force is gravity pulling it in.
Damn, bro. We're just stacking claims on claims in this bitch.
Real.
So
But I mean, I guess you're right. Without gravity, the gas would just
Yeah.
go out everywhere infinitely. You're right.
gas expands, so we require containment,
Without gravity.
to be able to have the gas
I mean,
particles.
I agree. Without gravity, it would just all go away. I agree.
Without
So then
gravity,
you-
you said twice.
So you claim that the gravity is containing the gas.
Yeah, I think
Can you
if
show
we didn't have
gases?
gravity, I mean, to be clear, I think some of the air does escape, but I think without gravity, it would all escape very quickly.
Bro. You're just saying shit.
No, I mean the atmosphere is slowly leaching off into outer space.
Where are
but
you
very
even
slowly.
getting this from? You're reading a book, like a children's book, basically.
No, this is
So
no. I
there's a
mean,
little bit of this.
wait, which
happening,
claim don't
like
you? Wait, hold on. Can we respond to AJ, or do you want to like interject?
You're just like you're saying things like you're repeating the narrative that we're familiar with, but you're not giving us the part where you found out that
Yeah,
it was true.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to AJ. So like, why are you interjecting?
So you
I've been
believe there's a
speaking-
downward bias
I've been
on gases, yeah?
Yeah, I think absent of force keeping the gas in, it would all escape.
So there's a downward bias.
Sure.
Well, there's an issue there as well, because
How so?
gases have no downward bias. They move in all directions randomly and only have elastic collisions with themselves and the walls of their container. So can you show or demonstrate gravity containing gas?
Yeah, I mean, if you go on a mountain, the air pressure on you is a lot less than if you're at sea level. The
Because,
gas pushing down on you, you can physically feel it.
That's not the thing that you just
No, it
said.
is. Like the reason why it
No.
feels lighter on a mountain is because the
No,
air
no,
above
no,
you is
you
not
just
pressing
said.
down as hard.
That's what's called a pressure gradient.
Gradient.
Uh-huh.
To obtain pressure, to have your pressure gradient, we require containment. Can you demonstrate gravity containing gases?
No, I was talking about the bias, not the containment in this instance.
You said gravity contains gas, so we're asking you for an example of that. You said we'll just go on a mountain.
That's an example you're jumping ahead. First, we have to establish that there is this bias, then we can establish.
I'm not jumping ahead.
No, I wasn't even talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to AJ. So I don't know why you keep on interjecting. It's kind of insufferable because it's like I have to entertain two conversations simultaneously. One from AJ and one from you.
Calm down, you're fucking spiraling. As the gentleman's trying to explain to you, this is an open panel, okay?
Okay.
I mean,
if we're looking at is there a bias, I think the answer is yes, in virtue of that like differential in air pressure.
That's not what will be asked. You
Gases
said gravity contains
move.
gas. Like an example.
Gases move in all directions randomly.
But clearly there is a bias, else there would not be air pressure.
There is no downward bias.
No, but there wouldn't be a differential in air pressure if they were moving truly randomly.
Claim.
It's not true.
Because, wait, I mean, I can give evidence for the claim.
It just weasels away.
If the gas were moving completely randomly, you wouldn't feel greater air pressure on a mountain versus on sea level. Because the gas at all points would still be moving randomly.
What happens when temperature gets lower?
Wait, do you disagree with that claim? Can you engage with that claim in particular?
Yeah, I'm getting there. What happens?
Wait, hold on, you just got
lower,
here. You're getting a lot of places, namely here.
Dude,
you were talking to AJ,
sir. When temperature gets lower, does the pressure get lower?
Yep.
AJ, can you respond to that or no?
Bro, you are a weasel, bro.
Dude, it
I'll
has
go one
nothing
at a
to do
time.
with gravity, and like T-Dub just tried to explain, the air pressure has to do with temperature. You said
you think
nRT.
Oh, I see.
There we go. I
see. Because there's, but that's not even true.
colder, right?
The temperature is the opposite, right? It's colder in mountains.
Colder, lower pressure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Warmer,
You just
higher pressure.
ripped your own wig off there, guy.
So it's your understanding. Wait. So you think if you went? So if you think you went to like a cold place that's at sea level, it would be the same level of like air pressure as a mountain top?
Air pressure changes, stupid.
Wait, but you think if you went to like Alaska, you think Alaska is at the same air pressure as a mountaintop? Wait, you think? Wait on. You think the top of like a tall mountain is the same air pressure as like Anchorage, Alaska? Are you crazy? You think like if you go to some random city in Canada, it's going to be the same level of air pressure as like the top of Mount Everest?
Question, guys.
Are you crazy?
Dude,
Man,
let me ask you one clarifying question. What causes storms and weather and wind patterns?
that to me?
Yeah, no shit, stupid.
A variety of factors.
Oh, okay, good.
Such as?
So that would be
air
What's the biggest
gradients,
one?
What are they
air
called?
pressures,
They call them something systems.
Wait,
Something
geologic
systems.
Geologic systems, Spooky.
no.
Is that
High
it?
and
No,
low
sorry.
pressure.
Wait, I
High
just said
and
pressure
low-
differential. I already said that. I already said pressure
High-
differential.
Oh my god.
High and low pressure systems. And
Yeah, it's
what
called
are
a
these
pressure
high and low
differential.
pressure systems caused by?
In large part, temperature.
Ah, bitch.
But my question is,
Bitch.
if it were the case that temperature were explaining the vast majority of air pressure differences between mountains and land, and like sea level land, why is it the case that if I go to like Anchorage, Alaska, where it's colder than Mount Everest, the
That's
air pressure there is not even nearly as low?
How do you know that?
I've been there. I've literally been there. I've been on top of mountains and I've been to random cold places. These random cold places aren't nearly as like air pressure less. You could just go there.
Can you still breathe?
They are.
It's really hard to breathe on a mountain. No.
Dude, you're absolutely lying, yeah? Because if you want to go up to the mountains in Colorado at those altitudes, man, it is not a lot of oxygen up there, yeah? Very
It's hard to
cold.
breathe up there.
It's the same as Alaska.
No, but what I'm telling you is that
Just
Anchorage,
saying, we
Alaska
have
is
a
colder
pressure
than like these mountaintops, and yet it's not nearly as
There's multiple
pressureless.
variables, ding dong, like you said.
Wait, what are these other variables then? If it's not temperature, what is it?
You just said it's not only temperature.
Wait, but if it's not temperature, what else is it?
You just named like 4 of them.
Wait, like name one. Name one other thing that's not temperature that relates to this air pressure.
Pressure.
Wait, so air pressure causes air pressure? How does that make any sense?
What?
Are you trolling?
Dude, there's multiple variables.
What is the other? Like, give me a single other variable.
Wait, why are you trying to go against me when you just said this 3 seconds ago?
Wait, the question is what causes a hurricane? Clearly there are other factors, but the question is simply just wait, if it's not temperature, what is it?
Trolling at the troll. Are you trolling at the troll? You're a fucking douchebag, motherfucker. Somebody's trying to give you an answer and you start talking over. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Rah, rah. Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
You just said there was multiple variables. You're like, really? So
for causing hurricanes, but the question here was about what? Wait, surely you just said they were other variables. What are they?
A demonstration
Just
of
gave you
high
another
and
one,
low pressure caused
You
by
said it was temperature, but like we've established that when we control for temperature, we still see these differences. So what else is it?
Only temperature.
Well, then what else is it? Name one other thing.
Talking over the top of people.
I gave you one
AJ was not
example.
finished what he was saying, and you just kept on talking over the top of him.
I gave you one example of temperature affecting pressure. I walked you through it step by step. You agreed. Originally, you gave me the equation PV equals nRT. Temperature. Yeah? So now that you've received that, you want to argue against that and ask what else could cause temperature variations. Yeah? Now, in the first instance, what we asked for was any evidence of gravity containing gases, not a pressure gradient, because to have pressure, we require containment. Please, back to the topic.
Focus, bro.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Hi.
They actually can't answer this question, dude. They get confused.
Sorry, repeat the question?
Talking about the gradient. See?
Should repeat the question.
Again,
exactly.
This is all led directly off of gravity.
Did you have a question?
Containing gases.
Yes.
Can you please demonstrate gravity containing gases without just quoting pressure gradients where you require the pressure for the gradient in the first instance? What is containing these gases? Please demonstrate somehow that it's gravity, like your claim.
Okay, sure. I think that these pressure differentials that can't be explained by controlling for temperature and they can't be explained by controlling.
No, sorry, dude. No, stop using the thing that's in contention as proof of the thing in contention. Okay, that's the thing you're trying to prove. Okay, using the thing that you're trying to prove as proof of itself.
Facts.
Right? You can't just appeal to a delta factor of the thing that's in contention either, right? This pressure gradient. Pressure gradient. Notice the word pressure. You haven't eliminated the need for the use of the word pressure. Requires a container. So we're asking you for a demonstration where you can restrict the movement of a body of gas without one, just using your gravity.
I mean, I think if it were the case that there was this bias to this random movement, and this bias was in the opposite direction of normal to the surface, then this would be strong evidence that there is this containment factor, and the fact that it is in the gravity direction would substantiate that. I think so.
You just keep talking about random other things.
And it sounds like since we can control for temperature, we can
we've addressed this. Gases have no downward vector bias.
No, but they clearly do, because temperature equal, there's different pressure at different altitudes.
Yeah, they don't clearly do.
Wait, how do you explain that phenomenon then?
As part of gas laws, gas particles move in random directions and only have elastic collisions.
But observationally, they don't, in virtue of that
walls of their containers. Yeah, that's it.
Observationally, they don't. That's a strange claim.
You've been saying all types of shit, Jedi.
What's it mean by observationally they don't? Could you provide us with the observation where they don't?
Yeah, Mount Everest and Alanka. Sorry. I'm talking about Anchorage, Alaska. Apparently are both cold, but there's lower pressure on Mount Everest. Therefore, gravity, therefore downward vector bias.
Oh my God, he's lost.
I mean, that's pretty damn close. I'll give it to you. That was like insanely good faith. I mean, if it really were the case that these gases move truly randomly, why would we be seeing these altitude pressure differentials?
You don't like supporting the things you just said, do you?
No, that is the support. But like I was asking AJ, not you. But you can respond for AJ. I think you're better than AJ, actually. I think you're cooler. I think you've been in a profile picture and that helps.
Thanks, dude. You pick a random strongman every time.
Well, that's not a straw man. That's just me making fun of you.
That was a perfect example of
not me.
When they're trying to respond.
I think it's an ad hominem. Or a ad homicus, I think.
I'm not talking about you speaking of me. I'm just saying when we ask you to support something you just said, you just burn a random straw man.
Yeah, I mean, if it were the case that when we control for temperature, we still see this altitude pressure differential, and I think that indicates that this movement isn't truly random.
Yeah, because
I don't know how it's strong evidence for gravity.
All right. Okay. All right. So go ahead and demonstrate for us a pressure gradient using only gravity and no container.
What do you mean by gradient? Just mean like different levels?
You're the best Glober to answer for all. Sorry, go ahead.
The mountain example that you gave us is an example of the gradient.
I mean, the pressure in the mountain is far lower than the pressure in Anchorage, despite the fact that Anchorage is colder.
Sorry. So you understand that you can't just point and declare. You would have to verify this.
No, I've literally been to Anchorage and I've been on mountains.
No,
oh my God.
Please let me finish what I'm going to say. All right.
Let's go together. I'll book a flight.
Dude.
Okay.
So you can't just point and declare and say this is caused by that without a scientific experiment to prove that this is caused by that, right? You got to prove it scientifically, haven't you?
I think the credibility of my claim is going to be buttressed by the scientific rigor. Sure.
Yes, so you must run this through the scientific method where your hypothesis...
Sure, dude, I'm happy to go to a bunch of like tall mountains and a bunch of cold places, sure.
Dude, you would have to
convince you.
You'd have to scientifically verify it, right?
Well, I mean, if by scientifically verify that, you just mean like...
Not just like going to the
quantitatively robust way, sure.
Relax, man. Relax your mouth a minute.
What?
Shit.
No, you relax.
You would have to formulate a hypothesis...
Yeah, I already gave you my hypothesis.
Dude, please, shut up.
Were you not listening?
You're just yapping, bro.
I am yapping.
Your hypothesis must contain the observed phenomena, which you've pointed out as gas pressure gradient, and your presumed cause for gas pressure gradient would be what?
The claim is that there does exist this gradient when we do control for temperature. I think this is experimentally validatable verifiable by looking at this stuff.
Yeah,
and I think, do you disagree with that?
No, it is. You can have a long container, heat one end, and because you've added energy, which creates the gas to move faster, you definitely have more pressure where it's hotter. Where at the other end, where it's colder, you have less pressure. You have the same amount of gas molecules, but you can create less pressure by.
I agree.
So,
but what's interesting is that when we control for temperature, it seems like we still see these differences in pressure, and it seems like it directly corresponds to altitude.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you would have to verify it with an experiment. You've given the phenomena as gas pressure gradient. What's your presumed cause, if not temperature, of gas pressure gradient?
I mean, I think if by experiment you mean like observation with a control, I don't think that's needed for this correlational claim.
Hold on. So a hypothesis must have an observation of something happening and your prediction of what causes that to happen.
Sure, but I mean, you're describing
you must then run this through an experiment where you physically manipulate what you think caused that to happen to see if it happens or not.
I think this claim is a bit... okay, go on.
So, if you're going to claim a phenomenon... I'm going to kick you out in it.
And
you can fuck off. If you keep interrupting me, then I'm not going to waste my time and not let anybody else waste our time. I'm literally trying to get to the crescendo of my point, and you keep yapping through me like a little fucking 5-year-old. Can you stop it, please?
I'm sorry, Pookie.
Thank you.
No one ordered the Yappuccino, bro.
Don't call me Pookie either. That's disrespectful. So, what's your presumed cause of gas pressure gradient, please? What is it?
Temperature.
We've already varied and manipulated temperature, and it causes gas pressure.
Sorry, temperature and gravity. I think those are the two primary factors.
Okay, so your one would be gravity then, correct?
Well, it's both, but in this case, we're focusing on gravity, sure.
Yeah, we're going to have one independent variable. We can create another hypothesis for the temperature, and we can do that.
Temperature would be a control variable. Temperature would be one of the control variables in this example.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So your presumed cause would be gravity. Now, can you provide the experiment that verifies your hypothesis that gravity causes this to happen, please?
Yeah, I mean, in the case that it's a causal claim, sure, we do need an experiment. I think looking at these, can I finish? I think we should just sample a lot of points. A lot of points with a variety of attributes, and we could look at the regression. And I think that would tell a story.
Don't need to look at sample sets anymore. You need to actualize your hypothesis.
No, I told you I'll give you my data points. I can enumerate.
Don't need the data points. That's where we got the observation from. Gas pressure gradient, right? Your presumed cause for gas pressure gradient is gravity. So you must vary and manipulate gravity to see if it causes gas pressure gradient. Seems like a fair requirement, right? Being as this is your claim.
In a controlled environment.
Yeah. This is your claim.
You're right. You're right. So, we should go to air.
So can you provide?
We don't just go back out and reobserve, dude.
We should go up into the atmosphere at levels where the gravity falls off, and we should observe if the pressure correspondingly decreases. That would be very strong.
The observation. You've just gone back to the dependent variable. You've just gone back to the phenomenon.
No, what we're varying is the gravity, and we're changing the gravity by changing our altitude.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
What?
You're observing with altitude the gas pressure gradient.
Wait, but I can explain. Go ahead,
child. Please
speak.
Please. Thank you. If you're disrespectful one more time, the conversation will be over. This is your last chance to understand. Stop going back to the observation. We want to know the cause. You have to vary and manipulate gravity. You know what an experiment is, right? You know what an experiment is.
Yeah.
Good. So that then, stop going back to the observation.
Yeah, I think we can manipulate... go on.
We want the experiment now.
Yeah, we can manipulate gravity by manipulating altitude because gravity decreases with altitude. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You know this.
No.
The gravity away from Earth is much less than the gravity near Earth.
No, height doesn't cause anything.
Wait, no, the distance from the center of mass of Earth decreases with gravity. What are you talking about?
Oh, so you've proven gravity then?
If we want to manipulate gravity, what we have to do is manipulate altitude.
No, if you want to manipulate gravity, you have to manipulate gravity. Height isn't a cause.
Wait, do you think gravity is greater closer to Earth versus further away from Earth, or no?
Is height gravity?
Answer the question, is height gravity?
I think gravity and height are negatively correlated.
Negatively correlated, so not correlated then. Okay. So
no, they are correlated, but the direction is negative. It is a high magnitude negative direction.
You know what? A fucking street lamp is smarter than you are. Fuck.
That's true. I speak to the street lamps. That's where I get my knowledge.
Right, fuck off. I'm going to go make a coffee. This one can... Jesus, why have you spent so long talking to this idiot? Just go away. You don't know what science is. You're trying to run us around in a circle to halt this progress where we get to the conclusion that you can't verify your claims scientifically. So all that's happening here, you have no balls.
I still have balls, but thank you.
And the only reason I give the street lamp more credit than you is because at least the street lamp knows when to turn itself on and off.
That's a good one. You should write that down.
The amount of times you interrupted like a fucking cunt, you should have been out of here long ago.
I agree.
So you just... He's gone. No, he's there. So all you did was just circle back around to the observed phenomena again. That's it. Saying, and just by declaring that gravity is the cause. What's the proof? Well, the gradient. Okay. What's the cause of the gradient? Gravity. And what's the proof of that? Gradient.
Well, in this
Wait, no, but these are slightly different claims, right? There is, does gravity cause pressure? And then there is the other claim about, is pressure indicative of gravity, right? And it seems like it was more interested in that causal claim, the latter.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So we know that the cause for pressure is containment. You're saying, no, the cause for pressure isn't containment, it's gravity. So we need that scientifically verified. You can't go to delta X, gas pressure gradient, where actually you're trying to develop pressure, which is X. So you need to show gravity causing pressure.
Right, but in the, if say we're in deep space and we have like a container of gas, the pressure is not going to vary with the altitude in this like little model. But on Earth, it seems like it does, which is very indicative of an additional force at play.
Right, so we've got a container in a vacuum full of gas, which
in
is
deep space.
In space, which is by consequent of being contained, putting the gas under pressure in that fixed volume. We're asking you to remove the container and keep the gas pressure.
And we're telling you is you had like a giant snow globe in deep space and you filled it with gas. The gas pressure is not going to vary with the quote unquote altitude there. But what's special is that on Earth it seems like it does, and what's most plausibly explaining that is gravity.
Why do you need the container in the vacuum of space to keep the gas there?
Because otherwise it would go away, dissipate.
Awesome.
Oof.
Yeah, awesome. So you have no container, you'll have no pressure, and the gas will fuck off, right?
Yeah, absent any other force like containing the gas, it would just go out.
Absent of any other force,
That's
which you've yet to prove. Because we understand that gas expands indefinitely. The only thing
that's an interesting question. You're right. If there were no gravity, why would we have an atmosphere?
I don't need you to interrupt me to tell me that I'm right. I know I'm fucking right. Gas expands. Your claim is against this. Gas doesn't expand. Can you show that, please?
No, I mean, what's interesting is the fact that we do have an atmosphere. You're right. Like, if we didn't have gravity, wouldn't all the air just go away?
Well, you have a confusion on gravity as well, because gravity is not a force.
That's a good point. You're right. I've been owned and publicly humiliated there. But I don't know. Like, how do you explain us having an atmosphere without gravity? Like, do you think we're in a giant like glass ball?
The only way to demonstrate
Actually, you probably do. You probably do. I should have
under physical containment.
Sorry. Do we have
The only way
pressure?
to demonstrate.
What, you think there's like a physical like boundary that keeps the gas in? There's no way.
Do we have
Look
pressure?
up the definition of gas pressure.
You think we live in like a glass ball?
Have we got gas pressure?
I mean, I think we do. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We do.
And what's the cause of gas pressure?
Well, we've established at least 3 factors, right? Temperature, gravity, and this volumetric thing.
No. To have pressure, like you had in your container in the space example, you're gonna need a container.
Yeah, that's the volumetric aspect I talked about.
Yeah,
the third.
Yeah,
number 3.
That would be the fixed volume.
Right.
So if
the
you don't
volumetric constraint, yes, I agree.
If you don't have a fixed volume, the gas is free to expand, isn't it?
Yeah, without forces keeping the gas in, it would just equalize and dissipate.
Show those forces in a scientific experiment, please.
Yeah, actually, you could. You could actually just like accelerate gas, and you could have that force of acceleration prevent the gas from dissipating forward. I think you could, like a wind tunnel thing.
We're going to add energy.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, because you could have like an acceleration. That would be the force on the gas that would prevent it from going forward. You could accelerate like a massive gas in a vacuum, and then you could even like have the gas be colored, so you could look at it and take pictures of it.
Understand, dude.
That's my experiment.
Your independent variable is gravity. You need to manipulate gravity itself to show that it's causing what you're claiming.
In this case, the question was, could any force do it? In this case, I'm suggesting a controlled force in a lab.
No, it wasn't any force. It was the claim of gravity.
I made the claim that without any additional force, it would completely dissipate. And so we asked, can you demonstrate that such a force would prevent this dissipation? And I said, sure, in a lab, we could just accelerate gas, colored gas, and take video of it.
So in a volume of gas, you add more gas. No, that's not going to stop.
I mean, like if you accelerate like a gas cloud in a vacuum, it's not going to expand in the direction of the force.
It is going to expand. The only thing that stops
not in the direction of the force. No.
Excuse me, I'm losing my patience again. The only thing that stops gas expansion is the limitation of volume, the container.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, because the experiment I just outlined, where we accelerate a ball of gas in a direction, we wouldn't see that.
You accelerate a ball of gas in a direction.
That's correct.
That's not stopping gas expansion.
Well, the gas wouldn't expand in the direction of acceleration.
Dummy, you already put the example within a chamber. That would stop the gas expansion. You're talking.
We're in deep space. We're in deep space. No,
dummy, you're talking about dynamics. We're trying to stop gas expansion. You understand that if you have a container around the gas and a fixed volume, that container is going to stop the gas expansion, isn't it? You agree to that, right?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Good. And if you remove the container, the gas is going to be free to expand, isn't it?
Absent any other force, yes.
Well, you need to prove the any other force.
Yeah, let's do it.
You
right
do
now.
that, please.
Yes, I can. Yes, absolutely. I think if we have like this ball of gas in deep space and we accelerate it in a direction, what we're not going to see is dissipation in the direction of acceleration. Because there is an opposite force pushing the gas back in, opposite to the direction of that acceleration.
What's that opposite force?
The opposite force is the counteracting equal and opposite Newtonian reaction to that acceleration. What? I mean, how else do you want me to explain that?
Right. So we're not going to deep space. We need you to do a scientific experiment. where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes pressure.
Yeah, we could do that on Earth as well if you want.
Awesome. So can you vary manipulate gravity to show that it causes pressure, please?
No, but in this case, we're talking about just a force in general. Because your claim was that no force other than a container could create gas pressure. But what I'm telling you is that accelerating gas would cause gas pressure without a container.
It's just introducing new energy into an already contained system.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're correct.
Okay, so we're not. So
that's exactly why. It's exactly why. But it doesn't matter
about that.
Because wait, hold on. You don't know if there's any external energy in this Earth system. You have no idea. You have no way of knowing that. I don't know why you're being so presumptuous here.
Well, neither do you at the moment. If we don't, then you don't.
Exactly. Exactly. You're right.
Good. So can you verify this scientifically then?
Yes. Let's do it.
Good.
Let's get our gas. Let's accelerate it in a direction, and let's color the gas. Let's make it visible gas, and let's see if it expands, if it dissipates in the direction of acceleration. It won't.
Can you show gravity?
So in this experiment, is the gas contained in the first place? Have we got the gas in a little box?
No, we're doing this in deep space. No, we're doing this in deep space.
No, we're doing it on the Earth. We agreed the Earth. I heard that.
Okay, we're doing it on Earth.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, no worries. Now, that container of gas, that vacuum that you have, what's going to happen if you open it?
Eventually the gas would come out.
Well, there's no
but what's relevant is that the gas can't move instantly.
What's relevant is that it is a vacuum, so the gas isn't going to come out. So what's going to happen if you open up that vacuum between the vacuum and the 14 psi around us?
Right, but there's one key issue here. The gas doesn't move infinitely fast. So it's not possible that the gas particles would make their way to the container wall. Given that we're doing the
gases.
But can I finish my point and then I'll respond to that?
Well, this is to clarify your point, because you're saying that it's not an explosive exchange of the gases between a vacuum and a pressurized system.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we would observe this acceleration creating a boundary without a container before we saw the gas even reaching the edge of the container, because these gas particles don't move infinitely quickly, and so these gas particles just wouldn't. We have a very big container here. These gas particles wouldn't reach the edge anywhere closely.
You're just describing entropy.
Okay.
Because eventually the gases are all going to settle, and high pressure is going to fill low pressure. This is what happens with our weather systems, like we discussed earlier.
That's correct. You're correct. Yeah, sure. Pressure, when we stop applying the force, it's going to come to an equilibrium point. Yes.
Correct.
But if we kept applying that force because we had like a very long tunnel, we wouldn't see that, right?
Well, this isn't the claim of the globe anyway, regardless. The claim that the globe
we don't think gravity stops on Tuesdays, right? We think it happens every day.
What's gravity?
Correct. So this is the causation. So we need evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, we could do this experiment.
What is gravity?
It's what keeps your mother bedridden.
Even do this to begin with would be to like actually validate the existence of gravity in the first ever instance in history. This would be an experiment to prove that even gravity is operating exactly the way that it's claimed to be.
Right.
It hasn't been done before. There's been no scientific validation of the existence of gravity in the form that has been presented to us in educational systems. Only observe effects. We don't know the cause. Don't know that it's because Earth is a sphere.
Oh, it's not a sphere. It's a
or a plate
spheroid snow globe with this. It has like a little glass container that keeps all the gas in, and then it's accelerating upwards, and that's what creates the sensation of gravity.
What? It's what?
And then there's like an LCD display around that glass that makes you think there are stars.
I get it. And you're sharing your pain. I got it. Carry on, mate. Make it sound ridiculous. Go on.
Show us where the bad man touched you.
In the glass sky.
Mm-hmm.
With the
How do you know
LCD
it's
panel.
glass?
Wait, what happens if like the person who's operating the giant LCD panel decides to like play Netflix on it? Like, would everyone around the world just like see a TV show on that giant display? That'd be kind of based.
That's kind of you coping again. Okay.
Like, do you think we could hack into the LCD display and like put up random images?
I'm just gonna keep responding to your own straw man.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, hi. Do you think there's like glass surrounding the atmosphere that keeps the air in, or no?
This guy's so excitable. He didn't need friends to grow up with. He just enjoyed himself.
I did, and the lampposts, right? Those are my friends.
Did everybody get bored of you coping?
I don't know. I'm playing Valorant.
No one seems to care anymore.
At this stage, Heretic, it just sounded like attention seeking.
Poor guy.
Real.
Well, we're all here for you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, Heretic's here for me.
Yeah, I mean, I am. Yeah.
We got bored of him, just not being able to get past the hypothesis part. Stuck there.
Real.
Cope train is ran out of steam.
Validated. Right.
I think it's natural for conversations to take a lull, unless someone else is at the topic.
Especially when we get to this conclusion, yeah. When people start realising you can't have gas pressure without a container, they generally just go quiet.
But you can with the force, namely acceleration.
God.
I like that. He wants his experiment to take place in an area which is
in deep space.
Yeah, the thing in contention, like the.
Wait, I thought we were doing it in deep space though.
The violation of natural law.
No, but I mean,
let's go do this in the natural violation law.
Right. But I mean, ultimately, if the container is sufficiently large, given the finite speed of the gas particles, if it made it big enough, it just wouldn't. No gas particle would ever reach the edge of the container before we finished our experiment. So it wouldn't matter.
Already been validated.
Well, then it wouldn't be gas pressure because it would have to collide with the container.
No, but I think if you accelerated the gas ball, if you did accelerate the gas ball within this large container, such that it's so big that the gas particles wouldn't reach it, it'd take 10 minutes for the gas particles to reach the edge of the container. They would still have this, restriction on dissipation in virtue of the acceleration.
But like the Earth moving at 66,000 miles an hour in a direction, you think that this movement of the Earth is causing pressure now?
Yeah, I think the Earth is this giant snow globe, and I think it's accelerating upwards, and I think that's what's causing the sensation of gravity.
You think it's accelerating upwards? Have you got any measurement of this acceleration? Which is a constant change of speed, by the way. You said acceleration.
You've realized what a second derivative is? That's cool.
Yeah, have you got any measurements of this?
I agree. I think
it. So you like saying things that you can't prove.
Yes, good point. You're right. You win.
Things that you can't prove.
You win. Yes, you're right.
Fucking right, we win.
Congratulations.
You can't prove any of the shit that comes out of
not even a single one. You're right.
Yeah, well, not so far. The two that I've challenged you with, you definitely haven't been able to.
Wait, which ones were those?
Your claims. You don't.
Which ones were those?
So you're going to resort to this again, aren't you? trying to avoid your deep
No, just you're telling me I did things, but I don't remember these things. So I'm wondering if you made them up. If they're like fictional children of yours, like imaginary friends.
Man.
You
Thank you
claimed
for
the
your
Earth
input,
was
Lamppost Man.
accelerating upwards. I asked you if you've got a measurement of this rate of change of speed. You said no.
Nope, I don't. You're right. But usually there were two claims, so I was asking you what the other one was.
Yeah, and the other one was gravity causing pressure. Still haven't been able to do that one now, have you? So the two fundamental points of your fucking case, you can't prove.
That's true.
Yes, wiggling and acting like a child isn't going to stop your humiliation.
That's true. Thank you.
Yes, you are humiliated.
I'm very humiliated right now.
You're not very humble, though, are you?
No, I'm not very humble. You're right.
No, you're very arrogant and displeasing.
That's true. I'm very arrogant and displeasing. You're correct.
Yeah, now fuck off.
Okay.
Go on, show yourself the door and fuck off.
Mm.
Do it. You don't deserve to be here.
I think he wants to be escorted out aggressively.
He can do one thing and he can remove himself from the conversation. He hasn't been able to do anything else. He can at least do that.
That was excruciating. Like, I actually felt a bit of relief from my toothache for a while.
Toothaches are the worst, man. The Tylenol stopped working after a while too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go on Monday and drop a few bucks at the dentist, get it dealt with.
So can anybody tell me why the Cavendish experiment is not proof of gravity as defined by mass attracting mass?
Mass doesn't attract mass. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm asking because like a lot of Globers will appeal to the whole Cavendish experiment as if it's proof of mass attracting mass, the force of gravity. So I'm asking flat earthers how that's not actually legitimate evidence for gravity.
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, can you see what you're talking about? Weight as a mass attracting mass, another weight.
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
No, we don't see that. We don't see mass attract another mass. It doesn't make sense.
That's not what the Cavendish experiment demonstrates.
Yeah, but you don't have to believe what the Cavendish experiments have to say, do you? You can just do your own experiment and observation.
What would be contradictory to what the Cavendish seems to suggest?
The fact that you don't see every couple is both of them are large or both of them are skinny, because equal mass would attract equal mass, wouldn't it?
Wait, sorry, what? Wait, what? Oh, were you being? Is that like a joke or something?
Couples of different mass sizes. That proves that mass doesn't attract mass.
Couples? You mean like a fat person with a skinny person?
Correct, my man.
Ah, okay. Interesting. But there might be some other factors in play there. Because humans are like conscious beings with the ability for locomotion to actually walk and stuff like that and hold hands with somebody.
You're joking and you're taking it serious. That's hilarious. Sarcasm at its best.
Well, I asked you if it was a joke. I know you weren't serious. But if that's the best you got to like argue against the Cavendish, then I guess nobody really has an answer.
Here, if mass attracts mass, right? So let's say a large body attracts a smaller body is the hypothesis in this thought experiment. Why wouldn't like tiny Kias or Fiats be stuck to the sides of fucking tractor trailer 18-wheelers? Like, it's just ridiculous. Something big doesn't attract something small just because it's small and the other thing is big. Well, you ever see that GIF of the guy in the fucking, I think it's a science class or whatever. He's got this trampoline looking fucking thing. It's blue or whatever, and it's pulled down. Or he put something heavy in the middle of it, and it creates this funnel type thing. Then he starts fucking throwing spheres around the top, and they start circling and falling into. He's trying to explain space and fucking how planets fucking follow other objects, and it's fucking hogwash, man. Come on.
I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. I'm a flat earther. Like I understand. Like I'm on your guys' side. I'm just trying to. I don't know if it's like playing devil's advocate or really it's just helping to hone in my own position so I can like maybe argue it better.
I know the globalist in your thingy.
I'm going to assume you're being genuine. You really want to be here to fucking pick up what we're putting down. And it's not that hard, my friend. A 6-year-old can understand it. So, you stick around long enough, pay attention, you'll grasp it. Took me a little while. I mean, but that's because I didn't start looking into it until I was half a worn out leather boot. And at the time I started looking into it, there was a lot of good information out there that I could get my hands on. Nowadays, you try to look it up, and the most ridiculous shit about it comes up first. Like, you got to dig deep and hard to find any real good fucking critical thinking shit about it, And I'll give you this. In the 9 months I took researching it to finally fall on the side of the fence I fell on, which in my opinion is what's at least observable and experienceable, like I don't feel the world spinning, as they claim, is that a lot of the other side, and I don't mean the scientific NASA people because they weren't presenting anything, they weren't coming to the table, talking about the people who love NASA and are sure they're on a spinning water ball. There was a huge amount of venomous hatred from that side of the public. Like literally telling us to kill ourselves and drink bleach and don't reproduce. And how could you fucking think the earth is like such ignorance and condemnation and like slander? It was unbelievable, to the point where they even invented a video game where one of the missions is kill the teacher that's teaching flat earth knowledge.
Really?
That's retarded, man.
What?
Was this in Roblox? I think I played it.
I have no clue. I'm not a gamer. I think
it was in Roblox. It was like Dress to Impress, right?
You can tell me where it was. I'm going to tell you where I found it. Robbie Davidson, whom is a Canadian who did a couple of really amazing documentaries, which were part of my research, called Scientism Exposed and Scientism Exposed 2. Very great documentaries, because we're not science deniers. We're scientism exposers. If you believe in a theory, then you believe in scientism.
Is that related to autism or no?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I thought you were genuine. You think I'm that dumb of a cunt that you think scientism has any relation to autism? Come on, man. I'm assuming you have an above 100 IQ. If not, you shouldn't be here, man.
If he's a Glober, he might.
Is that a no or is that a yes? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's a Glober. So he's like a fucking 25 IQ, maybe.
That's like shit. That's like I can't math. Hold on.
Maybe we'll give him. We might give him more.
Sigma. That's like on the boundary.
Although he can't keep his mouth shut when someone else is talking. So, he is maybe above 25, but not much.
IQ just don't go that low. They only go 4 Sigma, right?
Well, I guess you made history then.
No, I think any IQ claim that's above 4 Sigma is just bullshit.
You don't even make it onto the scale. That's how bright you are.
That's true. Like your mother.
See what I mean? If we were in the same room, that would have been the last thing that came out of your mouth, man. Because right now you'd be bleeding.
Do you enjoy punching queer people?
I don't give a fuck how you identify if you insult my fucking family, you fucking retard.
Well, I just said your mother can't get on the scale. Is there an issue with that?
Yeah, now you're trying to pull my strings. Somebody ban this cunt or fucking mute him or something. Like, do you have anything to contribute that's fucking worthy?
I was going to talk about scientism.
Like if I did have those fucking powers, I would just ban you for insulting my mother. At least I'm keeping it direct with you. Insult me, you fucking bitch. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Robbie Davidson. He's got a great YouTube channel. It's called Celebrate Truth.
Yeah, I've watched those documentaries that what's his name? Is it Flatman or Flatman? Reference earlier. Very well done productions. I think because I follow Robbie on social media, I think at least on Twitter and Facebook. At least those two. And I think at one point he was saying that he like wants to move his stuff over to Rumble, which he did, but I guess he's still on YouTube. He was just worried that like YouTube was take his stuff down, considering sort of the topics that they cover. But yeah, Scientism Exposed, yeah, very very in the truther community, especially amongst the Christians, because Celebrate Truth tends to be like a more Christian based Flat Earth channel. Very well done. And I thought there was another one too. They made multiple documentaries on that channel. What's the other one? There's like Impossible. That's another one. And then one of the first ones I watched had Rob Skiba in it. That one had a bit of a longer name to it. I just don't exactly remember what it was. Something about like the biggest lie ever. I don't know. I forget, but that one was good too.
Hey, so what you understand fully what does scientism mean? You understand that? Obviously, you watched the documentary, so you should be able to understand science. What scientism means.
I do. Yeah. I mean, scientism, I think, is like essentially. Well, it's like part of it is pseudoscience, but I think more of the technical definition is like a worldview that's based on like overvaluing whatever quote unquote science has to say about the world and not taking anything else into consideration. It essentially comes from like a very materialistic empiricist sort of worldview where like you look up to these people of authority, because maybe they went to school or they have letters behind their name, like, or whatever they say must be right. I kind of like this one meme I came across that says scientists have discovered that if you say science has discovered something, then people believe it. It's kind of like a funny little meme, but it's true. And essentially that's it's sort of like in a mocking kind of way sums up what scientism is.
Yeah. Scientism is basically making up a lie and justify it in the name of science. That's basically what it is. They got no proof. They're just making up a lot of bullshit and just telling everybody that this is science, and just hoping people will believe it. But there's no truth in it. So the reason why they lie to us is for people who's gullible and wants to believe in pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. Yeah. There's so I think evolution is covered in scientism, I believe, and evolution really.
Yeah. Evolution is everything was created out of nothing. That don't even make no sense. How can everything come out of nothing? Like it's pseudoscience. It's just basically a lie. It's nonsense. Everything was created, I think, by God, isn't it? So evolution is just bullshit.
Yeah. Evolution, along with the Big Bang, I think are essentially they are atheistic creation myths that are under just like you said, I think is very well put, that are disguised, like to be accepted by society as a whole, are disguised under the umbrella of quote science, right? So people are just the sort of the way it's presented, the optics of it, psychologically people are more willing to accept it as like true because it's under this guise of science, when really it's just another creation myth, and one that actually doesn't corroborate or coincide with reality at all. a supernatural creation by God, as for example, as found in the Book of Genesis, is much more aligned with observable reality, because we don't, for one, we don't see a single, something like a single dot exploding, somehow creating order and structure and function like the universe exhibits. And we certainly don't see one type of life form having offspring to plants or animals that have completely novel anatomical features and physiological functions like the theory of evolution proposes. So, yeah. And so the only reason why people would believe is because, it's posed as being science when really it's just an atheist creation myth. Which, of course, it's the whole point of it is to take God out of the picture, right? Because, if you
yeah, that's correct. Yeah, is the whole point is to take God out of the picture and go against creation. So you are aware of the heliocentric indoctrination?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, so if you're aware of that, so now what you can you actually see what you've been told doesn't correspond with the reality that you experience every day?
From whatever the mainstream scientific narrative tells us, yeah, of course it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good start. So, would you like me to tell you how you would maybe be able to see the flat Earth?
Wait, I don't know if you missed it. I already know the Earth is flat, bro.
Oh, you're a flat earther. I thought you were a glober.
Why? You mean? Why? You mean because I first asked the question about the Cavendish thing?
No, I just assume I just assume you was a glober. I didn't know you was a flat earther.
No, bro. I don't know of any glober that talks. I would have said everything that I just said, like in the past couple minutes about scientism and evolution and the Big Bang and shit. There's no way.
Yeah. Some of them are called pretenders, pretender clowns.
Okay. Sure. I guess I haven't met too many like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that come in here, innit? So.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
They try to lie, but some of the flat earthers will catch them lying and expose them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just going to do something. Yeah, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Sure. But yeah, Flatman, I'm not sure if you're still there, but the way a glober would argue against. Oh gosh, hold on. I gotta clear my throat or something. But when you bring up the whole idea of okay, well, if gravity's true, why isn't that this small car isn't stuck to like an 18-wheeler or semi truck or whatever on the road? Well, the glober would argue, well, of course, it's because the bigger gravitational force of the Earth overpowers any sort of gravitational force that the truck would have on the smaller car, and so that's the reason why we don't see it. How would you respond to that?
So, if I'm understanding correctly, their idea is the gravitational force of the Earth pulling the car to the ground is so strong it wouldn't allow the truck to pull towards the truck, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, I was only using it again as an analogy, similar to the couples. Like, why wouldn't big people be with big people and skinny people with skinny people?
Oh my god!
Like a mass attracted like mass or whatever. Or every couple, I guess, would be big and skinny. However, it would work out. It was just sort of a comical analogous, like. I guess in another way, as they're saying, our so-called heliocentric solar system is moving at, 1 million miles an hour through the universe? Well, I guess if we came close to something small enough, it would become part of our solar system, right? All of a sudden, our solar system has way more shit in it than it ever did. I guess I'm not sure. I guess I would respond mostly by just, as I just did, saying it was more of an analogy and gravity's just bullshit to begin with. But if it wasn't, I suppose there'd be more demonstrations of it in nature, I guess, right? Sure. Even if the truck wouldn't attract a smaller vehicle, there'd be some sort of demonstration of gravity.
Right. But
like things falling to the ground?
Holy fuck. No, not like things falling to the fucking ground. And I don't know who that is, if it's a glober now. But
well, you're asking for gravity in nature.
I'll just throw hot air balloons out. How the fuck are hot air balloons defying gravity if fucking gravity's holding the 18-wheeler down? Like,
yeah, because so air is like very fluid, so when you have a less dense air, sitting in a denser medium, it's gonna rise.
About the force that we're not even fucking observing or experiencing or feeling, right? You're claiming that the force, it's strong enough to hold the 18-wheeler to the spinning 1,000-mile-an-hour water ball.
Right. But the 18-wheeler is very dense.
No. The fucking hot air balloon, just a little bit of hot air, away it goes. No problem. Doesn't even weigh as much as the 18-wheeler.
It needs a lot of hot air.
Come on, man.
You ever see those balloons, man? Those things are fucking huge.
Fucking please stop trolling.
How am I trolling?
Lava lamps. How the fucking come lava lamps are defying gravity? Oh, gravity works when you take them off and they cool down. Then gravity pulls all that wax down to the bottom and holds it there.
What? What did you just say?
I don't know what was hard to figure out about that. If you're claiming gravity is a force pulling things to the fucking center of the spinning water ball and holding things to the Earth's surface, yada, 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 the fucking pen would float off my desk if it wasn't for fucking gravity. Then the fucking lava lamp would have to defy that force, whether it was hot or cold.
The lava lamp?
Yeah. A fucking lava lamp. Defying gravity. Lava lamps defying gravity in homes for decades. That's
so
right.
You're talking about like the lava inside the lava lamp?
Wow, you're quick.
Okay, so I would say that as it goes to the bottom, it goes towards the heat. It goes towards the heat lamp. Yeah,
and then the wax can therefore flow in the heated liquid. Blah blah.
Do you want me to talk, or you just want to hear yourself talk? Because if you want to just hear yourself talk, I'll be quiet. So so the lava goes down towards the heat lamp. It heats up, and then the stuff on top that's rose above it got cooled off and starts to sink. So what's the problem?
No, according to you, gravity's holding stuff down. So if we were on the spinning water ball and the fucking lava lamp heated up and the fucking wax started moving, it'd start sticking to the top of the lamp because we're spinning. And gravity, or it would stay at the fucking bottom because gravity's holding it to the fucking bottom, isn't it? How is heat defying the force of gravity?
What do you mean? Heat defies the force of gravity all the time.
There is no force of gravity. You haven't proven your force of gravity. You're just making a claim.
Well, it's an apparent force.
You're fucking making a claim. It's not an apparent force. Fucking butterflies defy it all the time, but there's an apparent force holding my fucking car down.
What are you talking about? Butterflies use gravity to fly.
Oh my god. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, man. You just explain gravity to all of us. Whether it's
do you think a butterfly would be able to fly in space?
Whatever.
Without having any air to push off its wings?
You're such a genius. Why am I here?
Do you think a butterfly would be able to fly in space with no air? Or would a butterfly be able to fly in an area with air? You don't even need to take it to space. Can a butterfly fly in a vacuum chamber?
No, and then that's the reason why
because there's no air to push off its wings, right?
So how can rockets travel in space then?
Like, you're asking me shit like I haven't viewed any fucking vacuum chamber experiments with fucking electronic battery powered fucking fans and a fucking feather in front of it with no fucking like vacuum in there, just a regular environment, atmosphere, and then with the vacuum. And like, you're talking to me like I have a fucking below 25 IQ.
I don't know why you just can't answer a question. Would a butterfly be able to fly in a vacuum? And if not, why?
But a butterfly probably couldn't even live in a vacuum.
Right, but it could like live probably for like a very short time where it probably be able to try to fly, right?
Fucking land, okay?
Like even if it's not even a perfect vacuum chamber, like if you just took out, if you took out a certain amount of air, not even all the air,
in nature for your
not
gravity.
even all the air, the butterfly wouldn't be able to fly because there's not enough air pressure inside the chamber to push off its wings.
The theory, right? You understand that, right? Gravity is a theory. There's man-made gravity.
No. I don't think gravity is like a actual like.
You're gonna start talking over me now. There is man-made gravity.
I mean, you're giving gravity person. I don't know why you're giving gravity person.
Jet pilots wear while they're flying jets to push blood through their system so they don't pass out while they're experiencing G-force flying the jets. That's man-made.
What does G-force stand for?
That's man-made.
What does G-force stand for?
That's not natural gravity observed in nature. Thank you.
Right. So what's the difference between 1G and 2G? Like what's the G stand for?
It's units of speed, right?
No, the G is not units of speed.
Being pushed into the sea.
No. Yeah. G is not units of speed.
Is it not? Is it man-made or is it natural? Do you just fucking feel that shit? You're laying in bed, you feel
natural. It absolutely is natural. As you like
pulling you to the ground while you're walking around out
all the time. All the time.
You fucking dope, man.
I literally feel 1G of force right now.
You are so disingenuous.
I feel 1G of force right now.
You're so disingenuous.
How am I being? I feel 1G of force. I'm not floating. So you don't know what a G-force is.
Explain it to the world.
So G-force is when like you accelerate upwards or downwards, and when they talk about like you're at 2Gs or 3Gs, like so 1G would be like as if you were just standing on Earth experiencing gravity at rest. And then 2Gs is if you double that force, 3Gs if you triple, 4Gs if you quadruple. And then 0Gs is if like you're accelerating down towards the ground at the same rate of gravity.
Acceleration, you said it's not acceleration. As soon as I brought up acceleration, you dumb cunt, you said it wasn't acceleration, you fucking douchebag.
Huh? What?
As soon as I brought up acceleration being the cause for the man-made G-force,
you brought up speed.
It's not
acceleration. There's a difference between speed and acceleration. What's the unit for acceleration and what's the unit for speed?
This is all just compared though to the 9.8 meters per second downward. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what's the unit for speed and what's the unit for acceleration? Tell me how they're the same thing.
This is a glober for sure.
Is acceleration the same thing as speed?
It's acceleration. Yeah.
The same thing as speed.
Yep, and then that acceleration
it's the same,
wait, I didn't say it was the same thing as speed.
Well, you just said yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't.
So,
I didn't listen to what you said. I was still speaking.
okay.
And I
Is acceleration the same thing as speed? Yes or no? The answer is no, it's not. So when you said like, oh, I was talking about acceleration before, no, you said G-force is how fast you're going. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with how fast you're going.
Yes.
It has to do with how. No, it has to do with your acceleration at your speed. Zero to do with speed. Everything to do with acceleration.
Yes. So acceleration is a velocity change. We understand that. So now,
right,
when you're talking about G's, comparing that to the 9.8 meters per second that we witness on the face of the Earth doesn't give us any evidence of what the causation actually is.
Right. Also, Jay, remember when you said a G-force is whether you're accelerating up or down, right?
No, that's not what I said.
You definitely said that.
No, I said when you accelerate upwards, your G-force will usually increase. So it'll go from G1. So hang on, you gotta let me speak. You gotta finish. You gotta let me finish speaking. You gotta let me finish speaking. I know it's hard to let someone else speak. So G-force, if you when you're accelerating upward, you can
listen so well.
Oh my
You
god!
don't even hear what the fuck you said.
So yeah, no, I do know what I said. You gotta let me finish talking.
Well,
so
you're changing what you're
typically,
saying now.
no, I'm not. You gotta let me finish.
Well,
So
we can play it on recording. Can somebody get
yeah,
that?
I mean, it's funny. We can play it on recording, or you can let me explain what I said. I mean, either or is fine with me, but either one will show you that I did not say that it has to do with your vector, whether or not you're going down or up. It's just that.
That's the difference.
So now that we had to deal with this meta while you guys were interrupting me. So the reason why I said when you go down, you experience less G-force is because typically,
denying it.
It's funny. Just as I'm about to get to my point, you just have to interrupt me. So as you accelerate downwards, you're going from 1G to 0Gs. But if you accelerate twice as fast as gravity, you'll experience I don't know if it's negative 1Gs or it's just still 1G. But if you experience go down 3 times as fast as gravity, you'll experience 2Gs in a downward vector. So you can experience G-force going down. It's just usually not as easy to do because gravity is already going in that direction. So yeah. Anyway, now you can continue.
You have no clue what you're fucking spouting.
Okay, what did I get wrong?
Okay, well, real quick. The reason why I asked that is because you made it seem as you can only experience these G-forces in either of these two directional vectors, up or down. But
you can feel it in any direction.
Okay, well then, maybe you misspoke the first time because you definitely said up or down.
Yeah, I know, because I was just talking about an example of being in a plane because he was talking about fighter pilots. So I was like, oh, okay, you're talking about fighter pilots. Let me talk about what they're talking about. But yeah, you can stay at the same exact altitude and bank a turn, and you can 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 bank a turn and stay. So you can bank a turn. So
when you're on fucking roller coaster, you're feeling different G-forces.
So you can bank a turn and not go up or down at all and still experience a G-force.
Shut the fuck up.
Right. Which when you say when you admit that now, that would be correcting what you said earlier as a matter of minutes ago.
No, I'm not correcting. I'm clarifying.
Okay. Well, only after
Nothing I said before was wrong. When you go down, you experience G-force. When you go up, you experience G-force. I was not wrong. I maybe should have clarified that you don't necessarily need to accelerate downwards or upwards to experience G-force. You can but technically when you're just not accelerating upwards or downwards, you're still experiencing 1G down. Because when you're not accelerating up or down from Earth, you're experiencing just 1G.
Actually, what happened was when I started clarifying that G-force is caused by acceleration and movement, you started denying that it was caused by those things.
You said speed.
Yeah.
You said G-force. You said G-force is related to speed. You said
Oh,
G-force
speed has nothing to do with accelerating?
Nope. It has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Nope, nothing to do with accelerating.
G-force has zero to do with speed. Again, you seem very confused. G-force is acceleration, not speed.
Everywhere. You know, you fucking take a shower, you're
not speed. I understand, like, you're confused, but G-force is not acceleration. It's just, I mean, it's not a speed, it's just acceleration. Jesus, you Looney Tunes me, man. I got to give you credit. You did the Looney Tunes on me. You got me to switch it.
This guy's accelerating without moving. That's amazing. I guess that's how he's going a million miles.
Did I say that? I'm sorry.
You're going a million miles through the fucking universe. Did you know that, Paul? You're spending 1,000 miles on the ground, right? You're going a million miles through the universe. You're going 66,000 miles around the fucking sun or whatever. Like, you are moving, bud.
I mean, yeah, I could be going fucking like 99.9999999% the speed of light. If I'm not accelerating, I won't feel it.
What's hauling ass? These globers are fast, man. They haul ass. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I can go as fast as you want. As long as I'm not accelerating, I won't feel it.
So, wait, are you saying...
I guess, therefore, globe. Excellent. Shut the fucking server down, everybody. This guy's...
No, I didn't say therefore globe. I mean... You started talking about moving millions of miles per hour, saying like, "Oh my God, that makes it impossible." Because you would feel going a million miles per hour. But again, you seem confused that G-force has something to do with speed, and I don't know why you think G-force has anything to do with speed.
Shut up, Linda.
Okay, but you're going to experience G-forces when the Earth is taking its elliptical orbit.
Absolutely. So how much acceleration is that?
Off the top of my head, no idea, but we know that it's taking a curved path.
Right, but like, I mean,
my argument
again, we feel acceleration, we don't feel speed. So like, just like you say, like, okay, but why don't we feel this? Like, okay, well, tell me the acceleration of this.
Okay, I agreed with what you stated earlier, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So my question is, gravity, gravitas, weight, which is what we experience with acceleration, G. How does this have anything to do with the causation of gravity or Earth being a globe in any way?
It doesn't. We're just describing the effects of it.
God damn.
Not the cause.
Oh, wow.
So nobody here denies the effects of some items going down at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared. So what's in contention?
No, you guys do deny the effects of it. You guys say gravity is not what's causing things to go down.
No, we don't deny the effects. We all see the effects. That's just a straw man, yeah? No one denies the effects. We deny that the causation is something that's established scientifically through experimentation.
So you do believe in gravity?
Bro, it's just not tracking.
We believe in the effects. We believe in the etymology of gravitas, weight. We don't believe that there is an established causation for, as what you claim to be, gravity.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you don't want to call it gravity, I'm fine with that. What do you want to call it?
Oh my God.
Dropity.
Dropity? Okay, we can call it dropity if you want. I mean, that's kind of silly, but if you want to call it dropity.
Well, gravity's just weight. Gravitas is just weight. However,
no. Wait. No, we just went over this. Weight is an effect of gravity. We just went through this. Weight is an effect.
The etymology of the word just comes from seriousness or weight, right?
Yeah, the etymology of a word means dictated to do with its usage.
At the end of the day, we all know that it's acceleration that makes you feel heavy, yeah? This is this G-force. It's experienced in weight against you. This is, again, just
so weight is an effect of the G-force.
Now, if you want to
I mean, it's very easy to prove that weight is an effective G-force. You stand on a scale in a freaking elevator. You stand on a scale in an elevator. You go up. You suddenly weigh more. No, you don't weigh more. It's just that you're accelerating.
You're not listening.
And
you're just speaking over the top.
Causes more weight.
You can call it whatever you want, but if you're referring it back to the bending and warping of space-time, it means absolutely nothing because it's not established.
Who said that? I don't remember talking about that. I'm not an advanced physicist. I don't know the causes of gravity or, that stuff. I just know like the basics of.
Well, then there's nothing in contention, because we all witness the same thing. No one's denying what we witness.
Because you're calling weight gravity, not an effect of gravity.
I didn't call weight gravity. I said that the etymology of gravity is just weight or seriousness. Now we know that when we experience G-forces, it's experienced in weight. Now, at the end of the day, you said, what do you want to call this? Well, you can call it whatever you want, but whatever you call it, if you're referencing back to the bending and warping of space-time as a causation for this, or anything to do with the globe, then you're going to have to prove that.
G-force has nothing to do with weight. So, for example, like you take a 5-pound weight and a 10-pound weight, and you apply the same amount of G-force to it.
You didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah, you didn't listen to what I said.
G-forces are experienced as weight.
No, they're experienced. No.
AJ, this guy's a professional douchebag, so just fair warning.
It's not experienced as weight. Weight is how much you weigh at 1 G. That's how much you weigh. The amount of force that you can apply on something if your G-force changes is something different. But weight is defined as whatever body you're on, the G-force that it generates, that's your weight on that body. So, like, we have different weights on the moon if we were to go to the moon. The moon has less gravity. So our weight would be different. But if we start accelerating on that moon, our weight doesn't change. Or the amount of force we apply on something changes. But anyway. What else do you guys want to talk about? I feel like we killed this one. Want to talk about how those Yankees fucking got out of that last night?
No, I don't want to go over that.
Crazy game.
Nothing to do with the force.
Such a good fucking game.
The surface of my scale is 0. When you put a fucking gram of anything on it, it's 1 fucking gram. It's not accelerating. It's not moving.
Right. So like you put that. Yeah. So you.
Sorry, Reese. It's taken me a bit to get it into the chat because I'm on my phone in the car. But
all right. So now you brought up like a scale and a 1 gram weight.
A weight, so like, not a fucking acceleration, not a force.
Like, so what happens? What happens when you put that 1 gram weight on a scale in an elevator? What happens?
It's pissing me off.
What happens?
Man.
What happens to that 1 gram weight when you put it in an elevator?
Reese, read my explanation in the chat.
How much does the scale read? How much does the scale read in the elevator?
Reese, read my explanation in the chat. It explains what I said.
My phone's in my pocket right now. I really need to take it out.
Let me read it. Let me read it to you. Rapid acceleration or deceleration from your current position increases or decreases the G-forces on your body, making you feel heavier or lighter, respectively.
Yeah, making you feel doesn't mean you are heavier or lighter.
No, correct.
Right. So your weight doesn't change with your G-force. Thank you. I agree. Thank you for citing a source for me that agrees with my point. I appreciate that.
Yes, I never said that weight changed. That your weight changed. I said the result of G-forces was weight, as in feeling like you're heavier or lighter. I probably didn't explain it correctly, but that was what I was trying to say.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you clarifying. Yeah, no, I have no problem with your retraction.
And then this is all in relation to the 9.8 meters per second squared, average downward for some items that we see, which is just the effect. So no one disagrees.
For all items in a vacuum.
And as far as your answer to the scale on the elevator, if it's motionless, it will work properly. If the elevator's moving, it's going to affect the fucking readout on the scale. Period.
Why?
Because it's in motion, for fuck's sakes. Look, you already know the. Why are you asking? Why are you asking me why when you know the answer?
Real quick. Yeah, because you said it's in motion. If the elevator's in motion at the same speed, does the scale read normally?
I wouldn't use it if this fucking elevator was in motion.
That's a great avoidance. That's a great avoidance to the question. If this elevator was moving at the same speed, would the scale read normally?
I suppose so, but it's going to stop and then read different.
Right. Yes. So only when the elevator is only when the elevator is either only when the elevator
is fucking time. It's not going to work like that.
So only when the elevator is accelerating or decelerating does the amount of force on the scale change, correct?
No, it doesn't. If you're using it while it's in either one of those modes, it'll work properly.
Right. What do you mean it'll work properly?
Fucking force or the acceleration.
So the force of the weight change only when the elevator is accelerating or decelerating?
Just you're somebody else, please.
It will change when you accelerate and decelerate.
Right. So the speed of the elevator has zero to do with the amount of force that weight is applying to the scale, correct?
Okay, but this example just goes back to what I stated, that G-forces equate to weight, yeah? Because of the force that's being applied.
Okay. So we're about to connect the final dot. So if the weight doesn't create a different force on the scale when it's going at the same speed, does it matter how fast the Earth or the solar system is moving through the galaxy if it's not accelerating?
Well, wouldn't it be required to be accelerating when it takes an elliptical?
Yes,
because
that's the changing. That's it. Yes. And then we can talk about the rate of acceleration. But I just want to agree that when you say this universe is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour, that means absolutely nothing to do with how much force you would feel.
We don't say it moves at any fucking speeds. The fucking other side, your side, says this shit.
No, someone just said that, like, oh, why don't we feel it if we're moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour? Blah blah blah. Someone just said that.
Directions. Yes.
So now we know.
You'd notice motion on the fucking surface of the water. There'd be some more signs of what your fucking claims are.
Let's not change topic. So now we know that it doesn't matter how fast we're going. That would not change how much we feel. Only acceleration would affect what we feel, right? Has zero to do with how fast you're going.
I would disagree on one point there, and that would be that, yes, if you're in a contained system, like a vehicle, but if you are not in a contained system and you've got all these movements occurring as well as the ellipticals, then yes, we should be feeling something.
Okay, so so if the air is moving at the same speed as you wouldn't feel any like resistance from the air. Right?
However, that's not what's occurring because we see air currents all over the Earth traveling in different directions.
Yeah, but like relative to the Earth, they're only going like 10, 15 miles per hour, basically, roughly. Some winds like can go up to like.
This means that you don't have Coriolis.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's fine. I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure that like no one can bring up the fact that we're moving 1,000,000 miles per hour as a reason to feel something.
Well, then, if we don't have Coriolis, then why don't we just fly? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So again, I would ask you the what is the acceleration, not just the speed.
Well, I don't. Like I said before, I don't know the acceleration, but we know that there is some type of acceleration in an elliptical orbit.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
We also know that we're in an open, uncontained system where wind travels in all different directions. Now you're claiming the wind is caught to the Earth. So no Coriolis, but then you also claim Coriolis for other objects, yeah? So
would you agree? So yeah, so would you agree that like, if you're like rotating at like a very like slow rate per angle, like that's like even though you're not like changing your speed, your acceleration is very slow if you go at like say 15 degrees an hour or 1 degree per day.
Well, I'm not going to imagine that I'm rotating on anything, because the fact of the matter is that no one's actually shown this to be true.
Shown what to be true? That if you rotate once per day, you don't feel it? Or if you rotate once per year, you don't feel it?
Moving, period.
Yeah, because it's not rotating. No one's shown to the Earth to ever be rotating.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you would feel it.
Well, I don't know, because it's not something that I can experience on a stationary Earth.
Absolutely, you can. You can get into a car right now, or like a merry-go-round or anything you want, and slow it down to 1 rotation per day or 1 rotation per year, and tell me how much you feel.
Oh, no worries. No, I'll imagine I'm doing that on a massive big loop track at 1,000 miles an hour with no roof.
As long as it's 1 rotation per day, absolutely. You can make the track as big as you want. I'm fine with that, as long as it's only 1 rotation per day.
That contradicts,
you would notice.
Now you're describing flat and motionless. You're just saying that it's not that at the same time.
No, I'm not.
It's actually moving, but you can never detect it, so it's motionless.
Yeah, it's called 1 rotation per day or 1 rotation per year. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Which would be observably motionless.
Listen, the communist is here who wants to censor everybody, so I guess I gotta go before I get server muted.
See, that's what I'm saying. Add your answer. I'm okay with that. Just make it up.
I know this guy's a freaking like censorship communist guy.
Run, Linda, run, go. I'm tired of hearing your fucking drawn out fucking bullshit. Agreeing with nothing and fucking disagreeing with everything.
Yeah, hold on. I was hoping he would bring it up, because I'm not going to change anything or give you more information.
Yeah, I will. You're not going to change the fact that you won't freaking admit that you're the one that kicked me out of the room repeatedly. I know. It's okay. You're also not going to deny it.
Butthurt over knowing or not knowing? That's wild.
No. I'm at like 95% like certainty.
Like when you're not
like
hanging
95% certainty.
Probably wondering what he's up to. Your fear of missing out, eh?
What?
No, the best part was he said, "I'm a coward."
Do I know what I'm doing?
And I told him, "Hey, no, I did mute you." So there's.
I don't want to know.
Yeah. I don't care about you muting me. I care about if you kick me out of the entire server based off of you kicking me out of your room constantly.
Muffin.
It's very simple.
Oh, you're like, feeling silver, Muffin?
See, you had no problem admitting you kicked me out of the room. Crit,
well,
did you kick me out of the room?
He's asking you a question.
Crit, you had no problem admitting you server muted me. Yeah,
because
so Crit.
If you keep going on like this, you are going to get kicked out of the room. Just answer the question and continue the conversation.
Right, Crit, did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, you've already got an answer for that.
See, so you won't answer.
Yeah, I am answering. That you
said, okay, you said yeah.
If that's what you heard, then just go right ahead.
Did hear you say yeah. It's a yes or no question. Did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
And I'm going to invite you to use the answer that you said.
See?
The first thing
Dude, the guy wants your guy in here wants you to just answer the question so we can move on. Why won't you do it?
Yeah, I think he's talking about you, not me.
No, I'm the one asking the question. Did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, we've already went through this.
Yeah, you're not answering it. Exactly. You have no problem saying you were the one server muting, but for whatever reason, you can't say, no, it wasn't me kicking you out of the room. Why
because
not?
You've already got that front loaded. You posted all the screenshots of the DMs the other day.
It's so funny.
Fill the text box. It's like, right here. Do you have a backbone whatsoever? Yeah, all I want to do is listen. Why are you so scared?
Yeah, why do you keep kicking me out of the room?
See, you already have the answer.
Yeah, because you run the room.
I'm gonna show
because you run the room. You run the room, Crit.
Who
are you kidding? You run the room, Crit.
Your logic
Crit, you run the room. Crit, you run the room, and you can't answer this fucking simple question. A very simple question. Crit, were you the one kicking me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, the same answer as before.
Yes.
You got to work.
You said yeah. You said yeah before.
Contradictions.
You said yeah. You
if
said
that's
yeah
what
before.
you heard, then I'm fine with that.
I mean, did anyone else hear him say yeah?
I heard you make an ass out of yourself.
I mean, I'm sure I do.
So right
fine.
here, right away, when it happened, you said you messaged me. Do you have any backbone whatsoever?
Yeah, that was in regards to.
Is listen. Why are you so scared? So I was like, so I messaged you back. Let's follow the logic. If scared, then what? Let me know when you're ready to have some kind of functional idea about what you need and want. And your response was, wow, you literally had to ban me from the whole server because you're scared of me.
Right, yeah, because I was in a meeting and I got out of the meeting and I get out. I come back onto Discord and I find out that you got me kicked out of the entire server because
irrelevant.
Why, Crit? Because why?
Yeah, your meeting's irrelevant.
Because why,
I was never disrespectful.
Because why, Crit?
I never called.
Because why, Crit?
Because I told you I didn't want you to interrupt the conversation.
Because why?
I told you I didn't want you interrupting the conversation. I
wasn't interrupting the conversation. I was muted.
So I pre-muted you because that's what you do.
No, I was self-muted.
Yeah, and I had you on mute because I know you're going to interrupt.
Oh, so you can predict the future now. So you server muted me before I even spoke. All right, I'm glad that you're able to admit that. Now can you just simply admit the next thing? You were kicking me out of the room.
Well, now this is the part where
you have no. Why is it that you have no problem admitting to doing one thing, but yet you can't deny the next thing or say yes?
You've got a broken worldview we have to work through.
Oh my God, this is
you
so
think you
funny.
have answers based on no
This is
information.
so pathetic, man.
You're always speaking from ignorance rather than from knowledge. And until you recognize that fact, it's
yes, I stole the candy bar. Did you kill the guy? I stole the candy bar. Well, did you kill the clerk? Well, I stole the candy bar. Okay, but did you kill the clerk? No, I stole the candy bar. Yes, I'm asking you, did you kill the clerk? I don't know why you keep asking me that. I stole the candy bar. That's exactly what you're doing.
This rant is completely irrelevant.
That's what you're doing. I'm asking if you killed the
24/7 drama VC. What's going on?
Yeah,
why are we listening to this guy entertaining him?
Well, his goal is to be as annoying as possible until somebody mods him. Then he gets modded and then claims they're scared. That's his whole shtick. His whole proof of the globe. Be super annoying and obnoxious until somebody gets annoyed with him and makes him go away, and then he pretends like he won the internet. That's why his name used to be Duncan Darth. He used to follow Duncan Darth around and annoy him until he got mad. And now he's found a new group of people that he wants to annoy.
All right.
And then he'll turn his camera on after he's muted. And then he's been told not to turn his camera on, but he'll do it anyway. See? Just as predicted.
No. He's acting like a child.
Then you'll blame me for muting him. See, this is the best part. I've told him that other flat earthers have said, if this guy's obnoxious, if you mute him, just tell them Crit did it. Because I don't mind this guy spurking out in my DMs. I don't mind him acting like a complete retard. Because I already know the truth. He got muted because he's super annoying. And other flat earthers don't want to deal with it sort of level of just freak out.
Yeah, the problem is he thinks he's innocent as well.
Entitled. Like he's just entitled to say what he wants when he wants.
Thinks his behavior will go unchecked as well, especially when what he did over at PNR, the rapid join live thing, for 15-20 minutes, like an idiot. I think it's them playing innocent card here. Keep rejoining with 15-20 minutes, interrupting conversations with others. Because you got muted. That's how sick he is in the head. He kept spamming rejoin, leave for 15, 20 minutes. And he was sitting in some kind of train. Of course, he was bored, he had nothing to do, but for 15, 20 minutes, rapid rejoining. Holy shit. The guy's is nuts. He needs to seek help.
Hey, you know, at least he was outside touching grass, so that was nice to see.
Well, touching himself, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But the guy's is sick in the head, man. He plays innocent and then causes drama in the VC.
I would have liked to engage with him a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, not worth it. I will just open his camera when he's muted and then laugh. That's all it does.
Well, I find ironic that he was complaining about Flatman getting into quote meta earlier, but he spent like the last 10 minutes completely going to meta with crit, so it's kind of hypocritical of him. Wait, that's crazy though. Wait, did Crit really just come in here to kick him out and then dip? That's... Yes.
Oh, that was someone else who kicked out him. But yeah. Hey, Crit. You there?
Yeah, I disconnected for a second.
Yeah. I mean, you were aware about the incident we had over at PNO with him, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was a justified actual thing there. So, considering his fucking behavior, man, it's not well in the head. Then wants to know who kicked me out, who banned me from the server. Wah. Tell me, please. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, he posted a screenshot of him talking to some moderator about how there was no appeal. He's just banned. And then now he's upset by that, so he's trying to figure out another way. Like, the flat earthers manipulated the event. They were controlling his phone or some crazy shit.
Oh, what?
Wasn't his fault. It's
right.
the flat earthers who should be banned, not him.
Blame others. All right. No proof.
He said yesterday, too, that it was unfair for us to tell him to turn his camera off because this other guy had his camera on. I go, sure, it was unfair. Now what? What do you want to do about it? Life's unfair. I said, new people are given a little more leeway. It's not like I turn your camera off, 5, 4, 3, 2. No, some new person, I can tell them this is what we'll do. You know, like, yeah, I see you got your camera on, but you know, there's reasons we want you to have your camera off. And explain it to them. And if they still don't get it, then that's different. You know you're not supposed to have your camera on. You've been told this many times, but you do it anyway. He's like, well, I've lost all respect for you. And I'm like, okay, fine. I've lost all respect for you too. He's like, why? I go, respect's a two-way street. That's not a one-way street. That's a two-way street. He knew he was cooked as to when he's like, I want to describe to you the curve of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth is so slow, you cannot even detect it. Okay, so stationary.
Well, no, just moving like at these really absurd, unfathomable astronomical speeds, albeit the illusion of stationary.
Yeah, so when someone says the Earth is stationary, that matches. That's the same. That's the same thing.
Only by phenomena, or I don't know actually.
No, you got it. Yeah, you're like, this is the best part. It made it unfalsifiable. You could tell how fast it's moving because it's not moving.
Well, you see, it doesn't follow that just because we don't have the bodily senses to feel, to detect this motion, that the Earth actually isn't moving. You see.
Yeah, it does.
Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam.
In science, we start with
Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam. Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam.
Dude, cut the shit.
Okay, oh man, relax.
Start with observation. So without an observation, you can't even go down the hypothesis. So where did you observe the Earth rotating, moving?
Well, surely we have some highly sensitive, precise, like technological devices that can detect the motion of the Earth. No,
you do.
Yeah, we got like NASA videos.
You said
yeah.
I just wanted to clarify for the listeners at home. That interruption was an example of your typical glober. Thank you. Continue.
So how
yes,
about
we have very precise measurements called NASA videos.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Was that? No, I was just saying they're very precise measurements of the Earth moving. So they're called NASA videos. They're very precise. Yeah. So, yeah, we have that.
There you go. We have videos from outer space showing the Earth moving.
Yeah, graphics, videos. We have this. Yeah.
We idea is the problem right now, that you've grouped yourself into some sort of tribalistic hive mind group of people that you have nothing to do with and never will.
Well, are you making that assumption, or how do you know that I don't?
Yeah, you don't.
Even more so if you're an atheist.
And the mental illness is a serious problem out here.
Because a lot of these guys in the space program are very prideful, and you'll hear them really talk about it's them, it's all them. Like they kind of discount the whole team that made it happen. So meanwhile, you're here talking about we did this and we got photos. You don't. You just kind of attach yourself like a parasite to a group of people that you think you're part of, but you're not. And that's the problem right there. That's generally the problem. Because you have this, now you see yourself as like it's caveman style tribalism. And anyone else who challenges that worldview is not part of your tribe, part of your cave. And they're a threat to you in some manner, shape, or form.
And
in other words, you're appealing to consensus and authority, sir. They're both fallacies, and you're doing both of them.
I find people with closed minds and stuff and disingenuous people to be so much so. Oh my goodness, I'm pretty high right. Just give me a second. I gotta reform that.
Well, you see, we have the Foucault pendulum, ring laser gyroscopes, and the Coriolis effect, all of which
We
are evidence of the Earth's motion, right?
Got any measurements of those things, sir? You got any measurements?
So you look
That's
at a
not-
pendulum. Is the pendulum's not rotating? The Earth is actually rotating underneath it. You've got the
Sorry,
storm. The storm spinning. The storm isn't actually spinning. It's the Earth spinning underneath the storm. What was the other thing? Oh,
Yeah, so you got any evidence of the Earth moving?
Gyroscope.
You just got some wind patterns you're going to show us.
Bob
What are you
debunked
going to do?
that on the Netflix special. Bob demonstrated the ring laser gyroscope is not detecting the rotation of the Earth. God rest his soul.
Because the thing is, I don't want to see wind patterns. I want to see the Earth moving, guys. I don't want to see wind patterns. I don't care about wind.
You want to see the Earth moving? Just look at any live stream from the International Space Station.
No, the Earth is still stationary.
Right? Does that show the Earth moving? Wait, those feeds show the Earth moving, sir? Do they? Hello?
I mean, the Earth moves a little bit, yeah.
Right, but do those streams show that or not?
I think so.
I don't think so. I don't. And even if they did, there wouldn't be a measurement. There'll just be some graphics. So, you need to better, sir. Need to do better.
Grizzly, you can't be serious. I mean, yeah.
I think you need to start getting serious, sir. You need to begin being serious. You. Because at the moment, you believe in things that aren't proven, aren't measured, and you believe in them. That's not serious, right? Is it?
You really don't remember me, bro? Like I've talked to you before.
I don't need to remember you, sir. I just need to hear what you're saying now. You ain't saying much.
Okay, so your memory's just god awful then.
Well, why are we talking about remembering him? Oh my god, you guys are.
I don't need to remember like you said. I just don't need to do that.
It's hard to remember globalists because you guys are like those dolls where you pull a string and say exactly the same thing over and over again.
Wait, crit. Can you crit? Are we friends on Discord by chance, crit? Do we have a long history of messaging each other by chance, crit? Where you send me?
I'm tabbed out. I don't recognize
you. Are you?
Where you send me? Where you used to send me like these messages of like those headlines like every single day? Is that a possibility, crit?
Yeah, I suppose I don't recognize your
voice. What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah. The point is, I'm a flat earther. The point is, I'm a flat earther, dumbass.
Are you? Then why do your answers show you to be not a flat earther?
It's called playing devil advocate because there's no other glober in here.
Oh, trolling. Talking shit. Oh, okay. Just talking shit. Okay, no problem. No
Holy shit.
Why didn't you say so, man?
You fucking clown. Get the fuck up, dude. Because you're a certified clown. Okay? You're a dumbass.
Just don't talk shit, please. Now that you've admitted it is good, we can move on.
Dude, Grizzly, you're a cringe little pagan is what you are.
Right, but if you can just stay on the conversation, then it shows you to be quite ignorant, naive, and that's good for you. Yeah. Meanwhile, my paganism is all good for me. No problem there.
Here it is. It's idolatry at its finest.
My paganism isn't causing any issues to anyone, whereas your inconsistency, your naivety is causing some issues. Look. You may want to adjust that. So.
The whole point of flat Earth is for it to lead you to God, but here you are sitting here as a pagan. It's retarded. You missed
Pagans
the whole
believe in God, sir. Pagans believe in God, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the purpose of them lying to us that the Earth is a globe? What's the purpose?
We don't have to go into that. People have already answered you.
Oh, so why does flat Earth matter then? Why are you sitting there trying to trying to make argument as to believing the Earth is the globe is wrong if there's no actually point behind it? If it doesn't make any difference whether or not I believe the Earth is a globe is flat.
The point is that the truth is preferable to a lie, sir. That's the point.
but the truth has no benefit. It has no actual practical benefit on your life.
It has inherent value. The truth has inherent
and what is
value.
And what's the value? And how does the value benefit me in a practical way? How does it actually change my life?
It's an inherent
practical way.
It's an inherent value. It doesn't have to change your life. It's inherent value.
So it has. Very good. So it has inherent value, but it actually it cannot. It doesn't necessarily have to produce some sort of actual benefit.
Inherent value.
Sure, that makes sense.
So the truth has inherent value. Sir.
Right.
The truth has inherent value. It's always more valuable than a lie.
But it doesn't actually have an actual tangible effect on my life. Okay, sure, that makes sense.
It does.
Right.
It does.
Right.
You just can't see it because you're naive. Right. It does have a benefit.
Right.
You're just naive.
Well, clearly you can't see it because you can't even explain to me
wouldn't be able
what
to see.
the value.
So a naive person can't see what's right in front of them.
Is right.
You see, a naive person, a naive person doesn't understand reality. If he,
you claim that
person eats healthy food,
you sit there.
Let me finish my point.
Can't even tell me. You can't even articulate to me what that value is. You just make this vague and ambiguous claim that it is inherently valuable.
You're gonna have to stop talking.
But when I ask you to specify exactly how is it of value, you can't actually do it, right?
You need to stop talking nonsense for the sake of it. Just hush your mouth. Just listen. Okay. Please just listen. Don't talk.
You've been talking nonsense the whole time.
Just stop talking, please.
Imagine trying to convince people that they live on a flat Earth, but somebody believing that the Earth is flat doesn't actually have any impact on their life. So who the fuck cares? Why does it matter? Whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat, if it doesn't have any sort of impact on your life, who the fuck cares then? The Earth could be in the shape of a triangle or trapezoid for all we care. Who the fuck cares? Stop acting like there's something wrong with Globers thinking the Earth is a globe when you can't even tell them why they should believe that the Earth is flat. Don't just be like, oh, it's inherently valuable. What? No, tell me how it was gonna. Why should I give a shit? Fuck. There's no point in talking about it. If you can't actually tell me why flat Earth is beneficial or why it is the superior worldview, then don't sit there and try to tell me the Earth is flat. Who gives a fuck?
It's not a superior worldview, and it's not a belief. It's a knowing and an understanding. It's observably flat and motionless, okay? Thank you.
Hey.
You're
going to find difficulty talking to that guy.
Like voice.
That still warrants the question. What is the purpose? What is the motive, the agenda, as to why the entire world, all these mainstream scientific institutions and the government agencies...
You can wrap it all up. Hiding the creator, stealing money, controlling the minds of the young people, clandestine wars being fought with all the money that's being stolen. I don't care if it's 17 cents a day out of my dollar or fucking the whole fucking dollar out of my pocket. To fucking fund NASA. I don't want to fund it. I don't want to be a part of it. Give me my 17 cents a day back.
No, we.
Oh, well, but anyways, yes. There you go. To further answer the question, if we come to the understanding and knowing they're lying and stealing the money, then we can focus on what we have going on here right in front of our faces. The homeless issues, other issues that are more freaking important than freaking growing lettuce on the ISS for the 110th time. At a cost
I agree with the sentiment, sir, but the homeless.
At a cost of $60 million. At a cost of $60+ million a day to the U.S. taxpayers. Come on, man. That's expensive lettuce.
You're flat, man. I agree with the sentiment. I agree with your sentiment 100%, but the homeless issue isn't a big one that you should use a different one. But I agree with the broader sentiment that there's some things that are more important than others. But the homeless thing is, bro, come on, let's be honest, man. Homeless people is not the biggest issue.
Correct. Some people choose to have a nomadic lifestyle and want to be homeless. Correct. I got you. Some of them got loot. They don't need your money. They want to share.
But all I'm saying is if there was one issue we magically change overnight, I wouldn't start with the homeless thing personally. Is all I'm saying.
Sure, I know. I was just giving that a jump off point, right?
Yeah, but I agree with your broader point. Yeah, of course, like there's relative, let's say, ranking, let's say, to what is important. So, like your broken fingernail, that's fairly important, but that's a lot less important than, let's say, a broken kneecap, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm giving an example. Why lie? Well, here, look over here. Look over here. Don't look over here. That's okay. Don't just ignore that problem. It's right in front of us, but ignore it.
Yeah, one of the questions that I had for Rebel, because he seems so triggered at the idea of why, is once you have the evidence of something happening, does motive actually really become that important in developing a case?
Exactly. It loses importance. Exactly. You're right.
Yeah. No, I'm asking the question, and again, I appreciate your input, brother, but I Rebel seems so triggered by this idea of why, so I'd like to know.
Yeah, he hates the truth, bro. He's allergic to the truth. This is the problem with that guy.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised.
He starts breaking out in hives.
Rebel and text chat.
What's a job, Guria? What's a job?
Itchy neck and starts talking and rambling as soon as the truth is presented to him.
Right. The truth doesn't actually have any sort of impact on your life. Wow, such valuable truth that is.
Okay, so let's reverse it. What does a globe do for you?
It doesn't exist. It couldn't do anything for me.
Yeah, was you ever heard of the overview effect?
No clue what that is.
They said so. They said in the globalist worldview, there is a instant cognitive shift as soon as someone realizes the Earth is a globe.
Which is what? Which is what?
This interconnectivity between all people, all ideas. They basically leveled up. Jesus said, "Treat your neighbor like you want to be treated." In the globalist worldview, the way you treat your neighbor is how you're treating yourself. We're all connected. So they've got this, and the global worldview, they've got this instant cognitive shift. They call it the overview effect. They wrote a book, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, wrote a book about it. And he did some scientific experiments too, dealing with prison populations. There were some populations in prison that were really violent. There's one, I think, New Mexico and Pennsylvania. And they changed the environment. They painted like murals on the wall, clouds, rainbows. They started calling the prisoners by their name instead of a number. They did lots of, they started separating gangs into different cell blocks, so rival gangs weren't in the same cell blocks. And at first, the violence spiked because they attributed that to a lot of retribution. But after a while, it dropped down, and some of the most violent prisons became some of the more peaceful ones. And so they said, if you change the environment using a concept of environmental conditioning, you change the organism's behavior. The organisms react and co-act with their environment. So if you give them the globe and say, hey, look at this marble, this blue marble you live on, you're supposed to be instantly shifted to this new cosmic way of thinking, a full story. Like it's an amazing spiritual awakening. So much so that Carl Sagan had said the Apollo program was ironic because nothing changed. They went to the moon, this giant leap forward for all humanity, snapped a photo from Earth, and no one gave a shit. It just moved on perpetually, no change, nothing new under the sun. So now what you've got is a way to adjudicate. On the flat Earth, you just go about your day. There's no change. It doesn't mean anything. You don't switch over to something new. On the globe Earth, you would have the overview effect, which was a instant cognitive shift. So you can test this. You can test it, say, where was the change? How come nothing changed after the Apollo program? How come nothing changed after Blue Marble 2.0? How come nothing changed after the ISS? How come nothing changed after Artemis 1 or Artemis 2? And you're seeing a progressive sort of display that it doesn't matter how many murals you paint on the wall. It doesn't matter how you try to get someone's mind to wrap their head around they live on the ball. They're never going to get there. It's not possible. The human condition is based on tribalistic worldview mindset. And there isn't any way to change that. It doesn't matter how much logic, how much reason, how much science you present to them. People pick groups that are the in groups and the out groups, and they use majority to attack the minority. That's your flat earth. That's why it matters. It gives definition and form and function as to why globalists come in here and they have a hard time saying I. They're scared to be the minority. They're scared to speak for themselves. They always need to speak as a collective, a group that they're representing. They've got a massive group of people behind them, and they're not afraid anymore. They're demonstrating flat earth even if they don't realize it. That's why this topic matters. It's all over but the crying. We're already marching towards extinction level event, and there's nothing you can do to change it. So what I do is I try to spend some time doing some things I can enjoy with some people I can tolerate. And as a side hustle, I document the downfall. Maybe some record will be kept, or there'll be something still around. And that's it. That's how you know the earth is flat, because nothing changes around here. Nothing new under the sun. The sun's above your head, you're below it, and ain't shit changes. Same shit, different day. Perpetual, endless cycle of violence and retribution. Even after you can demonstrate that you can break these cycles, they never will. They'll never be broken. So then Edgar Mitchell, who came up with the overview effect, said people in government are so assholes. They're so awful. They're so degrading to the human condition, the environment, the earth, that they must be alien. Because they're not human. They don't care about the earth. That's why they act this way. And then their attitudes are reptilian, warlike, that reptilian brain. So he says, well, they must be reptiles from outer space, alien reptiles. And since you can't see them, they appear human on the outside, they must be able to shapeshift. So when people come in here and say, oh, flat earthers, you're a bunch of conspiracy theories, you believe in reptiles and government. No, that was Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. And he said this because people in government are the most tribalistic, toxic assholes that you'll ever find. And they think they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. While endless perpetual warfare over ever a smaller, ever dwindling pool of resources. That's how you demonstrate flat earth. We live in a petri dish, and the nasty keeps growing and growing and growing until eventually it's over. So how do you get back to God? Start treating your neighbor like you want to be treated. Follow the 10 Commandments. Beat the globalists at their own game. They're not going to treat their neighbor very kindly. You do. Which is hilarious when you got these people like Mick Toon, William Duffy, calling people flurfers. Hey, flurfer, who wants to go to Antarctica? Well, why would I want to go to Antarctica? So you could see the sun that never sets. Okay, so a flat earth then. They're like, wait, what? Yeah, didn't you just say? I got clips of videos telling me that on a flat earth, the sun would never set. And then you're going to go to Antarctica and watch a sun that doesn't set. So you're going to go to Antarctica to demonstrate the flat earth. Wait, what? No, it's not flat. Okay, why is it not flat? Because the sun never sets. Okay, so you said that's actually be the flat earth, not the globe earth. Well, the flat earth can't explain it. I didn't make any claim to it. While you did. So now are you ready to demonstrate how the earth is curved, rotating, and anything about the sun? No, you're not. Okay, you're just supposed to go to Antarctica and just another trust me, bro. Why would I do that? You've demonstrated yourself to be untrustworthy. I'm not part of your club. You said so already. You said flurfers. You said you want to go to Antarctica. You want to bring a group of normal people and a couple flurfers. They're already front loading the event to be like 10-1. 10 quote unquote normal people, 1 flat earther. Explain it. Have it make sense for me. Why would they do that? Wouldn't William Duffy just leave all the globalists home and bring as many flat earthers as he could? If he can fund like 5 people, why not bring 5 flat earthers? Why bring any yes man globalists along with them? Why lie about knowing Mick Toon? Why say you never met the guy when he's got full access to all your emails? This is how you demonstrate flat earth. Ain't shit gonna change. The globalists can go down there. They think they got this information in hand already, mind you. They think they're already front loaded. They got in hand proof that the sun never sets. And they think it's a globe. While they told you on the flat earth the sun wouldn't set. Is it starting to make sense, or is he still here? Or you're still here, Rebels, or did you leave?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I mean, okay. Your perspective is a little. I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's to me it's a little convoluted. I
thought it was really good.
The way you're putting it is not the way I would do it. I think I would keep mine a lot more, like, I don't know, maybe simple, short and precise. But
yeah, so simple, short and precise. The globe offers an overview effect. The flat earth offers nothing new under the sun. Which one do you see in reality?
At first I thought you were like,
the world's like moving, man.
Wait, it's weird the way you're putting it. To me, I mean, if you're not trolling, it seems like you're saying, oh, look, it's the globe that actually has something to offer, but the flat earth, on the other hand, has nothing to offer. That's what I hear from that.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. So the flat earth is offering you an explanation for why shit ain't going to change. And it's not going to change, and it cannot change. It's the way the world we live in is literally set in stone.
Why'd you do that?
You're not going to see any change around here.
That's so dark, grim, and bleak. Why would you do that? Flat earth should be the exact opposite.
Why? Why would flat earth be give you false hope? Like some sort of like antidepressant medication that someone's taking.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Right. Especially when related to the paradigm of the globe, of which we were all brought up on, when you come to realize the true nature of the universe, which is that of a level stationary plane, And from my perspective, enclosed in a dome, because I hold to biblical cosmology as it relates to flat Earth, right? And that the Earth is fixed to a foundation within a geocentric universe, that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around us. This is the complete opposite of what the heliocentric globe model proposes. Okay, so it's not really the shape that matters, as if the Earth being flat, which is simply the geodesy of it. What really matters is the overall overarching cosmological perspective. Okay, which is that what the globe says is that the Earth, in all of its magnificence and glory as we experience it here as humans living, inside of the Earth, um, in relation to this infinitely expanding, never ending, dark, cold, black void, um, vacuum that they call outer space. Well, all of a sudden, the Earth is made out to be nothing but an insignificant speck of dust just floating in the middle of nowhere, as if it's just some random cosmic accident with no necessity for a god to have created it, because given the astronomical odds and infinite amount of chances that something like the Earth could have come about, it just could be the case that the Earth hit the lottery of the universe, if you will, and happened to be in the right place at the right time, that it could sustain and harbor life like we see it. Okay, but when you realize the truth of the flat Earth, what you'll come to realize is the Earth is much more special and unique and sacred than we could have ever known, because the flat Earth is the only realm of existence that there is, and and life, the only life that exists is here on Earth and nowhere else out there in the universe, because space is fake. There's no other galaxies, there's no other universes, there's no other Earth-like planets like NASA and whoever else would want us to believe, right? So you'll realize that you no longer have to live this sort of nihilistic type of worldview where you say, well, why does my life matter? Because if I'm just this tiny little ant living on a little piece of dust floating in the middle of nowhere, well, ultimately my life doesn't really matter, because the Earth is just like just a little piece of like random rock, floating in a dark, cold void that if you go to will kill you, right? But when you realize, no, the sun, moon, and stars are lights specifically made for us. They don't shine the light on anything else. It's just for us. Okay, you'll come to realize, well, that is indicative of intentionality. It's indicative of design, which of course points ultimately to a creator. So it proves God exists. Okay, and because a creator exists, that means our life was made with a purpose. That means we are here for a reason. We don't just exist randomly. Okay, and from my worldview, ultimately that should point you to the true creator, which I believe is the God of the Bible. Okay, the God of Israel, Yahuwah, I believe is his name. Okay, so and to land my plane, I believe ultimately what that will get you to is to realize what the purpose of God creating us was to be, and kind of like what you said, is to love your neighbor, as you love God, but to ultimately to have salvation, which is to have eternal communion with your creator, right? God is this eternal being that cannot die. Nothing can kill him. He doesn't. There's nothing that could ever stop God from existing. So ultimately, what God would want for us is to give us the opportunity to live forever with him. Okay, and that is exactly what is the principal fundamental doctrine that the Bible teaches. Okay, so my point is, if once you realize the Earth is flat and space is fake, right? Because we're inside this gigantic dome that serves as an impenetrable barrier that no man or machine can get out of. If that realization does not point you to the Bible being true, well then, as far as I'm concerned, you lost the you lost the entire point. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're missing some really key data points there. Do you know who came up with the heliocentric model?
That would be the Jesuits via the Roman Catholic Church.
Do they believe in God of the Bible?
No, they're Satanists. Which is exactly why they came up with the heliocentric model. Because of course, even the Bible will teach you there are many people that will profess to know God, but in their works are detestable and abominable and no good for any good thing. I mean, even Christ himself said, "Beware, for there are many false prophets, for they come in a sheep's clothing, but inside are ravenous wolves." And of course, Paul in the book of Timothy or something, he says, "For there are many deceitful workers, coming in the name of Christ, but are actually minions of Satan." I'm butchering the verse, but I'm paraphrasing here. But no marvel, because even Satan himself comes as an angel of light. Okay, so even within biblical doctrine itself, it says that we are to expect these people who pose as Christians, pose as believers in God, like the Roman Catholics, like the Mormons, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, and all these other blasphemous, heretical sects of quote Christianity, these churches, but really, truly, they are nothing but pagan, Satanist hypocrites. Okay, this is also is biblical doctrine.
Yeah, so you're having a theological debate, not a scientific debate or a reality based. You're outside of that.
This is the interdisciplinary thing. They are not mutually exclusive. Many.
I would say inside my biblical worldview, we're outside the Garden of Eden. Maybe the Garden of Eden was heliocentric, and it was full of wonder and amazement, and offered people, once they unlocked the nature of creation, could build a starship and could fly around in space and go to strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one's gone before. But we live in the garden. We fell from the Garden of Eden, and now we live in a fallen world. And it appears like maybe it's heliocentric. You can look up and say, "Hey, what's going on out there?" There's nothing out there, because it isn't the world we're supposed to be in. We're in a fallen world.
Okay, but the Bible very clearly teaches what happened to the Garden of Eden. Well, you won't find it in the 66 book canon, but in the more of these Orthodox canons, where most people consider Apocrypha, it very clearly says that the Garden of Eden was taken up into heaven, which of course heaven even only really works on a flat Earth model, because if the Earth is enclosed within some sort of container, of which, like scientifically speaking, has to be the case for air pressure to exist. Of course, outside of the dome, without even having to read the Bible, just intuitively speaking, if a creator does exist, well, of course, the creator would be in heaven. This is just like typical theological sort of like worldview, is that if God exists, okay, well, where is God? God would be in heaven, and of course, on a flat Earth model, it's really just a natural thing to conclude that, of course, okay, well, then God must be in heaven. And then you ask yourself, okay, where's heaven? Well, of course, it's above the container, it's above the dome, it's above the firmament, it's right there, right? So, I mean, God existing in heaven really only even works only truly on a flat Earth model. Because otherwise, if you think you live on a globe and you still believe in God, you'd have to concede to the fact that God must be in this dimension, other type of dimension.
Supernatural world, not a physical world.
Yeah, in like some like galaxy far away. I mean,
or just outside nature, supernatural.
Sure. Well, sure.
Omnipresent and omnipotent and omnipowerful.
But all those things can still be possible on a flat Earth where God is physically located, sitting on his throne in heaven. Because I would still consider heaven to be a supernatural realm, because I believe what goes on up there is, it doesn't necessarily is not necessarily bound by the natural laws of physics as we experience here on Earth. Okay, so the firmament, the container, besides serving as the how we can get the mechanism of air pressure that we breathe right now, also serves for God as a as a barrier to separate heaven from earth. That's his dominion, and the earth is our dominion. And until from my worldview, and until Christ comes back to set up his kingdom, the kingdom of God, there is where heaven and earth will meet in this sort of this marriage. There will always be that separation between heaven and earth.
So what's your plan then for astronauts and stuff who think that, like the current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said that God spoke to him and God told him to come out of retirement? Because God said he's the one that will lead America back to the moon.
Oh, good for him. I would probably argue the God he's speaking about is Satan, because I'm sure, as you know, Crit.
Yeah, man. And after that, like with Trump's help, we're gonna go to Mars. We're gonna put a man on Mars, man. It's gonna happen. Like, wow, the technology is evolving.
Yeah, if you think using flat Earth to get people to the Bible is a workable situation, number one, there won't be the Bible that was done by the Nicene Creed. You need to start bringing in extra books that people don't care about. So yeah, if that's your route, then go have at it. It probably explains why I stopped talking to you. I just look back. Yeah, I stopped. The last message I sent you was like a year ago.
Excuse me? Wait, Crit. Stop talking to me, dude. The last large portion of messages was all just you spamming me these like random headlines with like GIFs. I never even responded to you. What do you mean stop talking to me?
Yeah, that was like a year ago. That was I just looked. That was October 2023.
Dude, by you saying you stopped talking to me is the nice way of saying you stopped spamming my DMs. Because I never responded to you. So no, you didn't stop talking to me. You just stopped spamming me. Okay. That's really
it's not one message per day. It's not spam, dude.
Oh, absolutely, it is. That's spam. That's like almost. I would argue that's the epitome of spam.
Yeah, and it was from I talked to you for a short time from the 16th of August until early October last year. I probably got what I was looking for. There wasn't any information you had. There wasn't anything that you were offering.
And I'm sorry. And what you have to offer is to say, the flat Earth means just this world is going to continue just in absolute debauchery and degeneracy, whether there'll be war and violence and just most evil, heinous crimes going on forever. Wow, that's thanks, Crit. I didn't think I would get such.
I didn't think Crit said that specifically.
No, he.
Yeah, I said offered explanation. Nothing new under the sun, which is in the Bible, by the way.
Oh! Wow! I didn't know that. Interesting.
So there's your flat Earth model, Ecclesiastes 1:9. Okay. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. So you got yourself. You walked yourself into a contradiction. That the flat Earth would present biblical ideas. I present a biblical idea. I just framed it in another way, and you disagreed with it when it was really a biblical idea to begin with.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, I was being sarcastic. Of course I know that's in the Bible. Yes, Ecclesiastes is the book written by King Solomon. King Solomon is the one who said that. But you know, are you going to be so disingenuous to try to cherry pick a single fucking verse out of the Bible and make an entire worldview based on one verse when you know the Bible is made up not only of multiple verses but multiple chapters, multiple books, like up to, like, you know, 84 or so books like found in the Ethiopian canon, for example. So, I mean, are you going to just take one verse and cherry pick and just run with that? Or are you gonna
change?
are you or are you gonna do the honest thing and consider what the rest of the Bible has to say, which is the ultimate consummation where the story ends is that Christ returns and there will be a kingdom of God where it'll be completely different, where there will be no more pain, no more suffering, nothing like this. People will live in nothing but eternal bliss, joy, and happiness and peace on earth. Okay. I mean, you're what you're doing is you're cherry picking one verse, dude. And you can't say that's what the Bible's about or what the world is about. No, you have to take all of it into context. Don't just fucking cherry pick one verse. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. Out of context, really, is what you're doing.
Yeah, and you think that, so that's true for you. And I gave you the quote that George or Carl Sagan said is quite ironic. All these space programs are really ironic. Like I said, I figured you out about a year ago. I knew there wasn't really anything you had to offer this conversation, and I disengaged.
Disengaged by stopping to spam me in my DMs. Oh, okay. Even though I wasn't engaging with that, right? Okay, that checks out. Sounds legit. Good. Thanks.
Yeah, this is why it's good that I post my headline GIF on lots of different servers and lots of different people. So whose idea should I take? Yours, which is spam, or someone else who said, no, it's not spam. It's creative and funny, and they look forward to it. It's like, oh, what news is quicker than the Pulse today? A lot of people are busy. They got very full, busy lives, and they don't have time to pore over all the nonsense being presented in the heliocentric worldview. So if I go in there and grab something, grab one particular headline that I think is impactful and send it to them, and pair it with a GIF that is insightful or humorous, they like it. And if you didn't, that's fine. I'm okay with that's why I disengaged with you. If someone's going to sit there and just wave a magic wand and call something clearly not spam, then I don't need anything from them anymore. I know their worldview is complete make-believe.
Wow, that's interesting. So if someone thinks something is spam, which you could definitely make the argument that
without form or function, you just wave the magic wand. How is it spam?
Yeah, if you're it's spam because you're posting the same thing in nature over and over and over again in a very consistent manner.
That's not spam. That's consistency. That's being consistent.
Wow, well, that is such a wow.
That's called aesthetics.
That is the most positive twist I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's called
anyone ever put on spam.
It's following aesthetics.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, so I've got aesthetics, not spam. Consistency in form, function, and originality is called aesthetics. That's a word for that. It's not called spam. So you don't know the difference between aesthetics and spam. That demonstrates why I disengaged with you.
I mean, aesthetics is really in a lot of cases is going to be subjective, right? I mean,
yeah, which is why I told you that your subjective
that's going to be
so subjective that it's so bizarre that I knew that there's no point trying to figure out what you're on about. It's worthless.
Okay. So if someone thinks what you're doing is spam, it just necessarily follows that whatever else they say just must be what? It just must be false. It must be absurd, like
useless. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure how you make that connection. That seems like quite
There's
the
enough people to talk to in the
unreasonable
world.
conclusion,
And if
but
somebody just labels something as not that, I can say, yeah, that person isn't worth my time. So you demonstrated, you demonstrated you're not worth my time or effort. And about a year ago, I disengaged talking to you. And you probably demonstrated that with a lot of people here today. I'd be willing to guess if you went down the list, a lot of people just from today, you demonstrated to them that you're not worth the time or the effort.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
See, for me, I hung on a little bit longer. It took me about 2 months to figure it out.
Fucking clown Grizzly. First of all, Grizzly didn't like remember talking to me in the past, and he's the one who actually like blocked me a long time ago. So it's funny he says, "Oh, I agree with that," as if like
he figured it out too, and he just
that's not
forgot
something
about you.
he's already like figured out in the past. Like it's just like something new.
Exactly. I forgot about this cockroach.
He's saying
this guy's worthless.
But thankfully,
confirmed that.
It's hilarious. Grizzly's saying,
I forgot about this cockroach trap, but then you brought it all up. It's literally clarified everything.
When this dude blocked me like months ago.
Yeah, so he blocked you, and he forgot about you. He pushed a block button, made you go away.
Why did he block me, Crit?
Because you're worthless. You're useless. There's nothing to gain from talking to you. So he just pushed this button, and you went away.
Okay.
Exactly, like a cockroach. Actually, a cockroach has even more utility than this guy, actually.
So watch this. Hey,
cockroach is actually useful for something. This guy is useless.
Hey, Crit, I think whatever you have to say is worthless and useless. So what now?
Then follow that logic, like I did, and disengage. If you don't, it demonstrates another that you can't even follow your own worldview.
I didn't engage with you for like the last like several messages that you spam me in my DMs about. What do you mean?
Yeah, it wasn't spam.
I didn't come in this chat because of you. I came in here because it's a Flat Earth VC. You weren't even in here when I first came in here. So what do you mean disengage?
That should tell you.
What do you mean? What do you mean disengage, bro?
Like one willing, everyone else just ignored you and finally
I was already checked out.
To say. And you demonstrated the point again. You didn't have anything to say.
I was already disengaged way before you asked me to disengage just now. Like as of like last year. What do you mean disengage, bro? I was checked out already. Like, but I don't, because you're most Flat Earthers, because we share that in common. I don't care to like I don't care enough to like block them like these pagan trolls like Grizzly does, because he gets in his feelings and he gets triggered, right? So. That's
or he just factors out people he doesn't want to talk to. Dude, blocking is fine.
That's more like it.
The problem is when people block and then blame the other person. You see atheists do this a lot. I'm blocking you unless you do this. No, Grizzly said he blocked you because he wanted to block you because you're useless and annoying.
Oh.
He didn't blame you for that. He said, hey, I don't want that much stupidity in my realm, so I can push this button and at least a small portion of it is gone. He puts you in the same bucket he puts annoying toxic globalists in, and it should be some insight. You'd be like, I wonder why the conversation went that way. Then you had a repeat today demonstrating nothing new under the sun. No change. Nothing changed.
It's also the same.
And I can predict. Hold on, Grizzly. And I can predict that any time in the future, the same set of circumstances will happen. No change.
Mm-hmm.
So even
by the way, I put this guy in the same box.
Your Flat Earth worldview, which would be treat your neighbor like you want to be treated.
Biblical.
And to act like a toxic atheist globalist anyway.
Bro, great. This guy's in the same box as my spam folder. That's how much I care about. My spam folder is like how much I see this guy.
It's literally just a spam bot.
Yeah, that's literally like what's inside my spam folder, all the gunk in there. That's the same level this guy's on. In terms of my attention, like in terms of like what I care about it.
Crit accusing me of being a spam bot is one of the most ironically comical things I've ever heard in my life, considering he's very well known for spamming nothing but GIFs and like headlines that are the font is just so small. It's actually annoying to like try to actually click on it and zoom in to read. I mean, it's just the most worthless shit ever. So the irony in that is just palpable.
Yeah, now you know why. Nothing new under the sun.
Amen. Okay. Amen, brother. Sounds good.
So your definition of spam is something you can't read in ironic. So not spam. You did a not that again, which explains why I
nonsensical man
about a year ago.
Correct. This is a nonsensical man with nonsensical ideas. He's literally useless.
Yeah, almost a year to the date. 24 October 2023. I said enough of this dude. He's worthless.
Yeah.
Wait, which
and
what message? Crit, can you specify to me what message that I sent you that was the last straw where you said, you know what? Nah, what this guy just said to me, nah. Okay, I don't want to engage with him anymore. What message was that?
Yeah,
I'm dying to know.
Before, when you're like, hey, I think it was, if I remember right, hey, can you unban me from like mass media? He didn't even tell me what the problem was. Okay, why did you get banned? Who did you talk to? What was the situation? Give me the what, where, why, and how.
No, good. This is good.
You didn't, so I'm like, okay. The next step would be, let's see if he can engage with any content. Can he engage with, like, say, news of the day?
What did I write down?
Oh, he can't.
Why is he still talking?
He's gone. I'm done with him.
Wow, so I wasn't even banned. What are you talking about? I wasn't even banned. Yeah, I wasn't even banned. So what are you talking about? Are you just making shit up now? Or are you just like, skimming through some old ass messages and coming up with a narrative on your own?
Just looking at your I just clicked your name and I put a little note next to people's names. And that's what I had for you.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. So you got kicked out of mass media.
How do you know that?
You wanted me to make you a mod.
That's not, I don't think, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. I would not expect to be a mod as a flat earther on a Glober server. I would never expect.
That's not a Globe server. That's a server about like voices in the media.
What?
Yeah, the server's not a. It has flat earth.
Demon Strike server.
Yeah, mass media. Yeah, that's not.
You mean Demon Strike server, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a globalist cult server.
Yeah, it explains why you're worthless.
Oh yeah, because that follows. Yeah, that just. Yeah, sure.
There, I'll update your note here. All the stuff I wrote, just put useless. Exclamation point.
Yeah, but for me, bro, in my notes for him, I put foolish man.
Good one.
Oh shit! Are we all taking notes? All right, hold on.
Okay, I put mostly useless. If you want to have a biblical conversation, maybe you'd offer something. A biblical flat earther who's mostly useless.
And I've also added a supplementary note, and that is that this man is physiologically retrograde. I've also added that.
Whatever the fuck that means. What retrograde? The fuck? Is he talking about like planetary motions now?
Mind and how it connects to his arms and legs. That whole process and the whole connection mechanism. That's completely upside down, and essentially he's moving in retrograde fashion. In other words, kind of forwards but kind of backwards at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
As I think silence would be better than this conversation. It's pretty frustrating for everyone else listening. Everyone just bitching at each other.
Interesting. Well, if you have anything better to offer, I guess no one's stopping you from that. But interesting armchair psychoanalysis from you, Grizzly. Very good.
That's what we all do.
Silence would be better. That's what I offered.
Bro.
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of banter with Rebel, considering how naughty he's been and how foolish he's been.
Bro offered silence when he can invite himself to silence by just leaving the room. Wow, imagine that. Interesting.
Or I could just mute you, dude. You've just been toxic since you were in here, right? First, you're just pretending to be a Glober, following Grizzly, and then you start attacking him because he's not your religion. Then you start preaching, and you start attacking Crit. Maybe I'll just mute you, dude.
Okay.
You seem to be the problem, right?
Let's see. So I'm the toxic one. When Crit has been over and over telling me I'm nothing but a worthless and useless piece of shit, essentially. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
Look, man, I'm just trying to stop this conversation that's
Yeah, so let me ask, anybody able to find that drop over distance?
going anywhere.
Anybody find the curve? Try to walk on DJ. Or round up. Apologies. Anyone find a drop over distance they want to talk about? Anything? 3959 mile radius claim. 6,600 foot drop over 100 miles examined. Anybody?
Necros.
Upside down
You there, man?
people.
Yeah, brother, I'm here. How are you? I hope you have a good day. You hear me, DJ?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the aircraft pitch data?
Yeah.
All I can see is horizontal lines.
Yeah. Aviation proves the Earth is flat. Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, dude. Planes, they fly over planes, not over planets. A plane is for a plane. Okay?
So that's two fumbles. You had Duncan Darth talking about the Earth's too big, rotates too slow, is stationary. And then you have Rebel pick it up and then fumble it too. Any globalists want to advocate for, since everyone's not going to talk about the drop over distance, how about rotation? The ball's right there on the 50-yard line. Just pick it up, run with it.
Yeah, they fumbled it on the 50-yard line. Yeah. Well, man, they're playing just like the cowgirls right now, these guys, man.
Hey, are you there, Crit?
السداده ديال هاد التيو مزيان ما كتحتاجيش تسديه الروبين الاخر.
Oh, look, the rebel's still here, wallowing in defeat, skulking.
I imagine he's been booted from all the other Christian channels, or the atheist channels.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Especially talking about flat Earth. Yeah, that doesn't go down well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Jedi is a Christian. He would agree with everything I have to say. He's just not as vocal as I am. So that's the only difference between him and I.
Yeah, Rebel's been caught playing both sides. He's been caught red-handed.
Right,
Yeah, you sound like a baller to me. But
right, because playing devil's advocate when there actually isn't a Glober to entertain, and the VC is the same thing as actually playing both sides, right?
not really.
It's boring in here with no Globers, man. You guys just kick him out.
Well, yeah, but you should bring something.
Well, remember, apparently I'm worthless and useless. There's nothing for me to bring, apparently.
What? Yeah, right there didn't say nothing.
Okay. What do you have to say? Do you have anything to offer?
No. There's a lot of mental illness out here.
I guess that makes two of us then, doesn't it?
A lot of mental illness that people don't pay attention to.
You mean like...
Wait, I've been in chat rooms where Rebel has vocally supported various globe beliefs and actually concurred with various globe theories, and so therefore he's I think I've heard him do that. But now he says it's all devil's advocate. Weird.
So why don't you prove it then, Grizzly? Stop talking and start proving it. Where's the receipts? Prove it. Or you're just making false
The
accusations.
reality is that this guy will never like I don't record people ever. I don't care. I just remember what I remember. And this guy, I blocked him. He's toxic, vile, right? Naive, right? And so therefore I don't record. I don't have a stack of fucking recordings of everybody. Fuck that. So I don't do that. So I can't prove it in technically, but I know what this guy is, and he's a worm.
Right. But apparently you make notes of me, so you record something at least.
Holy crap! Can you guys please talk about the evidence versus one another? Right? Forget about the personal attacks. Just hold on a minute, okay? Regardless of who's speaking about what, bring evidence to the table so that it can be discussed. I'm tired of hearing this toxic bullcrap, personal stuff that's going back and forth. Stop slinging the mud. Bring the evidence. Let's talk about it, please.
Bro, this guy ain't got any evidence. He ain't gonna bring shit ever. This guy, he hasn't got it.
Allow him to answer the question, brother.
Okay.
Allow him to answer the question. Does he have evidence, brother? Rebel, do you have evidence to talk about?
Evidence for what? I'm a flat earther.
Well, there you go.
And notice, I'm the one who went on mute. Okay, after the mod said to quit it, I went on mute, and there you go, Crit and Grizzly, put in my name in their mouth again. Okay, so deal with them, not me. I just responded. So I'll go back on mute.
So evidence, who has evidence for what? Let's talk about something of value versus the individuals trying to prove something. Does anybody have evidence to prove anything that they're claiming? Please.
Right. So
there's no globe believers in this room right now. There's only this Rebel guy. He's a fake flat earther. That's all.
Right. So what's his name? Killian or something? Yeah, so Killian, when I first came in here, like maybe, I don't know, an hour ago now, because there were no Globers, okay, simply brought up a question that Globers like to typically raise to flat earthers. And if it's a question that particularly I don't have a good answer to, I like to ask other flat earthers to maybe see if they have a better. Okay?
Brother, right now, I'm going to say this to you respectfully. Right now, you're defending what you do, your actions, right? I want to know about what it is you want to talk about, not you. I don't care about you. I want to know what you want to talk about so that the conversation can be had with all the people that are here so we can talk about something of substance versus the people. Please talk about what you want to talk about, not you. Go ahead.
Well, we were doing here. I think I'm satisfied maybe at this point, but maybe I can ask you. So the question is, why is it that the Cavendish experiment is not proof of gravity as defined by mass attracting mass? Do you have an answer?
Well, yeah, let's talk about what's an evidence versus what is evidence, what is an experiment, what is an actual observation. Do you class Cavendish as an observation or an experiment?
Well, I think maybe in a certain technical sense, it may be an experiment, considering in the methodology that they used to set it up, which I think, what was the independent variable? I think the independent variable was like the distance between like the two lead balls, if I'm not mistaken. And so they were observing whatever effect of them like getting attracted towards each other as they pose it.
Right. So my first question to you is this observation, and I say observation loosely, quote unquote, something that is actually a natural circumstance, or are things being disturbed in order for you to observe the expected result, which would be, last time I checked, an experiment.
It may not be analogous, in a direct apples kind of way, because naturally speaking, we see things like falling towards the ground, but in the Cavendish experiment, things were.
Hold on. Pause. No. See, I'm not gonna. No. Hold on. Stop. Just give me a second. I'm not gonna allow you to insert the idea of things falling down within your rebuttal, because that is just a misrepresentation, right? In order for you to observe anything falling down, you must put it somewhere, right? Or something has to put it somewhere. So that is you have to invoke energy onto that object in order for you to observe it falling. So that's a false premise that you're going to proceed upon. So again, Cavendish, which is my question to you, experiment or observation? Go ahead.
Experiment. But hold on. Wait.
Well done. See, there you go. Experiment. Just like, hold on a minute. Right. Let's just take it for a quick chance.
You've been talking this whole time. I get 3 words in to respond.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you go ahead. The floor is yours.
I just want to clarify something. What you said before. Are you saying the only way that something can necessarily fall down is if, like, some external agent with some sort of consciousness, like, actually moves it somewhere? Is that the only time that it happens?
Yeah, you can, at this point, if you would like to explore it, you can give me an example of something going to altitude and then falling, and we can talk about that observation. So please put something forward. If you want to talk about maybe Newton getting hit in the head with an apple, we can talk about how the apple got to the tree. If you want to talk about rocks falling from the sky, we can talk about how did that rock get to the altitude to fall to the earth. These are things that we can talk about.
Right, but so I mean, you even answered the question. Like, nobody put an apple.
I did answer your question. Yeah, it's funny because the apple seed actually put the apple in the tree. The apple seed put the apple in the tree, friend. You fail to realize that?
Wait, but the apple seed isn't conscious. It's not an agent.
It doesn't matter. The apple seed goes into the ground. It orients itself. It finds up. It breaks through the earth. Right. It begins to grow. It becomes a tree. The tree yields branches. Those branches yield leaves. The leaves will yield a stem. The stem will yield an apple. And at some point, that stem will decay and the apple will fall.
Now, if that tree happens to be on the top of a hill, the apple's going to roll down that hill. It's going to eventually hit maybe a vat of water, and all of a sudden, or a body of water, all of a sudden we're observing buoyancy. And your buddy Newton is still sitting underneath the apple tree after getting hit in the head by the apple, claiming gravity. So what is it? The apple fell because of gravity, or did the apple fall because the stem decayed to a point where it had to release the apple?
Yep.
Your gravity's on trial, not me.
Sure, but
sure. It's actually, it's not sure, right? Your sure response is a hand wave dismissal to what I just said to you, right? I would like you to actually take on what I just said, admit to it, right? And then we can venture forward further in the conversation that we're having. Go ahead.
So, sure was just like the very beginning of what I was going to respond by saying. The question is, why is it after this the stem or whatever decays? Well, I would say it's because the apple like fully ripened, and that's why it fell. But
sure, we get semantics, but we do agree that the stem releases the apple, do we not?
Sure, but the question is why? How come the apple doesn't simply just float there? Why does it drop towards the ground?
Oh, really, dude? Are we going to have to talk about the fact that buoyancy actually governs the fact that heavier objects will navigate through the medium that they're located within until they find their point of rest? Is this what we're going to have to discuss now? We talk about a piece of wood in a swimming pool or a basketball in a swimming pool to further unpack this idea of buoyancy?
I'm simply asking you, do you know what is the underlying causal mechanism as to what would make an apple fall from the apple tree towards the ground?
Bro, I answered you. Buoyancy. You want me to answer it again in a different way or slower?
Okay, buoyancy.
Killian told you that the apple didn't fall to the ground already. But
now,
you think that it did fall to the ground. The apple fell toward the surface of water, and it started floating there. It didn't hit the ground at all. That's what Killian told you, but you wasn't trying to hear.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to keep him honest within the line of conversating, and I'd like to hear him respond to that. What do you think it is? Buoyancy, yes or no?
Well, hold on. Before you ask me what I think it is, I'm here with just the question. I'm not saying I have any answers. Okay, I'm the one posing it.
You asked me what I think it was, and I said to you it's buoyancy. Now it's time for you to rebut to what I just answered your question with. That's how the questioning and answering works.
My rebuttal would be buoyancy.
Sorry, say that again.
My follow-up to that is, what can you define what buoyancy is, or are you just gonna like appeal to it and like that's it, game over?
Yeah, you want to talk about what buoyancy is? Sure. We take a basketball 50 feet in the air, we drop it, it goes down. Do you agree?
So you just give me an example. That's not a definition, right?
I'm going to give you an example so I can further illustrate the definition of it, because it seems as though I need to walk down this idea of buoyancy with you. Do I or don't I?
Well, you just gave me an analogous example to an apple falling from the tree. A basketball falling down is the same shit. It's just a different object.
No, because a basketball has air within it, and actually when we take it into a swimming pool 50 feet deep, it goes up.
So
I wanted to know from you why a basketball goes down in the air versus going up in a swimming pool.
I'm not the one claiming I have any answers. I'm just trying
to... Man, how you doing? Good, you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just talking about... Be well.
Did I make...
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, brother. A friend of mine just rolled by, wanted to say hi. Sorry, man. I'm engaged in life right now. But go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Oh, other people
say hi.
Only you. I understand that. Yeah.
Well, when somebody walks by and says hi, you don't just rudely say I'm on the phone, right? It's part of treating your brothers and sisters how you'd want to be treated. If you walk by somebody on the sidewalk and you knew them and they said hi, they didn't say hi to you, you would feel like a piece of shit, wouldn't you? Thank you. Go ahead.
We have a Christian man amongst us. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. I do believe in the Father, the author of nature. Mark 12:31. Treat your neighbor as you would want to be treated. Go ahead.
Oh wow, that? He's another Christian besides me. Wow, interesting.
So you say Christian, right? I say faithful witness. I walk with Scripture, right? I don't claim to be anything except somebody who believes in the author of nature, right? His Son, not to get preachy, His Son, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. But you can go ahead and keep on preaching about or talking about buoyancy, because I'm curious to know how you observe buoyancy further.
Why would you want me to talk about buoyancy when you're the one who appealed to it?
Again, basketball in a swimming pool. Examples: it goes up. So do you agree that basketball goes up in the swimming pool?
Okay, all right. So what does that have to do with buoyancy?
Because the basketball is navigating to its point of rest because it has air within it. Right?
No,
so
is it really
we're
happening?
observing how that object will find its rest point within the medium that it's immersed within. I know Necros is trying to get in.
No,
Is
I'm
anything
not
else
trying
further?
to get in. I'm not
sorry.
trying to get in, but I'm wondering if is it really happening? You have to explain to him what the word buoyancy mean.
Thank you. Right. Don't just
No,
give me.
no, no. It was a question. Does he have to explain to you what the word buoyancy mean? You were sleeping the entirety of your life. You never heard what the word buoyancy, and you've
He doesn't
never
have to do
asked
anything.
before
I'm
what that
simply
word
asking
means.
to do
Because
so.
it
He doesn't have
seems
to do
that
anything.
you never asked about the definition of that word till today, and I don't know what. How old are you? And
I never have actually. That's true. Yeah, that true. Unless you
All
can
right, so
get me on record
so
asking him.
buoyancy, according to the dictionary, buoyancy states the ability or tendency. I'm so sorry. The ability or tendency to float in water or air or some other fluid. Does that help?
Oh,
It's a noun, by the way. It's a noun. Does that help?
So
That's a misnomer right there, guys.
Does gravity have anything to do with buoyancy?
Yeah. See,
No.
No, it doesn't.
No, it actually doesn't, because if you want to claim gravity, right, you would then have to actually, and this is what I was actually trolling you for, you actually have to then prove the efficacy of gravity and buoyancy, because we seem to observe buoyancy, which is synonymous with hydrostatic pressure, right, not gravity.
That's right. So what we notice is things go up or down depending on something, right? So
The medium.
what are these things that it depends on of whether something goes up or down, right? What is air? What are gases? Do they have a common trait? Are they bonded? Are they known to be not bonded? Right? So are we talking about structures? Are we talking about a bonded structure holding something else up of structure? That's what we're really talking about, as to whether it's dependent on whether it goes up or down, because both happen. There's no bias one way or the other. It's variable dependent, isn't it?
Okay,
and
hold on.
And those variables are the same at all times. The structure of something is what gives it its weight versus the medium of the structure of the medium that it's in. It will be buoyant in that medium, or it will sink to the bottom.
So, okay, I just looked at the definition of buoyancy. According to Oxford, it is the ability or tendency to float in water or air or some other fluid. And according to Merriam-Webster, it is the tendency of a body to float or to rise when submerged in fluid. Now, this Killian guy said buoyancy is also the reason why a basketball would drop down towards the ground. But according to the definition of buoyancy, it only has to do with why things go up or float.
No, just the floatability, man. Floatability. You put something in a medium, it has a floatability. It's what buoyancy will be.
Okay,
so
but
if you drop a lead ball in water, one of them has a structure that's denser than the other.
And
doesn't it? So what you already know, your common sense already knows.
Okay,
so anybody that's in here playing games like they don't know.
Always playing games.
Okay.
So,
So you know something heavier
I'm just trying
in
to
the
clarify.
medium is going to sink, isn't it?
you were arguing earlier about the buoyancy being the thing that makes the object rise up only. Yeah, exactly, and it is the cause of that object when it will sink down in the medium. Because if that object is buoyant, it will rise up. If it is not buoyant,
That's
it will
it.
sink down. It
That's it.
means that the word buoyant is the cause of sinking and rising. If it is
Yeah,
there, it will
floatability.
rise. If
What's up,
it's not
Steve?
there, it will sink down. So now, with with this discussion, you are trying to show to us that you are not useless like the guys were arguing with you earlier. So don't try to do something stupid like this, just ignoring that the buoyancy is the cause of something rising up and also is the cause of that same thing when it sinks down.
Wait,
Something
so
buoyant floats,
even though the
something non-buoyant does not.
only has
Does
to
it?
do about something rising or floating, it's also what causes things to go down?
Yeah, when that
It's either
thing is
buoyant or it's not.
That's going to be contradictory to the very definition that you appeal to, right?
A lead ball is not buoyant, is it?
Oh, so then is what you mean to say is that the lack of buoyancy is what makes something go down or sink.
That's correct.
Okay. So how is it that the lack of buoyancy has a directional vector for down? Why doesn't it go sideways or like?
It might. It depends on what you're talking about. That's what gases do, don't they? Don't they?
Sure,
Don't
sure.
they? Yeah, yeah, in all directions.
Okay.
So, are you talking? What object are you referring to?
Well, in this case, so far, two objects have been brought up, which is one is an apple, the other one is a basketball.
So, density in a lighter medium. So, density in an unbonded structure. A bonded structure in an unbonded structure. Is that what you're referring to specifically? No matter what those things are?
I'm not sure what you mean by bonded or unbonded.
Do
Whether
you know
they're
what
tight or not,
bonded and
dude.
unbonded
Sorry.
molecules are, man? Do you know why
A singular
things fall
molecule
in air?
which have no link between it and another molecule, and bounded molecule, it has a link between it and another molecule. Like you have water, those are three molecules that are bounded, attached together. There is a link between them that cord them together. Unbounded molecules, hydrogen or oxygen, it's just oxygen alone. That
Exactly.
molecule will not be attached to another molecule. It will be just
Compound
single
molecules, and it makes the structure heavier in another structure.
And I think
One
this is
structure's
where we
going
can
to
start
exist
to. I think
in
this is
another.
where we can. I think this is where we can start to look into the idea of displacement, right? Because if I take a solid object, I insert it into a vat of water, we know that that solid object is going to displace that water as I insert that solid object into said vat of water.
So?
Oh wait, I just remembered, like the guy posted in the chat here, apples also float on water, so there's no need to bring up the example of a basketball that has air in it because even apples float as well.
You're saying that
We
apples
told
are
you
solid
so.
objects? Apples don't contain water within them?
I never said that.
We
Right,
told you that
but that's what you just inserted by the idea of, sorry,
It's the
Necros, but that's the idea
compound
that you just attempted
structure
to
of the
insert within the
apple
idea of the apple, right,
versus
being
the
able to float
medium.
versus the basketball. The basketball has basically the same premise, a medium within it that allows it to float just like the apple does. Apples have a medium within them that allow them to float as well. So you attempting to hand wave away that observation is
No.
not okay.
The apple will fall in air. The apple will float in water. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
And it'll happen every time.
Sure.
And there's a reason for that. If you'll catch up to it, it's not going to change. You can think whatever you want to think. You need to catch up to it in this understanding. of how it works because it's quite simple, isn't
Right.
it? You're purposely making it difficult and sidestepping things to
Wow.
be contrary.
I think
I guess.
no.
What are you trying to do here? You
All
trying to point out something? Do you think you're pointing at something that's of high mind?
do you think? Wait, do you think I believe the Earth is the globe or something?
No.
I don't know what you
You
believe, but
already told us that, but it doesn't change anything in the fact.
I don't know why you guys are so contentious. Because really, all I'm trying to do is, just pose questions. Some of the more common questions that I get from Globers in my experience talking with them, and I just want to see how you guys respond. That's all I'm doing.
the
Like I'm not.
response is the answer should be self-evident. That's the response. You should already know this as a
Self.
full-grown man.
That's
Do you not know the answers to these things or what?
answer to what exactly?
Whatever you're asking, dude.
You
I
have
mean,
the
I can
answer.
have my own theory. I can have my own theory, but I just want to see what your guys' perspective is, because I certainly don't bring up buoyancy when a Globers ask me this, and here's the reason why.
Because you believe in gravity.
When
Sorry.
I asked Killian
Go ahead.
earlier, or anybody else,
Yep.
does gravity have anything to do with buoyancy? He said no.
You're
Okay, and then
promoting,
but I was going to follow up
promoting
with that is,
gravity,
well,
aren't
okay,
you? You're promoting mass attracting
no,
mass in that ridiculous concept.
nope.
Well, brother,
You don't believe in
allow
that.
him.
So, didn't you start off with the Cavendish stuff?
I don't have any agenda. There's absolutely no. What the fuck would be the motive or agenda I would have to promote gravity? How the
I
fuck
don't
does that
know.
Calm
make
down.
sense?
Start off
Are you kidding
talking
me?
about
Dude,
Cavendish.
just calm down. Dude, you guys are so contentious for literally no fucking reason. It's ridiculous. Like I'm just here trying to ask questions.
What is
I'm
your
not here
point
trying to
about
make a claim,
Cavendish?
right? I'm not here
Rado,
to
give him it.
pose
Rado, hold on a
my
second.
own
And
argument.
also,
I'm just here
brother,
asking questions, and you guys are being contentious
dude,
for no reason.
no, we're not being contentious, Rebel. The idea is, right? You're promoting gravity, and we're over here talking about buoyancy. And this is exactly where the head is meeting,
I
right?
promote.
So
What the fuck could be the motive of me doing that? Why would I
you
care?
promoting gravity
What's the
because you're
benefit of me?
because
What?
you're not understanding buoyancy. You wanted the
Oh,
definition of buoyancy.
very good. I don't understand
Did you
buoyancy.
not want the definition of buoyancy?
Well, you already gave me it. But does buoyancy have a
Right.
formula? Does buoyancy have a formula associated with it?
Hydrostatic pressure, I would imagine that's the thing that I would look to in order to figure out if there's a formula associated with it. But again, does gravity have a formula to it?
I think it's proposed to have one, but I'm not here.
9.8 meters per second squared. Big G, the downward, and then you have the bias, little g, that goes up and down.
Okay.
Now, the bias of up and down is literally determined, right? And this is what I was thinking you were going to come back with. I was hoping so that, again, we could force the conversation forward. But I do not, for any stretch of the imagination, disagree that there is a bias involved up and down, right? But I will not walk with you on the idea that there is a magical force that always pulls everything down. Now, do you understand the difference between the bias versus the constant pull?
No.
I never made the claim that there is some.
No, you don't understand. Let him explain.
So, wait. So when I look up the formula for buoyancy, it gives me one. The pull, and within that formula is the letter G, which is
No, stop. Let him explain.
Would the buoyancy have anything to do with gravity, or does it not?
It doesn't.
Let it be the acceleration, the downward acceleration.
Let him explain.
That the object is accelerating down, it's not gravity.
Let him explain what G is without G existing.
G, formula for buoyancy is.
What is this guy doing interrupting the conversation?
Who's this fucking guy who actually believes in science and keeps trying to justify his thoughts? Don't justify your thoughts, just let them explain.
Okay, now
so who's talking, or are you listening to music? What's happening right now?
I can do two things at once, mate.
know how to change. Well, if Splash knew anything about like audio settings, he would know if he, uh,
Well, no,
Can you
I
hear
mean,
me? And can you hear me? And can you hear the sound, the music in the
well,
background?
what I think is interesting is that you can do two things at once, right? But just because you can do two things at once doesn't mean that I have to listen to you do two things at once while I do the things that I do in my real
Okay.
life,
Well, okay.
right,
So you've
Splash?
got one. Okay. I'm happy for you. Okay. Cool. I'll do one thing at once. So I'll do two things at once. But I'll make sure you only hear one thing at once. Cool. Because you're simple. I get it.
I mean, that's very reasonable, Splash. Thank you. It is
Discord,
very rude otherwise. Thank
Discord's noise suppression settings are very.
Don't worry. We're good. We figured it out.
Or if you have an iPhone, you can set it on some voice isolation. I mean, there's many ways we can go about this. So anyway,
It's done. The problem's done.
Right. So would anyone like to respond to how the formula for buoyancy includes G for gravity?
The acceleration.
Yeah.
Just an acceleration.
First of all, you continue to try to mix gravity with flat Earth.
What? I'm not mixing anything. I'm just pointing out how
you won't let it. You want to bring it along, don't you?
it's the G.
Wait, so
The letter G.
wait. So this is where
You
you
want an
go.
explanation for gravity.
So
The
flat earthers
letter
believe
G
in gravity?
in the
You
formula
believe in gravity?
means
Stop.
downward
Shut up, mate.
acceleration.
Hey, flat earthers.
You
flat
can
earthers. Do you
add
believe
to
in
that
gravity
word.
then?
It's downward
Do you believe in gravity?
acceleration. An object is accelerating down. You can add to that word, which is the G in the formula, you can add downward acceleration due to unicorns.
Are you gonna
It
let
will
him
be the
finish his
same.
sentence, Splash?
It
Are you gonna let
will
him
be the
finish talking,
same.
Splash, before start talking?
It's a simple question.
You can add to
Flat
that
earthers. Flat earthers. Do you believe in
word
gravity?
acceleration due to gravity. You can add
keep
to
saying the same thing?
acceleration due to unicorns. You can
Ask
add
him a question, you
acceleration
dumb
due
fuck.
to
Ask
some
him
shit.
a question.
It won't change the value. It's just the downward acceleration. That doesn't show gravity. It shows the number due to the downward acceleration, not gravity.
Plus, there's no bias down for anything.
So do you believe in the word, the letter G, gravity, and the
No.
let him. Do you believe in that, or do you don't believe in that? Okay. So how do you explain when you throw a ball up in the air, it comes back down? How do you explain that?
That's what
See, this is what.
No. Shush. Let him explain. Let him explain.
That's what we've been talking about the whole time.
Have you even tried to understand?
I'm right here. I want to read.
Whether anything goes, listen. Whether anything goes up or down is dependent on the
Let
same
go of your
thing-
mic
the
button.
same
You aren't
things-
listening, Splash. Hold on, Roto, just a second. Splash, are you listening? You can't listen while you're holding the mic.
Got it, mate.
Yeah, good job. Just let him finish and then respond. Let whoever's talking complete a sentence and then respond. Reasonably. Thank you.
I got it, you fucking idiot.
Any item, anything that exists that is made of material, which is anything, will either go up or down depending on the same factors every time. Do you know what those are?
Gravity?
No. Because some things go up, don't they? Why would anything go up with a downward? Why does anything go up if there's a downward bias?
Because there's a momentum there's a force momentum. So
what about
when you
gases?
throw something,
What about gas? There's no momentum in
Yeah.
gas.
We don't
No
need to talk about
momentum.
gases. No, we need to talk about simple things. So when you throw a ball
And they
up
go
in the
all
air,
direction like
listen. Oh, you
All
don't wanna-
directions.
You actually don't. You don't want to talk about simple stuff. You want to make it complicated.
Like
So
gases,
when you throw,
like
when
things
you throw,
that do go up.
Yes,
We're
that's fine,
talking
that's
about
fine.
simple things that do go up. bro. Yeah. Nobody's talking about complex anything.
Slow
You're
down a
breathing
bit,
it right
Flash.
now.
Jesus.
You're taking a big
Flash.
old whiff of it right
Flash.
now.
I'm talking about
It's
simple
going up
ball.
your nostrils right
Calm
now.
down.
I'm talking about simple ball.
Yeah.
So when you throw a ball
So
up in the
some
air,
things go
a
up
ball up in the air,
depending
there's a force.
on
There's a force and a
the fact
momentum.
there's no force.
And
Why
that
won't
you
he
throw
shut
up,
up? Why won't he shut up?
because your muscles have given that ball a force and a momentum, but it doesn't keep going up continuously forever, purely because there's a gravitational pull back down for it to come back, which is measurable to be 9.9.8 kilometers an hour accelerated, right? That is what 1G is. That is exact. So when you toss a ball up in the air, when you come and you squirt out your fucking penis and it drops back down onto, it comes back down and hits you on the chest or in your face.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for this child.
When you roll a ball, actually, when you roll
What's
a
wrong with
ball
him?
on the ground,
What is the matter with this guy? Is he
all
gay?
those things,
He has a fucking problem.
all those things are
Boy, man, he's
all
off
those
the Richter
things
scale. This guy, man.
have got
He needs to be
the
muted now. He needs to be muted.
9.8.
Boy, this guy's off the Richter scale, man.
No, it doesn't, brother Splash. It doesn't. If I release
does,
a
it
helium,
does, it
no,
does.
it
Flash,
doesn't.
are you gonna
No,
shut up
no,
now?
it doesn't.
Flash, are you
I
gonna
will
shut
tell
up
you
now?
how it doesn't. Because when I release a helium balloon, that helium will never come back to me. Then let me put it in the bottle again.
So
No,
you go through
what I will, what I will get back. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut up! I'm still talking.
So one thing you'll notice,
When
Splash,
I will get back when I release a helium balloon, it will not be the helium, but just
do you
the
understand that
rubber balloon
do you
and the
understand that
camera that I
helium
will attach to the
and
balloon.
oxygen and
Helium will never
methane
come
one thing
back.
you're going to
are all
notice
different,
every single
are all
time, Splash,
different
is you're going to
chemicals or-
notice is the verses of the materials that you're referring to. Now, whether you
Do
take
you
a
not
ball
believe? Do you think
or you're shooting
helium? Do
loads,
you
I
believe
don't give a
helium is the
damn
same thing
what
as
you're doing, brother.
hydrogen?
If you're putting it through a medium,
Oh my
whether it
god!
goes
Is
up
this how
or
fucking stupid
down.
you guys are?
Oh,
Fuck.
so what you're talking about? You're talking about
Can I
expending
quickly ask you
energy
a
for
question?
momentum.
No, can I quickly ask you
Yeah,
a
you
question?
aren't listening if you're
But see,
talking
now
to
some
Flash.
things
Hydrogen,
float, bro.
helium, beryllium, and boron are the same thing?
Hey, Splash, you aren't listening if
Oh,
you're
they are
talking
not
all
the
the
same
time,
thing.
Flash.
That's why I told you
What do you
the
think the
helium will
difference is?
never come back and hit
What do you
the
think the difference
ground
is?
like
What do you
you
think the
claim.
difference between those three
Hold
things
on
are,
just a
or four
second.
things
Can we
are? What do you
stop the
think the differences
conversation?
are?
Because Splash is being unreasonable. As soon as someone starts
What?
talking,
I'm
Splash
just
is
asking
talking.
questions.
Splash can't shut up. Splash can't let people complete a sentence ever. So why is this a reasonable conversation? It's not. Are we going to continue to let Splash interrupt everyone who starts speaking? Are we going to keep?
Yes.
Because he's speaking now and I haven't completed my sentence. Are we
Because
going
you're
to
a
keep?
fucking retard, you dumb
So
fuck.
You
Everyone
are
else
you shut the
Splash.
fuck up, Splash.
understands
Daddy's
where
talking.
Flash
Raise your
You
hand.
should be allowed to
Splash,
talk, mate.
you
You should
are
be
a
allowed to talk.
retard. Listen.
But anyway,
Splash. I'm
I will
talking
only
to
ask
you,
a question.
Splash.
I will. Okay.
That means that you are not
Okay.
using your
Yeah, cool.
ears
I will
when you
only
are
ask the
awake.
questions. Do you guys
Splash.
believe that oxygen and hydrogen are the same thing?
This guy's dumb. There's no reason to talk to him. He doesn't understand what he believes. He's asking us about what we
No,
believe.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
What
You
the
tell
fuck is
me.
happening?
I'll believe.
Yeah,
I'll believe what you
because
want to
when we
believe.
start talking, you
this is
immediately start
common
talking.
though.
So
Do
there's
you
no reason
understand?
to
Do you
talk to
understand the
you,
difference
Flash.
between?
You're talking
You see
right
how
now,
they
and I haven't finished talking,
Do you think a shoe
Flash, I haven't
is the
finished talking,
same?
but you're asking me a question still. Like, what
I'm
the
not
fuck?
asking you a
You can't
question,
have
mate.
a
You're a fucking
conversation.
retard. I don't want to talk
How
to
about
you.
you shut the fuck up?
I'm happy to talk to other people because
Yeah,
you're a
you
fucking
talk
idiot.
to no one
I
because
don't give a fuck
anybody
about you,
starts
mate.
talking.
I'm happy to
Flash
talk to other
starts
people,
talking.
mate.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the. How about you shut the fuck up, mate?
Somebody
But
mute Flash.
I'm happy to
That
ask
fucking
other people
retard
questions.
child.
And so I want to know: do you guys think that hydrogen and helium work the same way in our world?
We think you're retarded, Splash.
That's fine,
Yeah,
mate. You're a fucking idiot, mate. But that's what.
So, Splash, I think the same exact thing as Elijah because I know by fact that you are just a mouse.
Do you know what hydrogen is? Do you know what hydrogen is? Do you know what hydrogen is? And do you know what helium is? Do you know what those two gases are? Do you know what those two gases are? Can you tell me what the differences of those two gases are?
Very unreasonable.
Oh, you don't care. Are they the same?
Very
Why are they different?
unreasonable.
It's very
He told
it's a
the
very
mic
simple
button
question.
while people are
Do you know what
speaking.
oxygen is?
He's
Do
very
you understand the difference between
when you are
oxygen
done,
and
when you
hydrogen
are done,
and helium? Do you guys know what the difference between those three things are?
when you are done talking to
You
me,
don't know. You don't know because you're
Let
fucking
go of the
dumb
mic
cunts.
button and let someone respond to you, Splash, you dumb fuck.
How about you
so
shut the fuck
when
up,
you
mate?
are done, Splash, when you are done talking to me, I will have just to repeat what I was trying to say because you didn't let
Okay,
me say what
what
I'm
are we trying to say?
saying.
What are we trying to say?
I'm
You shut the
trying
fuck
to
up and let him
say
say it, dumb shit.
I'm trying to say that you are just a mouth. You don't have ears. You don't have brain to process information that is coming to you. So whenever someone
give me some
is
information.
talking,
Give me
whenever
some
someone
information,
is
you fucking idiot.
not talking,
A real
you
time
just
example.
start
A real time
trembling
example.
to
Give me
him.
some information.
Real
Give
time
me some
example.
information.
Shut
So
up.
how
He
about
can't shut
this?
up.
I'll give you some
He
information, and then
can't
you give
shut
me some
the fuck
information.
up. He
I
can't do
know
it.
that oxygen is a heavier gas
It's
than helium.
fucking retarded. Why are we listening to this?
That's my information to you. Now you give me some information.
He's a fucking retard. He won't listen. Like Necros was just saying, he doesn't have the ears or the brain, just the mouth. He's a fucking dumbass.
Well, here's all that's important. Everyone else listening, right? You see through what Splash is saying. All of you, correct?
Very simple.
When you listen to Splash, when you look at him as a man, it's like watching a fat kid hiding behind a skinny tree.
Very much fat.
And he
Very
thinks
much fat.
He's holding the mic button while you're speaking right now.
He thinks he's getting away with something, right?
I'm not
But
getting away with anything.
all of you see through this, correct? This is the only thing that's important.
1000%.
All of you see through this.
He's the only one who doesn't
I
see
hope
it.
you.
Yes.
I hope you
Because
do.
he's
I hope
speaking
you do
right
see
now
through
while
this.
someone else is talking.
I would love
like
to know. I
downward
would love
bias
to know.
stuff. Very,
Please.
very, very secular. Downward bias, gravity, mass attracting mass. This type of stuff. All things only go down.
Who do you think's gonna? Who do you
Nothing
think's
naturally
advantage
will
to?
go up in his world.
Can I ask you, who do you think this is more advantage to? Like, for me to know that you guys are fucking retards?
Why
or
would you
for you?
listen
It's
to
of
the
no
question
advantage
when
to anyone unless they understand
You tell me. You tell me. You
what
tell
I
me.
just
You
asked.
figure
Why
out your
would we listen to you? Why would we listen to you when you won't let anyone answer you? Why
But
won't
I
you
asked
shut
you.
the fuck up?
Do you want me to ask you a question again then? Do you want me to ask a question? I believe that oxygen is heavier than helium. Can you explain to me anything else? Do you want anything to say anything about that? No, you don't.
That's something normal. Oxygen will be heavier than helium. That's not something surprising that you are telling
Okay, so
me.
why?
Another.
Okay.
Oh my God! I'm stuck. So for
You're
you, an
still talking and he's
information.
talking through you.
So an information for you. You were asking for an information. Neither helium or hydrogen or oxygen or any gas, they don't have a downward vector. Meaning, if you put those motherfuckers in a container, like in a chamber, in a vacuum chamber or container, they will never fall to the bottom of that container, leaving you with an empty space, a complete perfect vacuum, because those shit just fall to the ground
Of course
at
not. Of course not. It wouldn't be a
9.8.
vacuum.
Yeah, because gases don't fall to the ground because they don't follow that 9.8 meter per second toward the ground. Gases don't have.
Because they're less.
Yeah, I'm not done talking. Gases don't follow any specific vector. They go all directions. They will fill the space. They will fill the volume, this disponible volume that they have, the available volume that they have.
Do you know what gravity is?
No,
Like,
I don't know. Can you
Yeah,
can you tell me what it is and
This
can
is
you?
a child. This is a child. Why are we talking to children? This is clearly a child.
So now you're telling me something that I don't know about. So no, I don't know what is gravity. Can you tell me what is gravity? And please, can you prove what you will say? So show me gravity with using an experiment. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you know like a feather? We've all seen this.
Is gravity molten iron?
This is probably a fucking something that you guys should fucking. So
Is
when you
gravity
drop a
iron?
feather, when you
Because
drop a
we're
feather,
doing what you were doing
and you
earlier.
drop
Now we're being rude.
drop a ball,
And it, yeah, we're
it
being
will
rude now.
come to the ground
We're
at the
interrupting
same
you while
time.
you
Correct.
Yeah, because they are denser than. Yeah, correct. Because they are denser than the medium where they are in. When you drop a feather and a bowling ball,
Okay. And what
when
do you
you
think?
drop a feather and a
What do you
bowling
think
ball,
gases are? You are actually giving me your.
yeah, when you drop a
You're on my
feather,
side then. You're on my side. Okay, cool.
when you
Yes,
drop a
they're more
feather,
denser. They're more
I'm on your
denser.
side.
You're correct. And what do you think gases are? Do you think gases are more
Exactly.
denser?
Exactly. I agree with you. So now, if you drop a bowling ball and a feather, and if those motherfuckers are denser than the medium, if they are in a medium which is less dense than them, they will fall down. If they are less dense than the medium, for example, you put mercury, a bucket of mercury under that bowling ball, the bowling ball will
Or
not touch
hydrogen,
the ground.
helium and oxygen. Right?
The bowling ball at that time,
Yes.
it will sink.
Good.
Shut the fuck up.
Through helium. The bowling ball will sink through helium if the medium is helium.
So
Until
helium
this moment,
is
we
less
didn't
dense,
bring.
and therefore it right. Yes, good. It's good.
This is good
We are
because
progressing.
this is
This is
because
good.
everyone easily sees what you're doing, Splash.
What
I mean, you're
they-
so
Having a
secular,
mental
man. You're not
breakdown.
bringing anything here, bro.
Flash, and
You're not
and that
bringing
nervous
anything
laugh.
of quality
You're right.
here.
I don't need to bring
Wait,
anything in here. You
Yeah,
fucking
because
idiot. You're
just wait, guys.
I'm not bringing anything in here, man.
because what you're saying is so underdeveloped.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
It's unproven.
He's
It's underdeveloped.
short-circuiting live. He's live.
Splash. And also that nervous laugh
You're
shows
so
the
right. It's so
reality.
underdeveloped.
A mental
So
We're being
breakdown.
told how it actually works, Splash.
So Splash,
And this
So why don't you
is
explain
what
to me
you're
how?
doing, man.
No, you haven't.
You
You
keep
haven't said
bringing this
anything, man.
gravity stuff.
What? How
Fucking
you haven't
6-year-old. What
explained
the
it,
fuck
mate.
is wrong with him?
Why don't you explain it?
So you have this gravity is
Don't worry about
generated.
you. Just explain to me.
World,
Explain
don't
to me,
you?
mate.
Don't
I'm
you?
here listening.
Is
I'm
iron?
here listening. I'm
Does
here
iron
listening, mate.
create
Why don't you explain
gravity
to me?
in your world?
no, you're not.
Yeah.
Explain
Splash,
to me.
you're not
Explain to
here
me.
to listen. Splash, you're not here to listen because you're using your mouth and your mic is open.
Yeah,
You're not
he heard it.
here to
He heard
listen.
it
You're
40
here to
times.
use your
Can't
fucking
shut up.
mouth. You're not using
Can't shut
your
up.
ears.
Can't do it.
While I was talking,
I'm ready
you
to
were
listen to my ears,
talking
mate.
to
Shut the fuck
me.
up.
Now also you are trying to talk
Tell me.
because you are not listening. I am talking and you are not listening. You don't want to listen. You are scared from listening because that will just crush your
Go,
belief.
mate. Go.
Oh, nice. Till this
No, we're
moment.
not going to keep doing it. We did it 40 times. Every time someone starts talking, you start talking. You can't shut the fuck up, dumb shit.
Till this moment, we didn't use any shit gravity. Things that are less dense will rise up. Things that are more dense will sink down. You give me, when you told me about gravity, I asked you to prove that gravity. You told me a bowling ball and a feather. Yeah, they will fall down if the medium where they are is less dense than the feather and the bowling ball. They will just sit there if the medium is more dense. Nothing as gravity. We didn't use gravity till this moment, and we just explained normally and naturally how things can rise up and how they can fall down, and how you can maintain them floating there in their place. Now you can talk if you want to use your mouth.
Yeah, no, that's what the conversation was about before Splash got here. But he came in here talking instead of listening, and he would have heard it explained the first time.
Yeah, because if they listen, they will have to answer what you said, but they don't want to do that. They want to make up those excuses and false arguments just to talk and defend their belief system.
Yeah, because you guys are stupid. You guys are fucking like it's childish behavior, childish as fuck.
I'll tell you though, it's baffling in some ways that some of this stuff is so fundamental, right? And you would think, well, because it's fundamental, this is easy to understand, right? Like for the mind to understand letting go of a helium balloon and it goes up, right? The reaction of the balloon doesn't baffle you, okay? Like you accept that as you see it happening. Like that's part of physics. That's part of this experience, right? So we would think that a lot of these things that we're talking about right here, that Splash is bringing up, that he's desperately holding on to, that can't even make sense to him. He has to want to be there on that side of it, right? To convince himself of these things, because we've all come through all this kind of stuff.
Yes,
Wait,
and
can I ask you a simple question then?
No, you're provably unreasonable.
No, I'm going to ask you simple questions.
Are you going to be reasonable? Okay, listen. Okay, are you going to be reasonable from now on? Answer yes or no.
I'm only going to ask you specifically, actually.
Are you going to be reasonable from now on? Yes or no?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you one question. When you go swimming and when you float or sink in the water, do you know why that happens?
The same reason everybody's been trying to say, yes, we know why.
I don't want him. I don't want any of you guys. I want him to answer.
Why? Because I was absent. What I said was insignificant. You can't respond to what I said, so I can't talk.
Yes, it's understood, Splash. Okay.
The answer was already in what I said.
It's not understood. I want you to explain it to me. I want you to explain to me why.
I want you to explain to me floatability is the same.
Splash, we heard you. Let him respond.
Splash. Floatability, buoyancy, right, is what we're talking about here. Floatability of anything. It either has it or it doesn't. It meets the criteria to float or it doesn't. The criteria is the same. You have an object, a compound of molecules. Okay. Let's say iron, a bar of iron. Okay. That's a particular compound of molecules. And it will always be within a medium. Within that, the medium.
Why does it go down?
The medium is also something physical. So one
don't interrupt him.
Thing within the existence of another physical thing, each having its own individual densities based off its compound structure. Okay, so we have the elements, and they have weights, don't they? The reason they're categorized into weights is because something's been noticed here. The reason we say heavier or a heavy metal or a noble gas, okay, because of their behaviors within each other as they act and react amongst each other. This is what's been noticed. You're behind. Okay? You can't escape one thing within another. There's nowhere you can go or anything you can look at that is not within the confines of something else. called a medium. Period.
And he
It's
asked
real
why.
simple, homeboy. It's real simple.
He asked why the thing fall down or sink, and the other object can rise up. I will give you a simple analogy. Take two blocks of wood with the same density, made from the same type of wood, with the same size. They have the same size, the same weight. You put them both in a tub or a bucket full of water. They will both float. Now you take one, you put it under the hydraulic press, and you squish it very well. You turn it, you fold it upon itself, and you squish it again very well. You put that same block next to the other, which is now floating, and it will sink. That because that piece of wood that you squished, now it's more dense than the first one, because those wood fibers are now having less space between each other, so they are squished between to each other, so there is less space, so the material have less volume to occupy. So now when you put it on the surface of water, because it is more dense than the water, and it will just break those water clusters, the structure of the water particles, and it will go through, and it will sink down the water. That's the difference between things that will go down and things that will rise up, because they are less dense. It will rise up. More dense, sink down. Same density, it will remain the same level. Wherever you put it, it will remain there. Like another example, and it's a simple one. Take a helium balloon and a string made from cotton, and you need a heavy string. You take that helium balloon and you attach the string, and you start wrapping the string on that muzzle of the balloon. You wrap the string and you test. You leave the balloon. If it keeps rising, just you make a couple rounds around that nozzle again. You release it. If it rises again, you make a couple rounds around with the string around the nozzle. At certain moment, when the density of those objects and the weight and the displacement will be equal, if you release the helium balloon, it will just sit there. It won't rise up, neither fall down. It will sit at the place where you will put it, because it will have that same displacement and density as the surrounding, which is the air around it.
Equilibrium.
Exactly.
Yep. See, these are basics, man. And I tell you what's fascinating these days in 2024. You would think that the fundamentals would be easier understood by the populace, but what we're seeing as we're peering into this is how powerful the secular glazing of information is. And there's something to it. There's some sort of working
Roto,
aspect.
I got you, Roto. So the thing is, me and my cousin, we were at the beach yesterday, and he floats. He's a little heavier. He floats. I have to keep myself afloat, and we're serious. And we're having this conversation about this specific thing. The problem is, it's the emotional attachment to the lies they've been fed. They have all the tools right in front of them. They have horizontal, level, sea level. They have all these things floating and going down. They have it right in front of them, just like in that example of the conversation between me and my cousin that I just pointed out. He floats. I have to keep myself afloat. And we're talking about the emotional attachment, which keeps people's ears closed. They can't hear it. They have the tools in front of them, but they can't use them.
Can I ask a question?
Get in there, man.
No.
With regards to the whole
No, don't.
buoyancy density thing.
Just don't.
No, really? All right.
I mean, we got a new guy in here talking about it, so we don't need some sort of derailment. Let's just wait for the
on the same
conversation.
topic. All right.
Yeah, well, this is, you know, it seems this is getting somewhere, right? This is absolutely having results in society. This information, and it seems to be pretty regular, almost where it's predictable at this point. And people are going to line up in a certain way. This is very easy for some. This is very, it may not be easy, but acceptable for others, right? They they may scratch their head on the way in, trying to figure it out. It may not, some of it may be perplexing. Some of it may move people in a way that it hurts them, finding this out, that existence is kind of brutal and sad and humans are shitty. Okay. And once you figure out that there's a layer of deceit that is part of existence, right? Unfortunately, people will F you. Okay. And it's just a matter of whether your gateway of nodding yes or no to that. Right? And that's for us all. And then, so those are the calluses. Those are the trials by fire here. That's going through hell, through all the fallen secular bullshit to get to a more heavenly, a more excellent way. Right? But isn't it always there right in front of you the whole time? This whole experience of all the stories, of all the accounts over all of time of just being human. Right? Isn't it the falling away from level? Because we don't want to look. It's there for the perpendicular is there for us to access at any time, just like God, right? Just ask. And will he be there like a loyal wife, the best of wives every single time? All you got to do is drop a plumb line. There's your answer. Hey, where are you, God? Hey, where's vertical? Here I am, the same place I am every time, where I say I am, within the confines of this law. But all you have to do is just say yes. But what do? Oh, no. What's not vertical? Every fucking thing else. But you have to make it that way on your own by defying what the strictness of vertical is. You got to say, like, no, I want it crooked. This way. How do you know it's crooked? You got to know what vertical is to know what crooked is, don't you? Because you have to have something to orient it to. So just like finding level, this whole discussion like pitch data, right? It's this level plane that's always there. Where is it? Anywhere, any height or depth, this level plane that you can access. How do you do it? Right? You use elements of the earth like water. Will water lie to you? No. Has it ever lied to man? No. Has man lied to man? You better believe it. Water's more loyal than man. That's for damn sure. Right?
That was beautiful, Roto. That was beautiful.
Men lie, water doesn't.
You got that right. And it's always been that way. What depths do we go to protect the secular aspect of things? Just like Splash coming in here. If he's for real, if he really believes all that stuff, look at him. Does everyone see him? I mean, there's a difference now. There's a difference. This guy, he's hanging on to something. But every one of you have been on that step. you know. But you look back in the rearview mirror and there's Splash, same old song and dance, right? You're not going to notice that curve because it's so big, kind of thing. You're not going to notice the speed of light is indistinguishable from instant. Yeah. But they'll tell you it's there. You'll never, ever see plumb lines diverge, but they'll tell you they do. And this is the formula of the secular world. Why? Because it's the wheat to the tare, right? One grows around the other. It requires the other as a host. And that's the nature of the lie from the very beginning. It requires that fundamental truth to weave itself up on like a vine on a building. And it'll take over if you don't run maintenance on it. That's also part of the gig down here. You better touch it. You better follow up with some action to what you know. Right? Like cutting your grass, like cutting your hair, like shaving, right? You better touch it because nature will take over. And that's Bugville. If you don't humanize it, if you don't claim this domain here, and knowledge is most definitely part of that. Because you see all these jokers, man, these dancers, they may as well literally be in jester uniforms, right? Joking and dancing. Little soft shoe shuffle for everyone. And that's step one, that guy. Right? That's what we all start with, that guy. Unbelievable. We're not that advanced as humans that we're still doing shit like this. Like testing the inner court of what it means to be a man or a woman.
Shut the fuck up, mate. Fuck
Yeah,
hell.
well, hold on. Those
My
identity
God.
issues, we
You
don't.
fucking, mate,
Come on, man, bring it.
If you
Listen
want,
up.
if you
Somebody,
agree
I'm
with
on
him,
mute,
go
anyone. Pay
and give
attention.
him $10 and
Hold
move
on.
on.
Pay
Let's move
attention.
on this
Listen up.
conversation.
Yeah, we're not
Oh,
going to go
fucking
into
hell.
identity stuff, okay? So just stay focused on the topic, which is the Earth.
Well, it's the viewpoint of the earth, isn't it?
It's
Because
the viewpoint
does
of the Earth.
does
What the
Splash
fuck does that
really
mean, mate? What does that mean? Viewpoint of the Earth. What is the viewpoint of
like
the
what
Earth?
you're bringing to the table as a
No,
viewpoint,
you
a
just said that.
secular
You
one?
just said 2 seconds ago, you said it's the viewpoint of the Earth. What the fuck does that mean, mate?
Of the Earth.
That means your viewpoint
Shut
of
up,
the
man.
existence of Earth, Splash.
So okay. Oh, okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
He doesn't want to
Okay,
listen,
Slash,
dude.
you
Wow.
gotta listen or talk. They're incompatible. If you're talking, you're not listening. So which one do you want to do? Talk or listen?
If I'm asking him a question, it's exactly.
Okay, then you ask the question, then you shut the fuck up so he can listen. So you can listen to the answer. Because right now you're asking the question and not shutting the fuck up so he can answer. That's contradictory. It's showing that you really don't want an answer. You just want to talk. So I'll help you with that. You don't get to do either.
Well, Splash, you have a secular point of view. Secular. You learned it in school. It's the consensus point of view. It's what the astronauts want you to know. That way of things. And you nod to it. So that's your point of view. That's the way you look at this world. It's like that for you. So that's what I'm talking about, is that everybody here has been there in some form or fashion, just growing up. That's the thing that, come to find out, you have to wade through, get past, see beyond, that there's a trick there, that the actual reasoning is right in front of you. It's never really denied. You just have to go grab it. And kind of the conversation yesterday, talking about 10th and the example of the way it is here. Meaning, see, AI was going to give him a series of secular answers, but 10th had a standard that he was bringing in his questioning. That's not a good enough answer, AI. AI's responses are, oh, hold on a second. You're no schmo. You're astute. Good question. Let me answer this way in a more clearer fashion. So basically, the standard of 10th's questioning raised the bar on the answers. But it took that accountability of the questioning, didn't it? It opened some doors that the secular world likes to keep closed, and that's the glaze for people like Splash. And these types of things make sense to him. Gravity exists. There's molten iron in the center, and it's in there swirling around, right? And that is a force that pulls your feet to the ground in his world. See? Pulls all kinds of stuff. Has this Velcro effect. Hold on a second. The secular world will tell you, just like AI, yeah, that's the way it is, but unless you ask more detailed questions, it's not necessarily denying it. What fun would that be for a Satan, huh? To have to hide so much, right? When he can infiltrate. He's been right there in front of you. You just been nodding the whole time. You nod your way into the misinformation. And that's been the way of the lie from the very beginning. So what is the difference in the human? The listener? What's the difference in that? How come all of you get this info and Splash is on the outside of this? What's the difference? Come, it's so easy for most of us to understand. And somebody like Splash is so defensive of it. Would you guys fight things you didn't believe in?
All right, let's give him a chance to respond now. So hopefully, let's see if he listened. Okay, Splash, do you have a targeted, on-point question, or are you still confused about what he said?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you're reading the chat, but I kind of come to the conclusion. Cool. So I kind of come to the conclusion that I actually find this entertaining, and I'm glad you people are here. And I'm glad there's like moron like that guy who's talking, because it's fucking it's like fucking so entertaining that people actually think this way.
There we go. So now you've got a framework for why Flat Earth wins. Entertainment value.
Well,
your globe
yes.
is boring, your globe is dumb, and your globe lacks entertainment.
There's no winning.
Yeah, it's winning in the marketplace of ideas. This is a marketplace of ideas, and in the marketplace, Flat Earth wins. Because your goal is entertainment, and you can't find that on the globe side. There's just isn't any entertainment value.
Hey, people, what's up? How are we doing?
This is why we got you here now. We got you on the Flat Earth channel, and you're here for entertainment purposes. And yeah, that works for me. I'm happy about that too. You're glad I'm happy that you found the globe Earth to be completely vacuous. Not they offered you Starman, Star Lord, Star Captain of Tomorrow, Star Trek, Star Oblivion, all these Starmans, all this star space lore, faraway galaxies, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, all these amazing, fun, interactive stories for you to listen to and for you to get entertainment out of, and none of it worked. Perfect. That should tell you that it's so far-fetched, it's so outside your lived experience, you're unable to connect with it. It's just basically a nursery rhyme, some adults singing a nursery rhyme to a baby. So then we bring you back to the really is level, flat earth. Now you've got your entertainment fix because you're able to relate to it in some manner, shape, or form. Even if your relation, your word association is just insane. Yeah, the insane clown posse had told you just why people seek out this type of content. Because you're able to understand it. Once you're able to understand content, then you're able to draw some sort of conclusion from it. Which is why when you watch Star Trek, to you, it's like, I have no idea what these people are talking about. What do you mean reverse the polarity? What do you mean to push the engines to maximum? You don't know what these people are even talking about. That's why those shows, that TV, sci-fi fantasy, is boring for you. You don't know what's even being presented, what ideas are being presented here. Heretic, camera off. Thank you.
Very welcome. I don't want everybody to see my receding hairline anyway.
Well, it's more about it limits the room, and then other people who are other devices can, cover up part of their screen and whatnot. Plus, we're on YouTube.
It makes sense.
So, like, if you're doing, like, there's been people who go on camera and then take like a massive bong hit or something. And if that's being broadcast in a country or a state, like in the United States, that we're using street drugs is illegal, that could be broadcasting illegal content. And it could be, YouTube could, limit the channel and whatnot.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now that's the first time I've considered that. I never consider the laws in nations that it's being broadcast, just the laws in the nation that I exist in. Thank you for the correction. I will take that, and I will also take that into consideration on my further joining of podcasts and feeds. I've never even considered that.
Yeah, no problem. That's what I gave you a lot of charity because I knew sooner or later I kind of felt like you would get it. So yeah, reach out to Jay Reezy and tell him that you understand not to use cameras now. He thinks we're doing a double standard, that we're letting you do it but not him.
Well, because now that explains why on my own channel, just using tobacco or having a cigarette or hitting the bong, alcoholic drinks, although those aren't illegal where I live, now I know why I'm getting restricted and why I'm getting bans or timeouts on TikTok, for example, because it's not legal in other countries that it's being viewed in. So that's interesting. Now I know why my crowd has shrunk.
Yeah, it's that 3-foot bong.
Yeah, so the main thing since Jay Reezy isn't Duncan Darth isn't listening to me, could you see if he'll listen to you? So then maybe articulate that to him and see if he's able to get it.
Why does he go on camera a lot?
Yeah, and he keeps saying he's allowed to because you're allowed to.
Oh well, no, not if it's messing up people's monetization or their crowd. No, I would see that. What is this guy doing? What are you doing?
Hey, Big Vegan, you got to turn your camera off.
What do you mean? Stop it! You stop that right now. Give me the sources. Just kidding. Hey, dude, stop peck dancing. You're freaking me out. Now I want to have
What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah, now what I understand about this is that if I go on camera and somebody's recording for their channel, if I hit the bong or smoke a cigarette or say something absolutely outrageous like hate speech or whatnot, and that's going into a recording or live feed, now the channel in the nation, or the channel that the host channel in the host nation whose laws do not allow that, will now get a strike because of something that I'm doing on camera.
There you got it. So that's why, as a rule, we no cameras.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I get a strike on every live feed I do. I get a ban almost every time I go live, either for hate speech, illicit substance, or violence, or something along those lines. Now I know why. I'm like, what? Okay, it's the other countries that are viewing it. Interesting. But if you look at my content, you can see why. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't want children seeing my content. That's for sure. I don't want any kids or anybody's children seeing me and being like, "That's who I want to be. I want to be like that. I want to talk like that." I'd be like, "No, no, you don't." I serve as a poor example.
Why would you do that?
That's how God made me.
You don't think that's weird?
Oh yeah, being a conscious entity seeking my endpoint within the confines of my own expanse and collapse is definitely weird, yeah.
I mean, what you just said, right?
Huh?
Well, I forget the exact word you said, but you just, oh, don't follow you or don't be like me. I was just curious why you would want to be a poor example.
Because I'm effective at it. It's effective.
Are you? I always like to know. I can't tell what you are. Are you a baller? Just out of curiosity.
No, God, no. I haven't been a baller since like started fading off the ball at like 2007, 2008. When I discovered that we don't go to the moon every day, I was like, wait, because I was in an argument with one of my buddies who said that the moon landings were fake. And I was like, dude, we go to the moon every day. We're bringing like torpedoes there and like we're building space hotels. And he's like, no, we're not, man. He's like, look it up. And I looked it up and I found out that we haven't been to the moon since like this date. And I'm like, wait, what? What about all this space elevator? What about the space hotels? And he's like, more like space prison. And I'm like, what the So my own expectation of what space and the solar system and scientific technology, my own expectations and presumptions and assumptions on that has led me to believe the things I believe, because I believe some crazy stuff that was just assumed. That science just decided not to tell everybody, hey, yeah, we're not doing that because we can't.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger is a real thing.
Yes, but if you notice, let me turn my camera on really quick. This isn't a Dunning-Kruger shirt. This is a Freddy Krueger shirt. Either way, it's a nightmare.
Did you watch the remake? I think was it like just a couple years ago, right? They rebooted the series.
Yeah, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I was definitely impressed with their rendition of him. I think I liked the new Freddy. I thought he was a little freakier. Like, I thought he was a little more scary looking. Whereas the original Freddy, I think, is more action, comic booky kind of style. Like, he doesn't really look like a burn victim, you know what I mean? Whereas the new Freddy Krueger looks like a burn victim.
I liked a few things. Like the original one, like I saw it, like it was 84 when it first came out. It was like it showed this sort of like sadistic humor that he was like kind of like he was in charge, but almost in like a dreamscape sort of way, like goofy, like where people could fight back if they weren't afraid, but he's also kind of like to get you to, like, I don't know, almost like he was having fun at your expense. Like the whole thing was like in the dream world, he's in complete control, but he only exists as long as you're scared of him. But like the new Freddy was like, yeah, he's just sadistically evil and he's going to torture people and, like, and like, I like the idea too, where the micro sleep, where people are staying awake, but they kind of drift off for a second or two. So like minor spoiler, like the kid's in the hospital room and he like drifts for like 5 seconds and the nurse's arm turns into the spiked glove, the knife glove, and he wakes up just right before it hits him. Kind of like where where I don't know. I thought they did a good job with the movie. It's not. I mean, I maybe I think they could have done a different villain with the same sort of power than just trying to reboot it, like another interpretation, another sort of like Freddy Krueger-esque thing out there. Like Freddy Krueger isn't unique. There's
Is there a new movie with Freddy?
Yeah, they rebooted the series and they started back over with Elm Street and they retold the story. And another thing too, I don't think they gave the kids enough agency. It seems like they were just sort of like side characters in the story, really about the parents instead of the kids. Where in the original story, the parents were like, "Hey, none of this is happening. I don't know what you're talking about."
My favorite
it's funny.
My favorite's still Michael Myers. He's my favorite of all the horror villains. He's badass.
It's funny about what you're saying, though, as far as the concept of existence, only because you allow it.
Yeah, that was in the original movie. They got away because you don't just turn your back, just look the other way, just don't pay attention.
In so many ways, fear has been understood that way. And, just being here talking about what we're talking about separates knowledge from that aspect of knowledge, of that right there, something in existence, because people are allowing it. In other words, it is a thing that should not be, or probably only is because of something, right? It's a creation through the nodding again of the people, or not. And that's kind of this whole thing, isn't it? You know, it is an awareness it's an awakening through an awareness. It is funny, even though we know things of how awareness works, because we can drift off. In a living experience, we can drift off, like go back to sleep in a way, even knowing things, being aware that we need to be aware, and being aware of the difference of when we are aware and when we're not, right? That kind of consciousness, we get to that point. You know, we can, it's a strange thing, awareness. Even trying to discipline the mind to be attuned with it as much as possible, there's drifts, right? So you really got to want this reality. You've really got to want this. And that seems to be of a lot of importance as far as a difference making aspect to this existence, is understanding that aspect of it. This is for those people that want it. And then those that don't are still sleeping, right? And they're going to say things differently. And as you'll see, the movements will be different because the choices will be different. So isn't that weird? I mean, I don't want to like hog the focus of this conversation or anything.
No,
but
no, you're good. You brought it back on topic. He had mentioned having the Freddy Krueger shirt, and yeah, it's good that like.
Well, I'm curious. I'm curious as to what you guys think, you know, of this type of thing. I mean, this really is a truth seeking, really kind of trying to extract and put on the table here exactly what 10th did yesterday with AI. And is this a valid point that I'm pointing at of accountability for people? Is this a lesson, right, for the future of people? Whether that be our children or coworkers or friends, or whether you don't talk to anyone at all. You know, there's something about continuing on with the knowledge of things. And the handling of it is going to be done differently from everybody that's got the knowledge of it. So some people are going to hit some pine trees. Other people are just going to ride this out as an individual and private thing. Other people are going to feel like, you know, they've got to go out and ring the bell. They're going to destroy some things, possibly. So anyway, I mean, this information's filtered differently, you know, obviously. But isn't it something odd about the fact that the commonalities of what we're seeing here? Well, first of all, is there deceit? Absolutely. There is a full frontal of it, a face of it, a prescribed, right? I'm talking about full costume Okay, deceit, acting, pretending, in character, writing it out. Okay, in existence. That's a trip. But you know, if you think that it's not real, then actually that's what makes the person the fool, right? You living in a cotton candy house. If you think people are like to the core as a humanity, a good thing for each other, that deceit doesn't exist because we're here because it does. It's the thing that we all have in common here is noticing that. Right? So, but just like what 10th did of piercing through it, is that the lesson? That's my question to you guys. Is that the lesson to approach people with for this to continue to expand? Right? I mean, is that really not kind of the whole way back lesson stuff, the hiding, the fig leaf and all that crap? Don't you know you're naked and ashamed and all that stuff? Right? Can't you see yourself is what that is all about. And isn't that the revelation of Jesus in the Bible? Isn't that his revelation of seeing himself, becoming aware and awake, finding that within? Yeah. Not lying to himself, right? And how is that done? I mean, it's done with the behavior towards other people, and that's the way we see this place, and that's the way that we're going to treat people, the handling of people. And right, so that revelation, that awareness of like, look, the greatest among you is going to be the servant of all. This is the karmic law of things. You're going to keep looping and looping and looping something until you see beyond something, and it just keeps every generation, every man that's born, right, brings in some sort of thing in their mind, some influence of dealing with deception, and probably self-created, and coming to the accountability of that is like the unfoldment of truth, much like what 10th did with AI. Isn't that funny how AI tried to cloak it, but it was up to 10th to pierce through it, not up to AI, right? Is that the lesson? That's my question for you guys.
Yeah, I think I missed that part. I don't remember 10th Man talking to AI. Was that later on or?
Yeah, that was the whole show, you know. But it was what AI was trying to get away with, right? With secular answers. Like if you were to ask Splash a question, what you could expect him to say. But then you call him on it, and that's what 10th was doing. You know, talking about the horizon, talking about elevation angles, talking about how you can get an angle, talking about the difference between a tangent, a point, an angle, two lines, the technical aspects of these differences. And AI was like, oh, well, as you bring that up, you're absolutely correct. And how very astute of you to notice these things, because this is more of the aspect of the nature of reality, right? So, but 10th already knew this, but AI didn't know that 10th knew. And that's what was interesting is how he handled AI. But it's kind of like handling the world itself. If how it's 10th as how 10th handled that right there. It's going to be up to 10th to ask the questions, right? You're either awake to it or you're sleepwalking through this experience. And you're going to say secular stuff like Splash does, or you're going to see beyond that. Right? All you guys, what's up, Joe? Steve?
What's up?
Well, Steve, you know about it, man. You know about the BS.
I don't know about anything you're talking about. I'll make no claim about knowing. Go ahead. No, I was just joking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know,
about
man.
what?
I know that you have noticed, men in the wheelchairs and you understand the acting element to this whole thing. That's really what it is pretenders, man. Actors portraying something for something. And it's strange how it's 2024 and it's just so old show, Some things never change, man.
Yeah, they talked about that this morning.
What do you mean?
The repeat cycle, basically. Some things never change. I forget how they worded it, but
Nothing.
It was Chris. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a factual deal, right? People get, they got you tricked every way you look. So they told you X. So now you're sitting here like, oh, gee, we didn't know this 500 years ago because they told you didn't know it. So you're at the mercy of, that's why, I don't listen to too many people besides God, to be honest with you. That's why it's so critical, right? The book, let your I like the yays and nays, right? Like that's no 3, especially when it comes to God's physics, right? Like hey, ain't what it's doing, partner.
What do you think, Steve, when you hear secular reasoning nowadays? Say like what Splash was bringing to the table, right? He's saying there's a downward bias, that it's gravity, that it's a pulling force, all that stuff. What do you where do you compartmentalize all that when you hear it?
Well,
in my noggin.
Nonsense, but
Is that how you file it? Just
well,
right in the back, right in the front cortex. Yep. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin your train of thought. Go ahead, answer the question.
No, go ahead. I was. Who was it?
That's all I had to say. No, that's all I said.
No, Brendan. Okay.
I'm just peanut gallery. You go ahead.
No, I don't have nothing to say about the gravity crap. I mean, you have to go to physics to start talking about any of that stuff. So you haven't done that. But that's not my gig. I kind of like to remind people how much mental illness is out here. It's like when God told you, right? Like, think about it. You probably didn't get high enough, right? When God told you we didn't land on the moon, that's when that enlightening right there, that's boom. It's like, hey, man, I got to rethink my think. Oh, how do I know this is true? Oh, why am I listening to someone's opinion, right? Like, oh, man, why do I give a crap about what you think about the NFL? My God. Yeah. You're in a small percentage, like it or not. Small, and then yeah. No, it's a real thing that where we're living here and now. It's a real thing.
Going to keep hearing the face of things, the secular face of things as well. It's just strange kind of dismissing it in such a way these days, because it does keep coming. You know, Elon Musk is going to keep saying something, right? Something he's doing, fiddling with something up there, right? And he's not, right? And then people talking stuff, right? That's happening that we're going to be doing or that we are doing up there. So, you know,
I mean, yeah, a lot of people
I
won't
don't
even
feel
get
the need to say anything about it to anyone necessarily. That's kind of where I'm at, you know.
Well, you got to come to terms with Elon Musk, who's just a clown. And if you don't, if you can't, any of these topics that come up, you yourself as an individual have to take this manly stand of factual things. Now, if you're going to pretend that Elon is any type of real character, you're suffering. Now, he's a real actor. You don't want to get confused. With Hollywood, it's like rockets being grabbed out of midair. You don't want to get confused on the production.
Well, you will if you allow it, huh?
Well, we already allowed it. You don't have an excuse now.
Well,
me and you don't have an excuse. Like, what do you mean? What are you looking at?
Sure.
What are you talking about?
You know what's funny though, Steve, is a guy like Splash is going to come in here and say, when you ask Splash, can rockets land vertically? You know he's going to say yes. Musk has shown him, right? Have you seen the footage? Right. So it looks funny. It looks funny. Watching.
No, that's where you're. But that's also where your own personal knowledge has to come into play on some of this hocus pocus.
Oh.
I mean, that's what we're talking about half the time. Why are you believing hope? But people don't have the whatever, right? It's all about us coming out here and passing on certain things. Physics, the rocket can't do that. Physics. You'll never see it. You can't demonstrate it. It's like gravity or any of the crap they try to pawn off. Hey, I'm not falling for your like now they're selling tickets for a goddamn balloon. Did you guys see that advertisement? Oh my God, they got a luxury spacecraft balloon, restaurant, bathroom. You should be able to try Google it. I forget the name of the outfit. Yeah. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
That's right. That's right.
People don't like playing in the show.
Has the show always told you it was a show? And it's just never really registered as a show? I mean, has it made no qualms about BSing you and diddling your bunghole against your will, but you nod to it anyway?
Well, you don't even know. You don't know because you're part of the system. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Like, I mean, we're slaves, right? But we didn't know it. We grow up under this X. It's a wonderful thing. Yeah, I mean, the hoax isn't going to be dropping your lap. Don't happen. And then your own history, who your parents were, how you think. Every individual, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you
it's a
say the
big
hoax.
game.
The hoax.
Well, the hoax is they mentally trick
Okay.
you up so your brain doesn't think right. That's why I say there's mental illness out here. It's a serious problem.
Has it always been this way, Steve?
No,
Just
well, not
mankind, or is just the 2024 version of something that's
illusion.
Mm-hmm.
People are illusionary. That's what I'm saying. You got to appreciate the beauty of the plan, right? You're in the plan. It's being executed, right? That's why I'd say we didn't land on the moon. So you can't underestimate the beauty of that hoax. That is brilliant.
Is conquering that hoax the development of the self? Is that a thing is that a purpose, you think?
For me and you to discover that they didn't land on the moon? What?
Well, yeah, just that, not to fool ourselves into anything.
Well, after that, that's what I'm saying. That's a wake up call. It's like, this is just a done deal, non arguable. You got tricked, and God told, I use it as my example of God telling me, Steve, they didn't land on the moon, bro. I think a lot of people haven't been conned before, Roto. A lot of people don't understand crooks. A lot of people don't understand liars. And if you're going to ignore it, right, which a man can't, that's the beauty of being a man. God then you. And if you're not going to understand your own dumbass and these other characters that you're same as you, it's just that, hey, these characters have been around a long time. They don't need to trick you no more. I mean, it's given to you. The hoax. Can't ignore it. Individually. And where you land, that's up to you. Because you got a lot of information out here at your fingertips. The AI. AI. Yeah. I mean, hey, put it to work, but understand what the hell it does. Where we're going to end up, AI? Hell, we don't. None of us know, right? Because we're definitely in this computer age.
Strangely, the answer seems to be whatever you agree to. That's going to be up to us. It just kind of the back to the Halloween movie kind of lesson.
That's the way it's always been.
What fear is, right?
Well,
does fear really exist? Right? Do we truly know our way to hell? Right? I mean,
fear is bullshit. Right off the get-go.
Hoax, like you say,
Yeah.
right? That this song and dance has been going on. It's just been part of the experience. This is nothing new, right? I mean, this is so old. It's strange that it still exists in such a way, almost like slavery, right? If people think that slavery doesn't exist, man, it is more potent now than it's ever been. We have such access, right, to people now, right? We can move them around with such ease, right? The old kiddos. Oh, yeah, it's big money. So, but the hiding of that. And then, of course, the thing about it is the people thinking, certainly, like, Child Protective Services can't be involved in child trafficking because that would be something quite evil, infiltrating something that has the face of something good, that's supposed to be doing something good. But isn't that the best place to infiltrate?
Everywhere is a good place.
Everywhere, yeah. Those protected places from people's thoughts. Because when people just give you the grace of protection of, why would they lie? Why would the government do that to us?
Keep me safe. That's the trick.
lingo. That's the lingo, the mental language that the reasoning, and then so we get somewhere with the way we think about things. But there's an angle that is pre-desired for us to be in mind of, and it absolutely understands that trust of authority. That what we're pointing at here is to, tear that down. But
think about what it has gotten to right now, right? It's like if you're not American, right? Well, I mean, I don't mean that. Like a famous American statement, right? The great equalizer, right? And so that's something for real, the great equalizer. And if they get that, see, like when you talk about great equalizers, right? It never hurts to compare Switzerland, right? A lot of people like to leave Switzerland out of the game, right? Oh, they're neutral. Oh, they're such nice. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Hadron Collider. I don't care. Don't matter. But people don't like to play the whole game. Follow? They don't understand mercenaries and the whole game.
Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier. War, the never-ending war.
That's part of the show too, isn't it?
Well, partly how they keep you. Immigration, right? Hey, let's keep you stupid. Make these people immigrate. Oh, let's get America. Let's have them all multicultural. What kind of BS is that? It's like people don't get it.
Well,
they get away with telling you how to talk and think. Right? Politically correct. Oh boy.
I like to use this, Steve. So Chuck Schumer, right? Here's the picture, the image that Chuck wants your eyes to have. It's of him at the grill. He's at the grill, baby. Okay? He's Burger Man. It's July. Right? He's in the South.
American hero.
He's relating. He's got his apron on, got a spatula. There's a burger with cheese, man. Okay? What kind of cheese? American cheese. American. Okay? Better know it. Problem here, though, Steve, is that there's no fire on the grill, and the burger's plastic, and so is the cheese, and the spatula's brand new, and his apron's freshly unfolded, and this man hadn't been around the grill, just like Kamala hadn't been around the kitchen table. Right? It's an image for you for July, for summer in the South. Right? He's trying to relate, to me over here, like with my grill, right? Chuck knows me. He's around around the grill. Oh yeah. They're so relatable. Their lifestyle, the things they choose to do, and their access is just like mine. Right?
He's just like an NFL quarterback. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, so, and then, have you seen the thing with Candace Owens, man? Her breaking open the whole Kamala Harris story?
You'd have to brush me up. I mean, like I only read headlines.
She's not who she said she is at all. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I know that. They're all
Irish family.
Right?
That's white. Right? That's about as white as you're going to get. Right? Irish. And slave owners. Her family, rich slave owners from Jamaica. So,
yeah. It's all part of it, right? I mean, that's all real things.
And communist, man.
Yeah, those are all real things.
Yeah,
you can't rule out Trump for being in the same boat too, right? I mean, these characters at the top all have this never-ending story. That's part of the game. It's how it works.
It is. And it's odd.
Well, it's called, what do they call it? Monarchy, right? The queen, think about it, right? I mean, it's ridiculous how people idol worship. That's why you got problems when you got idol worshiping. It's like appeal to authority. It's all the psychological problems that we have in this country with individuals, because your system's been corrupted. So anybody that went to college, you definitely better rethink your think, because you've been programmed. See, like I'm old and this system's have been going on, and boom. I mean, it's obvious they took over the colleges. The communists took them over. I don't know when I recognized it completely, but 10 years ago at least. The left agenda. It's not rocket science in America to see that communism has taken over. It's a real thing. And then, as I say, people don't get the Bible. God's the one who writes the rules on government or all of it, right? I mean, it's like, hey, you can be a government. Yeah, well, no one's arguing that point, bro. We don't need to be stupid. They control the school system. You got to remember that. No, the money's a real thing. It's not a joke. Like I say, if you're a flat earther, you got responsibility. Oh, the fiat money. Yeah, I know how it works. It's crooked as hell. We could talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, but you ought to know it. These are all real things. Yeah. But the hoax, the thievery, those are real too. They go hand in hand.
Thievery. Yeah. That's
Liars, thieves.
yeah.
That's why they used to execute them. That's why you never call a man a liar or a thief. It used to mean something. I don't know if it does anymore. But liars get away with lying because of the soft sell, right? Oh, he's not lying because he was taught that. Yeah, well, I don't really care. He's been taught the correct way now. Why is he still lying? You gotta love being a flat earther. No, you're a small percent. Well, I mean, whatever. It's growing, but
I find it very, very liberating, right? I mean, there's an absolute element of advancement as a living being, right?
Oh, hell yes.
A firmer grasp of the way it was created is being noticed. That's liberating. There's something satisfying about that, satiating. It's like water to a plant. A lot of ways, that kind of knowledge. So then it separates us from those that we can see that don't know or that are perpetrating more of this. It seems like just knowing that now that there are these stark differences in just points of view of being here and what this is about, and that there's a scripted lie. Okay, so I mean, just the oddness of knowing that that's out there. What we do about that, I think, is what is that kind of develops, because that may change as time goes on. I mean, do you feel, Steve, yourself personally, that it's any kind of a mission of yours to broadcast in any way what you know?
No, just the truth.
Pointed out to you.
No, just the truth. I mean, that's it. I'm not gonna. I can't argue. I'm not an arguer, right?
Yeah.
And it's like there's no reason to, right? Like, here's the thing, right? Like any man that can rub two sticks together can go look with his own eyeballs, learn the physics of how they describe the physics of your eyeballs, and discover that the Earth is obviously appears to be what we call flat and level. Now, from that point on, you know, it's like, hey, you can't do that. We're probably going to get lost in the fog. Follow? I mean, flat earthers have a certain responsibility to come to terms with X happens. It's just like going south there. You know, like I would never go just on the simple fact that it's a baller running the show. Period. So that number two would be, well, let's make sure we understand nothing's going to change as far as the land. That's ridiculous. That ain't going to happen no matter what. Now here's the thing. If they did trick us, and we do happen to see some type of 24-hour sun, which, hey, I don't know, whatever. It ain't going to make it round. Ain't going to happen. It's going to be a whole nother fascination story that me and you got to talk about now. More land, you know, Antarctica, whatever. I don't care. I don't want to talk about crap I can't talk about. But Antarctica is a joke right now as far as flat earthers. But it's like it's a cog in the community. Like they should be, you know, like he started it right off with a fight, right? Well, look, Jaron, he should apologize. Jaron should. For the very thing out. He kind of said, well, it's going to be a ball, you know, and like, not going to be a ball no matter what. Never will be. Never has been. It's be magic if you did that. But can you imagine?
Yeah, Duffy.
Going down there?
Why did Duffy even bring globalists along?
Yeah.
This is
Well,
about
one more thing, Crip, then you can have it for a while. I'm getting
Okay.
tired of it. Can you imagine, Crip, riding down there and chit-chatting with what's that guy's name? David McKinney or something?
Yeah, Dave McKeegan.
I mean, you understand the crowd you're going with? Oh my God. But anyway, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, you want to go on vacation away from work, and you're going to go with some of the most miserable people you can find.
Oh, Jennifer, I take my sorry. Excuse me. Thought I took it off mute. Yeah, that's a. I mean, these are things you got to laugh at, right? You know, like Will Duffy and taking that type of thing seriously. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, pinpoint it right. You know, it's a joke to begin with. It's a moneymaker.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to accuse anybody. Yeah, go ahead.
The globals are done. This was the year they're supposed to be going to the moon. They're supposed to end the flat Earth. So their booby prize is like, let's go, instead of going to the moon, they want to go to Antarctica. Doesn't cut it, dude. That's not a replacement.
It's a joke. It's all part of the hoax, right? I mean, the hoax is bigger than most people think. You know, he's not. You know, I mean, some people think like Will Duffy's not a liar. No, he's a liar. End of story. MC Coon. I mean, these guys getting their church pup. You know,
when you see multiple countries perpetrating the same thing on their population, that there are these landings and such, so that you get this computer generated proof that there's the template. This is kind of the script, isn't it? Let's have the celebration of the control room. You got to have that part of the movie, right? For the landing, whatever. Got to be some space drama as well. Something's got to be on the verge of going wrong. Okay, it's going to take some human ingenuity, right? A little bit of finger crossing, a little bit of a God wish. Okay, and then you get your people tuning in, don't you? Turns out, you fixed something with some duct tape. You weren't supposed to. You know the story. But isn't this funny to just bear witness to? Okay, this country's doing it. This country's doing it. This country's doing it. Right? All the same script. But this is the big boy play. And you have countries doing it. It seems the countries would think one to another, well, I'm not going to tell if they're not going to tell. And if everybody believes this crap, then we're just going to do this. But, I mean, it's going to take the people not believing for anything, for that thing not to be. Right? I mean, that's what it's going to take. It seems.
The TV.
But, I mean, is that a vocal thing? Is that a vocal thing? Do we just...
No, it's got to be the mainstream TV. I witnessed that mainstream TV during the after 9/11 and then the war, right? They took the TV, pumped Americans up, and sent your boys over to fight. Yeah, it's a TV deal. Here we go again, right? Appeal to authority constantly. They won't quit happening. That's why you gotta, well, right now you're responsible for yourself and for your family and educating as many as you can. Because that's the only way you're going to get around the corrupt education system. But you're not. I mean, it's tough, right?
You're right.
No matter how high you go up here in the elevator with people in high positions, there's high likely they believe it's a ball, and they're honest people too. On top of that, I mean, it's a beautiful plan when you look at how this system works and operates. You really got to appreciate that part of it. But then they trick you and steal everything and tell you you're polluting the world, and then all the lies are exposed, and now you're on your own taking a look at it.
And it's the people that I love that I really feel the strongest desire to speak with.
Sure.
And it's those that I tell you, it's not necessarily an easy path to create that kind of discussion with somebody that you want a good relationship with. And because I mean, I feel like this is a very important part of life. This vision, whatever you call this experience, this awakening, this awareness, this vision, right? This unfoldment of knowledge, of truth, of what that actually is, seems to have been the same the whole time.
My fellow flat earthers, it's been such a long time. How have you guys been?
Good. Who is it?
My goodness.
Is that Saudi? I think that's Saudi, man. Let me see. Yep, Saudi man.
But that's why when
Abuse
you
of
talk to
power by the flat earthers. Abuse of.
Go on.
I'm not Saudi, man. I'm someone else. You don't have to mute.
Oh, you gotta love Saudi, man.
The one and only.
Yeah. The same way as Chesney Hawks. So, any proof of a ball Earth today? Cool. Take that as a no.
Not really. Something was going on about weighing something in an elevator or something. Proved a globe, but I don't know.
We weigh stuff in an elevator, therefore the floor's a ball.
Something, I don't know. Gravity, something.
But don't. See, this is the thing I don't understand about globers is that we agree that things fall down.
Hmm.
So I don't know where that goes. So things fall down, therefore the floor's a ball. I don't see the link.
Therefore, magical force.
Okay, so magical force, therefore the floor's a ball. I don't see the link there either.
Well, how does gravity work on a flat Earth? Because there's no center of gravity on a flat Earth, is there? So,
What do you mean?
Well, it's like gravity is like because it's a ball, and then the center is attracting everything, sort of thing. So that concept isn't on a flat Earth kind of thing. If everything was, the center was attracting everything, then
But that's not the rhetoric, is it? It's not that the center's attracting things. It's just that everything is attracting everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah.
So why wouldn't that be the case on a flat Earth? I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess because it's. Because there's no center of mass or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Seems to get rather fuzzy on the details when you ask for them. It then becomes believe us, or you're retarded. Or both.
I got a new one for you. It was believe us or I'm going to call the police.
Call the police?
Yeah.
Wow. Did someone call the police on you for being a flirt?
Yeah, apparently it's... So then after talking to him for a while, like, you see, what are you going to tell the police? He's basically like, spiraling back and forth. He says, there's a bunch of people on Discord who aren't doing anything. And I'm like, no problem. Call the police. Tell them that. They will send help.
Wow, okay. So there's people on Discord doing nothing. So
But
doing
talking.
nothing.
Just yapping.
So
Yeah,
yapping
they're
on
not doing
Discord is a crime, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm saying if the old boy calls police and says, hello police, what's your emergency? There's people on Discord yapping. You'll get the police. The police will come. They just might come to not the house you're expecting them to come to.
No. Might arrest you for wasting their time.
That's like ring 911. What's the state of your emergency? What's the nature of your emergency? There's some people who think the Earth is flat. Hello, sir. This is not a line to be prank calling. Do you have the emergency right now? Yes, I do. Okay, what's your emergency? There's some people on Discord yapping. Okay, we're able to lock in your address and phone number. Stay right there. Stay on the phone with me. I have help coming. Clearly, you must be in some sort of like you're having a stroke, a schizophrenic break with reality. Okay, stay on the phone with me. Help is on the way. Just imagine like a emergency operator getting a call like that and trying to parse out just complete word soup, schizophrenic panic that someone might be wrong on the internet. I'm sure it's happened. Some of these globalists have called the police.
Crit. The best part is they don't even. Someone else is telling them their position. They haven't even seen their own position with their own eyes to fucking argue it, and they're getting that crazy about it. It's insane. They can't even verify their position other than NASA and the scientists told me so. Since it's sad.
It really boils down to just complete freakout.
I think QE and Whitsett are going at it again today, aren't they? Everybody heard about
Fun.
That's kind of what I was. That's what I was thinking myself, kind of.
So the Glurfs get to witness some hot flurf on flurf action.
Well, I think so. I think isn't that what he does? Is he's going to do he's going to finish that video, I guess. Right? I don't know. He just advertises Whitsett today, I think. But last Saturday, was it last? I don't know when it took place, but when it took place, he was doing a movie review or a video review, right, of Whitsett. Yeah, that's when Whitsett popped in. But today, yeah, I think he's going to continue on with the video today. Well, yeah, with Whitsett.
Nice. It would be nice if flat earthers didn't attack each other, though. We've got plenty of enemies. We don't need to make enemies of each other.
I'm with you there, bro. All the way for sure.
Seems like a waste of energy to me, but whatever.
We need, yeah. pick a side. Pick a side. First I was a baller, and then I had to pick a side.
Yeah,
Now
I'm on the Florida Bulls side. That's it for me.
I thought it was over. I thought the Witsit QE stuff ended last week.
No way. I mean, QE and Nathan hate. Well, here we go. I'm not going to talk about people, but anyway, QE's been advertising he's going to do it all month. Review Witsit. And then Witsit, I mean, Nathan and QE don't like Witsit. I mean, they said that real clear whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they banned him last week. Like, Witsit was
No.
This is some WWE shit.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Sorry. No. He's not banned. No, sir.
Okay.
Well, see, after that was over, then he came into the room. Witsit did. He spent all day in there the next day in the room. And that was a question I was going to ask you too. Did you have I only caught the tail end of that conversation with you, Crit, and then my name. But anyway, I can answer any question you got or anything. Okay.
Oh yeah, with setting up FED, having their own channel and stuff.
Yeah, when the room. I think we were talking. Yeah, go ahead.
I only name dropped you because in case people are like, "Hey, is Crit's version of that story accurate?" You know, and then you were there for the big part of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, part of the FE, right? I mean, here we go again. I don't know. I know like what happened, certain things, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a funny story. Like, just real quick, like, people don't even know this, right? Like, it used to be C rigs, but right now, for instance, Righteous Force owns the room, and he runs that room, the whole thing there. And then Nathan, all he does is just come in, boom, and he's gone. So that's how it's set up now. And that's why there's a lot of people banned. I think there is people banned. I don't know who they are. But yeah, I don't know if even Nathan even knows it, right? He just lets Righteous run the show, and then he invites people to come on, but they can't get on because they're banned. So I don't know.
It's so weird. Like, there's no oversight or accountability. Righteous Force just bans flat earthers, and no one knows whatever happened to them. They're like, "Hey, why'd you stop coming around?"
Right.
Got banned by Righteous Force. Like, really? Yeah.
He should make a new classification, right? Like, hey, man, this is a show pass versus kicking them out of the server.
Yeah, they used to have like a role for that, but somehow they took it out.
Yeah.
It's just good that we're finally kind of like washed our hands of it. You know, it's on him now and his people to set up stage events and
Nathan only uses it for why he's doing the show. He's not. He doesn't really participate in it at all. That's he tells you that, right? Like, hey, Righteous runs the room. End of story. But I'm assuming. I guess he knows. Like people are banned and they can't get in. But then he just accepts. He accepts that, which is fine too, I guess. But yeah, they got a war going on. I don't know what's going to happen, but
the crypto's point is like, why are some of these flat earthers fighting amongst themselves? Why not just, find some area of agreement and then talk about what you disagree with? This infotainment sort of WWE style debate bro tactic.
Does Witsit talk about the ether? I don't pay much attention to Witsit too
Yeah,
much.
I
but-
haven't heard Witsit in a long time. You know, I don't even remember the last time I talked to him.
I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I don't think they have. They should. If they do, they. Well, 'cause even like QE said, "Hey, I don't care about the ether." That's not. See, the problem with they're having is they're calling him a liar. And then they whatever, right? That's the problem, not the ether, the liar. No, they told us that the other day. So I don't, and whatever, right? I mean, I couldn't even hardly keep up. It was a speed of light, travel of light, speed of light, travel of light is what they're calling him a liar about. I don't know. I'd have to get clarification.
Well, and just ether, you know.
No. I just got through saying that. No, it's not the ether. QE was very clear on that. There wasn't. Well, I don't know if Nathan said it, but QE did. The argument is he was lying about the speed and travel of light. That's what I'm saying. If you haven't heard it, or you know, that's what they're. I mean, that's the beef. If you want to, I mean, unless someone wants to correct me, my understanding is that's it right there, in a nutshell. Witsit lied over, and I don't even know when. Right? Was it 2 years ago? I don't know. But I mean, I can't even understand what they're lying about because all you need to do is settle whether or not light has a speed or doesn't have a speed, or whatever, right? But I don't know what's going on. That's where I don't understand. Where they perpetuate the argument too much, maybe. I don't know. It just seems
About
kind of weird to me.
Does science prove things?
Was that the
Yeah,
argument?
that's really
to begin with?
you boil the debate down to the lowest possible level, because that's really what the argument is. The argument is Nathan Oakley, QE, science proves things. Witsit, Jaren, the Ballbusters, science is basically this vacuous thing that is completely full of human error. You'll never get anywhere near proof.
Exactly.
So that's really, I mean, you could talk about speed of light, observations, sky magic. All the topics are all peripheral. The main point of disagreement is that Jaren and Witsit are throwing science under the bus, just like the globalists do. And that's the problem right there. The problem is now that the debate has been settled, that science proves a cause and effect relationship, why would Witsit and Jaren be throwing this win away? Why would you give it back to the globalists? And on top of that, why would you go down to Antarctica with a mega church, young earth creationist super pastor who lied about, being coached by McToon, who lied about debating flat earthers and having friends who are flat earthers, who wants to do some sort of expedition that's the final experiment that's supposed to just end the flat earth. Why would you bring any globalists at all? Well, it's like right now it's like 10-1. They put up a scoreboard. They're showing you how many globalists per flat earther. Why have any globe people at all? If this is supposed to be a demonstration how the earth is not flat, and globalists think they have this in hand, why would you invite Dave McKeegan to begin with? Have this be some sort of schoolyard field trip. You got Duffy and his merry band of flat earthers going to Antarctica.
It's very hilarious, really.
No globalist ever expressed any desire to go to Antarctica. Supposedly they got clips of flat earthers saying they wanted to go. I mean, some of these clips dating back almost a decade. So why would you then invite a bunch of globalists who flat earthers can't tolerate? These are not just flat earthers, but pretty much anybody. These people are insufferable assholes. So if you invite them, it's going to cause a lot of people to say, you know what? It sounded like a good idea, but you've got a bunch of jerks on that trip that I don't want to be around. So no, thank you. Especially when they framed it, like Duffy had said, I want to bring 10 people. Some normal people and a couple flat earthers. And you're like, what? So you've already parsed out that inside your worldview, flat earthers aren't normal. They're like, what, subnormal? A different type of normal? They're normal, but not normal. See, these are the issues that he should be out front addressing, going into flat earth spaces, answering the hard questions. But he hasn't. Duffy's only gone to globalist podcasts, globalist YouTube channels. He hasn't been to here or FED or, I mean, did he go to Geos? I don't know for sure. I'm telling you, if he did anywhere, then maybe there. He's looking for flat earthers to like contract with him. He's looking for flat earthers to comply or whatever, to get on board with his experiment. And he hasn't even asked them to do so. What he'll do, though, is make some sort of hit piece on his YouTube channel, then send out the trolls to go in onto YouTube Spaces and say, "Are you scared?
Nobody talking?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, nothing. Anything. I'm just trying to get anybody to talk. What happened to you or Roto? Anybody talking?
Hello? Hello, how you doing? You see, the way I see it is, you can't fly 90 miles high to the Carmen line and look down and verify. So I'm gonna have to say it's a faith-based thing. Either way, the debate is both sides of the faith. Because yeah, you can measure A to B, but it doesn't prove the whole thing. It just proves A to B.
Kaffa, are you retarded?
No! No!
I
Yo,
mean,
my
one
bad,
could
bro.
argue.
why do
Well,
you call me retard, bro? The fuck, man?
everyone's a little retarded in a way.
We're acting like my retarded cousin making weird sounds and shit, and you're a grown ass man. I just thought, I don't know.
Bro, don't call me retarded again, bro.
Okay, retard. Alright, I'm out here. Have a good one, Chris.
Oh, I wanted to ask Kaffa what he identified as.
Alright, so what's the latest reason why flat Earth is real? I was a non-believer. I am legit open to explanations.
Well, just go talk to the corner bum. Talk about the world is nigh. Like, you know, if all you need is an explanation,
What is nigh?
at the corner of First in Maine, you can have like some guy holding a sign up saying the world is nigh,
I
and you can
don't
ask him
have
all
that
the,
actually. I actually don't.
You don't? There's no like person holding the sign up talking about the world is nigh.
Nope.
The end is near.
Nope. I'm usually the doomsayer in our neighborhood, so
Well, there you
nope.
go. Just use your own explanations then.
Well, it doesn't coincide with a flat Earth, though.
Then don't use it. So you got do or don't do. You pick.
I don't understand.
Okay, so you don't understand and you do understand. So you don't
I understand that our politicians are going to doom us, but I don't understand that the world would be nigh for some unknown reason.
You said you were looking for explanations.
Yes.
Use your explanations.
My explanations are we're all doomed because we're all going to get bombed to shit if a certain someone gets elected, so we're all fucking fucked. It's nuclear apocalypse.
Okay, then there you go. That's your explanation. I get it, dude.
Okay.
You've got Elon Musk had said like what 1,000 years of darkness or some shit if Kamala's.
It's not necessarily that. I mean, I think that could happen either way, honestly, depending on how this goes. Because like nuclear bombs are bad. But nuclear bombs aren't that bad because we've used them and we're not in apocalypse and people have tested them, so we're not in apocalypse. So I don't think they're necessarily that bad. They'd be bad for anyone who gets hit by it.
You have proof that they're real?
Yes, I think we have verifiable proof that they're real. At least, given our own studies, our own eradicated cities that we tested it on, Russia's eradicated cities that they tested on, and the surrounding forest, because it was too large for them. The islands that were irradiated because one of our tests went wrong and was larger than expected. There's a lot of proof that nuclear bombs are real. Of course, I'm skipping over the atrocities we did in World War II.
Yeah, it's just like incoherent babbling that has nothing to do with the topic.
I didn't hear a topic.
Flat Earth. The topic's flat Earth.
Okay. And I asked for your opinion on that.
You're fear mongering that. We already talked about
I
that.
asked for your opinion on that. I did not.
We just
want
told
to
you
go
you don't
with
have
this.
no proof.
They tell me.
Our opinion. It's your opinion that we're listening to.
Yes.
Right.
And I would like to hear your opinion, which is what I asked for in the first place.
We don't have opinions here. You need to go to the sewing class.
What's your facts then?
Facts of what? You're the one with the facts.
I don't have facts. That's the problem.
Exactly. That's our point.
It was incoherent babbling that had nothing to do with the topic. That was my feedback. Not facts or logic or whatever. You're
Okay.
just like you went
So be it.
from like the end is nigh, that you're talking about the end is near because of politicians, but only one type of politician, not all of them. And then you started
It's not
talking about
true.
nuclear weapons for some reason.
So
It's
why
both
they are
politicians and
so why they are flat earthers here? Why they believe that?
A lot of people are flat earthers because the fact that water finds its level.
Not
that
really.
most
Not
of the,
really.
like 80% of the earth is water.
It doesn't
So
find
there's
its
a
level.
problem. So there's a problem for the globe there if 70% of the earth is flat.
I mean,
water.
water isn't flat, so I don't know.
And
how
then
to
you have
explain it to you.
Is it curved?
Then the land is measured
It is
in
curved.
reference to sea level.
Where, Manchi?
Okay.
It is.
Where is curved?
Watch it.
No, so I couldn't say that without some moron talking over the top of me.
No, if you do something where it's curved,
Dude,
you
shut
say
up and listen, dude.
no, you don't start with some if you. Now, if I ask where is the curvature, he said curvature is there. It's on, let's say, London, and 5 miles distance to the London is there, and you can observe it. Can we do
Let's
like that?
say.
No, let's say it's there. That means
No,
give me
you
the
said let's say. Are you
No, let's
assuming?
say. No, I'm not saying let's say. In a sense, take any position on the earth and tell me there is a curvature. I know that it should be everywhere, but you can choose wherever you want. Let's say choose USA, this okay, Florida, okay, good, and there it is, and we will look into that.
Crit, do you know what's going on right now? I'm so
Curvature.
confused.
Yeah, just pay attention. Like, if you're confused, now would be the time to listen, not talk. Or if you feel like there's a certain thing that's said that would clear it up, ask a targeted, pointed question rather than just blurting out, "You're so confused." No one can help that. They don't know what the problem is.
So he wants points where we can actually prove there's curvature.
Yeah. Like that, you will prove the sphere.
How would we go about proving the curvature? What requirements are required to actually prove there is actually curvature?
I will tell you.
It's your
In a
problem.
distance, I will tell you how. In a distance, you choose the distance. It should to be drop, because there is a size of the Earth, and it's telling you how much drop over that distance will be. Everything is written. You can type it and see on Google. Everything is written about heliocentric model. That means with your height, you can see 3 miles, and there should to be curvature.
We're getting our height from
the sea
what
level.
system exactly? Sea
From the
level,
sea
so
level.
I have to somehow measure myself from the sea level.
You probably got your height from your genes.
Well, I don't know how I would measure myself from the sea level.
How you will measure mountain?
The mountains are very far away from my area.
Yeah, and how do we know the height of the mountain?
Well, in early days, they actually tried the tape measure, but I don't think they do that anymore.
And if mountains is in the middle of the continent, how we know the height of it? Yeah. Pretty good. Okay.
Which, again, how do we know how that is?
Yeah. How we measure the height of the mountain in the middle of the continent?
That would help me in figuring out where I am, and I can make the measurement that you want. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I say the mountain is 2,000 meter height, what that mean? 2,000 meters.
It's very high.
No, it means that it's 2,000 meter above
It's
what?
almost a
About that?
mile high.
Is it the 2,000 meter above the sea level or 2,000 meter above that point?
That's a good point. Don't know.
They are saying it's
Yeah, you do know. You just can't say it.
We learned that it's the measuring the height of the mountain. Referring to the sea level. That means 2,000 meter above the sea level.
So how did you measure the sea level?
But the problem is this: if you're middle of the continent, and sea level is somewhere 1,000 miles far away from you, that means that 1,000 miles should to be curved on the sphere. That means you cannot be 2,000 meters above the sea level. You should to be who knows how much, even 3 times more, because of that drop, because you're on the sphere. You understand?
Nope.
No. Do you understand what is sphere?
I'm looking at a sphere. That does not make sense.
Yeah. If you are on the one point on the sphere, and if you go away from that point, are you dropping with the elevation? Take your
It
finger on the
would
basket.
not actually accelerate as you would predict because you are on a sphere.
Yeah. That sphere has drop over distance.
Drop.
Over distance.
Correct. Yes.
Does has that.
So let's see it.
in nature, of course.
Of course.
We observe the nature, and we are flat earthers because of that. There is no such a thing like a drop over this in reality. That's why we are here.
No, I can't get the image you want right now. I have to get it tomorrow
That's
when
a
I
figment
go
of your
over to
imagination, Garlicus.
one of the Great
Garlicus.
Lakes.
Yeah, that's a figment of your imagination that you're on a ball. And now it sounds like you're changing gears into being confused about perspective.
I did not say anything like that. I said I was going
Well,
to
you
take a
thought
picture
you were
tomorrow.
mumbling about the Great Lakes when you were going to show us Chicago, I'm guessing, skyline.
No, I said I was going to take a picture tomorrow at the Great Lakes to give the measurement that he wants.
Okay, that means I need this, your height of that camera, the distance to that object what you will make the picture, okay?
I would do so.
And then
Absolutely, I'm
and
5'8".
and then you use that Earth curve calculator, put that in that equation, and see how much of drop you should to have with that object what you observe.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
And
the lake I
and the
will
best.
see across is
No,
about
man, you don't know what you will
5 or
see.
6 miles
Man, you don't
long.
know.
So
Man, you don't know what you will see. You need to do that. Is that correct?
I do not.
No, you are you saying that you know what will happen even if you didn't do that,
I
right?
Sounds
think I
like
just
he
heard
already
that.
flat smacked himself. He's predicting his own flat smack, it sounds like.
Again, I am not a adverse to your opinion. I'm
You're a
trying
day
to figure
drinker, I
things
get it.
out. Yes. I'm trying to figure things out.
Well, good for you, bro.
We are saying that a surface is flat because it's flat. It's not curving. Only that.
Right.
And it should to curve. And if it's curving, then it's sphere. And if it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. Are you agree with me?
So far, yes.
Okay. Then there is a size. You have the size. Then you check in reality if that size is matching. And if it's not matching, what is going on then?
Correct. It's probably
bigger ball.
They've lied to me about everything else, so I went down if they lied to me about this.
Wouldn't put it past him, would you? I would. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him either.
I put like this: people know to lie. That's that people won't know to lie. But now it's question: does water lie?
Then a lot of people adopt the lie and they just live their life profiting off of propping the lie up, maybe not even realizing it's a lie. So
Because
the train left the station long ago.
People saying some people saying water is curving, and some people saying water is not curving. How we will find the truth? Some you will listen to people, or you will look into the water and body of water and see is it that true or not. That means you look the water
I
and
would
what
have to
water
test
tell
it
you.
myself.
Yeah,
it's only now that it's been simplified down to water that people are convinced that water's curving. Because up until this point of this flat Earth conundrum, you would not be able to find a soul that would tell you that water at rest is curving. But now, 9.9 out of 10 people tell you it's curving. That should raise a red flag.
Which is why
It's a
I
denial of reality to save a
volunteered
myth.
to take a picture over one of the Great Lakes. It's Lake Erie, but it's still a Great Lake.
Yeah, it sounds like you're hoping to be able to, bait and switch and show us your confusion of perspective
I
and
am
say there's
hoping
Earth
to
curve.
see the truth. Honestly,
My friend, I
don't
live
care.
on Lake Ontario, my friend. What do you expect to see? I've done this a million times. What do you expect to see?
Depending on where I look, either the other side or nothing.
Right. So if you're on a globe, it's nothing. But if you see something across, then it's flat,
Depends on
right?
it depends if looking across or
Yeah, 30
or
miles.
a
Lake
diagonal.
Ontario's 30 miles across, buddy. I shouldn't be able to see the other side, shore to shore.
Yes, but from
But
where
guess
I
what,
am,
buddy? Guess what,
I
buddy?
can
From where I am,
see
from where I listen,
across.
buddy. I live on Lake Ontario. I live on Toronto. I see the other side, 30 miles across, shore to shore. What's going on, buddy? I have videos. I have photos of all kinds of shit.
Have you seen anything?
I'm in Toronto. Listen, I'm in Toronto. Go on Google's Maps, right? I'm in Toronto, and I see St. Catharines across the fucking lake. Go check that out.
Have you seen anything along
Bro,
the
I
lake?
just told you.
That's a
Yeah, the whole
long
fucking city, the whole skyline of St. Catharines, all the fucking lights. Yes, I see more than that. I see actually
not
further than that.
crossed. I'm not talking about crossed.
Everything. Buddy, how do you not understand this? You're saying, oh, I live on the Great Lakes, right?
I do.
I'm supposed to not see nothing, right? But then when you go there and you actually see across what's happening, your globe
What do you mean
destroyed.
everything? What do you mean everything?
I don't see everything. I see some things,
One thing, do you
and then if I go,
Hey, let me
try
ask you
to
another
look
question. Does it
across
change? Does it change daily? Does it change daily? Your ability to view a certain distance, does it vary on a daily basis?
No, it's not.
Yes, it does. See, that's how fucking stupid
wrong
you are
answer.
because you've
That's
never
the
fucking done
wrong
these
answer.
observations. It varies on a
does not.
daily fucking basis. Yes, it does. Temperature varies. Everything fucking varies on a daily fucking basis. So your ability to view further or shorter always fucking varies. That's why every time on the news you can actually have a thing. The amount of visibility you get, daily fucking visibility. It's even on your fucking news. You stupid.
Well, okay, if we're taking clouds into
It's not
effect,
clouds. It literally fucking how far can you see through the atmosphere? Not clouds, you dumbass.
You don't have clouds on
it is clouds.
The atmosphere
Man, you
is
don't have
clouds.
clouds
Wow.
on 10 meters elevation. Do you understand?
Stupid.
Yeah, you want to try and answer that again?
Not really. No.
Can how far you see differ from the day to day based on the weather conditions?
I can see it across the lake 99% of the time, and
It's the exact
when I go
same
and
every day, huh?
change yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yes.
Good luck. Yeah, that's a good start tomorrow. Tomorrow will be your first observation. Then you can make another observation. And probably on the third day, you'll come back and say, I guess you guys were right. It does depend.
Man,
It was foggy today. I could barely see across the street. Huh.
no, it's
Who knew?
it's changing every minute, and you are saying it's not changing every day. Every minute it's changing.
Literally, every fucking minute's changing.
Same.
But you're a Glober, it's okay, bro. Most of you Globers are the same. Stupid as fuck, boy.
You guys weren't so mean last time I was
Yeah,
here.
you're just a little early to the bottle today. That's all. Hey, man.
Right.
Hey, smoke them if you got them.
Hey, I'm doing that right now. I'm rolling right now. Fuck.
I'm a buffroch, Grozniga.
I mean, I get it. I get it. My morning used to be my night. It just depends on how your days. We're just razzing you a little bit. Yeah, but that's some crazy talk saying that the visibility is the same every day. Like
It is. Absolutely.
It's not. It's
no,
literally
bro.
not. You're stupid.
In the newspaper, they print different numbers in the newspaper every single day.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same with the sun and with the
I was measuring
Hey,
upon
flat Earth
if
is
I could
correct.
see
I'm
certain.
not going to accept any of your behavior against other flat earthers. We
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You will
I
not
was-
accept the sea level.
Hold on.
I will not
Semi-drunk
accept
guy. No, I'm just saying. In the newspaper, when there's in the weather section and it says visibility, it doesn't say same.
It does not. Yes.
Why not?
Why?
If it's the same, it's not the same number every day, bro.
But
and especially if you live like by the water, they give a radio update in the morning, in the afternoon, the evening. of visibility.
And on the summer, it doesn't change that much on the
Wow,
lake.
bro.
Oh my god. Cope
It
more, buddy.
really
You're wrong.
doesn't.
Straight up. Oh, really does. You're so dumb.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You can say so.
Okay, hold on.
It's
Let me
everybody
ask
knows
you.
so.
Hold on. If you pick up your bottle and look through it, and then you look across the room, and then as you get to the bottom of your drink session, you're going to have a little bit of you can see not only the bottom of the bottle, but what's on the other side of the bottom of the bottle clear. So you don't.
Yeah, you guys were a lot nicer last time, man.
Relax. We're being nice. I will start this during the day. I can only dream. No.
Yeah, I honestly don't care. So, good luck.
Guys crying. Yes, Fifi's are hurt, boys.
Yes,
You can believe that
where
if you
wanna
want
start
to.
from.
If you
If you
want.
want to start from, you can see the same every day. What next? Because this is. Let's just put that on the back burner.
The next is drop over distance there. How to say measurable. Now we have the same. We can see, and now we have drop over. It's there, the curvature, because we can see now every day the same. Now we need to show that drop over distance when we see every day good. Can we? Or we can show the flat surface every time.
I think he ran away. Bro. He
Yeah,
started
we
crying
weren't-
and he ran
we
away.
weren't being nice enough. So, yeah.
I think somebody needs to write a book about this psychology. What is going on? Why? Why not? Good question. Why always how to say going around and around and around?
Because they're trying to find a flaw in your logic. They don't care about the truth. They're trying to fucking tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah, because you're flat earther, you must be wrong.
Right. So they're only coming in here to find flaws in your logic.
Yeah, that's correct. They want to find something. Ah, look, I got you. You have no explanation for it.
There is books written about it. You know, it's about people that are brainwashed. I remember AJ reading out a big list of symptoms of someone being brainwashed.
Yeah,
It
like
was literally-
Globers, yeah.
Yeah, it
Pretty
was like the
brainwashed,
shit
those
we deal with
Globers,
every
yeah.
day. Like every single thing, it was like, whoa, perfect. Yeah, symptoms out of a brainwashed person.
Like the Globers, right? They all have the same thing. It's crazy. I mean, but the Globers are brainwashed. Like you can't like this. It is what it is, right? It's literally brainwashing from like a young age.
But look at this view. I'm not working. I'm okay. I have time. I love to be here because of flat earth to be with you people. Okay, but do you understand? Sometimes I'm thinking how some of you flat earthers can have the spend here so many time if you're working, if you have family, whatever. Now you have the Glober who has the family and the work, and he is spending time here like 6-7 hours of whatever to protect the globe. Do you understand me what I want to tell you? What is that psychology? You have a person who doesn't like that, who's saying this idea it's stupid or whatever, but he is still spending 6 or 7 hours of his time on this server.
Yeah, it's really dedicated Stockholm syndrome.
Or you are paid, or I don't know other explanation. That for me is to write a book. What is the reason of your coming. I don't like to watch movies, but I will spend every day 7 hours to watch them. Not only to watch them, I will also discuss and tell that it's not good to make movies.
Hello, Sinran Sam. Sinran Sam, welcome.
Yo, thanks.
Sam's flat earther.
Now I'm finding myself making excuses for these people because it's like they find out the possibility that this is all a brainwash, and then immediately the conversation begins. So it's almost as if there should be like a delay. They find out what are you saying? There's a possibility I could just be wrapped up in an outer space brainwash ideology. Yes. Then they should go and look at some stuff for a while. Whatever it is, what, even if it's Professor Dave's stupidity, just get themselves, like the last guy, half in the bottle, not downgrading them for it, but your attention span sort of gets warped in those moments. Yeah, it's a lot if this is what you have to knock on the door of as the first thing that could have been a myth, then yeah, it's difficult for these people. Yeah, but I always bring this up since it's close enough to someday, but you threw movies under the bus, McColljack, and I don't blame you. A lot of movies are garbage. But these people are living in M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. We all were. They're born into the myth. I'm not going to spoil the movie, but yeah, there is a possibility that we were all born into a story, and the story is made up. That possibility exists, and that's hard for a lot of people to stomach, especially when drunk. I've seen people in IRL, as the kids say, in bars, establishments, who freak out about flat Earth, and it's I don't bring it up because of that. I know it's like we're bringing up religion in a bar. It used to be you don't bring up religion and politics in a bar, that's why everyone just argues about sports, which is has its place. But yeah, a lot of these people. I found out the guy who freaked out, and I didn't even mention flat Earth. Some normie Globey was talking astrology and mentioned, Mercury retrograde, and you know how people, it must be a full moon. Well, it's not, but it's a retrograde. And that guy took that as a sign that this person was some sort of flirt, and he freaked out. It ended up being directed towards me because my friend goes, "Hey, he's a flat earther." So, but it turned out this guy was an elementary science teacher. So yeah, there's a lot of sunken cost, and there's a lot of pride, and there's a lot of I don't
That's
know.
like an alcohol-related incident. Here's this guy is supposedly an educator, and all he can do is just spaz out. Whereas he has no ability to articulate.
Oh, he was literally trying to get at my throat. This was a complete stranger to me, and I hadn't even uttered a word to him, But yeah, it was wild. Yeah, so they must feel some sort of pressure. You know what I'm saying? These people who show up to work every day and say, "Okay, kids, get your science books out." Even a university professor. They must feel the pressure, or they must hear. There must be rumblings within the classroom of, I wonder if this ball on the cover of our textbook is actually real. And then they have to field questions about that. And then he's like, "Well, this isn't in the curriculum." Yeah, I've never, like I said, I don't go around and get in other people's business. So, I keep it for places like this where people want to come to talk about it. But I would like to have a conversation with someone. You know what I'm saying? It'd be interesting to have a conversation, not even for gotchas or to get it on camera, but what are you guys thinking now that this is? I wonder if it'll be addressed in future curriculums. How to handle? They might have a little symposium. How to handle flat Earth questions? Who knows?
It's always better that they approach you than you go approach them.
Yeah, agreed. Because it's Yeah,
You never know what type of freak you could run into.
Oh yeah, that's as I get. Yeah, as I get into older ages, I know to mind my own business out in this world because some people are just unhinged and looking for a reason. And this topic gets in people's fifis like no other.
Because because they're not hearing what you're saying. Like you'll hear like some sort of like, flaming at the mouth, flag wearing mega Republican, and you tell them the earth is flat. What they actually heard is that you're an Antifa sympathizer working with liberals to take down America's greatness. And they'll just start swinging. It's really hard that's what I'm saying. Like you don't know where they are politically. Like if they're left wing and you say, hey, the earth is flat, somehow like you're a conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones, whatever. You're like, well, how do you add that together? Because Alex Jones really loves NASA. Okay, you can go to his website. There's fucking NASA merch on his website, dude. Like go to Alex Jones' website, click on merch. You can buy NASA merch on Alex Jones' website. You're the Alex Jones fanboy, just like he is. He loves NASA. And even it's bizarre, like trying to even break through what people think they hear. So you got the moral of the story is let them come here, because at least they want to talk about the topic. They came here to talk about it. So if they don't want to talk about it and want to talk about it at exactly the same time, it shows they have a contradictory worldview. Then you can address that. Be like, well, by clicking on this channel, didn't you like consent to a discussion about the nature of creation?
Well, that was sort of like the last guy. Yeah, the last guy didn't like where the conversation was going, and then next thing you know is like, where'd he go? He left. He decided it was enough for today. So, but yeah, it is interesting how people kind of they want to toss a rug over everything. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I'm going golfing tomorrow. You know, not me, but someone said, oh, what are you, some elitist jerk asshole who wants to rule the world? Is like, no, I haven't been golfing in 35 years. I'm going to a bachelor party. You know, I'll be lucky to break 120. Oh, that's okay then. You're my buddy. It's weird. Yeah, people are quick to want to anything you do. It's almost, yeah. It's wild. Well, yeah, I'm trying not to meander off topic, but yeah, for some reason they have people hypersensitized and divided on things that aren't actually divisions. Why would they lie? You know, it's just, yeah, there are puppet masters out there in the world. It's interesting, and people can't even understand. People can't even conceive that a fib could be told by anyone. It's wild. Yeah, I don't think people are paying attention. I think the main, and I don't, this isn't about what I ever think is going to happen, but I don't think it's a big deal when people, oh, don't you guys think this idea should be spreading more quickly? No, it's going to find who it's going to find, because a lot of people, they don't have time. And that's the reality of their life. A lot of people in the world may not have any free time for another 20, 25 years. Literally. You know, they have every second of their day wrapped up. And then, you know, they might have some downtime, but they choose to unwind from their day how they wish. So it's like, that's the big problem, is a lot of people is too busy. And then a lot of people just make a choice not to further engage in the possibility that the Earth is a ball. So, I'm pontificating, but just filling the air. And the last guy wasn't the greatest example, but he's sort of a microcosm of the whole thing, because due to the day drinking that I envy he was partaking in, he's already sort of like the median normie, just kind of in a fog of thought. And then somehow he wants to tell us that the visibilities on day to day don't change. And that was the cross he died on, when it doesn't even, it's just complete nonsensical. That doesn't match to reality. Anyone who's spent a day outside knows that different days you can see further. So yeah, it's sort of like everyone's stuck. The mass majority of people are stuck and have found a reason to be stuck or turn the other way. So, say la vie.
Yeah, they're on the flatter side.
No, we were talking about the guy who was denying that the weather changes throughout the day. But nice try, Highway Hermit.
Yeah, a fucking globe.
Great way to start with a cope.
Yeah. Cope, bitch.
Right out of the gates. Cope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I find interesting. It's only the globe side that lies. Anything conspiracy related is the truth. You can bank on that.
Well, hold on. Yeah, well, you've kind of have a
fuck does that
bastardized.
mean?
You have a bastardized idea of what a conspiracy is, because if people have identified a conspiracy, then it's actual reality. It's no longer quote unquote what you would think of as a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? So if someone said put the apples in one basket and the oranges and the pears in another, and I threw all the apples into one basket, and then you're like, well, that's funny that there's pears and oranges in this basket, and there's only apples in this basket. Huh. Really kind of funny. What'd you guys do? You think you know how to separate apples from oranges and pears? That's funny. What, you guys couldn't be wrong? Well, if you're paying attention, an apple, an orange, and a pear, they all have different characteristics, okay? And you can, if you've lived on Earth and been to the produce section or an orchard, you can tell an apple between an orange and a pear. So don't be so surprised that we have a bunch of apples in a basket now, Highway Hermit. And you're left with the oranges and the pears. So sorry that we decided to apply our discernment to this topic.
My apology.
Yep, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, you're coping. It definitely happens when you must find a reason to cope.
Taste that cope.
Cope.
That's what I'm saying. It tastes so good.
Yeah, you're left with what must have been Lee Harvey Oswald, and then everyone else who's not a naive little twit says, "I think it was something else."
The Jews.
That's coping again. Look at him.
Yeah, buzzword coping.
Buzzword cope. Tastes so good. You having a mental breakdown or what? What's going on, buddy? Hermit.
Well,
Right.
you're supposed to question everything.
Okay, so Hermit, what if we're not to question anything? What is your lead pipe cinch globe proof? Let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Where's the curvature?
The globe proof.
Yeah,
I mean, you
show
think you live on a ball.
your intellectual superiority. Let's do it. We're all here.
Well, y'all aren't interested in globe proof.
No, that's exactly what we're here for, bro. We've been waiting for years, some of us, man. Lots of years. Many years. Yeah, so listen to me very carefully. So you think do you believe you live on a ball? Yes or no?
I know I live on a ball.
Okay, so what's the radius of the ball that you know you live on? Because the ball has a radius, right? So you know you live on this ball. So what is this radius you live on?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't you? There's a problem right here, friend. Right here.
Ballpark it.
Right here. Like right here, there's a problem already, buddy. You don't understand how fucked up this is already. You don't know what you believe.
Yeah, I do. But
That's crazy.
it's not because of the radius.
That's crazy. No, but then in order to fucking verify what you believe, you'll have to understand what you believe. And the problem is you Globers have a fucking problem. You guys don't even understand what the fuck you believe.
Yeah, tell us what you know about the ball. If you know it's a ball, tell us one thing you know about this ball. Since you're clueless to the size, can't even ballpark it, what do you know about it?
Well, I know that there's a northern and southern celestial
How the fuck
pole.
do you know? How the fuck do you know that?
I've seen them.
Hold on.
Wow, show me. Okay, hold on, Horace, shut up. How do you see that? Show me these poles. Show me the poles.
He's not talking about
those
Earth
poles. What poles are you talking about? Show me these poles.
I was fine with flat Earth until
show me the poles.
I saw the southern celestial pole, and I'm like,
well, where's the southern celestial pole? Where's the Where is it? Where's it? Show me. Show me the southern celestial. You don't even know the fucking radius of the ball, and you're gonna tell me you've been in the south, right at the South Pole. You personally.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah, you've seen a picture. I've seen fucking pictures of fucking all kinds of shit. Is that true?
He's not even talking about the South Pole. I asked him about the ball. Hold on. I asked him about the ball. The ball, he pointed to the sky. That's what happened.
Right, because flat Earth is only supposed to have one pole.
What the fuck do you know about flat Earth? You don't even know about anything about the fucking ball.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, explain to me how flat Earth has two poles. Then.
You're making a fucking straw man. You're making a fucking straw man of shit you don't even know. Yes. How do you know what flat Earth is supposed to be? How the fuck do you know what flat Earth is supposed to be? How the fuck do you know this?
You're in full panic mode right now.
There's no panic mode. There's no panic mode. It's just I'm pointing out the fucking obvious how fucking stupid is. You don't. Okay, bring it back. What's the radius of the fucking ball you think you live on? Let's see who's stupid.
Oh, now you're obfuscating from there being.
It's the same fucking point. This is how stupid you are. You're not understanding the fucking point here that you don't know anything about what you fucking believe.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. What's the radius of the ball you think you live on? What's the fucking radius of what you believe?
Once I saw
Exactly. Stupid.
Highway Hermit, we asked you about the ground, the ball. You pointed to the sky and made an assumption. You told us you knew the Earth was a ball. But all you're telling us are these loaded assumptions.
So if there was no southern celestial pole, I would still be a flat earther.
So other than these assumptions and your connecting of the dots to reify the myth, what about the ball, not the sky? You said you knew the Earth was a ball, and then you pointed up. Well, that's the wrong direction.
That's what y'all do for celestial navigation. So don't even tell me you don't even look at the sky.
Now you're the one obfuscating.
Y'all look at the sky too.
You're fucking stupid. Celestial navigation is done over a plane. Celestial navigation is done over a fucking plane using fucking tools that are used over a fucking plane. Dumbass.
Yeah, but you gotta look.
But what's the radius of the ball you believe? What's the radius of the ball you believe you live on?
At the sky.
You don't not gotta look. No, you do not look up when you're trying to fucking figure out what you're standing on. You're standing on something that is down, and idiots are trying to look up. Right? So you're in a fucking mall, right? You're looking at the ceiling, right? The ceiling's gonna tell you what you're standing on.
How do you
fucking amazing shit spinning? Listen, friends. These people are telling us shit in the sky is spinning. Therefore, it's a ball therefore it's a ball. How the fuck do you make that correlation, dumbass?
You're just going to your flat Earth script.
How
okay?
how do you
You
no how do you
cannot-
make that correlate? There's no script. You don't even know the radius of the fucking ball you live
can't
on.
do
You
celestial
don't even know the radius.
navigation.
You don't. That's stupid. You don't even know any of that. What you're talking about? You're making fucking claims and straw man of shit that you don't know about, right? What's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
You can't do celestial navigation
What's the
without looking at the
that's
sky.
irrelevant to the point. You're obfuscating,
It's
and plus you
not.
don't even know anything about it. It's Dunning Kruger. You're fucking arguing from ignorance. It is fucking insane how stupid you are.
Blood.
What's
Can
the
you
radius
tell
of the? Shut up. What's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
You are completely in panic
What's the
mode
radius
right
of the
now.
ball you think you fucking live on?
You cannot make navigation without radius.
What's the radius of the ball you fucking think you live on? Exactly. Stupid.
500 meters.
Fucking retards, man.
The shit about the radius.
Your silence is submission, dumb fuck.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is. What's the radius of the fucking ball you live on?
You can't even deal with the southern
What
celestial pole.
is the radius
You
of
ran
the fucking
away.
ball? The thing that
You
is
ran
in
away from the
question,
southern
the thing that
celestial
we're
pole.
arguing that is in question, you cannot tell me the fucking first thing about it. You're going up into fucking the air, into the sky that has nothing to do what we are talking about, what was in question, and I'm asking you the biggest fucking, most important point about this fucking thing. What is the radius of the ball you think you fucking live on?
Show me a flat Earth model where there's two poles.
Obfuscation
I'm
again.
waiting.
What is
waiting for
the
that.
fucking radius of the ball you think you live on?
Show me a flat Earth model.
Exactly. There you go. See,
He
friends.
doesn't know the
Glober.
radius.
The Glober's a fucking idiot. Exactly.
NASA
Argument
didn't
for
tell him
idiots.
that. He didn't learn that in
Exactly.
school. The government
That's
didn't
right.
teach him that.
Well, there you go. He's a bad sheep, everybody, as you can see. He's a bad. That's what he is. You're bad. You're bad. Stupid
See,
sheep.
Your reaction is a good indication that I made the
No,
right
listen,
choice.
my friend,
being
what you
flat
don't
Earth.
understand is everything I'm doing here right now. If you don't know, it is being recorded. It is being live streamed. Everybody's gonna fucking see how fucking stupid you are. The whole fucking world can come watching this and fucking know that. There's one motherfucker like you that argues from fucking ignorance, that doesn't know the first fucking step of his fucking ball. And then he comes in here and fucking argues. Insane.
Nope.
Yes,
Professor
but this is
Dave
recorded. I'm
agrees
telling
with
you
me.
what I just said. It's recorded. Go back, rewind, and keep re-listening to this whole fucking conversation. It's amazing.
Professor Dave destroyed Whitsted.
Fuck
on the
Professor
celestial
Dave. He's a
pole.
fucking. He never doesn't have a fucking graduated degree. He's nobody. He's a fucking retard.
He's more educated than you'll ever be.
Asshat. I'm a fucking engineer. You can go into my fucking link tree. That's why it's fucking there. All my information is fucking there. You can find everything fucking about me, including my fucking credentials of how fucking awesome of a fucking engineer I am. And fuck Professor Dave and all you fucking cunts on the internet that whole fucking shit. He can't fucking build shit. Dumb fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
For me, Vlad, it's different. I'm glad that he realized through the Professor Dave that Earth is a sphere. That's good, man. That means it's a sphere. You don't have a problems. Go and live your life. Don't worry. You know there are people who.
I never said that.
No, I will tell you one thing, because, for example, these people here on this flat Earth server, they think that water is level. Can you imagine that? That's ridiculous. Do you understand? They think that water is not curving. That's so ridiculous. Do you understand?
Yeah, it appears level.
Because obviously we can everywhere observe that water is curving everywhere, you know. And they are thinking that sea level mean that level that mean that it's level, you know. But sea level, you know, mean that it, you know, because level is level, you know. And they're so stupid. They think that level is level, you know.
Yeah, it looks level. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Yeah. And spirit's level, what we know from the sphere, from geometrical object, because every sphere is leveled. Is that correct?
But if you guys were truly about how things look,
it's not about the guys, man. It's not about me. For example, it's not about me. It's not my fault.
It looks like there's two celestial poles.
Look at this guy again into
So
the sky.
if you guys care,
It's measured flat. Listen, asshole, it's measured flat. Sasha, shut up. It's measured flat. Sasha, relax. It's measured flat over long fucking distances. Number one, if you find out your radius, I'll give you step by step. You find out your radius. With that fucking radius, you found your drop rate. So how fucking much does this fucking Earth supposed to curve downwards over a fucking long distance or whatever fucking distance? See, this is simple fucking geometry if you're fucking smart enough. In the end, when you find this shit out and go do it in real life, guess what? It's not gonna match up. It's not gonna match up, my friend. You're gonna come out that, oh my god, it's all fucking flat and level, my friend.
Yeah, mate. Listen, mate. The thing is, though, listen, he can't explain curvature without mentioning flat.
So, Vlad, you're saying that the celestial pole star rotation is fake?
No, we're talking
Is that
about
what you're
the
telling
measurement of
me?
the Earth. We're talking about the measurement of the Earth, pal.
As long, stars in the sky doing shit has nothing to do with the ground.
Yeah,
Make a correlation. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I told you this a million fucking times, and you keep fucking you keep fucking doing this a million fucking times. I did this fucking a million fucking times. I told you this a million fucking times, and you keep coming back a million fucking times to this guy. What I told you, it doesn't. It's not fucking what it is. You cannot fucking look up into the sky to measure the fucking ground, stupid. And
He
yet you
knows
keep
that,
coming
though,
back to this point, and he keeps coming back to this point.
I know, but he knows that he's a
What are you
globe
saying
type,
now? I don't
He's
know
a
what
globe
you're saying now.
Yeah, globe
Either you're saying
listen,
that there
you
are
get the
two
mic.
celestial
mate.
poles.
Globe tard. I'm going to give you the mic. Explain how curvature is measured.
So you're saying there's two
No,
celestial
we're not saying
poles,
fuck all, mate.
or there's
We're not
not
saying
two celestial
We're
poles?
not saying anything, mate. We're not saying anything. We want you to say it. We want you to explain how
I'm
curvature
trying
is
to
measured.
get you guys to tell me
No,
what I'm.
no. It's up to you now, mate. It's up to you. You've got the mic. You tell us all about it. Go.
Well, you're telling me I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. So,
No,
like,
no. I'll calm you down, mate. I'll calm you down. How's curvature measured?
either you see two celestial poles or you don't.
No, that's a vision. That's a vision. That's a vision. You're not listening to the question. You're a retard. How's curvature measured?
I'm interested in the celestial poles. Are those real?
We don't give a fuck about that, dickhead. We're asking you how your curve that you think you live on is measured. Do you know?
So we know the north.
You don't know
celestial
fuck all,
pole.
mate. You don't know fuck all because you're not saying fuck all.
So we know the north celestial pole
So you
is
don't
real.
know fuck all, mate. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing.
Right.
I know more than you.
Is the southern celestial pole,
No,
is it real or is
no.
it fake?
Yeah. So what about the equatorial plane? Hello?
Right. Are you going to answer
What
my
about-
question?
What about the equatorial plane?
What about it?
Is it flat?
Well, I'm asking about the celestial pole in the south.
There's no pole, mate.
So you're saying that's fake?
There's no pole. It's not been
Your
measured.
idea of what it is and what you see is fucking retarded. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're making something up in your fucking head and making it something real when it's fucking not what it is. That's what we're trying to fucking tell you.
That's right, mate.
I mean, doing that is irrelevant. Doing that is a wrong fucking thing about it. You're going about it the wrong fucking way in the first place, and then you're creating fucking stories about what you're making. So you're like double layering your bullshit on it, and it's like a self-defense turtling mechanism, and then you keep coming back to it. What about the polls? What about the fucking polls? Because you layered yourself into that shit thinking in your head that is correct, where it's actually fucking wrong what you think, because you're making a fucking story of something up in the sky, which is fucking wrong. Up until you prove to me your fucking story about the sky, then come back to me.
That's exactly what I say, mate. I think you're right. But the guy, I've given him a chance. I calmed everyone down. I give him the mic and asked him to explain measurement. And he can't explain measurement because he knows why he can't explain measurement. Because when he tries to explain curvature measurement, he will be explaining a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. And I'm going to give him the opportunity to do that. The floor is yours, my friend.
See, I mean, yeah, like I've been in this for a while, and I think it's quite dishonest saying, ignore the sky, just measure what's
No,
on
I
the
think
ground.
that's the dishonest thing is saying, look at the fucking sky, everybody, because we're trying to measure the ground. I think that's the dishonest thing, you stupid fuck. And this is projection. And now you're fucking trying to project and be a fucking snake about it. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Nope. Because if
And
you
yup,
were honest,
yup,
the sky is
exactly what you're
actually
doing.
on the
You're a
ground.
fucking snake. You're a
So,
dumb bitch.
so listen,
And
I'll just calm it down
did you
again. I'll just calm it down again. We're not talking about the sky. We don't give a fuck. Yeah, we're not talking about the stars. We don't give a fuck. We're talking about the ground. That's your claim that we live on a globe. What has led you to believe that, and who measured it?
The celestial
Watch.
poles
Right,
that
see, turtle
rotate
again. Turtle
different ways.
mechanism. I'm going to make up a story about the sky, friends. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to turtle mechanism, making up stories about the sky, thinking I know what the sky is because I think I'm fucking God. Listen, my turtle mechanism, because I'll fucking tell you, these are poles. These swirly things up in the sky are fucking poles for some fucking reason. I don't understand why. I'm just going to create that fucking story in my head and then say, these poles, my friend, in the sky that are swirling, create a fucking ball underneath my fucking feet. That's how fucking awesome I am, my friends.
You know
Fuck
what
yeah!
the problem the guy's got is he looks.
Fuck yeah!
He's looking at perspective of the stars, looking like a dome over his head, and then he's putting that dome down to the earth on a flat earth and thinking he lives on a globe. He's in cuckoo land.
No, I think that he doesn't want to communicate with you because you are asking direct question, and he is. It's like this. If you're asking me what, Sasha, what you using for growing the flower, and I'm answering tomorrow it's a bus, in 3 o'clock, from this town to this town, and every time when you ask me what you're using for growing the flower or the bread, I'm every time asking you about about that bus, what is coming from that direction to that direction. If you want to have that kind of communication, you are nowhere.
Yeah, but the guy hasn't got a clue. The guy obviously is in cuckoo land.
I know, but if he's speaking, if you're asking direct question, and if he answer whatever, it's starting like this. But celestial pole, man, what to?
Yeah, but
yeah.
what you got to do with these knuckleheads now is just fuck them
Yeah.
off. The guy's a retard. The guy's a
if he
retard.
wants-
Wait,
Yeah.
you guys are obfuscating. Y'all don't want to talk about the poles. Y'all just want to talk about
let's
the
put
ground.
it like this. Okay, let's put it like this. Are you saying that with that poles, that's proving that Earth is a sphere? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
That
that
is
means
crazy.
okay, great. That means if that is correct, that means that surface is curved. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means if that celestial showing the sphere, that means also the surface will show the sphere.
Yep.
Well, then show that.
Let's test that thing surface, because now we tested the celestial pole and it's showing the sphere. Let's now test the surface. Its surface showing the sphere.
Uh-oh. So it could be just an optical phenomenon if we measure the ground and it comes out not a sphere, right? Because if it comes out a sphere, then okay, maybe the sky, maybe, because then it could, because we measured a sphere. But no, we measured it flat. So maybe the sky doing weird shit is not what you think it is. So making that correlation is probably wrong, right?
Because, man, you are saying celestial things, but there are people who are watching the NASA and they are
Hey,
seeing
listen.
with.
The guy.
Can I
the guy
finish?
knows-
Can I finish?
Yeah, sorry,
I
Sasha.
finish.
Go on.
I have to finish. They are watching with their eyes. That mean they are seeing on TV the spherical Earth with ISS, footages and everything you can see. That means if that Earth is a sphere for sure, because you can see on TV. If it's on TV, that means the surface in reality must curve. Obviously, let's check it.
Yeah, but the guy who we're talking to thinks he lives on a ball. He's obviously got some reference to, let him tell. Wasn't it a Greek guy who measured the sphericity, mate? Can you talk us through that one? What did the Greek guy do 2,000 years ago with a stick? Tell us how he measured curvature.
What would help me is if y'all could tell me how there could be two celestial poles on a flat Earth.
See, look
if
at
y'all
him again.
explain that to me,
He's retarded. Mute him.
down
He's
Barney
retarded. Mute him.
style.
He's going to keep doing the same thing. He's
Yeah,
retarded.
yeah.
He's stuck in a loop. Mute him.
I will answer to you. It cannot be. That means it cannot be. We cannot have that on with flat Earth. Is that all right? No, leave me, please. Okay, we cannot have that on flat Earth. That means that surface is curved. Is that all right?
Hey, at least you admit that. Nobody else
Yeah,
will.
I admit. Yeah, I'm admitting that.
No,
That
no,
cannot
it's
work
not.
on flat Earth. That means we have that. We have that phenomena. Great, good. Now it means that must curve because there is no possibility to be flat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now let's check it now. If it's that's really true. If it's now this surface is curving because there is no possibility to be flat because the celestial body, the celestial pole is showing that that cannot be flat. Okay. Now that means there is curve there, and we will show it, and then we will have two things. That means we will have celestial pole showing in the first case that cannot be flat, and the curve of the surface showing also that cannot be flat. And then we have two things, and then how and like that we can debunk for sure the flat Earth.
Right, Sasha. For the longest time, I denied that there was a southern celestial pole.
Yeah. That's great. But now Sasha wants that surface that it's curved in the same way like celestial pole showing that it's sphere.
Friends, pause. This guy said he used to be a flat. Did you say you used to be a fucking flat earther?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a fucking liar, you stupid cunt. You don't even know the radius of the ball. The first thing that a flat earther realizes is that there's a radius to a fucking ball and you disprove it, which you haven't fucking done that. Never in your fucking life. You're a fucking troll. Never in your fucking life have you ever been a fucking flat earther, you cunt. Go back to your fucking poles and sit on them, you stupid cunt.
Yeah, we know that. I know that you wasn't flat earther because if you was, you will know the radius what flat saying. You will know the distances. You will know that what is not existing, what we are pointing
No,
out.
I parroted everything I was saying.
No, there's no
39.59
parroting. No,
radius.
you don't know the numbers. You don't know
Radius
nothing.
per
You don't know
mile
the details of
squared.
it. You're lying again. You're lying. You're a bitch. Fuck you. You're a cunt. Useless waste of space. Useless waste of space. Useless waste of space. Useless waste of space. No emotions. You're lying.
New guy or old guy. If you was the flat earther, that means that you know why we are flat earthers. Can you tell us?
Yeah, parrot it.
Yeah.
Or let's see you parrot it. What's the radius of the ball?
No,
Vlad. 59 miles. Like I know exactly what y'all are
He
saying.
Googled it. He Googled it,
Okay.
everybody.
Can I ask you some question? Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on that given radius?
Without refraction? Yeah.
No. I'm not speaking
You don't know anything about refraction. You don't know nothing about refraction, you stupid fuck.
Man, I'm speaking about the surface. If we see the 10 miles of the surface, I'm not speaking about clouds. I'm not speaking about the humidity. I am speaking about the water in this case, surface. If I see the water on 10 miles, can I have that on the sphere?
Yeah, I'm well aware of the black swan argument. Like I've been in 24/7 since 2019. Like
stupid as
I've
fuck,
seen it all.
Listen,
Okay,
guys,
great.
you're all being idiots. You're all being idiots. There's no fucking sphere to talk about. What's up with you all?
Okay, great. He knows the black swan example. That's great.
Stop talking about the fucking sphere with him. There's no sphere to be had. The Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. That's how you get latitude. There's no fucking globe to talk about. Stop talking about the globe. There is none.
Yeah, then explain the celestial pole in the south.
Has nothing to do with that. Hey, look up in the sky again, everybody. I'm retarded turtle shell. Oh, I go back into my defense. I make stuff about the sky stories, and then here I am.
My answer is this: it can work.
Oi! Shut up! It's a perspective view of the celestial heavens, mate. What's up here? Perspective view of the heavens. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no globe.
That's perspective.
Yeah, there's no globe to be talking about. What's up with you? There's no globe. Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That's how you measure latitude. That's how you measure latitude. Isn't it? Yeah. There's no globe, mate, because latitude's elevation angles from sea level. There's no globe to be talking about, except for in your imagination.
That's exactly what he does, though. Hey, what about the poles, though? They're imagination land poles.
Yeah, celestial poles, mate. Celestial. It's perspective view of the stars and the heavens. It appears to be a celestial sphere over your head. It's like a protractor. It's just a fucking view. It's not a measurement. It's just a perspective view. Now, but the measurement of Earth is flat Earth latitude. 60 feet per nautical mile.
he never played Warzone and never adjusted the FOV on the fucking angle, right? And then checked how the fucking view looks, right? So you don't
All right,
understand
mate.
how that
That's
fucking
fine.
looks,
Don't
right?
worry about him. Don't worry about him. He's a dickhead. We know
He's
it's
stupid
measured
as
flat.
fuck.
Yeah, we know it's measured flat, and we can describe how that's happening. We can tell him the measurements, what tools are used. We know the Earth's flat. It's fucking. You don't need to go any further. We all know it's flat. He doesn't. He's trying to pretend he lives on a globe. Let him stay in the globe world if he wants.
Well, there you go. And then he now he starts admitting, oh, I've been here since fucking blah blah. How many years? So he's fucking
Yeah, but
said
we
like
know the Earth's
7
flat.
years now. No, but that's the funny thing. Now I'm just gonna point out that if you've been fucking in this fucking conversation for over 7 fucking years, why do you keep coming back? If you think we're all fucking crazy retards, why do you keep coming back, buddy?
Well, no, it's only recently
7
that I've
years, buddy.
started.
7 years.
It's only recently that I've started seeing the fault
Yeah,
in some
bullshit.
of
More
y'all's
fucking
argument,
copium and storage.
like the
Yeah, mate,
air
well,
pressure,
you know when you came back recently, mate.
gas
You know
pressure
when you came back.
container argument.
Forget
Like
the
I
gas
don't
pressure.
really.
Yeah, forget that, mate. Forget that. That's nothing to do with the Earth. How's latitude measured?
Well, if that's
Yeah.
nothing to do with the Earth, why did it? See, that's what made Quantum Eraser a flat earther.
Latitude, mate. Latitude. We talk. It's on
Like
your.
Quantum Eraser.
It's okay.
Credits
Forget. I don't even know. I don't even know.
Yeah, fuck Quantum Eraser. Why are you bringing some asshole into this? Who the fuck is Quantum Eraser, cocksucker?
We don't know him, mate. We don't know who he is. Have you got latitude on your globe, mate? Yes or no? Glober, have you got latitude on your globe?
What the fuck is latitude?
Have you got latitude on your globe? I'm quiet.
My
all
man,
of a
why are you
sudden.
spending time with him? He's
That's
all right.
that's funny.
He's believing his fear. Everything is cool, and
Just keep mentioning latitude. I've got to go now. Keep asking him about latitude. Is it on his
Latitude.
globe?
That's his word. That's his, no, but that's funny. That's funny. Latitude. Shh. Shut up. Latitude.
Like you guys claim, once you go flat, you never go back.
Latitude.
But there's been quite a few flat earthers.
Buddy, you're a troll, bro. Latitude. You got latitude, buddy?
Have you got latitude on your globe, mate?
I will give you a credit.
Have you got latitude? Have you got latitude on your globe?
So it's just simply not true that once you go flat, you never go back.
Highway Hermit.
Yeah, he
You're
doesn't
just
like
you're, yeah, he's
doesn't like
lying to
latitude.
himself.
I agree.
He's lying to yourself, dude. Hold on, just 1 second. Highway Hermit. Your whole phrase, once you go flat, you never go back. Well, your LARP, which seems to be frustrating everyone, it's transparent. You're coping, but you never were flat. You're just pretending now. Yeah, you're pretending now.
Hang on.
Hey, was Tim a flat earther?
Hang on a minute.
Your
Hang on a minute.
Tim a flat earther?
illogic is showing.
Listen,
Was Tim a flat earther?
Illogic is transparent and clear
Was
to the
Tim
class.
a flat earther?
He might have been locally flat.
He's locally flat earther.
He's a locally flat earther.
Wow.
Intellectually flat.
Yeah, that sounds like a Christian saying.
Wow.
Like if you leave the Christian faith, you never really were a Christian.
I will give you a credit because you are that one who was a flat earther, and now you're the most clever one. That one who realized, you can never go back, but you come back and you know now. Man, all credit.
And hold on. And him saying, oh, that's like saying a Christian. Well, if I asked a Christian what Christianity is about, and then I mentioned Jesus, and they go, who's Jesus? And that's what you did when we asked you about the ball. You're like, I don't know how big it is, but I know it's a ball.
Well, I don't know how big it is.
Yeah, bro. Well, you just told us a minute ago you did. You didn't, then you did. So
No,
you're a liar.
I don't
You're a
believe-
liar, Highway Hermit.
I don't know. Maybe it was Muhammad. Maybe it was not Jesus. Maybe it was Muhammad. But I know it was some guy there.
No, he's lying and he's a waste.
No,
He's
he's
cocaine.
away. He wants to come on a server to be like to put his ego and say, "Okay, I was there. I was speaking. People were listening to me, and I hope that people will, because I have
Sasha, keep mentioning latitude. He doesn't like latitude for some reason. He keeps going quiet when we mention latitude on the globe.
Yeah,
Man, if
y'all
you
do
say
the same thing when I mention the poles.
Man, he doesn't like even surface. It doesn't matter because if you say
Y'all
but
go
you
in
don't,
full
that's,
panic mode when I mention the celestial poles.
no, man, you don't like surface.
So-
because
the sky.
We
So,
realize
yeah,
that,
mate. Okay.
we realize
Okay. Listen. Okay. No, listen. The celestial pole. Right. We'll start with the zenith measurement underneath Polaris. Yeah. How's that measured? Is it a 90-degree angle from the north celestial pole underneath Polaris? Is it a 90-degree
Give a
angle?
shit about that.
Oh no, you don't, do you? Because it's a flat Earth elevation
Yeah,
angle
you
measurement.
brought up the celestial poles. What do you mean you don't
Yeah.
give a shit about it?
Yeah, I'm talking about the celestial poles, mate. I'm talking
Well,
about
you're telling
Polaris.
me I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So what's the angle measurement? What's the angle underneath Polaris at your zenith at sea level? What angle measurement is that? Is it a 90-degree angle?
when did you observe the celestial pole, man?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's Don't mention 90. Don't mention 90.
When I'm watching, what are you watching, man? Where you can observe celestial pole on TV?
I'm just glad I'm not a flat earther anymore.
That's all
Got
right.
out of that
No,
cult.
I'm so glad for you. Now you can live your life. You can go in cinema. You don't need to visit anymore the flat earth servers, and your life will be better.
Yep.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Hey,
See you.
Hey,
See you.
yeah,
And
hey,
leave this
Highway
simple.
Hermit.
Highway Hermit, a replay of what happened was you brought up the celestial poles, north and south. 15 minutes later, we start talking about the northern celestial pole, and you go, I don't give a shit about that. That was you.
So let's
You're a clown.
Yeah, let's talk about that northern celestial pole, mate, and how it's measured from 90 degrees underneath the zenith Polaris. Tell us how that's measured. I'm going to talk about your celestial pole now because I like the celestial pole because it's an elevation angle measurement, mate. Your celestial pole is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
Why are you looking in the sky? I thought flat earthers didn't do that.
Yeah, latitude, mate. Is latitude a sky measurement or is it a ground measurement?
I mean, you should be looking at the ground. Don't look at the sky.
Hold on, this is funny because you just said we clammed up when we talk about the celestial. You talked about celestial poles, and now you're complaining about us delving into them. So make up your mind, you liar.
Yeah, let's talk about
celestial pole. Y'all can't talk about.
Celestial pole. Let's talk about the north celestial pole. Polaris.
Of course, there's a north celestial pole on flat Earth, but there's not a southern celestial pole.
Okay, well, how many degrees? How many degrees is 60 nautical miles, mate?
I don't know. The Earth is flat. Why would you look in the sky?
Yeah,
you started it, bro. That was you trying to save your ball. You imbecile.
See how I got to your celestial pole and I fucking debunked your celestial pole, mate?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I'm doing it right now.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Australia's a big problem for flat earthers.
No, it's not.
Big problem.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is
not.
big problem. Do you know why? Because
they make
you have
good tennis
Australia.
players. What, big deal.
You have Australia, you know. All
Hey,
Australia
mate.
have that.
Yeah, ask the guy this. Ask the guy this. Hey, listen, mate. Listen, mate. On your celestial poles, how did you measure your southern celestial latitude? How did you measure that? Tell us all about that. From Australia.
I think this guy is just a big swimming
How did you measure your? How did you measure your southern latitude, pal?
I thought looking at the sky didn't prove the ground. So why are you
How
asking
did you
me this
measure?
question?
How did you measure your southern latitude on the globe? How did you do that?
You're not supposed to look at the sky, remember?
How did you measure it though?
Why Australia's problem? Is it there curving there?
Forget that, Sasha. How did he measure the southern latitude? That's what I want to know.
No, he said
we're talking
Australia.
about the sky and the ground.
He said,
how did you measure the? How did you measure the? Hey, mate, how did you measure the southern celestial sphere? Tell us how you measured that. How did you measure that one?
I used Australia.
How How did you measure the southern celestial sphere, my friend, on the globe? Latitude. How did you measure it?
It's not how we find it.
He's gone quiet, hasn't he? Don't like latitude, do they, the Globers?
No, it's only he come here to say
They
that
don't
that's
like
what
latitude. They
cannot
don't like
work on the
latitude.
flat earth. Do you understand? That's what he
They've
said.
got latitude wrapped round the ball from north to south celestial sphere round the ball, but they don't like to talk about it. It's on the globe, but they don't want to tell you how it was measured. It's funny that, isn't it?
I think there was measured, but they lost that technology, and then we have only the numbers.
Oh, I love latitude. I talk about latitude all day and the celestial sphere and the equatorial plane.
Latitude
I'll talk
is
about it
curved.
all day long. All day long I'll talk about it because it's all flat earth elevation angle measurements. Nothing to do with a globe, nothing to do with curvature. It's flat earth proof.
I disagree.
Yeah, well, you got to get some proof on the table, pal.
Oh, I disagree. That's only my claim.
Yeah, well, you can disagree with anything if you want. That doesn't mean fuck all.
Yeah. But I have more people who disagree with you. Huh?
Yeah, I just posted an image from
It doesn't really mean
Australia.
anything either. Just because there's a consensus doesn't mean the consensus is correct.
Most
Just like
people
what we
thought
talk-
slavery was cool at one time too.
Yeah. Most people, just like what highway
Yeah,
believes.
listen.
Most people believe
Yeah,
things under
guys,
false
guys.
reasoning. They don't actually.
Yeah, we're talking about actual measurements of Earth, mate. That's what we're talking about. Latitude.
Measurements.
Latitude.
So.
Yeah, latitude measurements, flat Earth proof.
Curve, sphere, curvature, parabola.
Yeah, latitude proving that we live on a flat plane, not a globe.
Yeah, and this bums highway hermit out because he can no longer refer to us as a cult.
Yeah. So when you've got so you got two choices. Have you got latitude on your globe? Yes or no?
Well, apparently I have two celestial poles on my globe.
So how's the
flat
latitude?
Earth?
That's great. So how's your latitude measured then?
What do you mean, how is it measured? I
Just
thought
say,
we're not looking in the
tell him
sky.
you don't know, bro.
I'm asking you. You said you got
Hey,
two.
you were telling me earlier I'm not supposed to
No,
look
no.
in the sky.
Hey.
So should we look in the sky or should we not?
I can't fucking move, can I?
Latitude is not the sky.
Do you want me to fucking move, mate?
You're hot, Mikey.
I was trying to move for you, pal. I was trying to move.
Probably why parking lots are so haywire these days because it's a bunch of people convinced they're on a globe and they don't realize they're just in a flat lot.
Isn't it interesting how most people have such confident conclusions in what they believe, right? It's just false reasoning when you actually pick it apart and filter it down with questions. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. The water ball ideology is full of illogic. It's a house of cards. That is correct. Spent reactor.
Is it possible that Earth is in some way does not curve, but it's still a sphere? I can tell you one secret. There is no flat spots on the sphere. Even if a sphere 100 times or 1 billion times bigger than Earth, there is no flat spots on that sphere. Ouch.
Guys, do you think the sovereign sky is fake? That there is no South Celestial Pole?
No, MBO, the surface is not curved. There's nothing about celestial pole.
That's not what my question was, though.
Yeah, I know. This is not 24/7 celestial poles and people who believe in celestial.
Then why is one of your guys denying the existence of that
I don't
pole?
know why one of guys, but you have many guys who believes also in flat Earth, and many guys saying many things, you know. But the guys, flat earthers, what they're saying the surface does not curve. That's the main point. If you want to speak about that, that will be great, and because that's the guys what flat earthers saying. At least what I heard.
Okay,
Why
but
that?
then,
No, not
but
then. No.
Yes, then, yes. I'm not. I'm not
And
going to
I'm not
stop
finished.
speaking because you're trying to interrupt me and coping.
Did I finish?
Yes, you finished. You made a stop.
No, I didn't. I didn't finish. You interrupt me. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. But you can
It's not
continue.
correct. I didn't
Anyways,
finish.
you're going to
You
scream at
was in
me.
the middle of my. I realized, and all other people, let's say I'm not flat earther, but I realized that flat earther are flat earthers because of the surface, not because of the celestial pole. And these flat earthers speaking about the surface does not curve, but should to curve on the sphere. And they're asking some people who are not flat earthers to prove that things and to see that in reality. And I heard that they are not flat earthers speaking anything about celestial poles and that it's important for the flatness of the earth.
Okay, so there are flat earthers who don't think the South Celestial Pole is an important topic, and there are flat earthers who think it is an important topic and deny
No,
its
they are not
existence. So
flat
why?
earthers. No,
Yes,
they are
they
not.
are.
No,
They absolutely
you are.
are.
No, I'm sorry. You are on 24/7 flat earth politics server. This is not. This is this server. You know, and people here, you know, they don't think that celestial pole has to do anything with the flat idea or not idea about the flatness of the earth. Nothing. They never mentioned that. They never invoked that. They never claimed that. Ever.
But your claim got refuted by one of the guys that here on this
I'm telling you,
channel
that
said
guy,
something
that guy is not a flat earther because of that. For example, he's saying that that is important for the flat earth. That means that he's not a flat earther.
No, that's just a no true Scotsman fallacy, right?
No, I'm telling you, yes, because there are some flat earthers who are saying there is a ice pole. There is some flat earthers who are saying there is a ether. There is some flat earthers who are saying there is this and that and this. But they are not flat earthers. There are flat earthers who are saying that surface is not curving. That people are flat earthers.
They are all flat earthers because flat
No,
earther is
man,
a person who thinks the earth is flat, and you're
man,
doing a
you
no true
cannot.
Scotsman fallacy.
No, man, this is the problem. You cannot make in your mind who is the flat earther. You know, I'm telling you who is the flat earther.
I can because the word is self-explanatory.
No, you cannot
the word
tell me.
flat
You
earther
cannot.
means a person
No,
who
you
thinks the
cannot
earth is
tell
flat, and all
me.
of the other characteristics are irrelevant.
MBO. You cannot strawman me. That means if I'm flat earther and telling you that I'm flat earther because there is no measurable curvature because of the surface, that cannot be celestial pole. Whatever other person said. And some, if you can ask people here, they will agree with me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'll say, okay, ask these people. Am I wrong about the surface, or they're claiming something about celestial poles?
That would be for you, right?
Let's
But
ask
you aren't
people.
the representative
Let's
of all
ask
flat
people.
earthers.
Let's ask people. Choose anyone now
Okay.
in this moment and ask.
Okay.
Do you claim in any case celestial poles for importance for the flat Earth?
Okay, let's go. Do you guys think the South Celestial Pole exists?
No. I didn't say does celestial pole exist or not exist. I'm asking you this question. Does any flat earther invoking the celestial poles like importance for the flat earth?
I mean, the fact that they invoke it and stop interrupting me.
I'm
the fact
asking you
that
to ask anybody here that question.
I will
not
be
some
interrupting
guy
you
that-
so on if you continue doing that to me.
Okay, I will stop. Can you ask that some other person now?
Yes. If flat earthers don't acknowledge the existence of the South Celestial Pole, which is backed up by countless of observations, that automatically implies they are motivated by their beliefs and they deeply feel that it goes against their beliefs, right? Because if they didn't actually think that it is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, then they would have no fucking motivation to deny it.
Deny it what?
To deny the existence of the South
Okay,
Celestial Pole.
I will go with you. A celestial pole exists, okay? And then what?
Amazing. No, that was all that I wanted to hear.
Okay, good. Now, can you tell me what that has to do with the flat Earth or with the globe Earth?
Well, the fact that flat earthers like to postulate an idea.
No,
that
the flat.
is
I told you. Now you are putting the straw man. The flat earther is not saying anything about the celestial poles. The flat earther is saying only that speaking about the surface. You know, they are pointing out precisely the surface. Every time, precisely, they are pointing out the surface. Every time, they are not speaking about celestial poles ever.
You're objectively lying, though, because there are countless of moments when people like Nathan Oakley, for example, said that all stars rotate around Polaris, and they repeat it as a mantra, like a mantra. They constantly say, all stars rotate around Polaris.
Yeah, okay. And when we conclude all that stories with all that flat earthers who are speaking about the stars and everything, how we will realize how the surface look like?
Because they are coping and they deny the objective measurements for their bias. I think that's why they believe in a flat Earth. That would be my personal opinion.
What measurement?
All of the geodesic measurements in history.
All geodesic measurements?
Yes, all of them. There's absolutely no measurement that show the Earth is flat. So all of them.
No, that means that 10 miles of the flatness is not flat.
What?
That means if you show the 10 miles of flatness, that cannot be flat.
No, you cannot show 10 miles of flatness. You can.
No, we can show the 10. No, I'm sorry. I saw the 10 miles of flatness.
When?
When this summer in August in Croatia.
And how did you see it?
How did I see it? I see the island 10 miles away from me.
So what? You could see perfectly that island on the globe. That isn't that big of a distance.
Can you see the island 10 miles away from you on the globe with the radius of 3,000?
Absolutely.
No,
absolutely
you
you can.
No, you cannot.
You absolutely can.
The shore.
The shore.
The shore of the island.
From sea level?
Yeah.
With probably.
Let's say from sea level, but you are not 1 foot observer high. Let's say 10 foot observer.
It would be debatable. I would need to actually
do the math. It will be debatable. Why?
Because I would need to do the actual math, because that would be like on the limit of if it can be sea or not.
Who's coping?
But if I show you 10 miles of flatness, what that means?
That means that the observation is inconclusive because you did that over too little distance.
Oh, because it doesn't align with your bias.
Okay, and if I include, let's say, black swan, that is 10 miles of flatness.
No, that is 10 miles of inconclusive observation. That is at too little distance to determine if there is.
Is it black swan example of 10 miles of flatness?
No, it isn't.
Okay, can you tell me how would it look like if it is 10 miles of flatness?
It would look the same way as the black swan.
And it cannot look the same if that is not his example. Do you understand how you contradicting yourself? I asked you, is it that an example of 10 mile flatness? You said no. Now I'm asking you, how would look like the 10 miles of the flatness? You said the same.
I'm not contradicting myself because it being 10 miles
MBO,
of flatness.
let's go.
Let me fucking finish. Let me fucking finish. You're going to strawman me. You're going to take out of context something that I didn't finish and then attack something without the actual context.
I want that we are human beings who understand each other. I asked you, is it the Black Swan 10 miles of flatness? You said no. I asked you how that would be if it is flatness. You said the same.
Yes.
Is that
and then I tried explaining.
That contradiction. It cannot be the same. Do you understand that?
You can constantly.
If that 10 miles of flatness, it's flat, but it's not flat because you are saying that it's not flat. That I ask you, how would it look like if it is flat? You said the same. No, it cannot be the same. It must be different. Do you understand? If
Not
that is not
necessarily.
showing,
You wouldn't be able to perceive the difference on such a small scale.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to fucking say, but he's interrupting me.
Why 10 miles?
It's called local flatness. You can't tell the difference because you are on the surface of something really big.
It's called local flatness.
So does that answer your question?
Yeah, no.
Wonderful. I'm glad that answered your question.
Hold on. I know what to.
One moment. Despite 10 seconds. Yeah, bro. I'm glad you showed up, Moon PFP guy.
Hello. It's good to see you, old Ross Rad Born. How are you, man?
There you go. Good. Okay, so since Imbo was tap dancing and now you're cheerleading for his tap dancing, did you want to give us any evidence that Earth is ball?
Oh, no, I have no interest in that. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat, which is your claim?
So you're coping as well.
Okay. No. I came into the Flat Earth channel because I want to know what the evidence for.
You said that.
Okay, well then listen. Don't cheerlead for someone who's tap dancing if you want to learn something. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, he said that it's local flat. It's all right. He thinks like that, but the radius is the same. Let's say that it's locally flat at 10 miles. We will put the ant. For ant, it's 10 centimeter. It's locally flat, but still we need that 8 inch per mile squared. What the radius is giving us. That means you cannot see on this radius 10 miles of flatness because that flatness should to finish on 1.2 miles with the 1 foot observer height. That means doesn't matter, how much your thing that is locally flat. It's 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. That's how much it's locally flat. For the ant, who is so small, it will be 10 centimeters. For the giant of 100 meters, it will be more and more. It will be more, he will see more because he's high. But the radius is the same. It's always 1.22 miles away. But we can show 10 miles of the flatness on the sphere. What is telling you, no, it's 1.22 miles because I'm the size. That's about local. Man, when you see a real physical surface, there is no phenomena.
There is a phenomenon, and
there is no phenomenon black swan. There is no phenomenon black swan example influencing the surface.
There is, but because if you go there for another day, it's going to look differently.
No, there is not. There is not. There is a water. Water is behind the oil rigs, and that water, what is behind the oil rigs, they're behind, making the horizon. Do you understand? That water behind oil rigs is in the water. There is nothing making that water visible apart that water. Of course, sun, because we are light. And that water, what we see, it's physical, it's there, it's a part of the earth, and it's the surface of the earth. And that's not phenomena, that's not refraction, that's not, do you understand?
Okay, so if there's no phenomenon, then why in most of the days during the 3 months that guy was doing the observation?
During the days it's happening. During the days happening phenomena and changing that kind of, let's say, your view. That means weather conditions, optical conditions, everything, changing that stuff. But when you see one day somewhere something, it is there. That means if you see something physical, like in this case water, on 2 miles, it's on 2 miles, If you see that water on 10 miles another day, that doesn't mean that day on 10 miles, oh my God, now we will see 20 miles another day. No, it will be some limit. It will be maybe 15 or 20, I don't know. But you will not see more now. You will see 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, because it's there, But You have that 1.22 miles. You don't have that on in reality, man. You don't have phenomena. You don't have phenomena making you that you see what you see, and you see. This is stupid. How I cannot even say that. You see the surface, and you are saying, "Look, you see the surface because there is a refraction." No, man, there is no refraction. You see the surface because you see the surface.
Okay, so when you don't see the surface, then why do you not see the surface? Do you actually not
Because
see
I
the surface?
told you. No, because you don't see. Because it could be a wave, it could be a weather condition, it could be that haze. It could be everything, you know.
So refraction exists only on the days when it suits you, and then when you see it in the way you would expect on the flat Earth, then the refraction doesn't exist suddenly.
No, it exists every time, MBO. Every time, every minute, every second.
Then why did you say there is no phenomenon?
There is no phenomena influencing, changing the surface in distance.
There is refraction.
There is no, really?
Yes.
Is it that water behind the oil rigs?
Yes, it's behind the oil rigs.
Why is that water behind the oil rigs? Because there is an ocean, or because of refraction, water is there?
Because both.
No, that water is there because it's there, MBO, and every human being will tell you that. Water ocean, it's there because the oil rig, it built it in the water. That water must be, in the water. That means that water, what we see, it is there. There is no such a thing, some kind of phenomena making that you can now say, okay, this is the fog, and fog, it's telling me that it's water. You understand me?
Yes, the ocean water is there all the time,
Can
but
you
usually
say
it's behind the
something?
curve.
If you see
That's why refraction exists, and refraction brings it up
okay,
behind the
if
curve.
there is a ship, military ship on 10 miles and want to shoot you, you will say, this is the ship on 10 miles, or you will say, I don't know if is this a ship on 10 miles?
I would say there is a ship. So what?
You will shoot on that ship on 10 miles, or will say, this is projected ship, this ship is on 1.2 miles, but I will shoot on 1.2 miles because that ship is only projected there.
I will shoot at it because refraction doesn't influence how far away it is. It just influenced if you can see it or not. It brings it higher or lower.
What I'm seeing when I say I see the water behind the oil rig, what's that? What I'm seeing?
It's water. It's a piece of water that is below behind the.
What's that?
oil
Is
rig.
that
So
physical thing? Is that real thing, or is it something else?
it's an apparent image of a physical thing.
It's apparent image of a physical thing. Is it that real? Physical.
Depends how you define
Is that
real.
Is that water touchable there? Is it real, or is it that mirage?
No, it isn't touchable. It's something that you see.
It's not touchable. Are you saying if somebody jumped from the oil rig 10 meters behind, he will not jump into water?
He will, but that water wouldn't be at the position you see it at.
Where will be that water?
It would be lower.
It will be
like
lower.
In most of the days, the guy made the observation. It was below the horizon.
It will be lower. Where will be lower? What are you saying?
It will be below the horizon.
Good. That means that what we see, what is there, that can, what that flatness, what we see, and with that water, what we see, that's not what we see. That is physical, but it's optical, and where is curvature in all this story?
Yeah, I mean, depending on the day, you also don't see the Earth as flat in most of these days.
Remember
you also would have
your cheerleader that you agreed with said it was imperceptible, so don't worry about it. You're left holding the bag.
If you want
your
to claim
cheerleader that you agreed with who ran away.
Yeah, if you want to claim that when you
rationalize now, bro, you can rationalize until the cows come home.
Again,
it's coping.
if he wants to claim that when you see
Again,
something is the literal position of it, then he also has a problem because in most of these observations the water wasn't even visible. It was behind the horizon, so that would imply the Earth is physically curved.
MBO, I
Sounds like
hope
you're
that
talking.
only one thing.
Sounds like your
Don't-
voice coming out your asshole or fuck.
Okay, so if it's all physical, then we can agree that most of the days during these 3 months, the Earth was physically a sphere, and then on some rare days it became physically flat.
Okay, that means that it's physically changing every day.
Yes, in your paradigm, if you want to deny refraction, that would be what is happening.
I'm not denying anything. I'm saying what I'm seeing in reality. And you are telling me and you are telling me this. That's what you see. That flat horizon and that surface. What you see, what is there, that is refracted curvature. That you are telling me.
Yes, basically.
Yeah. I hope that everybody else also.
If he's gonna chant terrestrial refraction, shouldn't he show us the ball to start with?
Yes.
You know,
is that going to happen, Nimbo, or are you just going to put the cart before the horse and chant all day long?
No, he will look the temperature in the air and humidity, and then he will know where to do to curve.
Why do I have to show a ball for refraction? Refraction isn't caused by a ball; it's caused by the air and optics.
Because you're speaking of a specific refraction that's occurring around the ball.
What will happen if you have the flat surface and refraction? How that will occur? What then will happen? Which kind of phenomena is that?
It would look concave.
It will look concave. I knew it. Okay, this is conclusion. This is the old conclusion. If Earth is observably curving, and if it's moving, that means only in that case Earth could be flat, and it could be stationary. It must move, and it must be observably curved. Is that correct?
No, if it was flat and motionless, then we wouldn't experience what
If
we
Earth is,
in reality.
let's say that Earth is flat, how would it look like observably?
Long distance observations would show it slightly concave due to refraction.
I'm asking you, how will it look observably if it will look curved or flat?
I just answered you. If it looks curved, then you would trace.
I'm asking you, but you're not
elevation of points in the
answering.
distance. If it's flat, then it would also trace a curve, but this curve would be upwards. It would be looking concave.
So this refraction applies to physical things, not just waves and lights. So it applies to the physical.
Light is the cause of seeing physical things. If you don't have light and you have darkness, then you don't see anything.
The things that we can touch, the waves and lights. So it applies to the physical things that we can touch with our hands and the waves.
It applies to the images of these physical things.
MBO, is it possible that if something is really, really observably flat, is it possible that could be also flat?
If it was observably flat, then yes, but it isn't.
But it isn't. That's what it isn't observably flat. How that look like?
It would look like the black swan photos during the most of the observations that the guy took.
That's for you. It's observably not flat.
Yes, because there is a horizon.
You are saying that horizon observably is not flat when you look on the screen.
No, the horizon being flat is not the same thing as the Earth being flat.
We just keep his argument to him. He's claiming refraction.
But I'm asking you, does anything looks observably flat on Black Swan example? Does anything looks observably flat?
Yeah, in that one particular day, the Earth looks flat.
Yeah. Can you tell me in which one does not look observably flat? Which example? Anyone?
For example, the famous one that is often shown in comparison where the olives are behind the horizon.
That is not showing observably flat. What is that showing?
It's showing observably curved.
Oh, Lord. You said it was imperceptible.
Who said that? That was the other guy. Not me.
Yeah, and you agreed with them.
Yeah, I agreed with him because
Okay, so now you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Noted.
it
The
is
tap dance continues. You're
it is
no
more
Gregory Hines, sir.
it is more complicated. It is observable at that distance, but that distance
Sounds
is still
like
enough.
It's more complicated, is it?
Yeah.
There
If you
is
don't
no observable curvature, period. Stop trying to fucking pretend there is, you moron.
That's false.
Very complicated.
Yeah, you know why, MBO? Only because when you exclude the position for the flat, when you say that for example, that's what observable flat is curved, and that only concave could be observably flat, because we cannot observe that, of course. Then that's why we don't have a flat. That means you totally delete the possibility for the flat, and it's curved.
Yes, that's how
Yes,
science works. If
yes,
something
that's
doesn't
how
match
it works.
observations,
There is
then
no
it's
possibility
rejected.
for the flat. Yeah, there is no possibility for the flat for any sense. It must be concave to be flat. That means what we cannot observe, but that's what we observe. That's flat. That cannot be flat. That's what we observe to be flat. Is that correct?
No, we don't even
You
observe
just
flat. You just
said
cherry picked
a
one
moment ago.
specific
Yes,
observation
that's
at too little
fine.
distance where it can create that effect in
Yeah,
this
that's
rare condition.
that's the human logic. That's what we observe. What is flat? That for sure cannot be flat. The only thing what could be flat is some kind of concave horizon or something. I don't know. Whatever you have in your mind. That's your logic. And I hope that all people who are listening now this live will take your logic, and I have good luck with that, and whatever, if we believe that world, yes, cool, that's all right. But for me, like a human being, not like a flat earther, I will tell you something. If something is observably flat, MBO, that means that what this sentence is saying, it's observably flat.
Okay, if it's so observable flat, then why do you have to cherry pick one photo?
I'm telling you that what is observably flat, it's flat. What is observably curving, that's curve. What is observably spiraling, that's spiral. What observably going in triangle, that's triangle.
Triangular. What was his question? Why are you showing a certain photo if it's everywhere? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
Well, because it has distance, because of its simplicity. The oil rigs are there as known distance markers. If everyone went out and did their own observations on their own, we wouldn't have to be passing around the same template to everyone.
Do you think no other object in existence, like a mountain or other oil rig, is a distance marker with a known distance?
Yeah, never are you going to make an observation that matches with the 3959 mile ball, unless you apply a bunch of excuses and cope rationalizations to it. It's just used because of its simplicity. How it's become so confused over the years and bastardized, that should tell you something, Embo. Have you made any of your own long distance observations?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not for someone like you then. It's for someone who. But I mean, if your long distance observations didn't include distance demarcations, maybe you could make future observations and use the idea of including known distance markers. But that's why it's popular, why it's used, because of its simplicity.
That's what I did in my observation.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
But that still kind of doesn't answer my question, because what you mentioned is the cause of you using this one photo, which is a distance marker, is something that isn't exclusive. Like every single known object, you can just Google its name, you can just go to Google Earth and calculate the distance to it. So literally anything can be a distance marker.
Make their own observations, sure.
It's just a matter of like taking Google.
Well,
Google Earth
if we had a baseball fandom server and someone had never heard of baseball and came in, and it's like, what are you guys talking about? Oh, baseball, what's that? Well, it's a sport where if you hit a home run, oh yeah, home run. Here's a film of Babe Ruth. It would be like you saying, why are you showing a film of Babe Ruth? What is this? You can just get from it what you want.
Do you think there is any possibility that the actual reason why you use that one photo is different? For example, that it had rare conditions that would make the observation equivalent with the flat Earth, even if it's a globe?
Well, if these long distance observations were anomalous as you're implying, then yeah, then you could point the finger at it. But they're not anomalous. You can go different. You don't have to go to Santa Barbara. You can go on the other coast as well and make these observations.
Is the anomaly refraction, Imbo?
Yes, but to answer the question of the other guy, it's absolutely anomalous because even the guy who took the black swan photo in one of his videos, he said that he has been doing the same observation from the same location since 3 months, and in most of the days it appeared below the horizon.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, but it's not anomalous to that spot.
I would say that if it appears only like in 1 day since 3 months, it's pretty anomalous.
Well, you can go somewhere else and make a long distance observation. So no longer anomalous. But go on, Ranger.
He ran away.
He might just be disconnected because he usually doesn't eject mid-sentence, so maybe he'll come back.
He knew where I was going. Yeah, he could have ended the whole argument if you stuck to his claim of refraction, which is only applied to light rays and waves, not physical objects like buildings, boats in a distance. They'll bend back up to eye level. No, that doesn't happen. Refraction doesn't do that.
Maybe you're right. He did run. Oh, Imbo. Yeah, the chat skanks. Oh, they're on a script. It's like, well, had they ever considered that it's Imbo who's on a script? I mean, Imbo. Yeah, I don't know. When you're talking to people who have convinced themselves that everything in the distance is some sort of hologram, where do you go?
Yeah, you stay on that point and destroy it, and then they run away. What's going on, Matthew?
Hey, how's it going?
Lovely.
Happy week.
And yourself.
Happy weekend to you. I'm doing well.
At an air show in Jacksonville.
Oh, very cool. What type of planes? What type of things are they showing?
Military. It's gonna be the Blue Angels in like an hour.
Oh man, Blue Angels are really cool. I've seen the Thunderbirds recently. The let's see, Blue Angels are Navy and Thunderbirds are Air Force, I think.
Yes.
But it's been a while since I've seen the Blue Angels.
This will be my first time seeing them in person.
Oh, nice.
Nice to hear your voice, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
It's great. It's good. It's a good day. It's great.
Hello?
Is my audio bugged or is there just no discussion going? Hello? Um, if anyone's here, I got a flat Earth question. Hello? Terrible.
Hello, what say you?
Hey. I got a flat Earth question because I've never heard anyone ask something like this before. So, like, okay, assuming the Earth is flat and like the shape of a disc or like a coin or something, how does the Earth, like, how did the Earth gain and retain that shape? I'm just curious. Because like a lot of like the flat Earth sort of like depictions I see, it's like the top is flat and the bottom is like sort of like drooping down like stalactites or and shit.
Okay, yeah, you're looking at the wrong images. That's Flat Earth Society. We don't believe we're a disc floating in fucking space. No true. Well, excuse me. I'm in the middle of answering your question.
Sorry.
No true flat earther would claim that there's a bottom, since we can't confirm there is. The furthest we've drilled into Earth's surface is approximately 8. So what is supposedly underneath is unknown because we haven't been far. There's no way to know. We can't get far enough away from Earth like that. NASA claims they do. That photo of circle to know if it's got a bottom.
So effectively, with the current knowledge we have, flat Earth is effectively shaped like a frisbee.
We do not know the shape because we cannot go beyond the 60th parallel south.
Yeah, you're confused, Beatsworth.
Yeah, we're
like that popped in my head.
Just chill out.
Yeah, we can't go and freely explore the outer edges or whatever it might be. We do not know.
Okay.
Yeah, you're referring to images that are meant to mock the concept to make it look absurd. That's what you're referring to. The stalactites at the bottom, upside down mountains. Yeah, floating in space. So even within their mockery, they still have you embedded in the outer space mythology.
With the planets floating around the Earth and you're accelerating.
And the upside down mountain going around the sun still, or going up, and who knows.
Yeah, you're accelerating. That's why things fall.
Yeah, you're asking for a creation story, though. I'm not omniscient. Anyone who tells you they are. I mean, take a look at the story they've told you for how the Earth came to be. Yeah, don't.
There was an explosion in space, and then
I bet there was.
some reason, and then Earth just like appeared like forever ago.
Yeah, that's said Einstein's priest buddy.
We know this because the carbon says
His
so.
chalkboard warrior. Now he's going to get into carbon dating. Good Lord, buckle up. Let me guess, you believe in dinosaurs too?
I'm like,
Anyway.
hey, I was talking to some carbon the other day, and they got a lot to say. Like, they got all the dates cataloged, man.
It sounds like job security for them and their degree. Does that not raise a red flag, though, that the most popular depiction of flat Earth is some upside down mountain attached to a frisbee floating?
It's interesting. I'll say that.
Does that not raise a red flag that that's what most people, that's the visual in most people in the Globers' mind of what flat Earth is?
Well, they got make it an absurd image, so that way people are less like it's like okay, yeah.
Yeah. So did you not know? You knew it was absurd before you asked about it?
I knew it was absurd. I was more just asking like what it actually was. Like I was just using like that general depiction.
Yeah, I gotcha.
In our heads, like as the example. I know
Yeah,
it doesn't that, but
the bottom line of that whole depiction is though just to keep you embedded in that we're floating in that whatever we're on, flat or ball, that it's still floating in outer space.
Yeah.
That's what takes the leap of logic to get you to the globe in the first place, is just to agree that you are one of these lights you see in the sky. That is us. They are they are we. I am the walrus.
stars. It's like a little white dot. That totally makes sense. Yeah. I googled like flat Earth just to get like the images. That's like that. I saw a square and station. So 18 passages. But how even in like those flat Earth images, it's like the moon. Like further to disprove.
You kind of broke up. You're kind of breaking up every other sentence.
Sorry, I was a bit far away from my mic. The way
No,
that like looking at like the stereotypical image, like just all the details about it, just to make it as absurd as possible.
You talking about the one where the ships are going over the edge into the space void, or are you talking about the AE projection with the sun and moon whirling around above it?
I'm looking at this one. The more like the sun and moon around it. There's like waterfalls, with like water's just like falling off the earth. It's like in space, of course. You not want. I'll send it in the flat Earth. That image right. It doesn't have like the stalactites bottom. They're not visible. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty silly.
Also, a detail I like about it is how, rather than like the common depiction of Antarctica being in the center, it's like the more like flat, square-shaped map just put on a circle. If you look closely.
But that is the question. How did we get here? Where are we? I always find it, I think it's suspicious that the Glober believes that we've been evolving for 400 trillion years or, whatever insane number it is. And yet here we are in the time where it's all been figured out. What a coincidence. So yeah, I don't know. Mysteries exist. And even their story, every time some mystery pops up, they just come up with a little patchwork to add to the quilt. So
Yeah. I'm less curious how it was created, more curious how it maintains itself. Like what conditions, what outside conditions affect flat Earth and how that sort of works. If I'm
well,
making
it seems like it's always changing. I mean, we've seen massive floods recently. You get volcanoes that are building islands. I don't know. It's in some sort of perpetual cycle. Well, I don't know what to say. Some sort of cycle, homeostasis thing. Yeah. Yeah. I hear what you're asking, but it's sort of like you're asking still under there must be something, the glue that keeps it together within this bigger thing. Well, maybe the bigger thing is the illusion.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? And this is just the thing. So yeah, I understand. It's like, it would be nice to see how the carnival was set up, but
like I guess with that, I am seeing it from like the sort of like there must be more out there, like the sort of space perspective. Like, is it space? Who knows? But I feel like there's just more than that to everything, so to speak. I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, they tell us our whole lives, yeah, this is not unique. This is a normal thing. But yet, we're going to wait our whole lives before they'll have us they'll kick the can down the road our entire life, just as they did the previous people who said, oh, maybe there's something out there. Maybe there's other people like us. And it's crazy that all these, like the advent of all the, well, I don't know if it was the advent, but the popularity, mass popularity of sci-fi about 100 years ago in this country and the novels that were written. Well, now we're just like in the echoes of all the stuff that they've fantasized about. That's our quote unquote science now. So I would say it's safe to, we've had humanity's had a long history of living within myths created by who knows.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, so even the ancestry stories, they go back to back to back, and then it ends up with, oh, the great falcon of the fiery sky told me. It's like, well, that's an interesting, you know, who was the origin of the story prior to those people? So it's like humanity is good at living within myths.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so why should now be any different?
Yeah, exactly. No, like we still don't really know. Yeah, we expect ourselves to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've conditioned everyone to expect to have all the answers. Science, math, experts.
hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep.
Oh, Nathan. Hey, Mickey. Nathan dragged him around by his short hairs. Danny dipshit. Danny changed up his little verbiage in the little block of instruction he was given to the church, and he was showing how you get angles, right? And then he changed it from on the surface to in the surface of the earth, like down in the middle of the earth. So that's hell, right? So Nathan made a thumbnail. It was hell's angles.
That's apropos. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to check out Nathan's videos, man. They're pretty fucking sharp. There's a short one, Mickey, if you want to play it.
Yeah, you got it.
It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah,
hold up, I got to get the ads out of the fucking way first. I'm getting sick of this shit. Here, what? Oh, hold on a sec. Mickey, do you want me to get it for you?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes and 14 seconds, dude.
That's funny. A thumbnail.
But if you go farther north, it's going to be higher. If you go farther south, it's going to be lower. And so if you extended that rotation axis to the Earth up above and down below, now halfway between, that would be the equator. That's your line there. Now let me pick a location on the Earth, say the Ark Encounter.
Anybody notice that he said on the Earth?
Yes, he did. He thinks he's in the center of the Earth on the Earth.
And the angle that you have drawn comes from the center. But you said on the Earth. What you're drawing is not on the Earth. So you've lied to a congregation full of people, Danny. May God have mercy on your soul.
From the center of the Earth to that point up on the surface of the Earth.
A moment ago, it was on the Earth. Tricky with words? Obviously, with a Christian audience, you'd expect him to be of the utmost sincerity with what he says. So now we're in the Earth, burning in the fiery hells of the molten iron core to acquire this lying angle. I'm going to suggest not. Nobody's getting angles from a hell-like molten iron core.
The horizontal line and that second line I just drew there is equal to your latitude.
How can that be possible? It isn't. He's also made it clear that we're in the Earth taking this angle. But that is not taken from the center of Earth.
It's close to 39 degrees.
When you're in hell.
What he's showing is the celestial sphere model and ignoring that that's the flat plane that bisects it is the Earth you're stood upon. And he's saying instead of it being the Earth you're stood upon, you're actually inside in hell. It's ridiculous. And it's the most sacrilegious thing I've ever heard said in a church.
Tell them that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. You are nodding along to a man telling you that you're measuring angles in hell. On screen now, we've got an elevation angle measurement, and you can assume that the star is Polaris. Well, if this is an elevation angle measurement along a flat baseline to give you the 90 degree here, and it's at the GP, that's ground position of the star, that your flat baseline is meeting for the angle measurement in the first place, then this is a flat Earth proof. It's not taken from the fires of hell. It's taken from the surface.
There you go. Of course, you'd have to watch the video because it's a little bit more visual, but you get the gist.
L's angles.
Yeah. Yeah, nice touch. Reminds me of me. He's a lying piece of shit, Danny.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said, remember back in 2016, Danny? You're either a retard, which you are, and It's more of and you're a liar. Now you're busted.
I met the
weird,
guy in
how
2019.
how they're unashamed to continue the path that they are, though, QE. That's
Yep.
I was at the Dallas Flat Earth Conference in 2019, and Danny was there just slithering about, taking notes and watching everybody, writing his book. I knew he was bad, but I didn't know how bad he was. So I was like trying to be nice with him. So when I went up to him, I was like kind of teasing him, saying that like, you know, maybe you'll be kind of like that book with Case for Christ. What was that author's name again? Kira, you remember that book, right? The Case for Christ.
Negative.
It's where the atheist starts trying to debunk the Bible, and he does like some serious research into it, and then he ends up realizing that it's true, and he becomes a Christian.
Oh, I heard that story before. Yeah.
Yeah, the book's called The Case of Christ. So I was like telling Danny Faulkner, like, hey, maybe you'll be kind of like that, like with Flat Earth.
I looked it up. It's Lee Strobel. He's
Yeah, Lee Strobel.
Yeah, Lee
That's the one.
Strobel. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, he just laughed it off. Like, yeah.
Well, we've got a newcomer. Welcome, Rock.
Hey, what's up?
Rock, what's going on, man?
Not much, just listening.
Pretty good. Hey, so, introduction to all new people here. What is your position on the topic of the server, which is the shape of the Earth conversation? Do you think the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence? Do you know the Earth is flat? What is your position, Rock?
I would say flat, but I don't know. Is that like a trick question?
It's an introductory question, asking to get to know you better. That's what it is. So, what got you kind of interested in looking into this topic, or how do you know that the Earth is flat indeed?
Well, I've just been doing some research. I got stuff in my recommended, just kind of, I don't know, appealed to my curiosity. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Well, I'm still pretty new to it, but all the stuff about space and all that, it just kind of, I don't know. I'm still kind of new to it, so I'm still trying to find my way. Rock? But I would say a couple months.
Okay.
What stuff in particular about space?
It just seems like a weird concept to me in general.
In what way, though?
Sorry, what was that?
In what way?
Just the concept. There's some things in life where you're just like, this doesn't sound right.
But what is it about it? Is it the concept that it's just an empty void with things floating around in it? Like, what part of it is it that? Or is it possibly that you don't understand? Like, I'm just trying to...
It's just I don't know, the size of things, how it's explained, just doesn't seem right.
About the medium.
Medium?
Yeah, the medium of what they call outer space. It's purported to be a vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr in deep space. Does that rub you the wrong way?
I wouldn't know much. I'm not much of a space guy, so.
Well, it should, because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Really?
It means it's a vacuum.
You can't have gas pressure without a container. If the vacuum of space was actual, you wouldn't be breathing right now.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, I just wanted to help you along.
Can I pipe in as well? Like, let's have a bit of a biased approach.
I'm thinking no.
No.
Yeah.
So
He's a glober.
let me explain to you. So imagine if you have a circle, bro. You draw a circle with a diameter of an inch, right? And you draw another circle around this first circle with a diameter of 2 inches. The first circle is the Earth. The second circle is the atmosphere. That's how gravity keeps going. And that is your lid. That's how you get the pressure. And
That's some horseshit.
how?
What? The atmosphere, number one, the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number one. Number two, gas isn't a container for fucking gas.
Gravity is the container keeping
Gravity
everything.
is the container. Okay, huh? So, can you show a picture of this container?
Just look outside.
Oh, just look outside. So, So fucking the dark matter and black holes are responsible for gale force winds.
This whole thing with dark. No, wait. Let me just stop you.
My proof? Just walk outside, man. So let's delve into this gravity a little bit more. Which type are you talking about?
Well, the thing is, we have two frameworks that we use to look at gravity. We have the Einsteinian framework and the Newtonian framework. But
No, we
either
just
way,
have one.
listen, let me finish. They're not
No, we
complete.
just have one.
Well, they're not complete. Our theory of gravity
they're
is
not complete. Well, one's
No,
a
they're not.
scientific theory, and one's allegedly a law. So which one? So they're both not complete.
No, they're not. Neither one.
Oh, neither one. So you have an incomplete scientific theory.
Well, yeah, because no one actually, and no one knows. First of all, we can't explain what gravity is.
No, you don't have an incomplete scientific theory. That's another paradox. Because then it's not a scientific theory. Hello,
Or the
McFly.
Einsteinian framework. When you get down to the quantum level, they
Get the fuck out of here, quantum level. Stick with what gravity are you talking about, Sunshine?
Hey,
shut the fuck up. What
that's not
gravity-
right, brother. Got
Who is this?
This cheapie, he's
I got
stepping
him.
in the line of fire. The line of fire is hot, so stay out of it or else you will get mauled.
So, no smoke.
Shut your fucking mouth.
So, you're going to have to pick one. Which is it? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
I said both are incomplete.
No, they're not. Newtonian was superseded 108 years ago by Einstein.
I know the history, bro. I know the history. You don't have to educate me on the history. I'm saying.
Well, yes, I do, because both are in play, and I just educated your dumbass on the history. You follow, Sunshine?
I told you they already know the history, and you're not letting me finish.
Yeah, I am letting you finish. You already finished. You said the two were in play. I said no, there's only one in play, Einstein, who superseded Newtonian's bullshit law, of which he didn't. He said not even to ascribe that shit to me. So Einstein, you're 108 years out of date, Sunshine.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am listening. Everyone heard what you said, you fuckwit.
Those can explain at the.
Yeah, we don't need an explanation from you. We just need yes or they're closed-ended questions. So, is it Einstein that you're appealing to for gravity? Yes or no?
No, because I'm not feeling.
No, then you're 108 years out of fucking date, Sunshine.
Whatever you say, bro.
No, it's not whatever I say. It's absolute fact. You want me to prove it to you? Hold on.
You see the wheels turn. Like, do I want him to prove it to me? Fuck.
So, 1 second, please. Yeah, I'm there. I got too much stuff, man. Thanks. Appreciate that, man. All right, no smoke. We're getting ready. There, would you like to read those citations out for everyone at 9:43, please? Oh, no smoke. 943. Wiki, your alma mater, Science Alert, Phys Libretext, Nature.com, Science Daily from the University of fucking California, Los Angeles, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Please, floor is yours.
He left?
Did that fucking guy leave?
Yeah, he dropped out.
Whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
All right, so let's just take him to the woodshed while he's not here anyway. At 43 minutes after the hour, like I was fucking telling him, from his alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, yeah, right, but I digress, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Phys Libretext, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by fucking Einstein. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote scientific journal in the entire fucking world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a new radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity. And finally, from Science Daily, Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. You're a dumb fuck. Take that with you.
He couldn't grant that? I don't think that's like disputed. Oh,
I'm wondering why do they always try to combine the two? Like, why do they do that?
Because they're retarded and they're just parroting Wiki, but they don't understand what Wiki or Discovery Channel is saying. That's why. Oh, and by the way, for your fairy tale fucking gravity that doesn't exist, that is the container for gas pressure. Are you aware of the water cycle by chance? You see, what happens is the sun evaporates fucking water. It breaks the hydrogen bonds. And when that happens, then water becomes water vapor, a fucking gas. Guess what direction it goes? Up. Thereby debunking fairy tale fuckwit gravity. Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
It doesn't have to do with relative density, though?
Thank you.
Gravity and density can coexist, I think.
What?
No, I said gravity and density can coexist. They're not mutually exclusive, right? Oh, no, don't even.
Cheapy, you want to be next on the chopping block?
Man, I wasn't trying to get serious.
That's what I'm saying, man. Don't come in here just teasing everybody, because you're just.
I don't know, man. The water cycle's a water cycle. I don't know.
Are you really want to do this? Because you said earlier you didn't want to. Now you do. Don't run away like no smoke.
I ain't running away. I don't know.
Right, then.
All right, I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh, you want to do it?
Know what the
I don't know.
on this show by now? I don't even know what to tell you.
I've been here a few times.
I know.
I ain't trying to hate on anyone or badmouth anyone.
Season 9.
But you think the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
All right, but you don't have any evidence to support your case. You're skipping around and speaking about things that are.
Wait, I do.
You're presupposing that the Earth is a ball already, and all the physics work as such to then allow your fairy tale gravity to work on it. How do you know it's a globe?
I got evidence.
Okay, what kind of evidence?
Video evidence.
Video?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that need to be, verified by direct measurement?
I got video.
But wouldn't that video need to be verified by direct measurement?
What is this, Cheapy?
It's my evidence. What's that? What'd you say?
Are you gonna answer my question?
Direct measurement?
Wouldn't you need to verify any video footage at all by direct measurement?
Heat the Flatsy. Hold on a fucking second. Miggy was on him.
I guess.
Okay.
Hold on a second, Flatsy. You'll get your, just because I said he was trying to hit on you doesn't mean, right? So
Whoa, what?
What? Hey yo. Hey yo.
He posted a video from Red's Rhetoric basically saying that's his fucking reason why he's standing here and saying the earth is a globe.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is from 18 years ago from Red's Pretender.
I don't know the flat earth lore, bro. I'm sorry.
Flat earth lore.
The flat earth lore.
That's pretty fucking funny. Okay, so what's your... Is this scientific evidence?
It's observation.
No. Is this scientific evidence? So what's the argument?
Look at the video.
Well, look at the video is not a fucking argument.
People post video links responding to me all the time.
Yeah, because you're a numpty, and so are they. Now I'm asking
a numpty? Wait, let me look up what that means because I don't.
It's an
numpty.
Okay. Go ahead. Bruh. He can look at that. He can look it up.
Intellectual person.
Smiling, waving picture of him.
Yeah, let me go on images. Oh, yeah, you're right. Holy shit. Fuck, dude. Here's me. That's crazy.
Okay, so is there an I know this video. I watched it when it first came out 18 fucking years ago, and it's a belly laugher. That's why I'm asking you, what's the argument associated with the video?
You can see the boat disappear beyond the horizon.
Okay, so is that a natural cause and effect relationship?
A natural cause and effect relationship?
Yeah.
What?
So
boat disappears over horizon, therefore curvature?
So the cause of the boat disappearing is curvature. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know we have a method here that deals with those natural cause and effect relationships? It's called the scientific method. You have your dependent variable and your independent variable in your hypothesis, because we're going to have to validate this shit, right?
Sure.
So what's your hypothesis for this video?
I hypothesize that the boat will disappear over the curve.
Over the curve? Isn't that begging the question? That's what you're attempting to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're using fallacious reasoning as your hypothesis, really?
No.
That you're starting off with 5 fucking stars.
GTA. That's funny. That's a good one.
Right. So how can you roll out, how can you roll out anything other than maybe fucking tide or waves and shit? Did you roll anything out? And of course, you don't have a hypothesis, so you didn't have an experiment, right?
No, I just watch video. Video tell me curve. I agree.
So you just look. Do you know what curve is? Curvature. What's the definition of curvature?
Curvature is when I look down. I use the restroom.
You see your toe.
What? It's up and slightly to the left. That's what I see as curvature.
Oh my! All right, dude. You're not serious, man.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm just fucking around.
I know. I made an example out of you anyway.
Yeah. It was funny though.
Nope. Nothing personal.
Yeah.
You're a dipshit though.
I'm not in the mood to, not in the mood right now.
Even if you were on your best day, you would lose miserably.
Yeah. You want my wig?
You gotta pick a day, Cheapy.
You're just trying to snatch wigs, brother, aren't you?
I don't want your wig, Cheapy. I already have it, bro. Like you can give it to
Bro, too
somebody
bad
else.
I'm bald, so
Yeah, but you can use a you can
ain't
put a
nothing
wig
to
on.
snatch. Huh?
Yeah, that's
can
why you
put
have a
on.
wig.
It's
dude.
not about having hair. That's why
I have
you
a
have
toupee.
wig. Well, we'll
I have a
take that.
toupee.
Snatched off.
That's
Nah,
not a
it's-
wig, man. That's
So why does the term toupee exist?
that's a reasonable facsimile of a wig.
Yeah,
Because it can still get snatched right the hell off. But yo,
And
Cheapy,
most of
pick
the
a day,
time-
man.
Most of the time, they snatch it off themselves, like Cheapy does.
Yeah,
Because he's
When
a
I sneeze, it comes off. Yeah, I'm a numpty.
exactly.
You have a hairpiece on your head?
Humpty Dumpty. Huh?
Hairpiece on your head.
No, I actually have a nice hairline.
Oh, it's Indio.
yeah, yeah.
I have a hairpiece on my head. How does it look?
No, I'm just saying, if he was on his best day, it still wouldn't even matter. Like, it doesn't really matter.
So finally, you have recognized you are an empty. Now you concentrate on the solution of that, and that's you have to recognize reality for what it is, and not believe.
I gotta go to
what
school
someone
now
is
to get
telling you.
educated. Gotta
Damn,
bring
bro,
my IQ
did
points
the
up.
middle of my sentence interrupted the middle of yours? My bad, I said that backwards. Did the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours?
Yeah.
That shit's copyrighted the right way around.
Yeah, but that's why I said it the wrong way, because nobody can sue me or something. But anyway,
get a cease and desist.
now that you finally recognize that you've been an numpty for a long time, now you can move forward.
Yeah.
Finally, welcome.
I'm enlightened.
Not yet. We haven't hit you over the head with the Flat Earth Billy Club just yet. Well, it'll be coming soon.
Okay.
But the one we have for you has spikes on it, so it might hurt.
Wait,
a little bit.
so what's the proof for flat Earth then? Can I ask that?
Go look outside.
Wait, are we getting serious now, or
I don't know if he's serious, bro.
Go look.
Nobody can tell if you're serious or what, man. Because we're gonna engage with you, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, dude, I gotta go. It's time for sleepy." No one's. Are you fucking serious? Because we're gonna engage with you if you want.
I don't know. Can you at least send me a link to something that I can read?
when you're ready, you got to let us know when you're ready to get serious, man, or at least
You're really
sincere
joking
in
around.
some degree. Pick a day, pick a time.
You have any
We'll do arena
resources
with you.
here?
Yeah, lots.
Yeah, I posted it in the live
You're
stream.
not, you're not ready.
There's about 100 proofs of flat Earth in it.
Oh, this! I keep seeing this. Fucking these oil rigs.
You should know the argument by now, then, right?
They're gonna haunt you in your dreams, dude. If you don't,
If you've
actually
seen it
look at
so
them.
many
I
times.
can't sleep at night because the flat Earth.
No, but seriously,
Oh.
though, if you've seen this many, many times, do you understand the argument?
What for the Black Swan?
Yeah, the thing you've seen many times.
In that same video, don't you see another like another
No.
shot where you
But
can
I'm
see
asking, do you
the
understand?
oil rig disappearing?
Yeah, but do you understand the argument if you've seen it this many times? Do you understand what it's
That
saying?
is also a Black Swan.
Yeah, you're only supposed to see what 1.2 miles because of the observer height.
Yeah.
It's the start. Is that it?
So what's the reason for the discrepancy? Because in that same video, it shows the
It's not a
it
fucking
shows
ball.
The reason is lack of curvature limitation of the horizon distance.
Okay.
The horizon's not a physical ball edge. Otherwise, it wouldn't move around.
So
That's the original claim, Cheapy. That the original claim is that there is a geometric horizon, a place you can go basically plant a flag in where the Earth starts to curve. So this is a response to that claim.
You asked for the evidence, dude. You're being serious. Then there it is.
so it couldn't be anything else.
What
Well,
the
that's what-
fucking else
again,
could it
if
be,
you're-
bro?
If you,
I don't know. I'm just asking.
well, let's jump in a time capsule and go back to 2017 because your teammates were saying yes, that's
Teammates?
the horizon
Wait.
is Earth curve.
Who's my team?
Okay, all right. Well, you can be in a vacuum, but the Team Globe was saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So when you say, well, could it be anything else? That's what we've been arguing for years. Yes, there are lots of reasons why it's not a physical position. As you see in the side by side, it can't be a physical position if it's moving.
Wait, can't
around.
physical things be distorted though?
No, but if you have a hill in your front yard one day, it's not going to be in your
It
backyard.
can't be distorted. You've never observed anything physical being
Listen to what I'm
distorted.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Not the point, bro.
If there's a hill in your yard, in your front yard,
Yeah.
it's not going to be in the backyard tomorrow. It cannot physically move around.
What?
How is it so confusing? They're saying that this is the physical curve of the Earth. So it can't be moving and shifting around. That would mean that the globe was like inflating or deflating or something.
So let's jump to my time machine.
No, that does not make sense.
I want to jump to my time machine. Let's go back to 973 AD when Al-Biruni used the horizon to measure the circumference of the Earth. So if the horizon is not a physical location, how did he do that?
What'd you say?
Al-Biruni.
He knows speak
Al-Biruni.
English anymore.
Al-Biruni. He was
Should we translate?
Persian. He measured the dip angle to the top of
I
the mountain.
didn't hear what he
and came up
said.
with the circumference of the
It's
Earth.
always got to be, you're always got to be disparaging someone when they ask questions.
You guys always do this. When we get serious, you're like, "Well, I don't speak English."
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. Follow along, man. I said there's a hill in your front yard one day and a hill in your backyard. You're like, wait, what? How do you not understand this? Look at the side
I
by
said
side.
what? That doesn't make sense. What? So
Yeah, I know.
you're saying
climbed the mountain. Al-Biruni climbed the mountain in Persia, and he measured the dip angle to the horizon and used that to measure the circumference of the Earth. But if the horizon is moving around, so say we use this black swan to measure the circumference of the Earth. So want to know what the circumference of the Earth would be? 1.6 million miles. Yeah, with a radius of
DP, you still there?
315,000 miles.
Yeah. Sorry. My shit
What do you think
disconnected.
about what do you think about
Yeah,
Indio?
sure you did.
He didn't hear you, Indio.
It popped out of my my cord.
don't
popped
speak
out of my headset.
English.
Okay, so I'll say it to you again.
Okay, I don't speak English. Sorry.
So
We need to get a globe whisperer in here.
Yeah.
No smoke. Cup your boy out.
So Al-Biruni observed the black swan to do his measurement. He would measure a Earth circumference of 1.6 million miles.
Okay. Based on what?
Based upon the dip angle
Okay. How do you measure that?
with an astrolabe. That's what he used. So you can measure the angle, right? So you got level, and then you measure the angle. The horizon is off of level, and then that'll give you an angle. And if you presuppose the Earth is a ball, you can say, hey, I know my elevation above the ball. This dip angle says the Earth has a circumference of, 3,959 miles is what he thought. If the horizon was a geometric location, but if he would have went on the day the black swan happened, or any of the other ones, he would have got a different value, right? So that's what we're saying. You can't just bring your own globe. Bring my own globe idea. There is a claim on the table. Radius 3,959 miles. That or bust. Because without it, orbits don't work, right?
I guess if there's a huge size discrepancy, right?
Yeah, huge. It's orders of magnitude. Not just like, it's off by like maybe 1.5 or 20%. It's off by 10,000%. I know it's hard to believe, but
No, just reading the comment.
Can you say the Burundi part more? I was kind of
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Biruni. Burini. He was a Persian mathematician.
And he did what?
Astronomer. Climbed to the top of the mountain, used an giant astrolabe to measure the dip angle, like what the dip to the horizon was, from a allegedly known elevation on the mountain, right? So we use the astrolabe to measure the angle, right? Because we can use the Pythagorean theorem, right? In trigonometry to figure out how big something is, right? Visually. So he calculated the height of the mountain, went to the top of the mountain, calculated the dip angle, and from that, you can infer a globe. radius or circumference. From the circumference, you can get a radius, diameter, etc., surface area, volume, whatever you want. So this is what he did, but he used the horizon. The horizon was the spatial reference point that he measured. So if the horizon's moving around, then the whole foundation, right, is a bunch of shit.
But that's how even today the size of the Earth, they're like, oh, Bernie did it, it was good.
Well, that's like, that's advanced level. So it used to be Eratosthenes and the Sticks and Shadows, and then that was debunked. So the Globers evolved to Alberoni, and then that was debunked, and now they're on, just trust us, bro.
But that's kind of like where the R value came from.
That is considered the most accurate R value. What he came up with at the up until I don't know when they changed it. I think they changed it with Bezel, which was like in the 17th century. So for 800 years, it's what Alberoni said. Mm-hmm. Then they changed it because they switched methods. They got better at measuring the angles to stars.
And then they still really close to what he said.
I mean, 10% difference. But it has underlying assumptions, right? Because you don't have measured distances over the ground, and you're actually it's a bunch of affirming the consequent circular logic. Because you're measuring the stars to infer positions on the Earth, right? You measure angular changes in the stars, right? And then you walk some distance, and you go, "Oh, that angle must mean the arc length is this, and if the arc length is this, it has a radius of that." Right? But there's discrepancies. They're all over the place. So if you get into geodetic surveying, they have to do things like say plumb lines are curved and say there's a lumpy gravity all over the place, deflecting level and all sorts of nonsense. You know what a plumb line is, right?
I do. Or sorry.
You ever seen
I didn't mean to cut in there.
No, it's fine. I mean, like the devil's in the details, as they say. So, have you ever seen a curved plumb line?
I have not, no.
In geodetic surveying, the people that claim that they're measuring the Earth and its size and its form and figure, in their mathematics, they have curved plumb lines. They don't have straight lines. Like when you hang a string, that string's actually curving. Take a weight, stick it on the end of a rope or a string or a chain. According to them, that is a curving string, chain, rope, whatever. Which is ridiculous. We've been building using plumb lines since, who knows how long, a long time. How do you build a building, right? Stack bricks, right? So if you make a brick building, right, stack stones, use the plumb line to make sure that you're building straight up. Right? And that plumb line hangs straight down towards the ground.
The Globers have made plumb lines curved and also have made triangles curved.
Yes. In their head.
What's next, I wonder?
Well, what they actually did was they just switched to non-Euclidean geometry in which straight lines don't exist. So, there you go. Mm-hmm. If you just claim that straight lines can't exist, then you're good to go. You don't need to do anything. Everything's curved all the time. It's very convenient.
And they want to have it both ways.
So it's kind of like the same thing with the falling and curving around the Earth at the same time. Why they say you can put things in orbit.
Not really. What they're saying is there's big lumps of stuff under the ground making the plumb line do weird stuff. It's called lumpy gravity. Potato Earth.
Yeah,
The
you know,
Earth is like a sphere, but the gravity's like a potato.
Well, I like my mashed potatoes creamy and smooth. I don't like them lumpy.
Yeah, well, don't go to the Geological Survey.
Yeah, that whole bumpy potato Earth comes out. For some reason, they'll be like, "Oh, well, it's not a perfect sphere." Your head doesn't need to be a perfect sphere either to sell you a hat or something. You can have a potato ass head, and I can still measure that and then, give you a fitted hat. So this requirement to be perfect isn't necessary. Some more excuses.
Yeah, so the point of all this is that the horizon is supposed to be in exact place. Otherwise, what do ships go over? Otherwise, what do sunsets around? Otherwise, why can't I see the bottom of that mountain? Right? This has been what we've been, like CB said, been dealing with this since 2016. Black Swan comes out, all of a sudden, horizon's apparent. There's multiple horizons. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's change the subject. What about NASA?
Were you involved in Flat Earth when that particular time when that was happening?
Yeah, all of us were.
Wow. And when was that picture or video?
2017, 2018, 2019. I think 2019 the Black Swan came out. Was it 2019?
January 1st, 2020.
Oh, okay. I was a day off. Sorry.
And that happened. So that happened, and then COVID happened. Do you think that was in response to Black Swan?
No.
Like, we got to shut the planet down real quick, and everybody
don't
calm.
go full conspiratard on us. Come on, man.
Fuck it with you.
They got the Black Swan. Release the Kraken.
We got to just lock them in their houses for a minute while we figure this out.
That would actually be the wrong thing to do, right?
It definitely was. They've gotten other things wrong too that wouldn't surprise me. Sorry, it was too good. So that all happened.
The Black Swan removes over any argument that when you can't see the bottom of something, that it's because of the physical edge of the Earth. It just rips all that away, because you have to confess that the horizon is an optical location. What we've been saying the entire time. And that, listen, it's not like, oh, we said it, they said, listen, go on Nathan Oakley's channel. You can watch hundreds of heated debates going on for a 3-year period of them just hammering away. Ships over the horizon, ships over the horizon, ships over the horizon. Because we see too far. And they're like, refraction. Okay, but ships go over the horizon, so they have they're both sides. They have trying to have both sides of the argument at the same time. So, Huey, and with the help of the Black Swan, ripped the rug out from all that.
And no one had thought to do that experiment before. Just zooming in far away.
There are other ones, but there wasn't one that was like as clear cut as that, because we have the oil rigs as a distance measure, right?
It's not an experiment. Sorry, Indio.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's not an experiment. We have the oil rigs as a distance measure. So we have a distance marker where we can actually definitively say the horizon is past this point. It's supposed to be before these oil rigs, and it's after these oil rigs. That proves that it's not, because most so-called ships over the horizon, all those images from Globers, you don't get camera height, how far away the horizon is, how far away the ship is, anything. You don't get any information. They just go, look. Can't see the bottom of the boat. Good enough for me. Like Cheesy was just saying. Creepy or Cheapy or whatever his name is. Cheapy. That's what he was just saying. I saw ships go over the horizon. I seen a video. I couldn't see the bottom of the boat. I think I can. So I think I should. This is what you think in your head. I should see the bottom of the boat, and I don't, so it has to be curved. Your premise is wrong because you shouldn't see the bottom of the boat.
So should I trust my eyes for everything?
For everything?
That's how you made it here thus far.
No, I know. I know.
When you go out to the club, do you trust your eyes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't go around by touch, right? Checking people's junk out, right?
Checking junk out.
Wait, so what happens when I go to the beach and then all of a sudden my skin gets darker after a while? I didn't observe anything acting on me.
What?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like when I get a tan.
What about it?
Yeah, like I don't see anything around.
Typical.
I don't observe anything physically giving me a tan.
First of all, you don't get a tan while you're in the sun. You get the tan after.
No.
Yeah, because it takes a while for your body to it has to stop being exposed to the UV radiation before it'll start making melanin.
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with geometry?
It's a sunburn. Let's say a sunburn then.
Do with geometry, by the way.
No, this has to do with observation.
No, it doesn't. It has to do with
Yes, it does.
So stay in context before I mute your dumb ass.
We were talking about observation.
Yeah, observation. Yeah. So do you see it? Yeah, do you see it?
No, I didn't see anything burn me.
So you don't see anything, so it's not a fucking observation. You just ripped your own wig off.
I observed that I got burned though. That's what I'm observing.
You felt that. That was your
dude. Fuck off.
Wait, what'd you say?
That was your sense of touch. Off. And he said,
I said I observed myself getting sunburned. That's what I observed. I asked a question.
Yeah. It's a
what is the question? You observed your sun getting burned, and?
Yeah. Well, something burned me.
What? Well, we call it a sunburn, but it's not actually like...
I know, but what burned me?
Infrared radiation.
Okay. Can we see that?
No, but we know it exists by accident.
All right, but can we observe it with our eyes?
Not with our eyes, no.
Okay. But we can observe it.
No, we cannot observe it with our eyes.
No, you can't.
With instruments, yeah.
Yeah, we can... Well, it wasn't... Well, technically... infrared radiation was discovered when somebody left a prism next to a thermometer, and outside of where the rainbow was, the temperature of the thermometer was going up.
Yeah.
So they accidentally discovered it.
Same thing with microwave.
Yeah, so what does it have to do with fucking geometry?
I'm just saying we can't observe...
bro.
I'm trying to say we can't observe these spectrums of light, but they exist, and they affect us.
Yeah, so what?
We can't see with our eyes.
That's lovely.
So we can't trust it. And what I'm trying to say is we can't trust that infrared radiation.
Shut your fucking dumb ass up.
Hold on. So if we can't see something and it's imperfect, we can't trust it at all. Great logic, buddy.
That's stupid.
Isn't that the argument you guys use?
It's either no, you're making an all or nothing fallacy.
Yeah.
That was a nice try, though.
Yeah. Good job.
I'm just saying, I can't observe it, but we know that it's real.
Oh, brother.
Is that not true?
No, you're not true. You're a dumb fuck.
I can't observe it.
You can't.
But I know that it exists.
What does that have to do with the conversation, Sunshine?
Look, tell me, how did you get into the room you're in?
Well, someone mentioned earlier. They said someone mentioned earlier that you can't have zero.
Answer the question.
Yeah, please tell me how you got in the room you're in. Did you use a cane, a CNI dog?
I use my eyes and my legs.
Sure, you're actually in your room.
Yeah.
Are you
on
sure?
my computer.
No,
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
here.
100% sure you're on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, you can't trust your eyes. You could be at somebody else's house.
No, I can trust my eyes.
You could
for
be at
certain
your neighbor's
things,
house right now.
but I can't trust
some
my
things.
eyes to observe ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays.
Well, you can trust them. You can trust that you can't see it.
I can trust my eyes for the visible light spectrum.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
Yeah, the visible.
There's
Like,
nuances. These idealistic black and whites are silly, dude. They're childish.
No, I'm just making a statement.
Just
That's
making
all.
a statement that has no
Yeah.
fucking point.
Hey, can I ask my question quickly?
Well, yeah.
Hey, can I interject?
No, you may not. Freaking cockblocker,
Wait. That voice wasn't real, was
Go
it?
ahead, Ryan.
I thought this guy would be a great one for this question I came up with is, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
Wait, what?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any reason at all?
The observation of curvature.
Observation of curvature.
All right.
When?
How about,
how?
all right. All right. The sun setting.
The sun doesn't set.
No. So what does it do?
Hilarious. So the horizon's physical again?
Sunrise and both sunrise and sunset. That's rhetorical language. The sun doesn't rise or set on a flat or a sphere tard.
All right. Does the sun go away when you go to bed?
Yes.
What if I go to bed in the afternoon?
What? Oh shit.
Is
you go to bed when the sun
is
comes
there
up?
sun and then there's no sun?
You could say it goes out of sight. Might be another choice of words.
Are you retarded?
Out of sight.
All
right. So what? So
I got a serious question. Are you retarded?
yeah, I am.
Yeah, I know. We could tell by the queries and your nonsensical proofs that don't have a point.
Extremely retarded. All right.
You're a numpty.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
hold on, I want to point something out. A couple minutes ago, you were saying the horizon is not physical because of the black swan, and the horizon's moving all over the place. Now you're saying the sun sets behind an optical illusion?
Is the Earth physical?
Yes, the Earth is physical. But
if the Earth had curvature, then the curvature would be physical.
Yes. Can you see
and
it?
based on your height of observation, it would appear to be different because you're
1 foot above the sea level, and that the horizon should be 1.232 miles away from the observer's height in feet.
You're also showing a photo with heavy atmospheric refraction.
Atmosphere. Oh, stop
Go
the
for it.
fucking presses. Number one, atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo is air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no fucking inherent shape. You said refraction. Can you define refraction for everyone, please? With citation.
Yes.
With citation, please.
I'll cite myself. It's
No,
Here,
that
I'll-
fucking idiot. You're not
Xanax.
Xanax.
Dude, there's a factory somewhere that just pumps them out, man. It's just making them. Dude, Glober after Glober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a dumb fuck, man.
Me
Yeah.
and every other scientist that studies this shit.
Scientist, you're not a fucking
And
scientist.
he said other scientists, other
Scientists. Number one, this isn't a scientific fucking topic. You don't know what natural science is. How's this fucking science?
How's it science?
I'm more.
Yeah, I like that laugh. Yeah, that's that laugh when you have absolutely fucking nothing. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the science in the globe Earth? Can you please tell? What is natural science, by the way?
Why am I
Natural
getting all
science.
tingly?
So you're getting a boner?
The thing that scientists do that you cited, what are they doing? Why are they important? What's their deal?
What, natural science?
Yeah, so they do natural science?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay, what is
science of the science of the world.
it? Science of the world. That's it. There you go,
Yeah.
Indio.
Natural world.
All right. Natural world. Okay.
Well, there's the synthetic world.
Yeah,
As-
there is a synthetic world too.
Is there?
So what's your hypothesis, Mr. fucking scientist, for the globe tard?
Dude, did we just go in a loop?
Yeah, I think so.
We circumnavigated the freaking argument.
Can you explain the sun setting?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Oh, what?
The sun moves, not you.
He's trying that fucking diversionary tactic. Give us the hypothesis for the globe tard. Just one.
Are you gonna mute me if I keep talking?
Yeah, if you don't give me the fucking answer.
Well, we're trying to get a straight answer.
I asked a question.
I answered it.
Yeah, he's not being serious, dude.
Yeah, we already established that, so I don't know. What do you want to do, NDO? It's up to you. It's your.
Just tell me. I gotta ask a question. So, if something goes away from where you are and you can't see it anymore, does that imply that it went around the world?
No.
Okay, then. So the sun moves, not the Earth, dude.
But if it were moving away, wouldn't it get smaller?
It does.
Does it get smaller?
Yes. Actually, the sun is magnified. What do you mean?
How does it get smaller?
It gets visually smaller. Its visual angle gets less. Actually, it's magnified on the horizon sometimes, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, what's
doesn't make sense to me.
video?
Oh, it doesn't make sense. That's the standard of proof. Is doesn't make sense to cheapy.
Wait, what is it? What is this, bro? What?
There's a lot of things that don't make sense.
That's not the sun changing size, bro.
Bro, we gotta decide whether you're going to be sincere or not, GB. You're,
that's an optical illusion.
Out of your sincerity.
Oh, now the sun is optical.
It's optics.
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody else?
The sun doesn't change size.
Shut your fucking mouth.
How we perceive it, maybe.
The angular size changes, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
The angular size changes in the globe model.
What if I show you a video where it doesn't change?
What if I show
and then I'll show you one where it does change.
Fucking documented that it does change.
Well, then, can you explain the videos where it doesn't change?
No.
That's a white
swan. When it does change? Fuck wet. Fuck wet. Can you explain?
I asked what explain the sun.
Fucking shut the fuck up. Explain the sun.
It's magnified. Sometimes it's magnified larger than its size of solar noon. Sometimes it's smaller than the size of solar noon. The sun and how it appears changes the way it looks. Well documented. There's something like 20 official different types of sunsets. This isn't news, man.
Man. So
yeah, right. So
for the globetard just yet? So do you got the hypothesis for the globetard just yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a globe. It's not flat. That's my hypothesis.
That's not a fucking hypothesis.
That's a basis.
What's your hypothesis?
Your sister?
That's not an hypothesis either. I guess we're on the same page.
I didn't claim that the flat Earth was science. You claimed scientists with your globetard. That's the difference, fucktard.
You're claiming the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
but
right.
We're not claiming science proves it.
It's a globe. You're making the claim.
Yeah. Listen to what Indio just said. Say it slow.
Okay, I'll say it really slow for slow people with sub 73 IQ. The claim that the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim. So scientists can't prove the Earth is a globe. They're using the wrong tool for the instrument. It's a category error. Do you get it now?
Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah.
Scientists wrong. You're right. Random dude.
No. Scientists agree with me, not you, dummy.
You just said scientists are wrong.
That's not true.
They agree of what science is. So nobody claims a geometric figure and figuring out whether it exists or not is science. No one claims that. Nobody claims carpenters are scientists because they measure tables and determine the rectangles. Right? Is that science? Determination of a figure? Is that science?
All right. So you're saying that the Earth doesn't spin?
Is determination of a figure, a shape, science? Is doing that operation science?
Doing what?
The operation of the determination of a figure. So I have a floor. I want to know what the shape of it is. I take out the tape measure. I determine that. Does that make me a scientist?
No, it makes you dude making measurement. That's all.
Exactly.
Okay.
So how to claim that the Earth's a globe? How do you do science to that?
Because other shit.
What other shit?
The rotation of the Earth. It explains
the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Okay, do you have any evidence of either of those?
I mean, I can find some evidence.
No, we don't want somebody's claim. Who's claim your parent?
Bro, you're the one claiming that the Earth's flat.
Dude,
that the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun.
It's obviously not moving.
There's a physical dome on the outside of the planet.
I didn't claim a dome. I didn't claim a dome.
Okay.
I didn't claim a dome. The Earth is obviously flat. It looks flat.
Your team
right?
does.
Yes or no? My team?
I've not heard a single
flat
person
Earth
here today.
Oh, bro, don't be disingenuous.
I want a T-shirt.
You know, Flat Earth claims that this is a dome. You mentioned a container.
Yeah, container doesn't imply dome, dummy.
What does it imply then?
All right, so what is it then?
You said to me that there's not.
You're a fucking bitch.
So explain the pressure gradient of Earth.
Pressure gradient? Why would we explain that? Explain gas pressure first without a container. Fuckwit.
If you stop muting me. There we go.
Muting me as well. I'm getting muted too.
Yeah.
Just mute your anyway.
You keep fucking scattergunning, gish galloping. Explain how you can have gas pressure without a container. Fuckwit.
Explain. All right. Serious question.
No, don't explain it. Go back to your claim that the globe is proved by scientists. He's getting off that. No, go back.
Okay.
We're rewinding this. Rewind. Science proves the globe. Go. What science? What scientist? Where? How?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah. So that's why you have to do an experiment, because science requires experiment. What experiment can prove the Earth is a ball?
Experiment. Not an observation?
God, why did I stop drinking?
Well, do you have an experiment that can prove the flat Earth?
That's not
not an experiment, a measurement, sure.
Bro, stop muting me. Let me. Okay.
Dude, you can kick rocks, dude. We can move on to No Smoke. Someone who's actually being sincere, hopefully.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
You guys are clowns.
We need some soundboard, something that signified time waster.
To the globe advocate, it's interesting that you talk about science. There has never been one scientist to ever prove motion of the Earth around the sun, not one experiment. And other than Einstein, there has been nobody to prove 186,200 miles per second that light travels, and nobody has ever measured inside the equation of gravity 9.81 meters per second squared. Nobody has ever measured the radius or the mass of the Earth, which makes up gravity. So when you talk about science, claiming that we live on a ball, that is absolutely stupid, because no science has ever proven we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
Not only hasn't it, it can't. It's not possible.
You said you need a soundboard for the time wasters? Got it.
Yeah, you got. Oh, damn.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
See the whole thing behind behind heliocentrism is the fact that we have motion of the Earth around the sun. But absolutely no scientist ever has measured more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, or movement. When you Google it, it says 30 kilometers per second, or 6,600 miles per hour, and the 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second measure could be simply the sidereal rotation of the sky on a stationary plane, which translates motion down to the Earth. So it's real simple. We don't live on a ball. There's no measurements. There's no scientific proof we live on a ball. But you were told at age 5 that you did. You grew out of Santa Claus, but you never grew out of your globe.
He pulled the ejection seat, man. Like, he ripped out the canopy, went flying, he flew out of the airplane a while ago.
I think after you look at this whole situation, you find out that the globe is held together by trillions of dollars and indoctrination, but not one scientific proof.
Held together by
Tell
peer
him again,
pressure.
Indio. Indio, tell him again.
Yeah, he left, bro. You're talking.
No,
Josh.
tell this guy.
Tell what?
Science. They not only has science not proved that whatever science may be, it can't.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. It can't. It's a category error, like Indio said.
Yeah, it's like trying to it's just the wrong tool for the job. That's the way I think about it, right? It's like you brought a screwdriver, man, and you have a nail. Good luck with that. You can't do the required experiments because you can't do an experiment on a geometric figure.
Yep.
What's the cause of a triangle? That's dumb, man.
The man who is drawing.
Yeah, exactly. I guess man causes triangles. You could say that man causes globes too, quite honestly.
How is a bread box rectangular? True or false?
Oh, it's not good. My kids are making noise. My kids are making noise.
Red box.
It's all here.
Who the hell are you talking to, Jumsy?
That's a pretty girl right there. She's pretty, yeah.
Really? Call it.
What?
Come on, man. I wanted to hear where Jimsy's in my area. I want to know where he's at. There's a pretty girl around.
Okay, yeah.
Why?
Jimsy, where's the pretty girl? You hear me?
Oh, she's a pretty girl. Always listen to mommy, okay? Always listen to mama.
Oh, somebody better put him on mute.
Okay, I muted him. Might get weird.
Yeah, it got weird quick.
I hear after me and smack, man. I'm like, whoa, no.
Well, I thought that was precious.
Dude.
Yeah, you would, you little vixen.
He's talking to a child, clearly.
Either that or a dog or something.
I thought he was talking.
You're
I thought it was a dog.
He also could be into some weird shit. So
okay, Flatsy. Okay, let's qualify this. He's talking to a child about a dog.
What?
That's what it sounded like to me.
Sounded like he was just complimenting someone's child being pretty and saying always listen to mama or mommy.
All right, let's get some clarity. Unmute Jemsy.
Yeah. Hold on. My hypothesis is Jemsy was walking with his daughter and someone walked by with a dog and his daughter took a liking to it and then he started talking to the dog.
No, James is playing some video game and it's saying, come to mommy. He wants to kill that guy in the video game.
Gotcha, that's dark.
What?
Jamsy.
You know, come to me, and then he's coming and he's shooting and healing, and that's it.
I guess I gotta find out later. Jamsy.
Are you playing video games?
He got his phone in his pocket or something.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I understand everything apart drop over this.
Oh yeah, Sasha, you gotta love when the Globers go, what, English? I don't speak English. Dude, Cheapy did that like at least 5 times.
So how did Cheapy go from having no clue about any evidence to scattergunning?
The cope is real, the cope is real.
The DMs are real. That's what I think.
It's like he was fading in and out of consciousness. Like, sincerity, no sincerity. Serious, not serious. It's like he was trying to drive with the foot on the gas and the brake at the same time. Pick one.
At one point where he went silent, dude, and it was like he was searching for his wig under his chair. He was like, "Where'd that wig go?" Was here a minute ago on my bald head. Now I can't find it.
He would be good arena bait, I think. Just because, like, dude, I told him, pick a time to get serious. I guess goof off 24/7. Why don't you pick a time, get serious, let's get down to business.
No, he's one of the ones where he won't be a flat earther until all his friends are flat earthers. And then he'll have been a flat earther the whole time. Yep, basic. Totally.
Is this Wig Snatchers thing? Is this a new thing? I saw, I guess there's a site or a YouTube for Wig Snatchers, and that term just sounded really familiar to me. And first thing I thought of was the guys, the powdered wig guys. And so I had to look it up. But if it's relevant to what to this new thing that I'm seeing about wig snatchers,
like it's slang.
It's it is now, but it used to be like an actual thing that would happen. Like, I mean,
I brought it to the market. I did. I did. It's a saying. It's a saying in a different context, but I thought it applied to this context appropriately. So Miggy jumped on it.
Yeah. Gotcha. Right on.
Yep. In fact, I was watching a reaction video of Zeppelin, and it was Since I've Been Loving You, and there was this black couple that was doing the reaction, and they stopped it halfway through, and she said, "He's just snatching their wigs off." So I took it and ran with it because I had never heard it before. And I brought it to this genre, like most things.
God, the internet is useless for a definition for that. Wow.
That's the full story.
Since I've Been Loving You, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because nowadays it's only going to like that term's only going to apply to certain people, but back in the day,
and
I mean, it's like stealing someone's pocketbook, like a pickpocket, wig snatcher, same thing.
I didn't know that. I didn't go back to the etymology of the phrase.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, cite it.
Wigs are worth a lot.
Cite that some bitch. Put it in live stream.
Do you want to hear the shit of the week, John?
No, I'm looking up wig snatching.
But you didn't. Did you hear for the shit of the week?
The what?
Shit of the week.
No.
The shape of the water is a ball, but the water itself is not curved.
That's special.
I told you.
That sounds more like the contradiction of the week.
Yeah. The white is black, but itself is white.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that because I'm teaching my 3-year-old colors, and when he sees something white, he calls it black. Or if you see something, he's really not distinguishing the two. He sees them both as the same. I don't. Maybe he's dyslexic. I don't know.
Because it's
Like I
because
said,
you
he's-
raised him right. It's because you raised him right. You know what I mean? He doesn't see color when he sees people.
Amen. It's like, nah, just do just do things. And the funny thing is that he skips 5 and 6 when he counts. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Goes right to 7.
Well, 6 is a Satanist number, so he's on the right track.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys must think this panel is a freaking dance recital or something. They brought their tap dancing shoes with them. Start clickety clacking around the questions. Not gonna happen.
So, similar in meaning to the slang term shook, wig originated in black drag culture where it derived from the slang phrase, my wig just got snatched, as a response to something that is shocking or original. There you go.
It's kind of evolved from that a little bit, though, hasn't it?
Evolved? What's evolution mean?
Shit, I don't know. Don't ask me. Yeah. Let's just say it's a change. That term is changed into. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. CB. He said shocking or original. Now, the original part, that word doesn't really apply technically, but the shocking part, I mean, I was surprised when I found out the Earth was flat. So the definition applies still.
I don't know, Ryan, because like the important part is that they come in with a wig on, and so you're exposing them, right? They expose themselves by letting it flop off their head and hit the ground, or you rip it off their head. So it's not just like shocking information. It's you just expose this person.
I follow you.
It's the pretender clowns. Those guys wear wigs. So the goal is to just snatch that shit right off. Or make them drop it.
Yeah, so take care.
What?
Can I ask a question?
I'm thinking no.
Don't make me say, may I?
Go ahead, man.
And I kind of asked about it last night. I've been thinking about it. I went to, and some of this will rehear this. So I went to, I can't remember it now, like Debate Flat Earth or something like that, just to see what they were doing, hearing that. And they were talking about bouncing the ham radio off of the moon.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And how that clearly proves that it's 200 and whatever thousand miles away. What's the rebuttal on that? Like, what needs to be even looked at? Like, I don't know how to say. They're like, well, we pointed at the moon, it bounces back, and we point it to the side of the moon or whatever, it doesn't.
I never heard. I never heard. Go ahead, Indio.
That's horseshit.
There's like
there's off the fucking moon.
There's a
Earth, moon,
ton.
Earth bounce, EME moon bounce. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to, like, what is the rebuttal?
Something called long delay radio echoes, man. You just Google it.
Long delay radio echoes?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you wanted to, you could just laugh. You could just laugh out loud, real.
I know.
Yeah, I mean that it's always good to laugh.
Let's think about this Earth moon Earth bounce. What would you aim at?
The moon?
Pray and pray, bro.
Would the moon be there by the time the light got there?
They say it gets there and gets back in like 1.5 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's cool. What happened to general relativity?
I don't.
So
please
the
help
speed
me.
of light is a constant. It only goes at one velocity.
Mm-hmm.
So the velocity of the Earth is not added to the radio wave. That means if you aim at the moon, you're going to miss the moon. The moon's going to move by the time the radio wave gets there. Because it's not like, I'm in a moving train, you're in a moving car, and I throw a ball to you while you're in the moving car, and the velocity of the train adds to the velocity of the ball, right? And it just goes right to you. Don't work like that because it's constancy of the speed of light.
It's like long range shooting. It's like a sniper. You gotta aim ahead.
Yes, right? You would have to lead it. You'd have to lead the moon. You'd have to aim in front of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd have to aim up to the spot where you would rotate to and move to for it to bounce back and for you to receive the signal.
How many different directions are we going at that point?
Yeah. There's that problem. I wanted to keep it simpler than the 32 vectors that you're supposedly taking.
It gets worse.
And you have to remember something that Einstein threw out the ether and replaced it with empty space.
No, he didn't.
Well, what did he replace it with, quantum?
Ether.
Einstein replaced it with the ether?
Einstein believed in the ether, and he wrote about it at the end of his career.
Yes, I heard about that one. I did hear about that, but for special relativity, he threw out the ether, Michelson-Morley, because he wanted to keep a special relativity.
Well, in general relativity, he reinstated it.
I've heard that. So yeah, it's very.
Why do all these old guys right before they die they go back on what they said? I think
because they cashed their check. That's why.
No,
even Darwin too, right?
No, it wasn't before he died. He published it in 1923, I think.
Yeah, he died in 1955, so he had lots of time to think about it.
Yeah.
My argument actually has nothing to do with Einstein per se. It has to do with the constancy of the speed of light and how it's not additive.
So to even, according to them, perform this experiment, like you're saying.
What experiment?
Yeah. So they have a couple problems.
Oh, shit.
Number one, they have to lead the moon. They have to bounce it off a part of the moon where the angle arrives back at wherever they're going to be, like 2.5 seconds later, right? with the rotation of the Earth, like you're at the equator 1,000 miles, so now you've moved like, you know, several hundred feet. The moon has moved 530 kilometers. So like, and you're bouncing off something that's supposed to be a sphere, right?
There you go.
So, there's the other problem. A spherical reflector is a non-starter, bro.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. It was a small point, but very important because for it to reflect back and not diverge, right? You have two problems. Number one, if the moon's a sphere, then it's not going to bounce right back, right? It's like bouncing fucking light off a disco ball. Number two, the moon's not a smooth spherical surface in the heliocentric balltard. So all those fucking rays are it's gonna bounce off the contours of the moon in all different directions.
It's doing that, and the types of the types of waves that ham radios use.
Oh, they ain't using waves.
Are they? Oh,
that's another problem.
They're called radio waves, but they're not actually waves.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, QE, why doesn't modern day physics recognize ether if Einstein, decided to reinstate it?
Because what is it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know. He reinstated it, but most people didn't catch on, probably because he couldn't fucking verify it or validate it.
You think people back in 1923, 25 didn't get the memo, huh?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going down the ether rabbit hole, man.
I asked a physicist a couple weeks ago. I said, he threw out the ether and replaced it with empty space, and the guy goes, "No, he didn't. He threw out this big term at me." He's like, "I've never heard of that before anywhere. You just made that up."
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, is that what he called it?
That's very possible.
Okay, so we got the spherical mirror problem. So on Earth, when we want to bounce signals, we make parabolic reflectors. We don't make spherical reflectors. Why is that?
That's too high level.
Because they can only be used for this particular,
because they don't have
hobby.
a focus. You don't have a focus. There's no focal point.
Yeah,
the focal point is actually like inside the convex surface.
And that helps. So
well, if you don't have a
focus,
it. Exactly. So you have the spreading of the waves and beam divergence. Then when it hits this spherical moon, they diverge even more than they were already diverging. Right. So by the time you get to there is no signal. There's no comeback signal.
What the fuck?
It's noise. It's just noise. There's no signal in that noise.
Okay. So there can be the observation that something happens when you're pointed at the moon.
But there is alternative hypothesis, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Long delay echoes, right? These have been known about for a long time. They go like, you can they don't happen all the time, but you can flip on a radio transmitter and, turn on your CB and go, "Hey," and sometimes you'll get back a "hey" like 9 seconds later for no reason.
Okay. See thank you. I'm just trying. I know there's something. I just don't have it all in my pocket.
Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of shit, dude. Like,
yeah,
you're gonna keep it's like claim stacking. Like CB says, claim stack. They'll stack claims and claims and claims, and they think the weight of a bunch of baseless claims somehow equals one proof.
I found it fascinating. August 8th and November 1st and 3rd in 2022, I've realized for the first time that the sun doesn't illuminate the moon, even though, the Bible says it probably doesn't. So I realized that for the first time. And then today, somebody told me online, it's going to be a full moon June 4th. And I said, oh, I'm going to go outside and take a look. So I took my P1000 out and I did this little thing that I just posted at 56 minutes after the hour. Showing that the moon was the illuminated part of the moon was higher than where the sun was in the sky. And line of sight would say that the moon was self-illuminating. So I went ahead and, posted it. So if anybody wants to see it.
It's nearly impossible to determine what's the cause of the moon's light, if not impossible. Because, how would you test that?
It's definitely not the sun.
Thank you, QE, for that.
It is definitely not the sun, because there's plenty of course, they call it an illusion, but there's plenty of observations where the sun does not align perpendicular to the terminator.
Yeah.
Right. So that don't work exactly.
I think for the next at least 2 or 3 nights, you're gonna, if you want to go out and see it, you'll notice that the sun is not causing the reflection of the moon's light.
But this is from the Oxford Compendium of Visual Illusions, because of course it has to be a visual illusion, because we all know it's a globe. So that was sarcasm. Anyway, in case your sarcasm detector's broken.
So Einstein said this in 1920.
Yeah, it's 1920. I thought it was 23.
Well, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Thank you for posting the video.
No, thank you for thanking him for posting the video.
Yeah, I got the P1000 third week.
Yeah, this is reminding me of the scenes in Spies Like Us. Doctor.
I don't know if whenever you film it, it's with it being zoomed in so far, it's hard to track the overall, like where the sun is and where the moon is, though. And I'm just kind of scrolling it through. It's just really hard. I don't know to visualize it.
Yeah, if you notice it's 2/3, whatever that's called, gibbous or whatever it's called, gibbous, and so obviously it's looking up about 1:30, and when the sun is close to the horizon, here it was the tree line. Obviously that's 4 o'clock, 3:30, down quite a bit way. So obviously the sun line of sight is not lighting the part of the moon that you're seeing lit. So just the angle. Just knowing where the horizon is, where the tree line is, will tell you that that's not, the sun's not doing what we're told, or what we're taught that it does.
Yeah.
But if you're in the United States, the next 2-3 days around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, I'm in Central Time. If you go outside and you have good weather, you'll see what I saw. What everybody could see.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, please do. It was somebody online who told me. It was like, oh, I'm going to go. So I just took my camera and went out in the backyard, and there it was.
So Foucault's pendulum, Edward, have you heard of that? Has a Globe ever brought that up?
I have. I don't know exactly how it's supposed to be working. I've seen a video of it in a museum or some shit somewhere, but not really.
So
what's it doing?
Just go look up. If you type in Foucault's pendulum manual, you can look up a manual for those museum pieces, those museum Foucault's pendulums.
Mm-hmm.
And in the manual, they have adjustment screws and you can change the voltage of the motor to make it swing faster or slower, to make it process at whatever speed you want it to process at. So say you're at 45 latitude and the globe prediction is it processes at, speed X, right? Whatever degrees per hour. 8 degrees per hour. Well, if you turn it on and use it and then it's processing at 10 degrees per hour, well, you just adjust it until you get the 8 degrees per hour. Does that seem like a legitimate scientific experiment? Evidence of rotation of the Earth when you could just change it to whatever preconceived notion you have?
Certainly a convenient type of
Convenient.
science.
It's convenient. It's not science for one thing. Number two,
Yeah. No.
they're going to snatch their own wigs off because the Foucault pendulum works under the concept of Coriolis effect. So that means that shit is you got two separate reference frames. You got an inertial reference frame, and then you have the non-inertial spinning reference frame. So if the Foucault pendulum is in fact true, then a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would take 1.5 hours instead of 4 hours. Right? Because the plane is separate in the inertial reference frame. And it's going west while the Earth is spinning from west to east. That means you have to combine the fucking rotational speed plus the air speed. So that Charlotte was about the same latitude as LAX. So they're traveling about 860 miles an hour due east. But you're flying west at what? 500 commercial airline speed. So that's about 1,350 miles an hour if you combine them both. That's a 1.5 hour travel time. Does that happen?
I've not seen that one yet.
Have you floated in a fucking airplane from North Carolina and for 3.5 hours you catch a fucking Dodger game?
I've always wondered why, but what's there going to be their response to that?
There is no
Einstein.
There is no response.
Gravity locks it.
Yep.
If what they claim was true, if what they claim was, of course I want to time and you've been hogging the mic. Shut up. So if that was the case, there will be an airplane crash every single time.
Loving fucking numpty.
Yeah. So, listen, Jemsy, we have a controversy. We heard some of what you were saying about like good girl or something. So we're speculating on what happened. Was it you talking to a dog? Were you talking to your child about the dog? Like what was going on?
Well, the lady was helping me out, trying to find a spot around there. Not her spot, but another spot that she knows about. So I use her. I use my mind tricks to have her telling me what I wanted to know by complimenting her dog and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and she told me what I wanted to know. So there you go. So, anyways,
But I knew you were parking. I just didn't just mention it. I knew you had to be parking because it sounded like it.
Yeah, it's a bitch parking around here anywhere. Especially if you want to find a spot. But anyways, if the globe was right about what Kiwi was saying, there will be an airplane crashing every single time. You will go. I'm going to the Dodgers game, but you're not gonna make it because kaboom.
Now,
go ahead.
The comeback is the planes fly backwards.
Well, I mean, if you were good at gymnastics, you could do some somersaults and like you could probably be there in like 6 or 7 hours. Wait for the Earth to.
There you go. Why catch a plane at all? Just jump.
Now, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Edward, I took them to their logical conclusion, and the conclusion was that planes are flying fucking backwards, man.
Guys, don't you understand? 9/11 proves that the Earth is a globe. You see, the planes were stationary, but the buildings hit the planes.
Yeah.
So this is all just whoever gave them the permit to build the building's fault.
See, there is no refutation to the argument. There ain't one. They can always just reassert it or say you don't understand the Coriolis effect or whatever else they say. But they don't actually have an actual intelligible refutation.
They have some pretty good belly laughers, though. Planes
they'll say
backwards. Conservation of angular momentum, which is a fucking train wreck because that's derived from Newton's third law, and Newton's laws, which are debunked by the way, only apply to inertial reference frames. But they deny that inertial reference frames exist. So it is a jumble, a clusterfuck. It's just like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, and then you got the actual, apparatus of the Foucault's pendulum, and its numerous various results. Right, you don't get consistent results. The ones in museums and strip malls and all that stuff, they're all adjusted to get the result you want. It's just a bunch of crap.
It's just a tourist attraction at that point.
Well, you have to think that, like, this is the way I think about it. It's like, this is the best you can do. The best you can do for a rotation is this. Surely you can do better than that.
And what is the actual, just say, and it's kind of what they're, why do they claim, or why do they say that Foucault's pendulum?
They don't understand it.
Yep.
Because it's like a meme.
Or did he say?
Yes. But Foucault's, like, okay, if you look at Foucault's like original article, it's about 2 paragraphs in a published periodical in France at the time. No one took it seriously until he died. And in his eulogy, it said, it was the eulogy title because he was a professor at the Paris Academy Universelle, or whatever the hell they call it, right? I don't speak French, so the name of the eulogy was Foucault proved the Earth is a wandering star. So
proved.
There was a lot of political reasons for making declarations of scientific discoveries back then. There was a lot of competition between France and England about crazy astronomical claims. There's controversy about like Neptune, Uranus, who discovered it first, eclipses, like all sorts of crap, dude.
Okay.
England does this thing where like someone else discovers something and then they claim that they discovered it first. Calculus. I can go on and on. They do this all over the place.
If you live in the States and you drive on highways or roads, have you ever noticed a crane that has a ball hanging down from it that nobody's working at it, and they haven't for a couple days probably? Have you ever noticed that it's never moving because the Earth is moving? Because the Earth isn't moving. That's the reason the ball is always stationary under the crane at the work site.
Dude, that'd be a very dangerous job working under one of those if there was a Coriolis effect.
I mean, would that, and I'm not sure how the device itself is constructed, but why or something like a chandelier not moving constantly. And
do you understand what we're talking about with reference frames? The Earth is its own reference frame, the rotating ball. Outside of the Earth, that's another reference frame. Right?
What's the
on the ball?
What's the definition of reference frame? I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what you mean. It's like I can grasp at it a little, but
I don't know
that hasn't gotten me very far apparently in life. So
I think the best analogy for a reference frame is somebody's traveling 60 miles an hour on a train, and they're going by a train station, and somebody's at the train station perfectly still, and they see the person, the train going by 60 miles an hour. So one person has a moving reference frame, and the other person has, a stationary reference frame, and that's the whole idea. Reference frame is basically deals with light and where you are and where you see, and of course you see through light. So where you see it. So the person going 60 miles an hour in the train sees something different than the person that is stationary at the train station. And so that, its reference frame is kind of where you are looking from, because that's the whole idea behind special relativity. It's what you appear to see.
Yeah, it's relative motion.
Relative motion. Okay.
How I understand it is that you can have multiple reference frames inside of a reference frame.
Okay, it's turtles all the way down, I guess.
So then going back.
Well, I mean, where does that end, Brandon?
Well, the Earth is a reference frame, and the train moving is also a reference frame, and the person standing stationary watching the train is also a reference frame.
Yeah. Well, person standing stationary is in the Earth's reference frame.
Oh, okay. Well,
so it's
the
attached to
train
the
is-
Earth, right? The train is technically attached to the Earth, but the tracks are attached to the Earth. The train is moving. So relative to the tracks, the train is moving. Relative to some stationary observer, the train is moving. Relative to the surface of the Earth, the train is moving. But let's keep it on point, the Coriolis effect. The device is attached to the Earth and it is moving within a rotating reference frame. And somebody, like an airplane, right, is outside of that reference frame. It's not within the rotating reference frame, it's outside of it.
From Isaac Physics in cooperation with the University of Cambridge, a frame of reference is a set of coordinates that can be used to determine positions and velocities of objects in that frame. Different frames of reference move relative to one another, just like India was saying. So there you go. It's official.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't have multiple reference frames inside of one reference frame.
Really? So can you?
That's what you just described.
So
no, they're just
can you
separate
have a
frames. They're not within each other. They're not nested Russian dolls.
Oh,
Sorry.
shit.
Sorry, man.
So can you have a non-inertial spinning reference frame inside of an inertial reference frame? No.
Yeah, those are different reference frames, though.
Yeah, but that
Not
debunks
just
your
those
point.
two.
Yeah, that debunks your point.
It's one.
There are different, multiple types of reference
Yeah,
frames.
you just
not
keep,
just two.
you keep on saying. I understand that, but for the purposes of our discussion, there is just two.
Well, okay, for your discussion, yeah, there were just two, but
Yeah.
in general, there can be more.
Yeah, I know, but we just debunked your previous point.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Are you dying on a hill that's freaking not even on the
Yeah,
same
it's a
fucking
non sequitur
world?
hill.
And so in the pendulum, the reference frames in that are, you have the Earth and the pendulum. Is that what they're saying? Somehow?
Yes.
Okay.
There's two reference frame. One,
Yeah.
the pendulum itself is attached to the, but it's on a sort of a swivel, right?
Which is attached to the Earth.
It is, but it isn't, because the swivel, yeah, it's all kind of fucking jacked up.
So there is some sort of linkage or something. So it's not just like a chain hanging down. There's something going on where they claim that somehow separates it from the Earth.
Like I said,
that
if you follow to its logical conclusions, you just go to the North Carolina LAX flight.
Okay, so another one is
Head over there.
hurricanes, right? They say hurricanes are caused by the Coriolis effect, right? And that's why, yeah. So they're like make a little circular like spiral, right? Because of the Coriolis effect, right? But the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual, real curvature. It just looks like it's curving to somebody on the surface of the Earth, according to them, right? Earth-based Coriolis. Fire a bullet, it deflects, in a direction because the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning out from underneath the bullet.
You're going to have to identify them.
Well, them.
Because because most of them don't know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Flat Earthers.
No. Most of you gonna
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, who knows this? Flat Earthers know this, so I guess it has to be them.
Flat Earthers don't even know this. The Coriolis effect argument can be convoluted in a fucking microsecond. And listen, just go on to my channel. and type in Coriolis effect so you can get the fucking story. Okay.
Well,
It takes too long here.
yeah. Well, that's the reason I brought it up, because he's been coming in here and he has lots of questions about like Glober said this and Glober said that. And the Coriolis effect is the one that is just like a train wreck, time sink, fall down the stairs. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yep.
So I figured him being a new guy, he needed probably a brush up on that.
Yeah.
See, and I definitely don't ever want to mess with the flow of the conversation or anything. I just know that if I go and watch a video, this is not 100% of the time, but half of the time, something else, there'll just be a distraction essentially, right? But if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, I'm just listening to y'all, and it just makes more sense. That's not necessarily the best use of your and our time, so I appreciate y'all being willing to help.
Yeah,
but I will assume quantum stuff breaks it down clearly and simply, so I can go over there.
I also got a good illustration of what I'm talking about, right? If you're in a merry-go-round, like, you know, one of the ones like at the park where you spin around, and you're sitting in the center, and you throw a ball away from you toward the edge of the spinning. That's the rotating reference frame. If you throw it, it appears like it takes a hook, right? It appears like the ball curves. But if you take a camera and you look at it from outside, you'll see that the ball is actually going straight, and it's you that's turning, right? Your frame of reference
just the way you see
the ball exactly. You see it curve, but someone outside will see it go straight. That's how a bullet should work. That's how hurricane should work. That's how all the crap should work. Good. The Coriolis effect exists. The question is, does Earth-based Coriolis effect exist?
That's it. Look at Indio.
Yeah, that's right. Trademark Quantum Racer.
So, Sir Edward, have you ever seen the movie with Mark Wahlberg with Shooter?
Yeah.
It's interesting, you know, because in the beginning of that movie, when they interview him, the Danny Glover asked him, you know, how do you know about things? And he goes, well, we got it just for, you know, the bullet, you know, that we, you know, for spin of the earth. He says something like that, and it's just like Hollywood tells you that, and that all you have to do is, you know, there's three things that I remember is that Craig Harrison, who's famous for that 2,700 yard shot in Afghanistan that killed 2 Afghanis. He has a 45-minute video out. He was interviewed at the 35-minute mark. The guy asked him, you know, what do you do for the shot? And he explains about 300 yards, you know, it stays level. But then it, you know, as you get higher and higher, you got to lob the shot. You got to lob it, you know, up and over. And he mentioned nothing about Coriolis, nothing whatsoever. And then you get the Shepard Humphreys guy who did his shot, the longest shot ever, 4.4 miles. It took 24 seconds in the air, and that was September 20th, 2022 in Wyoming. And he even wrote a email to Jaron, who said in the email, it's actually, you can actually find it, that he took no account into Coriolis whatsoever over 4.4 miles, that the bullet stayed in the air for 24 seconds, and it was the 69th shot that he actually hit his target. But, you know, so a lot of these things that Hollywood, like Mark Wahlberg and Shooter, it's like, that's the biggest lie ever, man.
See, and it's I'm not surprised that some old wives' tale essentially has slowly but surely made its way through propaganda into just the minds of everyone who has never taken a shot at all or really tested it, looked it up, anything.
Listen, I'm retired Army, half of it in the infantry, and I spent a lot of time with snipers, so I knew this shit right off the fucking bat.
Yeah.
You're just getting these stories from these guys that are trying to impress chicks. That's what it really comes down to, man.
That makes more sense than all the globe arguments.
I guess there's this book out. I guess there's this book out. Go ahead.
Nothing important. I was basically saying, what kind of chicks are you trying to impress? Freaking killers.
I guess there's this book out that somebody told me to read sometime. It's called Inside Delta Force. Maybe QE knows about it. It's by Eric Hanley, Haney, and he explains what they have to do to be able to make a shot over distance, and they even have to find out when their heart is not beating, when they release the bullet, because even that can cause it to go off target. So they are so precise on what they have to do over distance that Coriolis is just a joke to them.
Yep.
And is there, because in my head, the way the myth works is something like, it's in the, the whatever, the sniper manual. If you go to sniper school in Virginia or whatever.
Bullshit. No, it's not. Even if it is, who gives a shit? They don't look at their manuals anyway.
Yeah. There's rifling drift, but that's a very small amount.
Listen, I fired every single weapon in the United States fucking military's inventory from 1983 to 1992. I fired expert on it.
I believe it.
I have never, ever, not even taken into account. I never fucking heard of it.
Interesting.
My dad told me the same thing.
Okay, that's refreshing to hear. I know that's a very common one, right? That they'll just be like, "Here's the flat Earth killer, Coriolis," and
I love that.
Okay, so that's good to hear y'all's perspective on that.
QE was
a video in here. His name's Lunatic, right? I'm going to upload it. Might take a few minutes because it's kind of big, but he debunked it with one 18-second video.
QE was talking about flying east to the west. Imagine trying to navigate that from north to south when you're starting out at 700-800 miles, per hour spin. At the at 40th latitude, and going to 1037 at the equator, and then going back to 800 in the southern hemisphere. Imagine trying to navigate that as you're flying your plane north south or south north.
You essentially cross over an invisible line, and now all of a sudden you have to jerk to the right at some untold number.
What I'm learning is pilots really don't do much when they fly commercial. I mean they take care of the takeoff and they take care of the landing, but the rest of it is done by autopilot. And autopilot doesn't take care of Coriolis. They just point the plane where they're going, put it on autopilot, and drink their coffee or whatever they drink.
Yeah, there's the 18-second video, Sir Edward.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, let me know. You might have one. Let me give you the briefing. What he did was take a drone and hover the drone and look at the sky, the moon, stars around it. And while the drone was hovering in the inertial reference frame, if you're a globetard, the stars and the moon should not fucking move. But they do.
Okay, so he sped this way up then.
Yeah. The time lapse, it's 18 seconds. As soon as that moon moves, it's fucking over.
Which it really seems to kick around 6 or 7 seconds for some reason. For me, anyway. But,
it's over. Right there. The entire heliocentric Baltard religion goes bye-bye with that 18-second time lapse. It's over.
And why is that?
It's that simple. I just told you. Once that drone enters the inertial reference frame, because, see, according to the Baltards, the reason the sun, moon, and stars fucking move is because the Earth's rotating. Well, as soon as you take that drone up and you relieve yourself and you're not tethered to the non-inertial spinning reference frame, you are now, the drone is now in the inertial reference frame. the sun, moon, and stars. We don't have the sun here. We have the moon and the stars. Shouldn't move a smegging inch.
Okay.
That's it.
And so that's when they're gonna try to say some bullshit about how it's locked to the earth, even though it's floating in the middle of the air.
Well, bye-bye Coriolis, if that's the case.
That's correct. They're screwed.
So I'm gonna need to sit with somebody one day and draw a map for this. That's just a bunch of if and statements. If Glober responds with A, hit here.
Sir Edward, go ahead, Kiwi.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just jump on my channel and fucking start hitting the playlist, dude.
That's it. And I need to.
Sir Edward, have you looked into Sir Edward looked into Michelson Morley, Michelson Gale Pearson yet?
No, I've heard the.
It's a good thing you didn't say experiment, because I was ready to jump on that.
No. I don't. I try to stay away from that.
It's like I really just try to come in. I keep it to about 9 words that I've kind of mastered.
Yeah, I know experiment is not a good term for our side. No.
Hey, listen, it's been cool, but I got a break, man. So it's been a lot of fun. So take care, guys. Catch you on the flip side.
Take
Have
care.
a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sir Edward, if you haven't looked into Michelson Morley, Michelson Gale Pearson with relative motion of the Earth around the Sun or lack thereof, it's because the whole heliocentrism thing is motion of the Earth around the Sun, and if you debunk that and get rid of that, then their little fairy tale religion dies. Just boom.
Okay, and I definitely just heard I've always heard it Mickelson or something, but I can. Do you know if QE has something on his channel about that as well?
I'm going to drop in voice text the 130-minute video that I know a lot of people really love, including myself. And it's really easy to watch once, and it's also easy to watch 2 or 3 or 4 times because it's only 30 minutes long. But it's really, really good, and I'll drop it so you can see it.
Thanks. And I'm trying to think because I feel I heard which globe someone saying kind of the same way we do, but it's like, yep. And if that's true, then there goes Michelson Morley. Completely.
Yeah, so we got a new guy in here. I'm going to unmute him and see what's up with him.
Yeah.
Here goes Storm. You got control of your mic.
Well, this is anticlimactic. Come on, Storm.
Come on.
So Kappa to Dito Burrito, you're up. Yeah, you're unmuted.
Oh yeah, I just happened to catch the stream because I was looking around just trying to find other communities. I'm just tuning in, don't mind me.
Okay. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever, just speak up.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just happy to find other people, Yeah.
Happy to find what?
I'm just happy to find a server so I can just learn about it, just connect with other people.
Cool. What do you know so far? How long have you been like looking into the topic?
Honestly, not too long. I just happened to catch a documentary, and I was really fascinated by the experiments I'd seen. I just wanted to sort of take a closer look, just dive deeper into the ideas.
Which one? Which one did you see?
I don't even remember the name. I just saw it on Netflix while I was going through. I just thought it was super interesting, and that was about it.
Okay. So let me ask you about it. Did they use a laser in that test?
Yeah, it was that one. Like they raise it to test, like if it's gonna land on a board. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they didn't use a laser.
Or like a light or some sort.
That so-called documentary is a mockumentary.
Right.
Not really serious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they selectively edited it to make it look a certain way.
Yeah, I bet.
So what happened was, so there's people not in this server. Well, there was one person that was there. They're not in this server right now. So like that part where he says, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That didn't even happen, and that happened 4 hours before that test.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just a sleazy thing. But let me tell you a little bit about. So the idea was to take two boards with holes, right, and shine a laser through the holes. And if the Earth was curved, then the laser wouldn't go through the holes.
Right.
The problem was to stop beam divergence. A laser you'll buy separately, what's called a collimator, which will make it so that the rays that come out of the laser, the rays of light, are parallel. Well, they accidentally left the laser on too long and melted it to the laser. Okay, because you can only have it on because it focuses the beam. It gets super hot, so like you can only leave it on for like 4 or 5 seconds and have to shut it back off. They accidentally left it on and melted the laser. So they said all these people are here because there's like 100 people there. They're like, fuck it, we'll just try it with a flashlight to see if it works. There was no possible way that it could ever possibly work.
Right.
And I'll tell you why. Because there's something, like I just said, it's called beam divergence. Every time light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
I think I remember hearing about this.
Yeah, it's called diffraction.
Diffraction? Okay. Yeah.
Diffraction. So when the light goes through a hole, it spreads out. So the flashlight, it has its beam divergence, which is probably, who knows, because the flashlight could be like 20 degrees. So you're not getting the whole intensity of the light on the board through the hole. And then even when it goes through the hole, it spreads out again, then it hits the other hole, then it spreads out again. So there's no way the light is too faint for the camera to pick up. But when you take the light and lift it over the boards, now it doesn't have to go through the holes, right? And you're going to see the light. Now think of it like this. If you took 2 pieces of paper and poked a pinhole through them, and you took a camera, do you think you could see a light through those pinholes, through those 2 holes in the paper?
I guess not, huh?
But if you take the light and put it over the paper, you'll see the light, right? No problem.
Yeah. Okay, that makes so much more sense. I see where you're going with this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an ill-conceived experiment. I mean, it was just dumb. Like, I'll just say it straight up, it was a dumb idea. Because they didn't. Jeranism is like, he's a nice guy, but he ain't like no scientist. To put it mildly, he was like a fucking CBS manager. Nothing against CBS managers or his job, but like, he was trying to do something outside of his capability. Okay, so let's put it. I'm trying to be nice about it. Because just even if you were like an engineer and you had the help of like construction workers, it would be hard just to set it up so that the holes were even over that distance. It would just hard to do, just as an engineering idea. So the idea that like a CBS manager can just like walk out into the world and just fucking set this up and make it work is.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then we have the other one, right? So we have the fiber optic gyro. In the video, they say it's a $24,000 ring laser gyro. No, it was a $7,000 fiber optic gyro. It was never owned by Bob. Bob didn't even do the tests. The tests were done by a guy named Rob Zimmerman. they weren't done by Bob. And Bob misread a Skype chat because actually I was in that Skype chat. There was a Skype chat when they had it about running tests and the results and all that shit. And Bob misinterpreted or misread or whatever he did what the results were, because the actual result was 1 Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days.
Yeah.
And it was enough that it was so far off they actually contacted the company and said this shit's broken, because that would mean that means the Earth spins every 2.24 days for one rotation. Think about it.
Yeah, I see it.
Are 2.25 days long, right? I think like what would it be, 40, 50 hours long?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because what they were measuring was something like I think 7. Let me think. They were measuring like 1 minute intervals, the angular change, and it came out to like 7.3 degrees per hour or something like that. So anyway, regardless, even if the Bob said yes, they measured 15 degrees per hour, that's not even possible unless you're on one of the poles. Right. So it rotates to 15 degrees per hour at the poles, according to mainstream. Not anywhere on Earth, just the poles, because you have the axis, right? And the axis will be tilted relative to the axis of rotation. So you're not going to get the same drift. That whole Netflix documentary is just a piece of trash.
Right. So even despite
they did a bait and switch on the people. They said, "Oh, we're going to give you copies of all the videotapes. You're going to have access to everything." And then once everybody did it, they were like, fucking kick rocks. We're going to make what we want."
Man. So even despite all those flaws, like you mentioned, I guess there were flaws in it, but it's kind of ridiculous that they refused to show, like, I guess, the truth about those experiments to begin with, huh? Like,
well, yeah, it's just selective editing. You know, that shit happens all the time. It's just the media. That's what they do.
Right. It's kind of scary, to be honest, don't you think?
Well, I mean, this doesn't stop there. So, like, okay, so there's a National Geographic video. It's on YouTube. It's flat or round, or flat Earth versus round Earth. I'll post in the live stream chat a link to the video. Now, this is National Geographic. You know who National Geographic is, right?
Right, of course, yeah.
Reputable, supposedly scientific organization, yada, 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 right?
Right.
So, so I'll post a link. So this video, so they do a so-called experiment where they go to the Salton Sea, they take a flag, they stick it on a boat, they sail across the water. They got stripes on the flag, and eventually one of the bottom stripe disappears, and they declare the bottom stripe disappears because of the curvature of the Earth. Because you can't see the bottom stripe.
Yeah.
There's a huge problem with that. Because the bottom stripe is supposed to disappear behind the horizon.
Right.
Well, let me show you this image if you look in live stream voice text. What's the problem here?
I don't know. What is the problem?
The horizon's behind the flag.
Oh, right. Okay.
And National Geographic declared that this was curvature of the Earth. A reputable so-called scientific in live stream voice text. A reputable so-called, it's been around for over 150 years, a scientific periodical with doing shit this sloppy.
That's ridiculous. I don't understand how on earth they get, like, surely there has to be some sort of regulation behind, like, just putting in sloppy work like this, right?
No. There's not.
Really?
It's called the news, too.
We're the regulators. This video has 5.7 million views. So 5.7 million people ostensibly watched this and said, fucking dumb flat earthers. Look, the flag disappears because of the curvature of the Earth, without looking at it closely and going, fuck, dude, the horizon's behind the flag. This video shouldn't even be up. This is an embarrassment to National Geographic.
Right.
Okay, and there's another one. So there was another one back in the day. It was Discovery Channel with Stephen Hawking, right? And they proving the Earth is round, whatever. So they take they take a helicopter. Like, there isn't a lot of details about what exactly they did, like where they did it or anything. There wasn't really details in the video. So they fly the helicopter away, and they look at it through a telescope, and the helicopter drops down, right? Because you can just hover with a helicopter. They hover down, and eventually you don't see the helicopter no more, and because it's behind the curvature of the Earth. The thing is, they faked that entire video.
Mm-hmm.
They faked it. Not like, oops, we made a mistake. Oops, we didn't. No, they actually literally faked it.
What the hell?
Because I'll post a video in the chat that shows what the fake is. 100% faked it, no doubt about it. The video is no longer on their main channel. Because it was a series, and that was an episode in the series. That particular episode no longer appears on their website.
Wow.
Once we discovered somebody discovered it was faked. Right, so we know it's fake because there's a part, right, when the helicopter's in the air, there's 3 birds that fly in formation across the surface of the water. But then when they show the helicopter missing, the same 3 birds fly across the freaking image.
Wow, that is sloppy. My God.
And there's another problem. The telescope they used is called a Cassegrain reflector. So it doesn't have a lens in it, it has a mirror. And that mirror is a donut. Right? Wow. And it reflects it, so the light comes into the telescope, the mirror donut reflects it up the center of the telescope onto another reflector and then through the eyepiece. Well, this image shows a crosshair. How do you get a crosshair on a fucking donut mirror?
That's ridiculous, yeah. Huh.
So this is completely faked. It's way beyond the other ones. One is a mistake. This is one was like kind of propaganda. The other was a mistake, and this is just a complete fake.
Jesus.
So, like, yeah, exactly. Why is any of this stuff even made? Like, why are we even in this situation? So, like, this is all. Yeah, I wonder why. This is stuff that happened back in 2017, 2018, 2019 time period that they were pulling all these shenanigans. You know, and it makes you have to wonder why. Like,
yeah, they can't do that anymore, because they know the hound's on the trail.
Right.
It's on the scent. He's got the scent, and they're gonna have to be a lot more elaborate. So you just keep your eye open and watch out.
Hey, have you guys talked about the light experiment already?
Which one?
I don't know. I think Captain Tiffo brought it up a while ago.
The Netflix.
Maybe. I mean, we can try the experiment ourselves. Prove them wrong.
Prove who wrong? Prove what
the
wrong?
People who said the light should bend.
Who? What? What are you talking about?
It was the light with the 2 holes, right? And they said that if the light passes through the hole and bends, the Earth is curved. If it doesn't bend, then the Earth isn't curved, right?
Not what they said.
That is not what they said? I'm pretty sure that was the entire experiment.
They said if the light was curved, that the light wouldn't pass through the holes. But if it was not curved, it would pass through the holes. And if it was, it would not pass through the holes. But that premise is incorrect because of what's called light diffraction. When light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
It should spread out, but it shouldn't change angle, though, right? If we use Snell's law.
Do you get this idea? What are you talking about, Snell's law?
Use Snell's law, we can prove that light shouldn't change angle. Only if it changes medium, it'll change its angle.
What are you talking about?
Let's we can run an experiment where we send a laser through water and then back out of air, and the angle should change. But if we send a laser through just something that doesn't have a different index of refraction, the angle should stay the same.
Okay, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
If we prove that that's true, then we can prove that the light shouldn't change angle whenever you pass through the slit.
Do you know what diffraction is?
Yes, that's diffraction. That's how diffraction works.
No, you're talking about refraction. Refraction is what you're talking about. I'm talking about diffraction. Diffraction.
With
It's a
diffraction
different,
patterns.
It's a different phenomenon. It's a different phenomenon.
Yeah, but diffraction
So
patterns shouldn't change because light works as a particle and a wave.
Dude, you're just saying word salad. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just stop before you embarrass yourself.
I'm sorry. I just want us to have a proper discussion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, stop trying to bamboozle people. It ain't gonna work.
I'm sorry. I was just, I feel like physics is the way to go,
Yeah, you don't know anything about
diffraction is physics, right?
Yeah.
I think when you go ahead, Indio. Sorry.
Yeah, diffraction, when light passes through a hole, right? The edge diffraction on the edges of the hole make the wave, because light is not a wave, but it has a wave nature. And because of that, it spreads out wider, right? So it doesn't pass through the hole like a beam. It passes through like a wave, and then it spreads out, right? So I'll post an image, a diagram in the live stream voice text of what happens. All right.
So is this the one? This is the one.
Look in the live stream voice text. So this is what happens when light passes through a hole. It spreads out like this, right? So what happens is instead of the energy being concentrated in a ray, it's spread out and weakened. So if it has to pass through another hole, then it gets weakened again. But if I took the light source, right, and I lifted it above these panel, like this barrier, right, you'd see the light no problem because the light you're getting a direct view of the radiation not being spread out. So one way, and I just said this to your friend, that one way you can think about this is you had two pieces of paper and you set them on your desk and you poked a hole in them with your pin and then took a flashlight on the other side of the two pieces of paper. You could not see that flashlight through those holes. Right? But if you took the flashlight, lifted it over the pieces of paper, now you could see the light. That's what this experiment is. It couldn't even have worked even in principle. It was ill-conceived.
Yeah. So is this kind of like when we were in elementary school and we wanted to look at the eclipse? You take a little piece of paper, poke a hole in it, and then you look at the eclipse and you can see it.
Yes, that is a diffraction. That is a diffraction effect. Yes.
It blocks light.
Yes, it is a diffraction effect. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. So this started they started doing this with what's called camera obscura. You can actually you can actually do this to your room, right? If your room faces somewhere, right, you can black out a window completely, and you can cut like a 1 or 2 millimeter hole in like that blackness, right? Like say use black construction paper or something.
Yeah,
it'll project an upside dim image of the outdoors onto your wall.
Huh.
Yep. Well, it's all really. I think the biggest thing you have to be concerned about when you start talking about waves, particles, you get into wave particle duality, which is quantum mechanics, and you could argue for waves. Wave superposition is two boats passing each other, and they both create waves. When the waves hit each other, they make a bigger wave. You can argue for that. That's just fine. But when you start talking about particles, you start talking about light, you start talking about photons, you start talking about photons traveling billions of years and trillions, quintillion miles to get to your eye, then you're getting into a fairy tale, and you got to be careful with that.
Fairy tale land. Can I just bring up something, because there's something that I witness when I observe the moon. When I see clouds coming in, or I look at the moon, and there's like clouds all around the moon, but there's no clouds in front of the moon, and I see fast moving clouds come into my vision between my perspective from where I'm looking at towards the moon, and I see clouds coming in as they're moving in fast. And then as soon as they start to get to the moon, they start to slow down.
Okay, that must be an illusion, or I don't know. I have no answer for that shit. I don't know what has to do with that.
I mean, no. This is just an observation. This is just like an observation of the moon and possible
it could just be like a visual, like, because you're comparing something to something else, right? It might just appear faster. Like, so when the moon is on the horizon, appears to be larger than they say its actual size because of the terrain features make it appear larger than it is. This is what they say, right? So
this is not the size. This is not the size of the moon, but this is
but that's how you gauge speed, right? How fast something moves relative to something else. How you gauge speed visually.
I suppose. But you have like where I am, I often see a cloud layer, and then another cloud layer. One cloud layer is not moving, the other cloud layer is moving. But so this is just an observation, right? So
yeah, I mean, I've seen the same thing, like in cartoons.
But when the clouds approach.
Well, you've seen it, like the clouds and the moon and all that shit. If you're you cut out or whatever, disconnected. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's happened to Storm? Oh, he ran away.
Hopefully, he got a little taste before he left, though.
Yeah, he A for effort. I wanted to bring up like they want to talk about stuff, man, but like they never ask for like what's your evidence for flat Earth. They never ask that. Why?
What's your evidence for flat Earth?
Direct measurement. Direct measurement showing the surface of the water is not curving. And if the surface of water is not curving, the Earth can't be a ball because it's supposed to be a water ball. That's what people keep forgetting. It's a water ball. That means nearly the entire surface of Earth is supposed to be covered in water. If the water is not curving, it can't be a water ball. It has to be a water plane, right?
When you measure this water, what do you mean specifically?
You measure the distance that a laser is from the surface of the water.
Measure the distance.
So you're measuring up. You're comparing two things. You're comparing a laser beam, right, with the surface of water, and seeing if they separate, if the distance between them gets larger or closer over a distance.
Okay.
So look in live stream voice text. So you can measure a deviation of a laser from the surface, right? Because of curvature, it'd be a deviation. So if you start at 3 feet, the surface of the Earth is curving, that distance should increase. After some distance, it'll be 4 feet. Some other distance will be 5 feet, and so on and so forth as you get farther and farther away from the laser source. So these experiments have been done, colloquially, experiments, tests. These have been done. These measurements have been done. Multiple times.
Let me check my phone.
And what's the rebuttal?
Nuh-uh. I mean,
prove it. All right, so we got the laser.
You and not NASA. That's the rebuttal. Then don't believe me. Go do it yourself. It's pretty fucking simple. Lasers are pretty cheap nowadays. So the distances that have been done, you're going to need a high quality laser and some type of aiming system because you're never going to be able to do it by hand.
And so looking at this meme, whenever these types of measurements are done, this never occurs. It's always the laser always stays a foot above the water or an inch above the water. I don't know.
All the ones have been done. There's never like the distances that are done. The laser should be hundreds of feet into the air. Not a little bit, hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
So at 25 miles, it should be something like 420 feet in the air.
Wow.
That's a 40-story building. So that means if I have a laser 25 miles away and I'm beaming it in some direction, the only way I should see the laser from that distance away is if I was standing on top of a 42-story building.
I think, Sir Edward, if you Google 19-mile Utah laser test in March 5th of 2021, Tapu Conspiracy did 18.83 miles over Bear Lake, which is Idaho, Utah, on March 15, 2021. 30 to 34 degree air temperature, 34 degree water temperature, perfect conditions, no wind, 18.83 miles, 5 feet observation height, one laser, 5 feet observation height, the other. There should be 149 feet plus of curvature, and they saw each other. So that, just right there debunks the globe. I mean, a lot of things debunk the globe, but that one little test in those ideal conditions debunk it all.
So, and which is nuts. That one for some reason gave me a little shake.
Yeah. So when the water temperature and the air temperature are the same, there can't be any refraction.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean,
because there's no exchange of heat, there's no gradient, there's no temperature gradient. So people say, well, it's the density gradient. That's not what changes. That's not what the primary factor for refraction is. It's a temperature gradient, which is the primary factor. And this isn't just my claim. This is in the primary literature. You can go read what Andrew Thomas Young says. It's got all the equations. He says, well, you can see according to the equations, pressure, humidity, all these are non-factors. They're negligible. The primary indicator of whether a light ray bends is temperature. A temperature gradient. And if there is no temperature gradient, equal air and equal water, then what are we talking about?
And Sir Edward, I just saw a 9-minute video 2 miles over land, and the lady actually stuck a temperature gauge on the ground, which was dirt, and she had one in the air, and she showed us during the day, over a couple days, how it looked over just 2 miles. And when the temperature of the ground, temperature of the air was right, it was like you could see beyond. You could see quite a ways beyond the 2 miles where the cars were going by. And when they had a difference, it was just like you couldn't even see the cars very well 2 miles away, let alone beyond it. So what Indio said is perfectly right. When I got here to Lake Michigan in mid-February, I bundled up, went out. Went to look at Chicago from 38 miles across from Michigan City. I saw it perfectly. I saw it was 35, and there was still a little bit of ice on the lake, so it had to be right around that temperature too. I went back 2 weeks later when it was 20 degrees warmer, and the water temperature was still really cold. Couldn't see a thing. And I went out today, perfectly blue sky. 80 degrees. It was, and the water temperature about 60. Couldn't see a thing. It was the most frustrating thing. It was like blue skies, 20-degree difference in water to air. Couldn't see a thing. I was so mad.
Yeah. So
I know that,
I don't know why someone deafened Spick. I undeafened you, Spick. So there's also another test, which is not a laser, that was done on a lake, on a frozen lake in the dead of February in Canada. So what this guy did is, so everything is measured, literally everything. There's no GPS involved. There's no calculations. There's no anything like that. Everything is measured. Everything. So what he did was he took lights. He took road cones, right? And he has these little lights that he took and stuck on top of them, and he spaced the road cones. Now they're all the identical road cones. They're like 1 foot road cones, and he stuck a light on the top of them. And this is a frozen lake now, so right to the ice, road cone, light. Drives a mile, road cone, light. Drives another mile, road cone, light. Drives another mile, road cone, light. Drives by his odometer, drives 8 miles away from the last one, and then records all the lights simultaneously. And every single one's supposed to be under the curve of the earth, but they all appear in a straight line on the horizon. No light appears lower than the other or anything like that. But the distance is measured. He measured it with his odometer, right? Now, there could be some slippage, and maybe there's a discrepancy, like maybe 10%, but of what the distance is. But like here, I posted in the live stream voice text. This is the image, right? So all these lights, they all should be behind the curve, increasing amount, right? So 5 miles, 9 feet, 6 miles, 14 feet, 7 miles, 21 feet, 8 miles, 28 feet. But we see they're all in a straight line, right at the same level. So did the ice like just, when it froze flat? Shouldn't it be freezing curved?
Those are some great measurements. This one that Indio just did, and then the Bear Lake one.
It's hard to pick out my favorite, but I think like even though this one is a shorter distance, this is like, to me, this is like inarguable. You have to make some crazy argument that each light had its own unique refraction conditions that made it look like it was at the same level as all the other lights. That is just a crazy claim.
It is. I might have to wait till January to get, sadly, might have to wait till January to get 62 miles across Lake Michigan from St. Joseph to Chicago. But I'll do it if I have to. In the meantime, but I'm not going to go tomorrow morning, but there's like 3 parks here that have beaches that don't close. They close, but they don't really close. You can go at 2-3 o'clock in the morning if you want to. So there's 3 of them that it's not going to be tomorrow morning because I'm up too late. But I think in the next 2 days, it's supposed to be sunny. It's supposed to be like 60, at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and the water temperature is about 60. So I'm gonna go and see if I can see the lights of Chicago from like 30-40 feet observation height with my camera, and I'm gonna go with the the air temperature, water temperature is about the same. Hopefully, I can see something.
Yeah, one of the major factors, humidity, though. Humidity is really what determines.
It really is. I'm telling you. Until you live I've never lived on a large body of water in my life until February. Unless you're actually looking for it, like I've been looking for it, you don't notice it. You don't notice it. If you're on the ocean, you don't think about refraction and all that stuff.
No, you don't. Oh, come on. You do. I do.
Yeah, you have to think about it. Otherwise, you'll never sink another naval vessel, man. Like you always be shooting at a mirage.
You got to know what you're looking at, man.
Well, speaking of that, have you looked into that military one? The military laser test, India?
No.
Which one?
Which one?
The one that Timbo and AI talk about it. It's supposed to be like 150 kilometers or something, or 100 kilometers.
Oh, yeah. The Hawaiian Island ones. Yeah, I'm the one who found that, actually.
Right.
Yeah. That one is just it disproves the whole diffraction claim completely, or refraction claim.
Refraction, because they used like 3 different colors, didn't they? So
exactly. And like they should have all been separated by like 20 meters, but they recorded them all through the same telescope at the same time. That was the point of the experiment. Right, the point of the experiment was to measure the turbulence in the air, right? And because of this different wavelengths, right, they were going to take like each wavelength, right, record like what's called a speckle pattern that each laser creates. So what they did was they took it into the telescope. They have filters. They filter each frequency that gets it sent down its own fiber optic cable to its own analyzer, where they analyze the speckle pattern, and they try to correlate the speckle patterns of each wavelength to figure out if they could come up with a model for turbulence through the air, so they can obviously develop a laser to kill people with, right? Or whatever their reason is, right? So, because it's the military. So, they did this experiment, and lo and behold, someone modeled the experiment after the fact and was like, oh shit, this shouldn't have worked. Because the laser should have been separated by 20 meters and the telescope was only 3.4 meters in diameter. So how did they get all the lasers into the telescope at the same time?
Oops.
Yeah, oops.
My bad.
Yeah, it's
I
like
know.
trying to fit a 10-foot pole sideways into a 2-foot opening. Like, it's not happening, bro.
I know Flat Earth Dude will confirm this with me, but there was a chief of the Cherokee tribe named Asofa Mangomba. He shot an arrow one time 354 yards and had to hit a Union soldier right in the heart. He led it by 2 inches because the earth curved 2 inches underneath the arrow when he let it go from 354 yards.
Goddamn Glover Indians.
That's one of my golf games all fucked up.
That's it, man. I've been I've been front rimming everything.
It's like
The earth is flat, man, but it's actually my basketball court is curved. Well, it has to be curved, right? Because when they made the basketball court, right, they made it level, and on the globe, level is curved. So the basketball court has to be curved.
that's why the Celtics lost last night.
Yes, exactly. Oh, yes, there's the excuse. Yes. The Miami Heat were flat earthers, so they won.
That's right. It's all flat over there in Florida.
That's right. Flattest state, man. That's why they won.
Yep. Boston was accounting for the Coriolis, and there is none. So there you go. Or curve.
I knew they were going to lose right off the rip, dude, within the first 5 minutes.
That Nat Geo picture, man.
Whenever you're playing in a championship game and you come right out killing the other team, you're going to lose. It happens every time. It's just something I've noticed. Like if you're playing a championship game and you like score on the first play of the game, you're going to lose that game. Because you get hype. We're going to kick their ass. And then like they're all like, fuck, we got to take this seriously. And it ends up flipping.
Imagine how the odds change and the amount of people betting actually come in and just what money actually moves. I do want to say thanks because that's a good point to bring up because I think even when I was first here, I felt like, well, I definitely know the Earth is not a globe, even though I didn't know it well, but that's where I was stuck. But you bringing up flat Earth proof, that's a very valuable thing. And I don't know, man, that for some reason, looking at a few of those, it just, because in their eyes with the laser, right, they would essentially be damn near leaning back and looking way into the sky and seeing the laser go over them.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Right.
The laser, so 10 feet to 4 feet, 25 miles, right? At where they observed it at 4 feet, the laser should be over their head 42 stories. They should be looking up, straight up, and going, look, the laser's way up there.
Yeah.
But that's not what they did. They just looked across the water and saw the laser.
Go hike a 500-foot hill.
There you go.
You'll be huffing and puffing by the time you get up there, man.
And you're like, what the fuck is going on then? I don't know if this is the right forum for that conversation, but it's just...
Go climb a 42-story staircase. See how you feel.
There you go. Yeah, you'll be fucking wrecked.
Dude, I go up 9 flights and like get fucked up and the elevator's broken, man. 9 flights wrecks me. That's like 4 times as far as 9 flights.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't walking up no 42-something foot staircase, man.
400 feet.
Yeah, do you know how dead your legs would be?
Oh, dude, I'd be...
Yeah, you wouldn't
have to stop and have a beer and chill out, relax.
So, Sir Edward, do you ever get the feeling when you talk to people who are globe believers that if they would give in to the fact that we live on a stationary, plane instead of a spinning space ball, that they'd have to recognize that the place was created and there might be a creator? Did you feel any hesitance with that?
Not. Have I felt any hesitance with that with myself or with Globers?
When you talk to them,
like your friends, or your best buddy, I mean,
for them, I think it doesn't even get to that because it's just a full-on mental block of realities.
It's like, dude, Ed, bro, man. Edward, I love you, man, but fucking stop it. Don't talk about that shit, man. You're great, you know.
Yeah, what the fuck does it matter? It's fine. Like this is bullshit. Whatever. Let's get back to the game.
Get a beer, man. Let's order pizza, man. Fuck that.
Please fuck and see. Yeah, that's where I even get in my own head. Like, wait, where the fuck am I even?
But at least having a conversation give you a perspective of fundamentals of reality and how you can operate in the world based on not the belief of other people that is being pushed and passed down by I don't know how many people. And you can operate in reality, and the sense that you are finding with the talk that has been happening, because I've been listening and you said, oh, that makes sense, this makes sense, oh, it makes more sense than that or whatever. It's based on the foundation of your senses. When you open your eyes every morning and whatever you do, you're dependent on that stuff, on your sensories. And these people are claiming the opposite of your senses, the opposite of your experience, claiming the opposite and making that, by definition, nonsensical claims.
And that's the only way any of their shit works, right? Beat the shit out of your intuition to where it has no voice at all, no weight.
And remember, yeah, we can develop technology and verify what we already know. It's motionless, horizontal. People describe it as flat, and we can use descriptions to describe reality and talk about it and realize things. But there is a lot of other people opening their mouth with made up words and fantasy lands and trying to push that into you, and it's up to you to decide if you're going to believe it or not.
Made up words in fantasy land.
We have Cam in the chat wants to open his mic. Should we allow that?
Yeah. As in like Ken and Barbie? Where's a Ken?
Hey, Cam, you're unmuted.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Cam.
Not really, but
okay. So answer me this. If the Earth is flat,
who taught you? Oh, first of all, who taught you manners, dude? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
You just barge into someone's house. Answer me this.
Answer me this.
Do you normally just go in a room and go on a table and put your boots on the table and say, hey, serve me dinner? That's what you do?
Yeah. Answer me this.
And I'm never hungry.
That sounds good.
Put it that way.
Well,
Hey, Cam.
Okay. What best you can eat?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You have been here since today, but you've been on Discord since 2017. So good on you. And welcome. It sounds like
I've been in the server a little.
It sounds like you're upside down. Are you upside down?
Not quite. I'm like next to Australia. I'm in New Zealand.
Close to ups. You're down. You're upside down compared to where I'm at. Yeah, you're completely upside. Got it.
Okay. What is the question? What is the question, bro? Come on, bring it.
This is an interesting one. So, if the world is flat, all right? Then, so gravity goes downwards, right? World is flat, gravity goes down.
So let me ask you this. All right, guys, I've been muted for a while. Let me just ask him something. When you ask the question, you formulate the question in your head, in your mind, right? And you say, if the Earth is flat, that flat thing that you're thinking about in your mind, how does that look like?
What you talking about, bro?
Exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
When you think about flat Earth, in your mind, what do you see?
I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm here to get an image. I'm here to get the opinions of people who do believe in it. Because the
problem that you're having at this moment is that you're trying to stack something in your mind that you have a question, but you're stacking gravity. How does gravity works in this thing that I have in my mind? But you don't even know what it is, the thing that you have in your mind, but you're stacking something that you don't even know what it is, gravity. You don't know what gravity is. You don't know what this flat thing is, and you're just asking this question that you don't know what it means. Nobody knows exactly what it means.
That's right. That's a loaded question, exactly.
Okay. So, then let's dig a bit deeper. What is gravity? That's a big question. And how does it relate to flat Earth? Like, how does it work with the flat Earth?
Has nothing to do.
I don't know. Next question.
Things fall. If you want to call that gravity.
So we've got it that far. So things fall, right?
Yeah.
So
well, hold on, slow down. So globe earthers conflate things falling with gravity, but that was supposed to be the effect of gravity. The claimed cause of gravity is an unproven, untestable hypothesis. So the claim of why things fall is mass attracts mass. There's no experiment that actually demonstrates that, and there's no way anybody can actually do the experiment to actually demonstrate that.
Isn't the fact that we rotate around the sun proof?
Because
it's a greater mass than us.
What's the evidence for that? What's the evidence for that? Okay, what's the evidence for that fact?
No, I'm just like, okay.
I'm asking you a question. You said it's a fact. Now I want the evidence for the fact. What's
isn't this proof of like, you know, how we have
the thing that you don't have evidence for, that I'm asking the evidence for, that's proof of something. How does that work? I'm asking. You said the Earth rotates or orbits the sun. Where's the evidence? What's the evidence for that?
Like, isn't that a year, a full rotation? That's
so. Like, if here, then Earth's orbit.
Huh? Yes, it's one full orbit around the sun.
So
yeah, the problem that you have.
Can't the sun circle above the Earth?
I mean, isn't there proof of rotation of the sun when we see things like solar eclipses?
No, you're just like
affirming the concept.
Okay, so let me bring him. Then let me try to bring him down to the ground.
Dude, he doesn't even know his own model, dude. He's just like doing like this. I don't know, like you just like, threw the globe model in a fucking blender and just like threw shit. And it's like
get him, Jimsy.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's like the Swedish chef now, like throwing food all over the place. Fork, like this fucking.
Remember, he's thinking about this from the outside place that he's never been to, right? So he's thinking about it from the outside. So on the ground, bro. You're standing on the ground. The ground is not moving. That's your immediate experience. That's axiomatic. If the ground starts moving, you'll know because you're going to feel it, okay? That's your sensory system telling you something is happening. The ground is moving. You're going to feel it, okay? You don't feel it because it's not moving. Then you look up and you observe the luminaries doing the sun moving, doing what it does in the sky. You observe it moving with your senses, with your eyes, and that's what you observe, right? And now you're asking us the opposite of what is actually happening, and you're asking us to explain you that thing that nobody observed and nobody can verify.
Are you saying that the sun moves around us?
Above your head every day.
So we don't rotate around the sun. Is that the point?
Correct.
Ding ding ding. You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't revolve or move around the sun. So and we don't do it in we don't do an elliptical orbit. And you know the fun thing about math, the physics of math says that the reason we don't have circular orbit is in the math, a circular orbit around the sun, quote sun, is impossible. So they had to make an elliptical so it worked in the math. It's not in reality, but they make it work in the math. So basically the math proves your ball because reality does not.
Okay, could I ask, genuine question, I'm not like dissing or anything, but if the sun and such, like I assume the moon as well, would revolve around us, then how do seasons work?
Relative position of the sun to the earth. Same excuse the globe gives.
And what do you mean by seasons?
Like, so just on a very basic level, like winter is colder than summer.
Sometimes, in some places.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying on a very basic level.
Yeah, sometimes in some places winter's colder than summer. There's other places where it is not.
Like the equator.
equator's pretty much one temperature all year round.
Yo,
talk about.
So how does that work?
Depending on what your elevation is and how close you are to the ocean. So
North Queensland is pretty warm all year round.
So there's other variables other than whether the temperature is one thing or the other. So in San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than the winter. Why is that?
Interesting.
Because of the sun? Yeah. So Tasmania snows sometimes in the summer.
Well,
it snowed like in February in Tasmania, like 2 years ago. It snowed in February.
Yeah,
that's the latitude. Listen, that's the latitude equivalent of Detroit, Michigan, in the United States. It's never snowed.
But we've been having the equivalent because of things like global warming. Like we've been having more extreme weather.
So not the sun.
Come off of mute.
So not the orbit, not the sun, not the tilt of the Earth, right?
No, this is now we're just getting into a different argument. This is straight
your
up.
Claim is that seasons are caused by the frickin' tilt rotation of the Earth. That's changing the weather. Now you're saying that other things change the weather.
It's getting colder there because of global warming.
Did he just say, he just say it's not being caused by the tilt? So you don't even know the claim you just brought up.
What? No, it's the tilt on the Earth, like the axis that we rotate on, and it changes relative to where we are around the sun's orbit. No.
Okay. No, definitely not. We would have to be a ball for any of that to follow. We'd also have to be rotating.
Claim. Yes, that is a heliocentric claim. You're correct. That's the claim. But what's the evidence? See, we all know the heliocentric story, dude. We all know it. We're here because there's no evidence for it. Do you understand?
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, where's your evidence that it's not?
Evidence of what?
Because is it like
we don't have the burden of proof. We don't have the burden of proof.
Like,
why would we have the burden of proof?
What are we?
Why do we have the burden of proof?
Are all claims true unless they're proven wrong? I have a unicorn in my basement. Prove me wrong.
Well, that's essentially your argument right now.
That's your argument. That's your argument. No, that's your argument. Seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Prove it wrong. That's your argument.
Okay, now hear me out. A completely unique argument. The Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
Go outside. I just proved you right.
Go outside, see if you can find any curved oceans. Then you've proven me wrong.
You just proved yourself right. Wow.
Yeah. Do you often ask people for evidence that what you experience is real?
Yeah.
I mean, do we have proof it's not a simulation? Prove me wrong.
Dude, it's called a burden of proof reversal. That's what you're doing.
Wait, life's a simulation? Whoa. Is that what I heard?
It could be. Prove me wrong.
Oh.
No. Just put your hand in fire. No medical advice.
First of all, hold on. No,
how do I know? That's not simulated.
Listen, I'm tired of this bullshit, dude. You claimed the seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Yes. That's a positive claim. You asked for evidence contrary to that when you presented no evidence that it's true.
Yeah, but you're presenting no evidence.
No. There is no but, bro. There's no but. You have a positive claim. The tilt of the Earth is causes seasons. What's the evidence for that?
Where's your evidence that it's not?
I don't need contrary evidence. That's called an onus probandi fallacy. It's a formal logical fallacy. You're trying to reverse the burden of proof.
Where's your evidence?
Listen. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So present your evidence for your claim, or we're going to dismiss it, and we don't need evidence to dismiss it. All things are not true, okay, by default.
Okay.
Or else we could just go around saying that seasons are caused by the Earth being a tilting, wobbling Pringle in space. We could do that if things work the way that you're trying to make them work.
And just to jump in for a second. So you showed up and you did ask some questions about the shape of the Earth, flat Earth, but you did say very quickly that the seasons are caused by the Earth as a globe is tilted. And so what he was asking you was really just a simple question. We don't need to know that just, in the back of your head, because you went to grade school and they told you the earth was tilted. We want to know what is the evidence of that claim. I'm not trying to disprove or prove anything right now. You just said that, and all you're really doing is saying, "Oh, it does that because I told you so." And we're trying to ask you to just what source could you provide that would show that, and what experiment was done to verify that?
Hell, start with showing us that the world's a ball, dude.
Is that what?
Oh, is it? Huh?
Yeah, start there.
What
That's the initial claim, right?
Well,
I'd rather wobbling ball. You got to have a ball.
Okay, let's
let Edward
get down
get his feet wet. Why don't you answer Edward's question, because that would be rude not to. So he asked you, what was the experiment to prove that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees?
Yeah, let's see. I'll see if I can pull something up just for you, Edward, my guy.
Appreciate it, bro.
See.
Hey, hold on. Hold on, just to make sure you get the right thing. We want the evidence, not the claim of someone else's claim. We don't want an endless string of claims without evidence. We want the actual evidence, like the experiment, like you said.
And they could, and we could maybe even help you if you pull something like what Indio is talking about. We could help point out how it is in fact not evidence. If that's what you happen to pull up, you're probably about to bring some evidence, though. So I don't want to ruin it or anything. Like,
I've done this hundreds of times. It doesn't exist.
But to be
Google, ask ChatGPT, do whatever you want.
Indio, I definitely know that you've done that, and you all have done this for years. But I do feel that sometimes if it comes to butting heads right out of the gate, it just kind of, I've noticed how the tension rises and it gets a little bit out, instead of just like, here's the line, man, go fishing. Go, please come back with the fish that you are obviously going to catch. You've got a whale, apparently. So please reel it in.
And you can cook ribeye. Go get the cow. Let's make some ribeye.
Yeah.
So
we want
give me the cow.
But see, the thing here, we're about the cowbell, right? We want the we want the cowbell. We don't want
Okay.
The first thing we usually have to cover is claims are not evidence of the claims, right? So anyone can come in here and puke out the heliocentric model. I can do it myself. That doesn't make it true. The evidence for it is what makes it true, right?
Absolutely.
So we need the evidence. We can hear claims all day. I don't care about the claims. We want the evidence. And that's why it's contentious, Edward, is because it takes like 20 minutes just for them to even comprehend